System. Brother system. Sister system. Daddy. Chen Chen kept calling out to the system in his mind. Wasn't rebirth or transmigration always accompanied by a system? Where was his system? Hurry up and activate. After calling out for a long time with no response in his mind, Chen Chen resigned himself and looked around again. If only Xiao AI was here. I wonder how long it'll take to build Xiao AI in this world. Chen Chen muttered to himself. I'm here. Xiao AI. I'm here. What the hell? You're here. Hello host, I am Xiao AI, your AI assistant. You can unlock technology after completing various tasks. You need to say the wake word to wake me up. Chen Chen let out a sigh of relief. Having a system is good. Tisk so in this life, unless I call out Xiao AI, you'll never show up. Hello host, Xiao Ace wake word is Xiao AI, please remember. Got it. Now issuing the first task, release the Red Star Phone 1. What the hell? Release the Red Star Phone 1. What's the reward, oi? Reward unknown, please check after completing the task. After fusing his memories, Chen Chen learned that he was now the chairman of a phone company called Red Star. Red Star was founded by Chen Chen's father Chen Yunlong in 1998, focusing on phone manufacturing and R&D. In the barbaric era of the phone market, all kinds of knockoff phones emerged endlessly. Back then, Chen Yunlong relied on various black tech knockoff phones, such as detachable camera lenses that could independently record videos and then transfer them to the phone's memory card. Another example was the ability to change background sounds during calls, hailed as the essential phone for dealing with a wife's check-ins. Back then, Red Star's endless black tech left a deep impression on users. After accumulating initial capital, Chen Yunlong established the Red Star R&D Center and began transforming into a legitimate phone manufacturer. But good times didn't last. As the knockoff era passed, and the smartphone wave hit, competition in the phone market grew fierce. At present, China's mobile internet and 3G were also developing rapidly. Red Star, a company that started with knockoffs and had existed for over a decade, was beginning to fall behind. Sales were gradually declining and market share was being eroded by competitors and foreign companies. A few years ago, Chen Yunlong built Red Star's industrial park and R&D center in the capital, investing heavily in chip development, hoping to change the world's stereotypical view of Chinese phones. But phone chip R&D was more than Red Star could bear. Years of losses eventually caused Chen Chen's father Chen Yunlong to suffer a heart attack and pass away. On his deathbed, Chen Yunlong entrusted Red Star to Chen Chen, hoping he would revive the company, remove the knockoff label from Red Star phones, and lead the rise of Chinese phones. However, after the original owner of this body took over Red Star, he completely ignored the company, spending his days on sports cars and models. Red Star was barely kept running by Chen Yunlong's old comrades. Chen Chen recalled that the original owner had hardly ever been to the company, and the phones being produced now were mainly cooperations with telecom operators. Some sales channels and partners were gradually slipping away from Red Star's control. Well, at least the R&D department is still there, he sighed. As long as the R&D department survives with the system's help, I can definitely build a phone empire again. Chen Chen had really worried, had inherited a mess, but now it seemed not bad. There was a complete hardware R&D department, and even the chip division still had some strength. The company lacked neither funds, nor people, nor factories. The problem was that without a helmsman, it didn't know which direction to transform. Having a certain level of technological strength and the ability to develop its own chips, wasn't this a dream start? Chen Chen didn't bother going downstairs to eat. He turned on his computer to check the current market situation. American Fruit Company releases its latest flagship, Fruit 4. Samsung plans to launch the large-screen phone Note 1 this year. Chinese domestic phone Red Star sales drop out of top 3. Red Star's new young chairman seems to have abandoned the company. The company appears to be in disarray. Red Star's young director photographed holding hands with a woman on the street. A man sells his kidney on the black market just to buy a Fruit phone. Looking at the online news, Chen Chen felt a bit awkward. He was a man of integrity in his previous life, holding $4 billion in cold hard cash, only occasionally treating a foot problem. Only talk about ideals, no weapons. Fruit truly lives up to being the kidney phone. And this is only Fruit 4, already this crazy. Chen Chen hadn't experienced the crazy era of Fruit 4 in his original timeline. People selling their kidneys for a phone. There were also some young girls with no income who would go to great lengths for a Fruit phone. Using their appearance, they would spend a few nights to exchange for the latest Fruit phone. These people even had a specific term. Of course, another name was Apple Machine. It was said there was a dedicated video section on a certain website. Every year, when the new Fruit phone launched, a large batch of high-quality videos would be uploaded. After eating, Chen Chen went to the garage to drive to the company. Good heavens. 4 or 5 sports cars, each more stunning than the last. He looked them over, but found them all too flashy. Left with no choice, Chen Chen had to take his father's old Maybach to the company. That was the most low-key car in the garage. Chen Chen's Red Star company was located in the Wucai building in the capital. This building complex was the company headquarters that Chen Chen's father had purchased outright a few years ago. Good heavens, in his previous life, he was still struggling with when to buy an office for his company in the capital. And now in this world, the building was already bought. How did that song go? Oh, Father gave no small amount. Quite a lot, really quite a lot. If worst came to worst, in a few years he could sell the building and live comfortably for a lifetime. Bah. What was he thinking? I Chen Chen am the man who will make Red Star phones great and become #1 in the world. How could he casually say sell the building? Arriving at the company, Chen Chen noticed the receptionist looking at him strangely. Could it be? It seemed the original owner was really not a decent guy. Taking the elevator to the 12th floor, as soon as he stepped out, he saw Lu Weibing hurrying about. Uncle Lu, why are you in such a hurry? Lu Weibing turned his head, saw it was Chen Chen calling him, and looked very surprised. This kid hadn't been to the company a few times all year. Was the sun rising from the west today? Director Wang from Huawei Mobile just called saying the government is going to gradually phase out subsidies and buyout policies. I was planning to visit Director Wang to ask about the situation. Chen Chen remembered that on Earth operators had started phasing out subsidies around 2012, and some old-school manufacturers unable to adapt quickly eventually vanished in the tide of the era. What do you mean no big deal? Our Red Star only relies on operator subsidies to maintain shipment volume. If they really stop, I have no idea how to proceed with our business. Lu Weibing looked at Chen Chen, his tone carrying a mix of disappointment and frustration. Chen Chen felt a bit embarrassed. True, he never took care of company affairs since the old man passed away. Lu Weibing had been holding everything together alone. Uncle Lu, don't rush. I think operators canceling subsidies is actually a good thing. ITLL force us to burn our boats and transform. Transform? Into what? Into a bar. No. Uncle Lu, from now on, he'll learn from you how to manage the company, and he'll never go to bars again. From the original owner's memories, Lu Weibing was the person old Master Chen trusted most, a founding member who had built the empire alongside him. Chen Chen thought, why go to bars anymore? And the man who will teach CEO Lei how to make phones. I won't be defeated by wine and women. Starting tomorrow, I'll quit bars, quit drinking. Since the old man's death, Lu Weibing had held Red Star together alone. He had tried to guide Chen Chen before, but Chen Chen remained incorrigible, caring only for pleasure. After several attempts, Lu Weibing gave up, focusing solely on managing the company so that the old man's decades of effort wouldn't go to waste. As for Chen Chen, as long as he didn't gamble, he could do whatever he wanted. So you mean you'll go to bars only when there's business? Lu Weibing, no longer in a hurry to meet Director Wang, began lecturing Chen Chen again. Chen Chen, your father left you such a big company, and this is how you repay him. Count how many times you've come to the office this year. Once, and you even took the receptionist out. What can I even say? Let's go to the office. Let's go to the office. People might see us, and ITLL look bad. You care about how it looks? When you were out partying and chasing models, you didn't care then. Only Lu Weibing dared to scold him like this. Anyone else would have to greet him respectfully as President Chen. Lu Weibing studied Chen Chen carefully. Though there was still a trace of alcohol on him, the young man seemed different somehow. He just couldn't pinpoint how. So why did you come to the company today? The funds are all allocated. You can't just randomly withdraw money. Uncle Lu, nothing like that. I came today to take a look. I'm planning to fully take over the company. After Chen Chen said this, Lu Weibing walked up in disbelief and placed his hand on Chen Chen's forehead. You don't have a fever, do you? You'll come to work on time. Really, Uncle Lu? Starting tomorrow, I'll come to work on time. I can't just abandon the old man's legacy. Lu Weibing looked at Chen Chen skeptically, as if not believing him. By the way, Uncle Lu, you just said operators are going to stop subsidies. When did that happen? Lu Weibing sighed and said, Director Wang called this morning. He said the government has issued a policy to gradually phase out subsidies. He's worked with us for years, so he called to give us a heads up. Chen Chen lowered his head, thinking. Transformation was urgent. They could no longer rely on operators. It's okay, Uncle Lu. Aside from the phone division, how are the other departments doing? Lu Weibing looked deeply at Chen Chen and said, besides the phone division, our chip division is the most troubled. Several key managers have talked to me multiple times wanting to leave Red Star, but I managed to persuade them to stay. Ever since President Chen passed away, our business has been in chaos. A year has passed, and I haven't been able to stop the decline. Our flagship model this year, the 900 SIXS, was a complete failure. The whole company is drifting without direction. Chen Chen thought for a moment and said, how about this, Uncle Lu? Let's phase out all current models as soon as possible and focus all our efforts on developing a new model. We'll pivot to the internet. Internet pivot. Lu Weibing looked at Chen Chen in surprise. He had considered it too, but a decade-old company pivoting to a completely new direction was extremely difficult. Exactly. This is the rapid development phase of mobile internet. We need to concentrate our forces. Though performance is declining, Red Star still has a loyal customer base. If our first model succeeds, we can break back into the top 3 domestic brands. It's a matter of life and death. Lu Weibing stood up and looked Chen Chen over from head to toe. Had the kid suddenly changed? Or had he drunk too much fake liquor last night? Chen Chen, with my wealth, would I drink fake liquor? Bar, not necessarily. Uncle Lu, call a high-level meeting tomorrow. I need to understand the overall situation. Fine. If you don't show up tomorrow, I'll go to your house and break your legs. Take a look around the company first. I have a meeting with Director Wang at 3:30 p.m. After saying this, Lu Weibing walked out. Closing the door, he steadied himself, hoping this kid truly turned over a new leaf. Chen Chen stood up surveying the office he had rarely visited. The desk was spotless, the bookshelves dust-free. Someone cleaned regularly. On the desk stood a photo of the old man shaking hands with a leader. Chen Chen sighed, put the photo into a drawer, and walked out to inspect the current state of the company. Hello, President Chen. Hello, hello. Everyone he met greeted him, and Chen Chen nodded in return. Though he had only visited the company a few times, the employees still recognized him. But except for withdrawing funds, he had never managed anything. Now the company even risked bankruptcy, and the employees harbored grudges. What's he doing here again? Since the old boss died, I've hardly seen him. Enough, don't say that. Uncle Lu is still here. Red Star is big enough, with or without him, it's the same. Though they spoke very softly, Chen Chen overheard them with his sharp ears. He shook his head in self-deprecation and continued walking toward the RD department. Young Master Chen has arrived, a rare guest indeed. Dr. Zhou greeted Chen Chen with a stoic expression. Chen Chen thought to himself, was this original body truly so unwelcome? Dr. Zhou was a leading expert in the RD department, whom the old master had gone to great lengths to recruit from the United States. Since joining Red Star, Dr. Zhou had been diligent and lived up to Elder Chen's expectations, successively developing several models that were well received in the market. Uncle Zhou, don't jest. I was immature before. From now on, I promise to follow the old master's example and come to the company on time every day. Dr. Zhou circled him curiously and said, Oh, has the sun risen from the west? You coming to work every day? Well, Uncle Zhou, I've come to check on the RD department and see if there are any difficulties. After Chen Chen spoke, Dr. Zhou sighed. The RD department faced no actual difficulties, yet it lacked a guiding force. When the late Elder Chen was alive, everyone was vibrant and full of enthusiasm. Since Elder Chen's passing, although President Lu paid attention to the RD department, he was overwhelmed by other company matters. Now the department continued following the late Elder Chen's directives. No difficulties, just a lack of direction. After Elder Chen passed, our entire department has been at a loss. No direction? How can there be no direction? Chen Chen was puzzled. With so much technology, how could there be no RD direction? We proposed developing new charging technology, but upper management deemed it useless. We wanted to develop new screens, but they said there were no new models to use them on, and costs couldn't be recovered. President Lu is busy every day. For now, we're still following Elder Chen's plan, developing new lens modules. New lens modules. How far along are they? Dr. Zhou produced a lens and said, This is our latest technology, a stacked structure with 7 lenses. It's slightly inferior to Sony's V439 module, but is already at an internationally first-class level. Chen Chen took the small lens module. It was quite exquisite. He couldn't fully grasp the specs, but being in the international first tier, it couldn't be bad. Our flagship phone this year didn't adopt this lens, citing cost considerations. Damn it, if you can't even equip a flagship with a top-tier lens, how can you call it a flagship, boy? It's 2011, and they came up with a side-slide full keyboard phone. Those people have pig brains. Seeing Dr. Zhou growing agitated, Chen Chen quickly changed the subject. Don't get worked up. We'll develop a new flagship model this year using this lens. You mentioned charging technology earlier. Any breakthroughs there? No, just theory. Our researchers attempted dual charge pump charging, but failed, and headquarters didn't approve the project or funding, so we didn't pursue it further. What about the chip department? Chen Chen was most concerned about chips. He never expected the old master to have laid the groundwork for the chip industry years in advance. What a valuable legacy. Old Lu said they completed simulation testing for 28nm chips last month, but the company didn't approve funding for tape-out. I reckon old Lu is fuming. Hearing this, Chen Chen finally understood what Lu Weibing meant by the company's chaos. A chip was designed, but never sent for tape-out. A lens module was developed, but not used in the new flagship. Future fast-charging technology lacked project approval and funding. No wonder Lu Weibing said several chip research institute heads wanted to leave Red Star. If I couldn't see hope for the company's recovery, I'd leave too. Rest assured, Dr. Zhou, he'll return to the company tomorrow and learn management from President Lu. As for your projects and funding, prepare them. After the high-level meeting tomorrow, he'll approve them. Chen Chen quickly reassured Dr. Zhou. Every researcher was a talent he couldn't afford to lose. Dr. Zhou's tone softened, and he spoke earnestly. Young Chen, your father came to the United States several times to recruit me. In ancient times, there was 3 visits to the thatched cottage. It was old Chen's sincerity and emphasis on RD that made me decide to return to China and join Red Star. Old Chen never broke his promise. Our company may not be the strongest in RD among phone manufacturers, but it's definitely in the top 3. Since Elder Chen passed away a year ago, alas. I know our market share has been eroded by several companies this year, but it's all due to high-level chaos. Young Chen learned well from Uncle Lu. I hope you can revive Red Star, just like your father. Dr. Zhou waved his hand, signaling Chen Chen to leave. Seeing his low spirits, Chen Chen said no more and left the company. Driving home, he reflected on the afternoon's observations. The most reassuring thing was that the research talent remained intact. The rest was temporarily less critical. Glancing at the dashboard and center console, he thought of Lei Bosie's electric car and sighed. The Maybach was good, but lacked technology, exuding a purely business feel. Lei Bosie's new energy vehicle allowed voice commands to control car functions and even home appliances. How exciting. Wasn't that better than a flashy sports car that couldn't even mount a curb? In his room, Chen Chen constantly searched online for current technological developments. Had Apple not yet released a voice assistant for phones? Were all batteries around 1,500 mAh? Was the highest pixel count from another Chinese company, Huawei Technologies, at 26 million with a 5-lens module? Was the fastest charging speed 5v1? 2A. Did foreign phones hold 79% of the Chinese market? Was 4G network expected to be deployed within a decade? Ridiculous. This world's technology level was roughly equivalent to Earth's 2011. A search revealed no company called Xiaomi, only one called Dami, founded by Lei Bosie. But Dami was a software company. Its product Feiliao was fiercely competing with Tencent for market share. Another company, Huawei Technologies, primarily built communication base stations and made phones as a sideline. Like Redstar, it relied on carrier channels for sales. However, online news said Huawei had appointed a new head for its phone division this year, named Yu Qingbei. The next day, Chen Chen, dressed in a formal suit under the care of the butler Uncle Chen, stepped into the company's conference room. The buzz of chatter instantly ceased as everyone turned to gaze at the young company president. With that suit on, he does look the part. Lu Weibing stood up, muttered softly, then addressed the crowd. Let's welcome President Chen. Applause erupted. Sincere or not, Chen Chen noted it was quite loud. I am deeply grateful for your unwavering loyalty to the company over the past year. Due to personal circumstances, I haven't been able to familiarize myself with the company's operations. Starting today, I will return to the company, and I hope we can work together to make our Redstar company even better. Regarding the recent decline in performance and future development, please feel free to share your thoughts and ideas today. Let's discuss them. President Chen, I suggest we strengthen our cooperation with the carriers and continue to increase shipment volumes. Su Guangyi, originally responsible for carrier channel management, found his position precarious upon hearing that carriers planned to cancel subsidies and buyback programs, leading him to harbor other intentions. President Chen, the key issue isn't the performance decline, but our transformation in the face of the smartphone wave. I suggest we abandon low-end channel phones and focus entirely on developing high-end flagships. A younger executive stood up and said, You're right. What's your name? President Chen, Chen. I joined Redstar 2 years ago. All right, write up a proposal and bring it to my office. This year's flagship already lost a fortune, and you still want flagships. Seeing Su Guangyi's differing opinion, Chen Chen immediately called on him. Su Guangyi, it seems you have a different perspective. Share it with us so we can discuss. President Chen, I have no particular ideas. I'm just thinking that since our high-end flagship this year failed so badly, pursuing another flagship might. Su Guangyi trailed off, but everyone understood his implication. Another failure would strain finances unbearably. In the past, a failure was manageable as revenues and performance were on the rise. But now, with overall performance declining, another failure would be disastrous. Manager Su has a point. However, I believe we should still pursue flagships while not completely abandoning low-end phones. As for those carrier channel phones, we should phase them out. The moment Chen Chen finished, Su Guangyi immediately stood up in opposition. Young President Chen, carrier channel phones account for 80% of our shipments. How can we just stop them? If we cut those models, what about Redstar's revenue? No, I oppose this. Hearing someone stand against him, Chen Chen was decisive and immediately retorted, since Manager Su says, so let's first reduce a portion of our carrier channel phones in the Huasha continent. As for overseas business, especially in Africa and India, well, leave it untouched for now. Manager Su, would you kindly take charge of the carrier channel business in Africa? Chen Chen's words caused Su Guangyi's face to flush a deep, livid red. What the hell? The Africa business isn't even stopped yet. Do we even have business in Africa? Chen Chen was relentless. If his first opinion was overruled upon returning, no one would listen to him in the future. Marketing department, suspend TV and offline marketing for now, pending new instructions. Market research, gather more data on competitor products and bring it to my office. Since I, Chen Chen, have returned today, I will take full responsibility for this company. From now on, the RD department reports directly to me. Minister Su, if you have any objections, I suggest you spend a few years learning at the Africa Business Department before reporting back to me. Alright, that's it for today. The mobile phone development and RD department stay, the rest can leave. Chen Chen's first meeting was neither a success nor a failure, but his stern suggestion to send Su to Africa established his authority. Even if they were temporarily dissatisfied with him, so what? He was the boss, the decision maker. If you feigned compliance, he would send you to Africa for some real experience. If not for the fact that the company couldn't yet do without these people, Chen Chen would have overhauled the entire staff from top to bottom. Never mind, he would investigate and fire them when appropriate, especially that Su guy. Get lost. As everyone filed out of the conference room, Chen Chen slumped back in his chair with a sigh. Uncle Lu, what's the deal with Su Guangyi? I've wanted to deal with Su Guangyi for a long time. Not only does he take kickbacks, but he's also been cozying up to other companies lately thinking, I don't know. Turning around, Lu Weibing addressed Dr. Lu from the RD department. Old Lu, I've already spoken with finance about the funds for your chip tape-out. It'll be in place soon. Contact the people on Treasure Island and prepare for tape-out. Understood, President Lu. Let's continue this in my office. I have a new idea I'd like to share with everyone, and I'll need your help. The group followed Chen Chen to his office. Once seated, Chen Chen pulled a design blueprint from his drawer. These are two phone designs I've created. One is a low-end budget model, and the other is a mid-range model around 2,000 yuan. I want the company to focus on developing these two phones and sell them online at cost. The group carefully examined the blueprints, which were fairly complete, though some internal stacking might need redesigning by the development department. President Chen, we already have a low-end budget model in our current product line. There's no need to open a new mold. Chen Chen held his head at this. They did have a budget model, but what kind was it? It lagged terribly after opening two apps with a mere 256 megabytes of RAM and essentially a generic design with no thought put into it. I want this budget model to have 1 gigabyte of RAM, use MediaTek's latest MT6725 processor, include front and rear cameras, and a battery of at least 2,000 milliamp hours. Only then will it be competitive in the market. As for pricing, keep it as low as possible. I'm willing to accept initial losses. The group gasped in shock. Accepting losses? This young President Chen had quite the nerve. They just wondered how the market would receive these phones. If it failed again, it would only make matters worse. Dr. Joe, we need to restart our charging technology, camera tech, and battery development. If you need funds, come to me for approval. I want these to launch alongside the phones. Can you do it? Rest assured, President Chen. Our charging solution will be ready in sync with the phone development. We can do it. Chen Chen clapped his hands with a smile. At least the old man's company still had its spirit and strength. Uncle Lugo called the head of our phone system department. I'd like to have a word with him. Speaking of the system, Chen Chen also found it a headache. It was barely usable, yet far from user-friendly. It was essentially stock Android, completely lacking any local adaptation. Alright, I'll go get him. With that, Lu Weibing left. Chen Chen turned to Dr. Lu and asked Dr. Lu, to be honest, can our chip reach mainstream international standards? Dr. Lu pondered for a moment and replied, in simulation tests its performance is not inferior to Qualcomm's Snapdragon S2, but the actual performance data needs to be tested after tape-out. Chen Chen nodded. As long as their design capability hadn't fallen behind, it was fine. According to the normal trajectory, mobile processor chip technology would only become more difficult in the future. Even if China couldn't produce domestic chips now, at least within these 10 years, they wouldn't face sanctions from the United States. As for 10 years later, perhaps Red Star would have developed its own lithography machine and produced chips. Soon Lu Weibing returned with a young man under 30 to Chen Chen's office. Xiao Chun, this is Zhao Jijia, who's in charge of our system maintenance. Zhao Jijia had a crew cut and looked very shy. He stood there awkwardly greeting Chen Chen. Hello, President Chen. No need to be nervous, have a seat. Dr. Zhou and Dr. Lu, seeing that Chen Chen had matters to discuss with Zhao, also took their leave. President Chen, is there something you need? Yes, I'm planning to deeply customize a UI for our Red Star, just like Xiaomi did. I think the stock Android on our phones is far too difficult to use and bugs keep popping up. Speaking of his specialty, Zhao Jijia immediately relaxed and began to recount how he had reported the issue to the company many times over the past year, but no approval had been given to develop a new UI. President Chen, I've actually had this idea for a long time, but the company has been unstable this past year, so we haven't been able to fully develop it. However, a few of us have already designed a prototype. If we're given enough engineering resources, we can complete it quickly. He then opened his phone to show Chen Chen the new UI he had designed. It was based on a flat design, looking much younger and fresher. Proceed with this approach. It doesn't need to have too many features, but it must be stable. They'll have Manager Lu coordinate the resources for you. Aim to launch it alongside the new phone. Understood, President Chen. After Zhao Jijia left the office in surprise, Lu Weibing looked at Chen Chen. He felt that this kid had really changed, focusing on the key points. Wasn't a phone all about these things: the chip, the screen, and the system? The chip affects speed, the screen affects visuals, and the system affects the user experience. It was 2011, and Lei Jun was actually able to go toe-to-toe with Tencent using Failio. MIUI system updates weren't that frequent, and its user base wasn't that large either. He wondered if Lei Jun would still go into making phones. If not, then Chen Chen would seize the internet market. If Lei Jun did, then they would settle it on the battlefield. We'll see whose legal department is stronger, Xiaomi's or Red Star's. Time flew by. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, Lu Weibing discovered that Chen Chen, true to his word, came to the company every day. Under his patient guidance, Chen Chen had basically grasped the company's processes, though he wasn't very interested in personnel and administrative management. He focused solely on the UI department, the pricing and development department, and the RD department. Dr. Lu had been in Taiwan for a month, but there was still no news about the tape-out. However, the good news was that the phone development department had produced the budget phone design that Chen Chen had proposed within a month. The reason was simple. Red Star had previously relied on carrier channels for sales, so they had produced mostly budget phones. Many molds only needed slight modifications to be reused. As for the MT6725 chip, thanks to their good relationship with MediaTek, they had sent a few senior engineers directly to help Red Star with development and adaptation. Looking at the engineering prototype produced by the phone development department, Chen Chen nodded with satisfaction. Although the deeply customized UI couldn't be used, yet a simplified version could run on this phone without any problems. Moreover, the absence of many features also reduced the system's burden given the performance of the MT6725 processor. When can we start mass production? Chen Chen asked, playing with the engineering unit. President Chen, once the engineering unit passes testing, will prepare for a batch production run. But since you said to cut off the carrier channels, our self-built online store isn't finished yet. Where would be suitable to sell it? In his previous life, e-commerce platforms were all set up by Lei Jun and others. Chen Chen thought it was simple, but he didn't expect that after a month Red Star had only built the framework and hadn't gotten it running smoothly. Should he hand it over to other channel distributors? That would require leaving them enough profit, which went against Chen Chen's original intention of selling close to cost. Should he sell it on the major platforms? Just as Chen Chen was pondering this, a knock came at the door. Come in. Xiao Chun, I heard the engineering prototype is ready. Chen Chen looked up and saw Lu Weibing. He handed the prototype to him. Lu Weibing examined it, turned it on, and tried it out, finding it quite smooth. By the way, what's the mass production cost for this phone? Because it uses 1 GB of RAM and this relatively new processor, the mass production cost is around 800 renminbi. I suggest we price it at 999 renminbi, which should achieve good sales. 999 is too expensive. 899 or 799 would be more appropriate. This? Lu Weibing was choked by Chen Chen's words, almost unable to catch his breath. A cost of 800, and you want to sell it for 799. Uncle Lu, contact the media later. We'll hold an online launch event to build hype for the new phone. Since our self-built platform isn't ready yet, we'll have to sell it on the major platforms. By the way, President Chen, a platform called Pinduoduo came to our company today, hoping we would open a store on their platform. Pinduoduo. It's already around this early. How big are they? Well, according to them, they're a newly established e-commerce platform focusing on low prices. I have an idea? Did they also mention something about subsidies? Lu Weibing looked at Chen Chen in surprise, wondering how this kid knew about Pinduoduo's subsidies. Chen Chen thought, ask anyone who doesn't know about Pinduoduo's 100 billion subsidy. Uncle Lu, give me the contact information for the person in charge at Pinduoduo. He'll arrange a meeting with them. Prepare for mass production. The new phone will be called the Shine Phone, first generation. Uncle Lu, contact the media and arrange an online launch event. He'll decide on the date. Chen Chen quickly contacted the business manager of Pinduoduo. When he heard that the CEO of Red Star wanted to meet him, his excitement made the flesh on his face tremble. Although Red Star's performance was declining noticeably, it was still a relatively well-known domestic phone manufacturer. Securing such a manufacturer's partnership would be a significant achievement for him back at the company. Shortly after noon, a plump figure arrived at Chen Chen's office. Hello, President Chen. My name is Guan Yusher, a marketing manager at Pinduoduo. You can call me Xiao Guan. Xiao Guan. Top seller. Chen Chen studied this top seller, who wore glasses and was chubby, clutching a file bag and looking quite nervous. Chen Chen stepped forward, patted Guan Yusher on the shoulder, and said, I'm not older than you, so calling you Xiao Guan isn't appropriate. Manager Guan, please have a seat. Then Chen Chen took a can of iced cola from the nearby fridge and handed it to him. Sit down, Manager Guan. Let's chat over a drink. I can't stand tea, there's only this in the office. Guan Yusher had just graduated from university and joined Pinduoduo not long ago. Though his title was marketing manager, he was essentially a salesperson tasked with persuading larger merchants and manufacturers to join the platform. In recent days, he had faced many cold shoulders while pitching. Feeling Chen Chen's warmth now, he was momentarily flattered. President Chen, you're too kind. Thank you. Chen Chen also sat down, but instead of immediately bringing up subsidies, he first asked, Manager Guan, I'm not very familiar with Pinduoduo yet. Could you introduce it to me? This was genuine. Though the previous live's cut for cash craze had swept the internet, he knew little about Pinduoduo emerging so early in this world. Of course, President Chen. Our company was founded in January this year, so it's been exactly half a year. We're currently seeking quality merchants and manufacturers to join us. Half a year. Chen Chen frowned. Guan Yusher noticed Chen Chen's expression. Unlike coastal cities, the imperial capital was an inland city and a political center. Merchants here were less sensitive to business trends than those in coastal regions. Some merchants were already indifferent to Alibaba's Taobao and Tmall platforms, let alone a newly established Pinduoduo. This was one reason Guan Yusher faced so many rejections. President Chen, although we've been around for less than a year, our transaction volume last month already exceeded 100 million yuan, and we have over 20 million paying users. We've also obtained a payment license and now have our own payment system. Chen Chen nodded silently to himself. Though the data still lagged behind Taobao and Tmall, as someone who had seen the future, he had no doubt about Pinduoduo's explosive growth through its cut-for-cash model. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Guan Yushi hesitating, as if he had something more to say. Sure enough, after a few seconds of thought, Guan Yushi said, President Chen, for quality manufacturers like Red Star Pinho, will offer a subsidy campaign and traffic support. Hearing the word subsidy, Chen Chen knew the main course had arrived. What's the deal with the subsidy? It's like this, President Chen. After you list products on our platform and pass our review, we'll provide a partial subsidy. This way customers get good deals, you get sales, and we increase our user base. It's a win-win-win situation. We'll also provide traffic support to boost your product's visibility along with various official collaboration rankings on Pinduoduo. As far as I know, Pinduoduo hasn't yet signed any major phone manufacturer, has it? Guan Yushi scratched his head awkwardly and said, Not yet. I sincerely hope you'll join us, President Chen, and become the first major manufacturer to do so. Rest assured, if you join, the subsidy will be at the maximum level and the traffic support will be top tier. After speaking, Guan Yushi adjusted his glasses and looked at Chen Chen earnestly. Guan Yushi's gaze stirred some emotion in Chen Chen. I agree to join, but you might need to contact your superiors. I don't just want to join you, I also want to invest. Soon Guan Yushi coordinated with the marketing department. Red Star Store went live on Pinduoduo, though no products were listed yet. The name was Simple Red Star Phone Flagship Store. Manager Guan, when you go back, make sure to report to your leaders that Red Star wants to invest in Pinduoduo. Guan Yushi, brimming with excitement, readily agreed. Don't worry, President Chen. They'll contact my leaders as soon as I return. They'll also follow up with you on the product listings. Once we finalize the products, we'll discuss the subsidy amount. It seemed that landing Red Star as a partner had brought Xiao Guan one step closer to becoming the top seller. Meanwhile, at Xiaomi headquarters, after finishing a press conference announcing Xiaomi's foray into phones, Lei Jun returned to the office and buried himself in work. A startup faced countless challenges. The competition with Tencent was already heading toward failure. Lei Jun had exhausted all his skills, yet still couldn't stem Filio's decline. Tencent's dominance in communication was too entrenched. Ever since they started leveraging QQ for traffic, Filio's user growth had plummeted. Filio's user growth rate kept dropping. Lei Jun had decided to shift his focus away from Filio and concentrate on another hardware product, the Xiaomi One. The concept for the Xiaomi One was personally crafted by Lei Jun, who had hired a professional hardware development team. After nearly a year of exploration, he planned to launch the Xiaomi phone in August. Since competing with Tencent and instant messaging seemed futile, it was better to change tracks. The Xiaomi One embodied the collective effort of the entire Xiaomi company. Unlike established hardware manufacturers like Red Star and Huawei, Xiaomi was a new company. Lei Jun had never imagined hardware development would be so difficult. However, Xiaomi's advantage lay in its inherent internet DNA, something those old-school manufacturers lacked. They were still complacent in the arms of telecom operators, oblivious to the changing times. This was the era of mobile internet. A company without an internet gene would not last long before being eliminated by the times. Xiaomi will carve out a bloody path for ourselves with low prices. After finishing his work on Pinduoduo, Chen Chen took a moment to open his computer and refresh the news. Soon a headline titled Lei Jun returns to the fray to make phones quickly caught his attention. Curious, he clicked on it and found it was about a media briefing Lei Jun had held where he announced his second entrepreneurial venture and that he would be launching the Dami phone next month. Chen Chen closed the webpage and pondered for a moment. Since he couldn't be a partner in this life, he would fight instead. Let's see if your Dami phone or my Red Star phone prevails. Then he felt a headache coming onto. The money in the company's account was insufficient, or rather he dared not develop another flagship model. The development department had yet to complete a mid-range model designed according to his blueprints. The only mass-producible device was the low and shine phone. Haha, this time I'll let you Lei Jun take 99 steps first, then watch me pull out a 100-meter blade. He picked up the phone and called Lu Weibing. Uncle Lu, contact the media. We'll hold an online launch event on the 1st of next month to unveil our Shine One. Old Lei, I wonder if you have a system in this life. Even if you do, I'm not afraid of you. Let's see if your Dami legal department is more formidable or my perseverance is stronger. There can only be one Jobs in the mobile phone industry. It has to be me, Chen Jobs. Chen Chen had been growing all along. This was a snapshot after chapter 600, hence the explanation. After psyching himself up, Chen Chen began preparing for the small launch event a week later. After all, in his past life, it was always old Lei who hosted the launches. He really had no experience. Could he just start by saying our Shine phone is so cheap, it'll take your breath away? Time quickly arrived on July 2nd. In the large conference hall of Red Star Company, Chen Chen looked at the media reporters wielding their cameras and felt a bit nervous. Taking a deep breath, Chen Chen accepted the microphone Lu Weibing handed him and stepped onto the stage. Seeing Chen Chen take the stage, the reporters below began whispering among themselves. They had thought it was Lu Weibing's launch event, not this useless Chen Chen. Why is it this kid? Doesn't he have nothing to do with Red Star Company? Well, besides drinking and chasing girls, can Chen Chen even host a launch? I'd like to see what he has to say. Chen Chen looked at the murmuring reporters and the disbelieving company employees nearby, cleared his throat, and began thank you all media reporters and digital circle friends for coming to our Red Star launch event. A lot has happened at Red Star in the past year. I've recently taken over the company, and the first thing I did upon returning was to create this brand new Shine phone for Red Star. As he spoke, Chen Chen pulled out a prototype from his pocket and held it up for them to photograph. Shine phone. I've never heard of Red Star having this series. Didn't you hear what Young Chen said? He personally crafted it after returning to the company. He can make phones. Isn't he just good at using his fists? Ignoring the strange looks from the audience, Chen Chen continued his presentation. Our Shine 1 is equipped with MediaTek's latest dual-core processor, the MT6572, which boasts a single-core frequency of up to 1.4 GHz, offering powerful performance. We've also fitted this phone with a 480 by 320 resolution screen, delivering a higher definition experience. As for the battery, we've directly used a large 2000 mAh battery to solve endurance issues simply and effectively. Notably, our Shine 1 features dual front and rear cameras, a 1.3 megapixel rear camera, and a 0.3 megapixel front camera. Finally, the system interface uses the Xiaomi UI deeply customized by our Red Star team, which greatly enhances the phone's smoothness. As Chen Chen pressed the remote control, the full configuration of the Shine 1 appeared on the big screen. Processor MediaTek MT6572 dual-core 1.4 GHz, screen 4.1-inch 480 by 320 resolution, memory 1 GB, 2 GB, battery 2000 mAh, camera rear 1.3 MP, front 0.3 MP, operating system based on Android 2.3, a deeply customized Xiaomi OS. Looking at the configuration on the screen, the bloggers and reporters began taking photos and discussing. This screen resolution, isn't it a blurry mess? Exactly, and the processor, what can MediaTek do? Probably even opening QQ would freeze it. This phone from Young Chen is no different from Red Star's previous low-end models. You call this making phones? Chen Chen looked around. Not only the media reporters, but even some company employees wore disdainful expressions. Is that it? Finally, let me share the price. Our phone is priced at 799 yuan, with a limited time offer of 749 yuan on the Pinduoduo store. I hope our media friends will remember this when writing their articles. Besides the phone, I also want to apologize to our fans. Over the past year, Red Star has let down your trust and affection. Much of it is due to my personal reasons. From now on, Red Star will definitely bring you more sincere products, and I hope you will continue to support us. This Shine 1 is Red Star's first sincere effort, but definitely not the last. Thank you all, respected media teachers. Red Star will later prepare tea and refreshments for everyone along with a Shine 1 for each of you. I hope you like it. Bowing to the audience, Chen Chen stepped off the stage and handed the microphone back to Lu Weibing. Upon hearing about tea, refreshments, and a free phone, each the media reporters exchanged knowing smiles. Well, it seemed this Young Chen was quite considerate. They mentioned tea and refreshments, but everyone understood. Then with their complimentary phones and tea and refreshments in envelopes, the reporters left Red Star contentedly to write their articles and publish the news. Not long after, online articles appeared about Red Star's young CEO and his sincere creation. Headlines like Red Star launches new phone series, limited time price, 749 specs, outclass 1,000 budget phones. Red Star Air returns to the fold with a masterpiece. Top 10 reasons to buy the Shine 1, and shocking. 1 GB RAM phone launches at just 749. Is it a distortion of humanity or a collapse of morality? The whole internet boils. Red Star's young and wealthy Chen Chen seeks. Chen Chen read the news and breathed a sigh of relief. At least the tea and refreshments had some effect. They hadn't used his scandals as headlines. He wondered if this phone could restore Red Star's reputation and market. Xiaomi, I'm here. What about the reward for releasing the phone? Can't you just send it directly to my brain this time? Sorting through data is exhausting. Please specify a medium host. Xiaomi will send the reward to the designated medium. Chen Chen let out a long sigh. If it were like the previous 2 books, directly transmitted to his brain, sorting through the data would kill him. Hadn't he died from overwork, staying up late to organize data? Returning home, Chen Chen took out his treasured hard drives and plugged them into the computer. One full, another also full. The content made him blush. All 4K and censored videos. Reluctantly formatting one, Xiaomi indeed transferred the data directly to the hard drive. 18W charging. Not bad. At least in the charging game, we can lead the pack again. It's 2011 and still using 320p resolution. This screen is just an eye strainer. What? 749 yuan for 1 GB of RAM. Then there's definitely nothing wrong with this screen. If I can't see clearly, it's my eye's fault, not the phone's. Where can I buy it for 749? What the heck is Pinduoduo? Isn't Red Star about to go bankrupt? That side-sliding full keyboard they released at the start of the year nearly blinded me. Bro, it's 2011, and you made a full keyboard phone that's side-sliding. Many netizens were skeptical of the news released by the media. After all, everyone knew that last year Red Star's President Chen passed away, and the young President Chen spent his days drinking and chasing girls, completely neglecting the company. Suddenly a phone with decent specs priced at $749 appeared, and people found it hard to believe. Especially seeing 1 GB of RAM. They simply couldn't believe that 749 yuan could come with 1 GB of RAM. At that time, even phones priced at around 100 yuan rarely had 1 GB. Most had 512 megabytes, and budget phones under 100 yuan only had 256 megabytes. And then there was something called Xingyao OS. Redstar actually changed their system interface. Could these oldtimers really design a system interface, and one that was youthful and fresh with a flat design style? Soon this Shine 1 was listed on Pinduoduo. The product title boldly claimed 100 genuine product guarantee, official self-operated, 100-fold compensation for fakes, nationwide warranty. The young man in charge of the store Xiao Zhang was a bit confused and quickly asked, President Chen, what does this mean? Wouldn't this be considered false advertising? False advertising. Chen Chen's gaze immediately fixed on Zhang Weichao. Isn't this a genuine product? Isn't it official self-operated? Feeling the weight of Chen Chen's stare, Zhang Weichao had no choice but to press on. President Chen, we barely have any physical stores nationwide. We can't possibly offer a nationwide warranty. Are you stupid? As long as it can be shipped to our company from anywhere in the country, we'll repair it. Isn't that a nationwide warranty? Everyone was left speechless. Lu Qi, 22 years old, had just graduated from a vocational college. Like many of his classmates, he started working right after graduation, becoming a proud salesman. After a long day out, Lu Qi dragged his exhausted body back to his rented room. His stomach growled with hunger. He pulled out some noodles from the cabinet, boiled some water, and lay on the bed savoring a rare moment of rest. After nearly a month of work, aside from the fatigue, he felt his current phone becoming increasingly useless. He desperately wanted to buy a new one. Yes, like most salesmen, he spent his days making countless calls and adding clients' contact information. In just a month, he could no longer tell where life ended and work began. Every time he opened QQ, it was almost entirely filled with work messages. He hated this life. Lu Qi sighed, dropped the noodles into the boiling water, thought for a moment, then cracked an egg into the pot. A simple dinner was ready. While slurping the noodles, he opened a shopping platform to browse for a new phone. As a fresh intern, he had no savings, and buying a phone was already a significant expense. No, I have to replace this one no matter what. He'll just find something cheap. I can survive on noodles for another half month. Lu Qi's requirements weren't high: a large battery, smooth operation for Failao, WeChat, and QQ, and of course the cheaper the better. With such a budget, he dared not even dream of Apple or Samsung. Nokia, ZTE, Huawei, and Samsung's mid-range phones all cost over 1,000 yuan. Remembering that he had used a Lenovo laptop throughout college without a single issue in 3 years, he decided to stick with the Lenovo brand. After all, Lenovo was a major brand. Soon he found Lenovo's cheapest smartphone, one that was actually usable. Seeing the MediaTek 4971 processor with a 1.2 GHz clock speed, Lu Qi frowned. Scrolling down, he saw 256 megabytes of RAM, 1 GB of internal storage, and a 150 mAh battery. Typical value. The price was 110 yuan with no aesthetic appeal whatsoever, just a black bezel encasing a 4-inch screen. But Lu Qi didn't care, he just wanted good performance. However, this combination of specs didn't seem to scream user-friendly. 256 megabytes of RAM. Wasn't that the same as his current phone? And the 110 yuan price was already over budget. Let me check other options. If nothing else works, I'll go with this. Reluctantly, Lu Qi continued browsing other phones. He had heard online that a company called Dami was also planning to make phones with high-end specs comparable to foreign phones, costing over 400 yuan, but priced at just over 200 yuan. But he needed a phone now, and 200 yuan was way over his budget. Just then a notification crawled to the top of his phone screen at an agonizingly slow pace. Come/me bro, Pinduoduo. Lu Qi recalled downloading the app after a Pinduoduo promoter had convinced him earlier. As a fellow salesman, he felt a kinship, so he downloaded it. Opening Pinduoduo, he found the phones were indeed cheaper than on Taobao or JD.com, but the specs revealed they were mostly knockoffs. Looks like I'll have to grit my teeth and buy that Lenovo. Which means another month of eating noodles. At that thought, the noodles in his mouth suddenly became hard to swallow. Just then a new product appeared on Pinduoduo's homepage. Redstar's masterpiece dual-core, 1 GB RAM phone, limited time, offer 749 yuan, lowest price online. Nationwide warranty. 100-fold compensation for fakes. Seeing this, Lu Qi felt his noodles regain their flavor. After all, his current phone was a Redstar. Though it was painfully slow, its build quality was impeccable, having weathered wind and rain with him, and remained remarkably sturdy. Perhaps the marketing copy on the homepage was irresistible, and Lu Qi found himself clicking on it. 100 genuine. 100-fold compensation for fakes. Redstar official flagship store. Scrolling down the product details, he indeed saw the 1 GB of RAM advertised. As he studied the specs, his noodle slowing slowed. These specs. Was this phone aiming for the sky? Though the screen resolution wasn't high, it was on par with others. It even had a front-facing camera. The battery was large too, at 200 mAh. Pushing the noodles aside, Lu Qi picked up his phone to scrutinize the specs. Yes, this was exactly what he needed. Besides, Red Star was a brand with over a decade of history. He read the details over and over until the noodles in his bowl clumped together, but Lu Qi grew more excited. If the specs were as described, this phone would meet all his needs. Smooth operation, large memory, big battery. That was enough. Without hesitation, Lu Qi placed the order. After entering his bank card number and linking it to his Pinduoduo wallet, he decisively pressed pay. At that moment, the gears of fate began to turn. Lu Qi, having successfully placed his order, immediately sent the link to the university dormitory group chat. Brothers, look what I've found. Hongxing actually made a phone with such great value. A dual-core 1.4 GHz processor plus 1 GB of RAM. At that moment, everyone had just graduated and their camaraderie was still warm. Instantly, the QQ group became lively. Eldest son, I say, old Lu, please spare me. I've already helped you with 1/request. Now, just seeing that link makes me want to vomit. Lu Qi, I just wanted to share, didn't ask you to slash anything. Lu Qi's face flushed red. A couple of days ago, he had mobilized his classmates and friends to help him slash the price of a pair of slippers, and it took dozens of people to finally succeed. Second son, damn brother Lu, this phone's value is incredible. Only $749. They'll buy one too after I get my salary this month. Third son, you two are really something. Hongxing is on the verge of bankruptcy, and you still dare to buy their phone. Dual core with 1 GB RAM. If that phone actually works, it'll stick my head in an electric fan on full speed. Screenshot taken. Screenshot taken. Sunlay. Chen Chen was closely monitoring the situation of the shining phone. After it was listed on Pinduoduo, he stayed in the department overseeing the online store. Nearly half an hour had passed since it went live, yet there was still no activity. This inevitably made Chen Chen a bit anxious. Whether he could turn things around depended entirely on this phone. Finally, by evening, the customer service account received its first purchase message. However, with that first order, Pinduoduo's chain-based propagation method quickly brought a second, a third, and then 100. Sigh. By the time Chen Chen left around 10 o'clock, over 2,000 units had already been sold on the Pinduoduo store. Over 2,000, that's a decent start. I wonder if sales will surge once the news breaks. I still need to push the progress on our self-built online store. We can't completely abandon offline channels either. It's easy to give them up now, but rebuilding them later will be much harder. Lu Weibing, who was also just getting off work, saw that Chen Chen had been busy until 10 o'clock and nodded in approval. It was good to see that he had truly reformed. It wasn't in vain that he had struggled to keep the company afloat for the past year. Early the next morning, Chen Chen's first task upon arriving at the company was to check the sales of the Shining First Gen on Pinduoduo. President Chen, as of 8 a.m. today, our Shining First Gen has sold a total of 100 units, with over 800 from Pinduoduo. Hearing that they had sold over 10,000 units in a single night, Chen Chen was overjoyed. He waved his hand grandly and said to the few people in the office, "Good work, you'll all get bonuses this month." Hearing about bonuses, Xiao Zhang, who was in charge of the online store, perked up instantly. Over the past year, the company had even struggled to pay salaries on time, let alone bonuses. They had never even thought about it. Thank you, President Chen. Thank you, President Chen. The few people in the office let out surprised and delighted voices. It had been a long time since anyone had received a bonus. Imperial Capital Wanshirt Tiandi Building, Xiaomi headquarters. Lei Jun had just arrived at his office when Xiaomi's President Lin Bin rushed in with his phone. President Lei Hongxing launched a phone last night for $799, equipped with a dual-core 1.4 GHz processor and 1 GB of RAM. What? 1 GB of RAM? Lei Jun was taken aback not by the 1 GB RAM and dual-core processor, but by the price of $799. He had struggled and fought with suppliers and OEMs, even braving earthquakes and nuclear leaks to negotiate screens in Japan. The total procurement cost of materials alone exceeded $1,400. Adding assembly fees, logistics, and taxes, he was planning to price it at $1999, thinking it would shake up the mobile phone industry. He never imagined that Hongxing would directly price theirs at $799. However, after reviewing the full specifications, Lei Jun breathed a sigh of relief. This product was not in the same league as his. With that MediaTek 1.4 GHz processor, what could it even do? Just make calls and use QQ. It was nowhere near as powerful as the Qualcomm processors he had sourced. Nothing to get worked up about. President Lei am not talking about their specs and price, but rather the integration and negotiation capabilities of these established phone companies. If we at Xiaomi tried to negotiate for this phone, we absolutely couldn't achieve a price of $799. I suspect Hongxing isn't even planning to make a profit on this phone. They might even be selling it at a loss. Lei Jun pondered for a moment and realized it was true. Xiaomi's suppliers were reluctant to even supply goods, let alone negotiate prices. We at Xiaomi are an internet company. Extreme efficiency is our winning formula. These established companies may have their integration and negotiation capabilities, but they are unwilling to give up profits or embrace change. That's why I say Xiaomi will definitely succeed. Extreme focus, efficiency, and speed. These were the 7-character internet mantra Lei Jun had summarized. How could an old-school phone company understand the essence of the internet? With that thought, Lei Jun opened his computer and specifically searched for information on this Chen Chen. Lei Jun knew that Hongxing's former boss Chen Yunlong had passed away last year. In the year that followed, Hongxing had barely launched any new models. The one flagship they finally released was already completely outdated by the time it hit the market. This clearly showed that Hongxing was in complete disarray. Soon Lei Jun found a video of Chen Chen launching the Shining One. After watching the entire thing, Lei Jun mused that this young man didn't seem like a spoiled rich kid. His apology at the press conference seemed quite sincere. But the previous news reports didn't seem fake either. Things like being seen entering hotels with models, buying limited edition sports cars, and picking up the tab at bars. Thinking about it, Chen Yunlong was not even 50 when he passed away. Suddenly handing over such a huge company to a young man in his 20s, it was understandable that he would act that way. Look at himself in his 20s. He had completed 4 years of university coursework. In just 2 years his programs were included in textbooks. He became the general manager of Kingsoft at 28, and he led the company to its IPO. This kid was nowhere near his level. As time passed, sales of the Shining First Gen soared on Pinduoduo and other platforms. In just 1 month, total sales across all channels had exceeded 5,000 units. Of course, Pinduoduo accounted for the largest share. Guan Yushi, for bringing Hongxing onto the platform, was promoted, directly becoming a true regional manager in the capital. Although Pinduoduo lost 50 yuan on every Shining One sold, the founders' faces were still beaming like flowers. It was the investors' money being burned, but the paying users they gained belonged to Pinduoduo itself. On August 16, 2011, at the 798 Art Exhibition Center in the imperial capital, the Rice Corporation held the launch event for their inaugural smartphone, the Rice One. As a longtime Rice fan, Chen Chen naturally had to attend this momentous occasion. Of course, he sat in the front row as a specially invited guest. Previously, Rice had clashed with Failiao and Penguin through their messaging apps, and their MIUI operating system had garnered a massive following. Even Chen Chen had to admit that the early MIUI system was indeed smooth and user-friendly, far superior to his own hastily launched Xingyao OS. It seemed he would need to emulate it upon his return. Borrowing ideas was not shameful. It wasn't plagiarism. The entire venue was filled with Rice fans. Some had traveled from across the country, while most were from the vicinity of the imperial capital. As for whether there were any plants, Chen Chen wouldn't know. When Lei Jun took the stage, the venue erupted in thunderous applause. Chen Chen joined in. Then Lei Jun began introducing their product on stage. This product is the labor of love from our Rice Corporation, the ultimate dream of 7 old boys. Our Rice One features the world's fastest Qualcomm dual-core processor. It boasts a 1.5 GHz clock speed and an embedded GPU module for faster graphics processing. Watching Lei Jun's fervent presentation on stage, Chen Chen couldn't help but feel a bit bored. Why bored? He had already attended this launch twice before. This was the 3rd time. Soon the large screen behind Lei Jun displayed the full specifications of the Rice One. The device height was 125 mm, width 63 mm, and thickness 12 mm. It weighed approximately 150 g. As for the design, just as Lei Jun had said, there was virtually none. The front was simply a touch panel with slightly raised edges for protection, and the entire body was made of plastic. Even the mid-frame was plastic. Why was the mid-frame plastic? 2 words: cost-effective. To save on expenses. After all, the price of $19.99 was already low, so they cut corners where they could. Even by 2024, many phones still had plastic mid-frames. So plastic or not, it didn't matter. What mattered was consumer preference. After detailing the Rice One specs, Lei Jun began recounting some anecdotes from the device's production. Tales of braving nuclear leaks and earthquake risks to negotiate screen deals with Sharp in Japan, or struggling to find a contract manufacturer. A whole host of stories. After these tales, it was time for what everyone cared about most. The price. Online rumors had been rife with figures like $2,999, $2,799, and even whispers that Lei Bus would sell the phone for $999. Opinions were all over the place. You must be eager to know the price of our Rice One, right? Before revealing the price, let's look at the costs of high-end flagship phones on the market. Samsung's Galaxy series over 4,300, Apple's over 4,700, HTC's G and 1 series over 3,700, and this year our domestic Red Star 903, also over 3,200. It seemed Lei Jun was even comparing prices with Red Star's failed flagship from this year. Chen Chen helplessly covered his face. Truly embarrassing. Who gave those people the audacity to price it at $3,999? Then Chen Chen was startled by a massive sound effect. No need to guess. It was the sound of the 4 characters 1999 dropping. Small scene, small scene. He had seen those 4 huge gold embossed characters countless times. Without looking up, he could guess it was 1,999 with his toes. Lei Bus is awesome. Roar, roar. The venue fell silent for half a minute. Then the audience suddenly erupted. They had debated endlessly online, but no one expected Lei Jun to price the Rice One at $19.99. With such specs as Lei Jun had compared, no foreign manufacturer sold for under $3,000. Yet Lei Jun directly said it at 1,999. How could the audience not be thrilled? Unthinkable before, right? As Lei Jun left the stage, the audience began to file out. Hadn't Lei Jun mentioned that the phone would require a flash sale? Going back to pre-order was the smart move. After the launch, Chen Chen didn't leave, but went backstage with the staff's help. Seeing Lei Jun approaching with an outstretched hand from afar, Chen Chen felt a mix of emotions. In his previous 2 lives, Lei Jun had treated him like an elder, and Lei Jun had largely heeded his advice at Rice. This time as rivals. President Lei, I wish you great success with the Rice one. As Lei Jun drew near, Chen Chen promptly offered his congratulations. It was also the truth. Based on current trends and historical patterns, the Rice one was bound to be a hit. President Chen, you're truly accomplished at such a young age. I saw your newly launched Sparkle phone. It's basically sweeping the low-end market. Then their hands clasped. President Lei, I'd like to visit Rice Corporation to learn what an internet company is really like. Would that be convenient for you? Lei Jun showed no displeasure and replied directly, welcome. Rice is always open to President Chen for a visit and inspection. Lei Jun didn't underestimate Chen Chen due to his youth. Instead, he kept a low profile, even replacing the word learn with visit and inspect. Let's exchange contact info. Once you're through this busy period, President Lei, he'll definitely come to bother you. Always welcome. Then he took out his phone and exchanged business cards with Chen Chen. After all, with the Rice one just launched based on Rice's operations, they probably hadn't even produced a single phone yet. With all sorts of matters ahead, Lei Jun would be swamped. Could I seize this window before the Rice one ramps up production to rush out our phone? Chen Chen knew that the Rice one would go through a long production ramp-up with mass delivery not starting until next year. It was only August now, meaning he still had 4 months to prepare. Otherwise, once the Rice one began mass delivery, even if he launched a product, it wouldn't have the same buzz and traffic. After all, Rice Corporation was a traffic magnet. Just ride that wave. With this thought, upon returning to the company, Chen Chen immediately urged the team to expedite the mid-range phone, codenamed One. The One signified top priority and also marked Red Star's first-generation phone for a fresh start. Just as Chen Chen returned to the company, Lu Weibing pushed the door open and said, Xiao Chun, there's good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Chen Chen looked puzzled. Why would there be good and bad news? Shouldn't it all be good news? Let's hear the bad news first. Our chips can't be produced by TSMC because their 28 nanometers process isn't mature yet. And the good news? The good news is that our chips based on the 32 nanometers process have already been successfully taped out. Dr. Lu was about to catch the earliest flight back to the company. Chen Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He knew it. There wasn't really any bad news. Normally, TSMC's 28 nanometers process wouldn't mature until next year. For now, basing the design on 32 nanometers was perfectly fine, as long as the performance tests came back okay after they returned. Speaking of chips, Chen Chen truly admired the old man he had never met. He could only say that the foresight was remarkable. He had assembled a top-tier chip team. Coming here, at least he didn't have to start from scratch with chip development. This is a very generous legacy, and I must make good use of it. Also, the development of Red Star 1 is just waiting for our chip. The Qualcomm version has already been adapted and can go into mass production by the end of this month. I suggest we directly release the Qualcomm version. After all, the S2 chip has been proven by Rice 1 to be an excellent chip. After listening to Lu Weibing, Chen Chen couldn't help but nod. The explosive popularity of Rice 1 was foreseeable. Even if he used the same configuration and price as Rice 1, catching up with them at this stage would be difficult. Besides, he didn't plan to use the same price. Since Rice had set the price at $19.99, Chen Chen didn't mind adding fuel to that fire. After all, Qualcomm chips cost $50 each, but his own chips wouldn't cost nearly that much. The initial investment had already been made. If sales reached over 3 million units, the cost of his own chips would be just over 200 renminbi. Moreover, Red Star's bargaining power was much stronger than Rice's, and some suppliers could accept lower prices. There was also the manufacturing cost. Red Star and Foxconn were long-term partners, so the manufacturing cost would certainly be lower than that of Rice 1. All things considered, using its own chip, Red Star 1 could achieve a lower price than Rice 1. The only thing missing now was time. Whether Red Star could mass-produce the phones before Rice 1 ramped up its production capacity. Once Dr. Lu returns and the tests are successful, concentrate all resources on chip development and adaptation, then prepare for mass production. We'll hold the launch event next month. Upon hearing Chen Chen's plan to hold the launch next month, Lu Weibing anxiously reminded him, Xiao Chen, isn't next month too rushed? We might not even finish the adaptation work by next month, and even if we launch, we won't have phones to sell. Chen Chen immediately understood that Lu Weibing was still stuck in traditional thinking. His mindset was worlds apart from Rice's internet-based approach. No, Uncle Lu. This time we need to learn from Rice and start an efficiency revolution. We'll stock up as much as we can for the initial batch, and if we can't, well, follow Rice's model. Zero inventory producing based on orders. As I mentioned before, streamline the personnel structure. Don't be afraid of having fewer people as long as we focus on the essentials. As for those old-timers who are inefficient, fire them if necessary. By the end, Chen Chen's tone was stern. In his past life, he had always been at Rice and witnessed the entire operational efficiency of the company. Looking at Red Star now, everything felt sluggish. Like a decrepit old man. To change things, drastic measures were needed. Someone like Su Guangyi. Why not just fire him instead of sending him to Africa? In the camera department, 12 people with 2 directors and 3 managers. Who does the actual work? Oh, and the guy doing the UI, what's his name? He said he applied several times, but couldn't get approval for the new UI proposal. Above him, there's a director and a manager. What's the use of these people besides wasting food? The head of the UI department must be someone who understands technology and reports directly to me. Listening to Chen Chen's litany of complaints, Lu Weibing could only smile wryly. He knew the management was overly bloated, but without Chen Chen's return, he couldn't make drastic cuts. Don't fire the workers first. You might not know the situation and accidentally cut a vital artery. That would be ugly. You're more familiar with the management. Just handle the pure management types who aren't from a technical background. Indeed, cutting some management would keep the company running, but carelessly firing a worker could bring an entire department to a halt. Chen Chen didn't want to make such a mistake. Seeing Chen Chen's low spirits, Lu Weibing decided to head back and think about the layoff list. On his way back, he kept pondering what internet thinking was and what traditional thinking was. In Lu Weibing's traditional mindset, a batch of phones should be produced first, then released for sale. Subsequent orders would be adjusted based on sales. More if sales were good, fewer if not. The advantage was that phones would be available for immediate purchase after launch and consumers wouldn't have to scramble. The downside was that if the phone didn't sell well, the produced units would have to be discounted. The process also involved warehousing, logistics, and the constant depreciation of components. Lei Jun's internet thinking, however, was to launch first and then produce based on customer orders. This saved a lot of capital and eliminated inventory pressure. For example, later Rice sold a suitcase for 169 renminbi. Could other manufacturers do that? Yes, but they wouldn't make money or would even lose money. But Rice dared to do it because there was no inventory pressure. They would even produce only after an order was placed, shipping it directly from the factory. The profit per unit after deducting everything was just a few or a dozen RMB. The profit came from cutting out the middlemen in the inventory and distribution channels. When Lei Jun wanted to make power banks, he asked many manufacturers if they could make one for 65 renminbi. Many manufacturers shook their heads, saying it was impossible at that price. Most people would have given up at that point, but Lei Jun didn't. He saw an opportunity. Since others couldn't make it for 65, if he could, wouldn't the market be his? As for the result, everyone saw it. The 69 renminbi power bank became a massive hit, selling tens of millions of units in less than a year. Little did they know that Lei Jun, applying internet thinking to products for the first time, was also experiencing a mix of happiness and worry. Although Rice 1 had been launched apart from over 1,000 engineering units, there wasn't a single mass-produced phone. Facing the howling netizens and fans online, Lei Jun was truly troubled by this happy problem. With the release of the Dami 1, both the phone and its company quickly gained popularity on the internet. For just 1,999 yuan, one could purchase a device with formidable performance and configurations that rivaled those of foreign giants selling for 3,000 to 4,000. What more could you ask for? Just go for it. However, when many eager fans rushed to Dami's official website, they were greeted by a reservation interface. What? Why isn't it on sale yet? Didn't you hear, Lei Jun? First you reserve, then it goes on sale. So you're saying Dami released a PPT phone? Actually, it couldn't be called a PPT phone. Lei Jun had prepared some units for sale. As for the quantity, sorry, only 1000 units, and they were numbered engineering prototypes. On August 17th at 10 a.m., 100 engineering samples of the Dami 1 were listed on the online store. They were gone in the blink of an eye. Over 100,000 people competing for just 1000 units. Of course, they vanished instantly. Later, Dami opened another round of pre-sales for 100 units, which were also snapped up by fervent consumers within minutes. Those 100 units weren't in stock. They were essentially IOUs from Dami. They collected the money first, then produced the phones. Chen Chen glanced at the news about Dami online, and a faint, imperceptible smile tugged at his lips. He knew all too well that 100 units might be just 3 days production for Hongxing, or even 2 if they ran at full capacity. But for Dami, this quantity posed a significant challenge. They would face all sorts of issues with materials, contract manufacturing, taxes, invoices, and packaging. To deliver all 100 orders, Lei Jun would likely need 2 months. What's more, Chen Chen clearly remembered that next month a typhoon would hit Thailand, affecting a supplier of breathing lights and causing a shortage of parts for the Dami 1. With this in mind, he immediately picked up his phone and posted a message on Hongxing's official Weibo. A fresh start. The Hongxing 1 more extreme than extreme. After this Weibo post, tens of thousands flocked to see it. Hongxing 1. Didn't you release that 10 years ago? More extreme than extreme. More like more disappointing than disappointing. You guys at Hongxing should just give up on the fresh start and go out of business already. If you can't just sell it to Lei Bosi. Look at his Dami 1. The value for money, the price. It's a massacre, a total slaughter. I've been using Hongxing phones for 10 years ever since Mr. Chen released the first Hongxing one. This phone has accompanied me from my student days to marriage and parenthood. Now that Hongxing is releasing a new Hongxing one, I hope you'll carry on the legacy and keep making our domestic phones better and better. Don't get all sentimental up there. How can this Chen Chen compare to old Mr. Chen? Just 2 months ago, he was in a bar shouting all drinks are on Mr. Chen. And now he's hosting a press conference. Are you kidding me? Chen Chen felt a bit awkward reading the various comments from netizens. The original owner of this body had been quite a handful. Sports cars models buying drinks for the whole bar. He did everything except dabble in that one thing. Chen Chen specifically replied to the 10-year loyal fan, "Thank you for your support of Hongxing. I'd like to send you a ticket and round-trip transportation. I hope you can come to our press conference where I'll personally replace your phone with our latest Hongxing one." Lei Jun, overwhelmed with work, saw Chen Chen's Weibo post during a break, liked it, and reposted with a comment, "Welcome back, Hongxing." Not only Lei Jun but several industry bigwigs also liked and reposted the message. Even the newly appointed Yu Qingbei gave it a like. Seeing these blessings from the big names, Chen Chen knew they were doing it out of respect for the late old Mr. Chen. If it were just him, they'd at most be polite. Soon Lu Weibing entered Chen Chen's office and immediately said, "Xiao Chen, our adaptation isn't finished yet. Are you sure about rushing the launch?" Looking up to see Lu Weibing, Chen Chen replied, "Seriously, Uncle Lu, it's not about rushing. The Dammy one is at the peak of its popularity, and since Lei Jun can't deliver, this is the perfect time for us to make our move. By the way, Xiao Chen Dr. Lu just messaged that our chip has been successfully powered on and tested without issues. They've started the adaptation process today and asked if we want to name the chip." "Name it." Chen Chen thought for a moment. He almost blurted out Peng Lai S1, but then remembered that Damas legal department was everywhere. If he used that name and got the book banned, it would be a shame. He paused and said, "Uncle Lu, any ideas?" "How about Hongxing C1? C stands for Chen, representing the significance of old Mr. Chen to Hongxing." Chen Chen considered it and said, "Hongxing C1. The name lacks impact. What about Lingxiao S1? An ancient saying goes, one who seeks to linger briefly serves the times, the one who aspires to soar aloft rises above the clouds. This is the superior person." Lu Weibing listened to the somewhat obscure classical Chinese text Chen Chen recited, pondered it, and found it quite evocative even if he didn't fully grasp it. "All right, let's go with Lingxiao S1. He'll inform the marketing department and Dr. Lu." After Lu Weibing left, Chen Chen murmured to himself, savoring the phrase from Bio Puzi Shirji, and found it more and more intriguing. The crystallization of modern technology named after a text from ancient Chinese civilization. It indeed had a unique charm. Lu Weibing moved quickly and executed with strong efficiency. Soon pre-release buzz about the Hongxing one appeared online, and the term Lingxiao shot straight to the top of the trending list. I heard that when old Mr. Chen was alive, he invested heavily in chip development. Finally, there's a result. Alas, what a pity about old Mr. Chen. Such a great entrepreneur stuck with such an unworthy son. But I must say the name does have a certain flair. Absolutely. When I hear this chip name, I feel like I'm ascending to the heavenly palace. Lingxiao, it sounds so majestic. Was it old Mr. Chen who came up with it? Not sure. I heard from insiders at Hongxing that it was their young boss Chen who named it. It's from some obscure text, too hard to remember. Isn't he supposed to be an uneducated playboy? How could he come up with a name like that? He must have taken it from someone else. I've got to check out this press conference. If he shouts all drinks are on Mr. Chen, again, that would be hilarious. It's not even certain that he'll be the main speaker. Maybe the product manager or Lu Weibing will take the stage. But after what you said, it does have that vibe, ha. As the online buzz surrounding the upcoming Red Star 1 grew, Lei Jun sensed something amiss. This Red Star was clearly riding on his coattails. His own Rice 1 was marketed as the world's fastest Rice phone. Red Star directly countered with faster than fast. He boasted the world's fastest Qualcomm dual-core processor, and Red Star followed suit, touting its own fastest processor, Lingxiao. Shameless. It was always him, Lei Jun, who leveraged others' hype for marketing. How did this sticky plaster end up clinging to his fame? Yet seeing Red Star's pixel-perfect imitation, Lei Jun felt a thrill. It proved his Rice phone was a resounding success. Why else would a decade-old phone manufacturer place such importance on his Rice 1? He just wondered how much substance Red Star truly possessed. After allocating enough engineers to the UI department, Chen finally welcomed the first version of the Xingyao OS after 2 months. With over a dozen senior engineers and 100 junior engineers fully dedicated to the new OS UI, it went live in just 2 months. This was Red Star's true strength. Chen Chen and Lu Weibing then went to the company's system UI department. As they entered the workspace, Zhang Weichao immediately came forward to greet them. With the former director and 2 managers removed, he was now the department's head, directly answerable to Chen Chen. President Chen, President Lu. Zhang Weichao then led them to a dedicated testing area. Several engineers were already testing the full version of Xingyao OS. Among the sample devices were not only Red Star phones, but also models from Rice, Huawei, HTC, and other manufacturers. President Chen, I had to pay double to get this Rice engineering sample. Reimburse it, ill approve it shortly. Having worked together for months, Chen Chen and Zhang Weichao had grown familiar. Their age gap was small, so Zhang no longer felt constrained and occasionally cracked jokes. All test phones ran systems developed from Android, including Rice's MIUI and stock Android. The main focus was comparing smoothness and background apprehension. Of course, smoothness was paramount, the top priority for consumers buying phones. President Chen, as per your instructions, we avoided adding many extra features to the UI to prevent bloat and performance issues. Hearing this, Chen Chen picked up a sample device and began operating it. Exactly, smoothness is crucial. It determines Red Star's reputation and survival. Zhang Weichao looked at Chen Chen hesitantly. President Chen, speak your mind. Oh, why the hesitation? After all these months, you know my character. Just say it. Zhang Weichao seemed to have made a decision. Hey, race the thing, President Chen. While optimizing the underlying system, we had an idea. What idea? Android requires recompilation in its virtual machine when launching apps, which is a major cause of lag. We wondered if we could recompile or skip the compilation entirely. This could vastly improve app performance and system smoothness. It might also address Android's fragmentation issue, though it would require more engineers. Chen Chen nearly dropped the phone he was holding. Was Zhang suggesting developing their own operating system? Although Zhang saw it as an optimization, Chen knew it was tantamount to rewriting an entire OS. Setting down the sample, he patted Zhang on the shoulder. Great idea, and highly promising. But for now, your priority is perfecting the current UI. You'll set aside time to discuss this idea in detail. Rest assured your idea will be implemented. However, the company is just getting on track. Launching such a project now carries too much risk. You understand? Zhang nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. As long as Chen Chen hadn't dismissed the idea. In Zhang's view, this was the right path. Rewriting the underlying code to change Android's virtual machine operation was the ultimate solution to Android lag. Chen Chen then began toying with the test devices one by one. While his company's OS interface was still somewhat rudimentary, it performed well in smoothness, background management, and heat dissipation. The new interface had completely shed the old dull gray style. It gave the entire phone a youthful vibe. That was what pleased Chen Chen most. What more could he ask for from the first version? In Zhang's view, the Xingyao OS, he led, though lacking MIUI's features and fun, and iOS's smoothness was still exceptional compared to other competitors. Zhang Weichao then handed Chen Chen a report on the phone's system interface. Smiling, he said, President Chen, our Xingyao OS seems quite impressive so far. Chen took the test data and studied it carefully. After reviewing the data, Chen found he couldn't fully grasp it. But Zhang had thoughtfully printed comparisons. Indeed, it was decent. In smoothness, it was second only to Apple's iOS, even slightly smoother than Rice's MIUI. Good work, Xiao Zhang. Bonuses for everyone in your department this month. Chen Chen announced loudly across the office, prompting cheers. Thank you, President Chen. No need to thank me. You've earned it. Engineers are our company's most valuable asset. Without you, everything would be a castle in the air. Xiao Zhang continued testing diligently. Fix bugs quickly. The Xingyao OS is a crucial part of our upcoming Red Star 1 launch. Leaving the system UI department, Lu Weibing couldn't help but marvel at how Chen Chen's return had transformed the entire company. They then visited the RD department, where the high-voltage charging solution Chen had given to Dr. Zhou should now be in mass production as an 18-watt charger. Dr. Zhou, is our 18-watt charging solution ready? Chen asked upon entering. It's done. Your solution coincided with Xiao Li's in the lab and solved a problem that had troubled him for a long time. He's now developing the next-generation charger based on this solution. Chen Chen thought to himself, of course. System produced, always top-notch. Everything was in place, just awaiting the final push. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, it was September 20th, 2011. The launch event for the Red Star 1 was scheduled for 2 o'clock that afternoon. Inside the stadium of a certain industrial university in the imperial capital, some audience members were already waiting at the entrance to enter. Although Red Star's performance had declined, and they hadn't released a decent phone in 2 years, the company still retained some influence. After all, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Lu Weibing was inside the venue arranging for staff to conduct final equipment debugging. Originally, he intended to host this significant launch himself, but he couldn't persuade Chen Chen, so he let him take the stage as the main speaker. As time ticked by, fans, spectators, and media personnel gradually filed into the venue. Of course, some of these attendees were loyal fans specially arranged by Lu Weibing to prevent Chen Chen from freezing up if he encountered an awkward silence. As the countdown ended, the lights in the venue slowly dimmed. Chen Chen took a deep breath and, dressed in casual wear, stepped onto the stage. When he reached the center of the stage, a beam of light shone upon him. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for coming to our Red Star new product launch. Many audience members and media colleagues may not be familiar with me yet, so let me introduce myself first. I am Chen Chen, currently the head of Red Star Technology Company, 22 years old. The word unmarried drew laughter from the audience, as if he were here for a matchmaking event. After I returned to the company this year, the first phone I personally crafted was our Red Star Shine 1. This phone, priced at 799 yuan, was loved by consumers upon release. As of now, sales have exceeded 3 million units. Thank you all for your support, Chen Chen said. After he finished, many in the audience began discussing, so the phone with 1 GB of RAM for $799 was his work. I bought it for $749, and it's still very smooth. This young President Chen doesn't seem like an idle good for nothing. Why do people say that online? You wouldn't know, let me tell you. Chen Chen pressed the remote in his hand and images of the Red Star 1's exterior began scrolling on the big screen. Our Red Star 1 features a front flat panel design. From the front, it looks like a single piece of screen. The back uses high molecular nanomaterial, offering a comfortable feel. Through our research, we found that this latest high molecular material is 31 lighter than the previous generation and has 50 improved wear resistance. The entire device adopts a curved design, allowing your palm to fit more snugly with our phone, providing a more comfortable grip. But a phone isn't just about external comfort, its internals are equally important. Just a month ago, our competitor released the world's fastest main-frequency Gaodong S2 processor, with a chip frequency reaching an astonishing 1.7 GHz. But today, our Lingxiao chip, also based on 32-nanometer design and development, achieves an even faster main frequency of 1.8 GHz. As our promotional poster says, there is no fastest, only faster. The Lingxiao S1 chip uses Red Star's self-developed new Lingxiao architecture with excellent instruction set scheduling. Thus, while possessing powerful performance, this chip also saves power and has very low energy consumption. This chip was led in development by my father when he was alive, taking over a year to meet everyone. It embodies my father's hard work and the entire Red Star's efforts, marking a significant advancement in our Huawei chip design industry. A burst of warm applause erupted in the venue. Of course, the applause wasn't for Chen Chen, but for his late father, Old Master Chen, and this domestically produced chip. Everyone knew that foreign phones were dominating the domestic market with take-it-or-leave-it pricing. Even domestic phones except for Huawei used foreign chips. Now another manufacturer could present a self-designed and developed chip deserving the audience's applause. You might ask, what's the use of just a fast main frequency? How does it compare to the Gaodong S2 in performance? Please look at the big screen. Our engineers accidentally fished out a competitor's phone equipped with the Gaodong S2 processor from a lake near Zhongguancun. You can see the comparison chart. As the competitor said, if you want to test performance, run a benchmark. Our Red Star 1, equipped with the Lingxiao S1, scores 1800 points, while the competitor with the Gaodong S2 only reached 1680 points after being frozen in a fridge. Our Lingxiao S1 is truly the world's fastest Red Star phone. No one paid attention to the phrasing issues in Chen Chen's words. Everyone stared at the big screen, watching the animation where the Rice 1 was taken from the fridge and scored 1680 points, while the Red Star 1 casually scored 1880 points after gaming. I see some of you still don't believe it. How about I run a benchmark live with a Red Star 1 to show you? Chen Chen knew some would doubt the Red Star 1 with the Lingxiao S1 could achieve such scores. Given Red Star's past phones, audience skepticism was normal. Soon an engineer brought a Red Star 1 onto the stage. After showing it to the audience, Chen Chen signaled to adjust the big screen to display the phone's screen. With the staff members' OK gesture, Chen Chen directly opened a benchmarking app called Intuitu. This was a commonly used benchmarking software. Please wait and see. We're at room temperature, no freezing. Chen Chen's remark drew laughter, but he had already engaged the entire audience, leading the rhythm. Soon the Red Star 1 scored 17600 points. No guesswork needed, the earlier 1800 points were likely achieved in the lab. Say no more. With this Lingxiao processor, if the Red Star 1 is priced at 1999, it'll definitely buy one. Dream on. Knowing Red Star style, if they sell this phone below 300, it'll eat my words. Seeing the impressive performance, the audience began chattering. Everyone's interest was piqued by Chen Chen. The phone seemed quite good. The only question was the price. A good chip deserves an even better screen. Our Red Star 1 uses an 800 by 480 resolution screen measuring 4.2 inches, offering an extremely high-definition experience. Many might wonder, since your screen and processor aren't extreme, what does your slogan Beyond Extreme mean? Please watch. In the video, several manufacturers' phones were placed on a table, all powered off with dead batteries. As the power was switched on, all phones began charging simultaneously. The video fast-forwarded, and the Red Star 1 was the first to complete charging, with the timer stopping at 61 minutes. The other phones generally took over 2 hours to finish charging. As you can see in the video, our Red Star 1 not only has a larger battery, but also boasts faster charging speeds. The competing phones in the comparison generally had battery capacities under 2,000 mAh, with the largest, the Dami 1, it had only 1,900 mAh. Our Red Star 1 has 2,200 mAh. With a 2,200 mAh battery, we achieved a full charge in just 61 minutes. This is thanks to our Red Star's powerful technical reserves, as we equipped this phone with an 18-watt charging specification. While other manufacturers use 5V1A 5-watt charging, what does our 18-watt charging mean? We are far ahead. A gasp of astonishment rippled through the audience. 18-watt charging. A full charge in 61 minutes. Terrifyingly impressive. Of course, this time we have equipped the Red Star 1 with dual front and rear cameras. The rear camera uses a 7-piece stacked lens module independently developed by Red Star. It has 8 megapixels and a larger aperture, allowing you to take beautiful photos even in dark environments. For the front camera, we use the OV390 Lens A1, 3-megapixel lens. In addition, I would like to introduce you to the latest Star OS operating interface on our Red Star 1. This operating interface is the result of the hard work of all our Red Star engineers. We have completely changed the old outdated style and adopted a brand new operating interface. First, we have abandoned the drawer-style secondary menu and placed all applications directly on the desktop. Second, all our icons and animations have been redrawn and developed to be more aesthetically pleasing and smoother. Third, our engineering team has made extensive optimizations to the underlying Android files, ensuring our phones remain smooth during long-term use and solving Android's tendency to randomly freeze or overheat. As Chen Chen finished introducing the UI, Lei Jun, who was watching the launch event live, changed his expression. What is this? How is this different from my MIUI? It's not exactly identical, but it's remarkably similar. Chen Chen, you little rascal, you really have some nerve. And he still wants to come and learn from us at Dammy. Learn nothing. If I let him come, he'll steal everything from Demi, leaving us with nothing. Not only Lei Jun noticed the similarity between Star OS and MIUI, but many in the audience who already used MIUI also noticed. Chen Chen continued his introduction without changing his expression. It wasn't plagiarism, just a reference. Reference, understand. Next up is probably the price segment everyone is most concerned about. Before announcing the price, I'd like to ask you all 2 questions, okay? Okay. Lu Weibing heard the sparse response and thought to himself it was useful to hire some paid audience members. Otherwise, you'd be facing an awkward silence right now. Isn't our Red Star 1 beautiful? Beautiful. This time the response was noticeably louder, as the phone's design was indeed commendable, with multiple colors and the ability to change the colored shell. As long as everyone thinks the Red Star 1 looks good enough, then our designer's hard work wasn't in vain. Regarding the price, because we used independently designed and developed chips and lens modules along with such fast charging speeds and a generous 1GB, 8GB memory combination, the price might exceed everyone's expectations. As Chen Chen's voice grew more hesitant, the audience's hearts sank. Could it really be over 3,000? The Red Star executives initially wanted to price this phone at $2,999, but after our overnight discussions, I finally convinced them, so our prices. The audience held their breath waiting for Chen Chen's reveal. On the big screen, a few numbers slowly appeared. 98. The audience looked at the still unrevealed price, but their hearts had already settled. Even at $29.98, it would be a steal. And since Chen Chen had created suspense, it was very likely not $19.99. But Lei Jun's heart leaped into his throat as he looked at the 98. This kid, he can't possibly be going for $19.98, can he? He'll say nothing about you copying our marketing or imitating Damas MIUI, but this price. Lei Jun was genuinely worried that Chen Chen would do something reckless. Our final price is $19.98. Wow. As Chen Chen's words fell, the audience erupted in unprecedented cheers and applause. Lei Jun was so shocked he stood up straight from his chair. How dare he? The procurement cost for our Dammy 1 is almost $2,000. Even if Red Star is a bit cheaper than us, selling at $1,998 means they're making no profit. And unlike us at Demi, they don't have an internet business. What's their angle? The people around him looked at Lei Jun, and he had to suppress his questions and sit back down. Isn't the price of $19.98 a great deal? Yes. Boss Chen, you're the best. Do you all want it? Yes. All right, security, guard the doors. No one leaves until they each buy a Red Star 1. Ha ha. Laughter filled the venue. Just kidding with you all. I believe those in the know have already guessed that our Red Star phone is being sold at no profit. So selling it for $19.98 is purely to make friends. Making friends, not making a profit. Next, the Red Star 1 will open for reservations on our official Red Star website store. You can also search and download the Red Star Store app to pre-order. The first batch of 200 units will go on sale next Friday at 10 a.m. We hope you can come and support us. This concludes the launch event. Please exit in an orderly fashion. Thank you, everyone. Lei Jun, leaving his seat, felt somewhat dazed. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? We at Dammy worked hard for a month to produce just 100 units, and you at Red Star casually talk about having 200 units in stock. You even copied our sale time. Damn your Friday at 10 a.m. Watching Chen Chen quickly walk off the stage, Lei Jun had no desire to speak with him. He got up and headed out of the venue. In contrast, the new head of Huawei's mobile terminal, Yu Qingbei, warmly approached Chen Chen. President Chen, you are truly accomplished at such a young age. The Red Star 1 at $19.98 has really opened my eyes. President, you flatters me. Huawei is the big brother of our domestic phones. It is I who should learn from you. The young and old shook hands warmly and exchanged business cards. President Chen, we at Huawei also have a launch event at the end of the year. I hope you can come and support us. Of course. I won't disturb you any longer, President Chen. Watching Yu Qingbei leave, Chen Chen knew this was also a formidable person to deal with. They were all old foxes entrenched in the digital and software circles. Hey, that guy who said he'd eat his words if Red Star 1's price dropped below 3,000, don't run off. I've got something bigger here. Zhang Fuguei ignored the shouts from behind and strode swiftly outside. What the hell was 1998? Did you ever consider my feelings? I'm not old 8. Was Red Star really willing to lose money just to make friends with users? Zhang Fuguei certainly didn't believe it. The launch event ended, but various news about the Red Star 1 began to ferment online. On Weibo's trending list, the topic of this Red Star 1 appeared directly. It even surpassed news about the Mi 1 and a celebrity divorce, charging straight into the top 3. Wait, wasn't Red Star on the verge of bankruptcy? How did they suddenly pull out a self-developed chip and a 1998 new phone? I have to admit the specs of the Red Star 1 this time are truly top-notch. With these specs and this price, it's a direct critical hit at 1998, obliterating the Mi, isn't it? Didn't you notice Chen Chen is quite handsome? He doesn't seem at all like the dissolute playboy the news describes. Forget it upstairs. You can talk about the phone, but leave Chen Chen out of it. He's just a spoiled rich kid. Oh, what does he know? Don't you dare talk about my husband like that. The online comments and messages were all sorts of strange, with everyone saying something different. But one thing was certain, the Red Star 1 had indeed become a hit. The last time Red Star made the top 3 trending topics was when old Master Chen passed away. Lu Weibing looked at the online news, nearly shedding tears of old age. Old Chen, rest in peace. It seems this Chen Chen can carry on your legacy. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, at the Wanshi Tiandi building Mi headquarters, this Chen Chen and Red Star are truly shameless. Not only do they copy our marketing and promotion, but they even plagiarize our MIUI and our path. In the office, Lin Bing was furious. After all, the specs of the Red Star 1 were now similar to the Mi 1, and leveraging Red Star's powerful resource integration and bargaining power, they had directly priced it at 1998. It was a complete showdown with the Mi 1. President Lin, don't get angry. Red Star can't figure out the path of cost performance. Do they think selling at a loss with a price lower than ours will let them beat us? Lei Jun, on the other hand, remained calm, sitting on the sofa and speaking unhurriedly. Do you know why Red Star only dared to stock 2,000 units this time? With their capabilities at this price, not stocking 1 million units seems a bit off. Why? Because they have no money left in their accounts. A few days ago, Su Guangyi even said that Lu Weibing's loan application from the bank was rejected. Lin Bing thought about it and felt Lei Jun was reasonable. Since Red Star cut off its operator channel phones, the company's total revenue had instantly dropped by 90, and even Su Guangyi, the channel director, had been fired. It wasn't just Su Guangyi, many of Red Star's management had been laid off. There might be a major internal funding issue, and it was highly likely related to finances. Having worked at Motorola for many years, Lin Bing knew how costly chip development was, and many companies had gone bankrupt from it. President Lei, sorry, I lost my composure just now. Then Lin Bing picked up a can of cola from the table, took a sip, and continued. But Red Star's foundation can't be underestimated. The 18-watt charging technology they unveiled is truly enviable. Being able to achieve 18 watts of charging power is impressive. The chip was beyond Mi's current capabilities. This charging technology genuinely made me covetous. The 18-watt charging of the Red Star 1 was a revolutionary advancement in the charging field. Currently, most phones on the market had a pitiful 5 watts, and even the latest HTC series only managed 7 watts, far from the Red Star 1's 18 watts. You see, Red Star has pulled out lens modules and their trump card, 18-watt charging. I think Red Star is making a desperate last stand. If they win, they continue to thrive. If they fail, bankruptcy is not far off. In fact, Lei Jun's guess was accurate, though even failure wouldn't lead to bankruptcy. It would only set them back by a few months or half a year of development. After finishing the launch event, Chen Chen felt as if he had undergone a transformation. Initially facing the crowd of over 2,000 people, he was a bit nervous, but as the event progressed, that nervousness turned into excitement. It was like a child excitedly showing off a new toy to friends. After arranging all the sales preparations and leaving the rest to Lu Weibing, Chen Chen drove home. He couldn't wait to find out what reward Xiaomi would grant this time. Xiaomi, I'm here. What reward do I get for launching the product this time? The reward is the 1080p resolution screen technology and production process data. A screen. This was a great reward. With it, Chen Chen wouldn't need to order screens from Sharp anymore, and producing them himself would save a significant amount of cost. Moreover, current phones didn't even have 1080p screens. If he suddenly produced a phone with a 1080p screen, wouldn't that be another critical hit that sweeps the board? Xiaomi, transfer the data to the hard drive. I've prepared it. Chen Chen plugged a newly purchased top-tier hard drive into the computer. He really couldn't bear to format another one of those drives in the drawer that held precious learning materials. Alright, host, reward issued. After backing up the data on the hard drive twice, Chen Chen finally fell asleep peacefully. Little did he know the internet was already in an uproar. Your Red Star 1 is all about copying. Copying the promotion, copying the UI, copying everything. You're just a knockoff phone factory. Upstairs, don't forget Red Star was originally a knockoff phone factory. Just a knockoff that got big. After all these years, Red Star still stays true to its roots. Just copy plain and simple. Give it a rest. Who says only me can make a UI? Our Xiaomi OS is original too, and our Red Star one is only 1998. The specs are stronger than your Mi one. No matter what you say, Red Star is still copying with zero original design. What's this black tech 18-watt charging? Everyone uses safe 5-watt charging. Aren't you afraid the battery will explode with 18 watts? After posting that on the forum, Zhang Fuguwei flexed his wrists. It had been a while since had engaged in such intense online sparring, and he felt a bit out of practice. And what about that 7-element lens module? It feels just like Sony's latest module. Did they just rebrand someone else's work as their own? And their so-called Lingxiao architecture, the Lingxiao S10, feels to me like nothing more than a rebranded ARM architecture, hardly a self-developed one. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to develop a self-designed chip, especially in instruction set architecture? You up there, stop your blabbering. No matter what you say, the Hongxing Gen 1 is 1998. You claim the Lingxiao architecture isn't self-developed, yet its performance rivals the Qualcomm S2, and it sells for 1998. You say its camera can even compete with Sony's latest lens modules, but doesn't that make 1998 an even better deal? At this price, even if the battery exploded while charging, IDs still say it exploded beautifully and quickly. A 10-year loyal fan of Hongxing, I came without invitation. After watching the blogger's analysis, my resolve to buy the Hongxing is stronger than ever. Zhang Fuguwei slumped into his chair as the relentless 1998 comments flashed before his eyes. He couldn't argue back. He was utterly outmatched. So many 10-year loyal fans had appeared from nowhere. No matter what he said, their only retort was it's 1998. Clenching his fist, he thought, just you wait, Hongxing. You made me lose face like this. When you go on sale, I'll definitely grab one and take it apart piece by piece. I refuse to believe I can't find a single flaw. As the sale date approached, many netizens were eagerly preparing to make their purchase. The frenzy of the Dami 1 launch was still fresh in their minds. They just hoped that Hongxing, as a major manufacturer, would have higher production capacity. Soon at 10 in the morning, the purchase interface opened, and prepared netizens flooded into the Hongxing online store. Haha, this is much easier to buy than the Dami. I got the blue one. I got one too, it's the black model. Unfortunately, this launch is all Unicom versions. I wonder how long I'll have to wait for the Telecom version. Alas, I already bought the Dami Gen 1, but I don't know when it will ship. The anticipated sellout in seconds didn't happen. The initial batch of 2000 Unicom 3G units took a full 7 minutes to sell out. Chen Chen stared at the sales data. Sometimes when sales are fast, you get anxious. Selling slowly is even more worrying. He fretted that netizens might not like this model and wouldn't buy it. Uncle Lou posted a message on the official blog saying that our first batch of 2 Hongxing Gen 1 units sold out in 5 minutes and will be shipped within a week. After instructing Lu Weibing, Chen Chen headed to the RD department to have Dr. Zhou study the technical parameters of the 1080p screen technology and then rushed to file patents. As he walked, he pondered whether to adopt Damis' hunger marketing strategy for the Hongxing Gen 1. After much deliberation, Chen Chen decided against it. While such a strategy could generate buzz, it would also severely damage their reputation. In the early stages, there was no need for deliberate hunger marketing, simply controlling the quantity would suffice. At the launch event, he said they weren't making money, just making friends. But in reality, no business is purely charitable. The phone selling for 1998 had a material cost of less than $1,400, the rest were taxes and other expenses. It was simply a matter of controlling the sales volume initially, then reaping profits later once component prices dropped and production capacity increased. Arriving at the RD department, Chen Chen handed a hard drive to Dr. Zhou. Uncle Zhou, this hard drive contains the latest screen technology. Please take a look first, and then file a patent as soon as possible. Dr. Zhou took the drive curiously and asked, the latest screen technology. How new is it? Some manufacturers in Huawei are already mass-producing 720p screens. They're just a bit more expensive. It's 1080p. It includes not only the technology, but also the complete production process. Dr. Zhou's hand trembled slightly as he held the drive. Understanding the technical parameters was one thing, but obtaining the production process was extremely difficult. For example, with the same chip TSMC's, different production processes yielded vastly different performance. Without asking where the technology and process came from, Dr. Zhou connected the drive to his computer and began to examine it closely. After a while, he rubbed his head and said, I only have a superficial understanding of screen technology. I don't quite grasp it all. Let me call Old Lee over. Don't worry, Old Lee has been with Hongxing for 7 or 8 years. He's trustworthy. Seeing Chen Chen nod, Dr. Zhou went out and brought in a middle-aged man. This is Old Lee, who's in charge of screens here. CEO Chen has brought a technical document. I need you to take a look. Without a word, Old Lee nodded at Chen Chen and went to the computer to examine it. Impressive. The technical specifications of this screen are completely world-leading, and it even includes the full production process. With this, building our own panel factory would be no problem for Hongxing. CEO Chen, where did this technology come from? As Old Lee examined it, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. However, after his last question, Zhou gently nudged him. Old Li realized he had asked something he shouldn't have, and quickly changed the subject. CEO, Chen, should we build our own panel factory? With this technology, we can definitely secure a leading position. Building our own factory requires too much investment and is too slow. We don't have the time or the capital. The best approach is to file patents first, then partner with an existing panel manufacturer for collaborative development and production. This was a decision Chen Chen had already made. After all, Hongxing didn't have the resources to invest in building a panel factory. A single factory would cost at least 4 to 5 billion, and building one capable of supplying all screens for Hongxing phones would likely cost over 10 billion. Currently, the panel manufacturers in Huaxia include BOE Tianma and of course CSOT. CSOT just started production at a mega factory this year. It's a joint project by the Shenzhen government and TCL with a total investment reportedly exceeding 20 billion renminbi. Old Li was incredibly knowledgeable about domestic panel manufacturers and quickly identified several potential partners. Let's go with CSOT. I've heard about their Shenzhen project too. The investment is massive and TCL has strong panel technology. Chen Chen decided to continue cooperating with CSOT. Old Li Zhou, please organize the materials as soon as possible and file the patents. Regarding the cooperation with CSOT, he'll have Uncle Lu and Old Li go to Shenzhen later. Okay, CEO Chen. After Lu Weibing posted the news Hongxing Gen 1 units sold out in 5 minutes on the official blog, he immediately went back to work on the next production batch. It could be said that before Chen Chen joined the company, Lu Weibing was the busiest person there. Since Chen Chen arrived, Lu Weibing had become even busier. But this kind of busyness made Lu Weibing happier. At least there was a clear direction now. With the first batch of Red Star 1 selling like hotcakes, when Chen Chen arrived at the company the next day, everyone greeted him sincerely, saying, "Good morning, President Chen." The success of the Red Star 1 reignited the remaining employees' sense of purpose and love for the company. In truth, all of this was insubstantial. The real reason was that Chen Chen had distributed bonuses to everyone, even the security guard at the gate. Offering a greeting cost nothing, so why not? As the saying goes, if you want to get rich, have fewer kids and plant more trees. As long as wages and bonuses are generous, employees will be brimming with enthusiasm. Otherwise, even if you preach about the blessings of 996 every day, it's utterly useless. The moment Chen Chen stepped into his office, Lu Weibing followed closely behind. "Good morning, President Chen," Lu Weibing said with a smile, addressing Chen Chen with a respectful title. "Uncle Lu, have a seat." Chen Chen brewed a cup of hot tea and handed it to Lu Weibing. After all, Lu Weibing was currently the busiest person in the company, handling everything from promotion to materials to production, tirelessly managing the Red Star 1. "President Chen, I contacted Foxconn yesterday. They've prepared the 200 units and will start shipping today. They'll continue to follow up on any remaining issues." Then Lu Weibing flipped open his small notebook, took out a pen, and said, "The materials for the second batch are ready and can go into production at any time. However, we now have over 300 pre-orders. How many units should we prepare for the second batch?" Chen Chen pondered for a moment and replied, "With 300 pre-orders, the number will likely keep growing in the coming days. Let's prepare 300 units for the second batch and open reservations for purchase once a week. 300 units. Isn't that too few? From yesterday until now, our pre-orders have already exceeded 300. By the next sale, it might surpass 1 million. Wouldn't 300 units be insufficient?" Lu Weibing was puzzled by such a low stockpile. Look at Xiaomi. They've delivered fewer than 200 units in 2 months, yet consumers are still patiently waiting. You know the profit margin on our phones. In the early stages, with costs not yet spread out, each phone yields only a few dozen yuan in profit, less than 2. By next month, component prices will drop further. And learning from Xiaomi, controlling the shipment volume early helps maintain the phone's buzz. Moreover, overstocking would strain our cash flow. I have other plans for that money. I'm preparing to develop a true flagship phone. Another flagship. Xiao Chen, I'm worried we've just started to turn things around. Don't bite off more than we can chew. Develop another flagship. Lu Weibing broke out in a cold sweat just thinking about the 903 series flagship from earlier this year. If he hadn't decisively halted production, slashed prices, and begged carriers to bundle part of the inventory, as contract phones, Red Star might have been crippled by a single model. Even in the days of old Master Chen, selling over 100,000 flagship units a year was considered a stroke of luck. The thought of another flagship terrified Lu Weibing. "Uncle Lu, don't worry. Since I've decided to develop a flagship, I'm confident it will succeed. Even if sales fall short of expectations, we won't lose money. And if we don't make a flagship, we'll never shed the label of a knockoff brand." Some netizens still call Red Star a decade-old knockoff maker. Chen Chen kept reassuring Lu Weibing. But since Chen Chen had made up his mind to develop another flagship, Lu Weibing could only comply. "By the way, President Chen, the buzz around our Red Star 1 has surged into the top 3 on the trending list. It's still climbing." Speaking of the buzz, Lu Weibing grew excited. As long as there was hype, sales were guaranteed. Even if the phone was poorly made, there would always be netizens who couldn't resist testing it. Let me see just how bad this phone is. I'll buy one to try. It was all about rebellious curiosity. Buzz is a good thing. The key now is to ship the first batch. Once consumers get their hands on our phones, the hype will sustain itself for a while. The two discussed other company matters in the office before Lu Weibing left to oversee the shipping. In Beijing at Xiaomi headquarters, Lei Jun stared at the news that the Red Star 1 had sold out within 5 minutes. His already weary face, worn from supplier negotiations, grew even more troubled. He had toiled endlessly to woo suppliers and fought tooth and nail to secure a manufacturing deal with Inventec in Nanjing. Now, with the Xiaomi 1 riding a wave of popularity and 100 orders in hand, they couldn't ship due to various issues. Kushing, how long until the factory issues are resolved? Red Star has already sold 2,000 units, but we can't even deliver our 1,000 orders. Frustrated, Lei Jun called Kushing, who was stationed at Inventec in Nanjing. President Lei, we're doing our utmost to solve the SMT process problem. Give me a little more time, 3 days at most, and I'll have it fixed. Hearing that it would take another 3 days, Lei Jun helplessly pressed his hand to his forehead. 3 days to solve the problem, then start production. But with Xiaomi's current output, delivering the remaining 9,000 units would likely take a week's worth of capacity. Lei Jun estimated that Red Star's production capacity was about 2,000 units per week, and that was without full capacity. If Foxconn ran at full tilt, they could produce over 5,000 units a day. Fortunately, Foxconn's capacity was currently dedicated to Apple, as they had to prioritize their biggest client. That was a small consolation for Xiaomi. Why did Red Star get ahead of me when I started the internet phone trend? In reality, Red Star's capacity wasn't as high as Lei Jun imagined. As he guessed, Foxconn was fully occupied with Apple, so even longtime clients like Red Star had to wait. But what Lei Jun didn't know was that Lu Weibing had already secured a manufacturing deal with BYD. Currently, Red Star's budget phone, the Shine 1, was being produced by BYD. This demonstrated the strength and legacy of an established brand. In later years, after Huawei successfully transformed, it leveraged its powerful R&D capabilities and supply chain expertise to surpass Xiaomi in sales and technology. Before facing sanctions, it even overtook Apple. Time flowed gently, and the first batch of 2,000 units of Red Star Model 1 was finally shipped within a week. Consumers in cities close to the Langsheng factory, like the capital, quickly received their phones. At this moment, all users who had purchased or were considering purchasing the Red Star Model 1 were eager to know if the phone truly lived up to what Chen Chen had claimed at the launch event. At the launch, Chen Chen had thoroughly outperformed competitors, especially in charging, where he boldly declared it was far ahead. It's amazing. Truly amazing. Although this phone's aesthetics can't compare to the Fruit phone at the price of $1998, it's even more appealing than Rice 1. Wow, how did you get it so fast? Mine just shows as shipped. Try its charging speed and see if it's real. I've already started testing. I've been watching videos for hours and the battery hasn't run out yet. Forget charging, I'm already in love with this large battery. So seeing your Red Star Model 1 on my Rice 1 suddenly feels less appealing. But since I already bought it as one of the first users, it'll just settle. With the delivery of the Red Star 1, review videos began appearing online. Most tech bloggers were relatively fair, as few manufacturers sponsored reviews back then, and everyone evaluated the phone objectively. However, a video titled Old Zhang Talks Phones soon caught everyone's attention. Everyone only talks about the pros, so Old Zhang will discuss the cons of this phone. In my view, the fast charging of the Red Star 1 was hyped to the heavens by Chen Chen at the launch, as if it were some black tech from the Zenith Star. In reality, companies like Fruit and Samsung have similar tech reserves. So why didn't they use it? Because they believe current fast charging technology isn't mature and safety risks outweigh charging speed. That's truly people-oriented. Do you think Fruit, Samsung, and HTC don't want to make such fast charging? They could deliver faster, more efficient charging anytime. Fruit, you're right, I'm all about safety. Samsung, don't talk nonsense, I don't have such fast charging tech. Besides, with replaceable batteries now I can swap a battery in 20 seconds. Can your charging beat that? So this so-called black tech fast charging is utterly useless. Now let's talk about the design. Look at the Red Star 1's back cover. It's curved, the bezel is plastic, and the 3 function buttons are symmetrical. Unacceptable. A phone should be like a Fruit phone, square and straight. That's design, that's technology. Chen Chen, I suspect you're pointing at me. And what about the Lingxiao processor that Chen Chen hyped to the skies? What good is a processor alone? Aren't the IPS baseband and RF still American tech? Don't you still have to pay patent fees, honestly? So stop boasting about being domestic. What else can these domestic phone companies do besides undercutting prices? Now let's talk about the Red Star company itself. As everyone knows, Chen Yunlong's Red Star started by imitating and copying others, didn't it? Over a decade has passed, and this company still copies other phones with no core technology of its own. In short, it's just an assembly plant. Don't call it a national enterprise. A copycat is a copycat, forever a copycat. After posting the video and long article, Zhang Fuguwei flexed his wrists. Let them call me old, watch me tear them apart. Could anyone say I'm not objective? Or that I'm slandering Red Star? Impossible. With replaceable batteries, what good is fast charging? Even if the Ling Xiao chip is self-designed, the supporting solutions still rely on others' patents. That's a fact. I'm such a genius. If Red Star doesn't give me tea and snacks, I want to delete the post. This is compensation for mental distress. Zhang Fuguwei thought that stirring up trouble would affect Red Star, forcing them to clarify. But since everything I said was true, they couldn't explain it away. However, after the essay was posted, things didn't go as he expected. The comments were all about 1998. Old Zhang, I thought you were an objective blogger, but you're just spewing nonsense. This phone costs only $19.98. What more do you want? What more? As for unsafe charging, do I care? This phone is $19.98. Even if it explodes while charging, ID, praise it for blowing up faster than other phones. Exactly. Our Huawei finally has another company starting to independently design and develop chips, and you dismiss it as worthless. But the blogger has a point. The Ling Xiao processor's baseband and RF still use foreign tech and require patent fees. That's a fact. Commenter above, Old Zhang, log into your main account instead of sneaking around on a burner. Heavens, the buttons are symmetrical. Why not say the Red Star 1 can even make calls? Comparing it to a 5,000 fruit phone. From that moment, I decided to buy the Red Star 1. Lei Jun was also a bit angry seeing this essay. Although he focused on marketing, his true intention was to bring different products to Huawei. That's not up for debate. If you smear Red Star like this, what if Chen Chen thinks Lei Jun orchestrated it? Of course it brings traffic and sales to our rice. Chen Chen, watching Zhang Fugui's video, an article, just laughed it off. There are always people like this. Heaven's Fruit and Samsung can supposedly pull out faster charging than 18W anytime. Let them show it. Not to mention Cook, even if Jobs were here, he couldn't deliver charging faster than our Red Star. As for the comments suggesting Lei Jun was behind it, that's utter nonsense. Chen Chen trusted Lei Jun's character. At least the current Lei Jun Chen Chen could trust. What surprised Chen Chen was that most comments defended Red Star. They formed neat queues chanting 1998. Exactly at 1998, what more do you want? Haven't you seen that I only make a dozen yuan per phone? Oh, now it's a few dozen as costs decrease with increased production. After 2 days, the video's consequence was netizens flooding Red Star's official Weibo to urge delivery. This caught Chen Chen off guard. Hurry up, don't be like Rice. I ordered Rice 1 before and it hasn't shipped in over a month. I've canceled and bought your Red Star 1. Exactly. As the saying goes, even a broken ship has 3 nails. Speed up production. My blade is already thirsty. I don't mind flash sales, but can you release more stock? Last time my internet lagged for a second and they were all gone. In the mobile phone market, certain pivotal years bring about transformative changes, and manufacturers that seize these market shifts reap their deserved market share. Over the past decade, the first revolution was the emergence of Fruit, which redefined the smartphone. Smartphones replaced feature phones, capacitive touchscreens supplanted resistive ones, and full-touch displays replaced physical keyboards. During this phase, Fruit and Three Sons rose to prominence, while BlackBerry, Moto, and Nokia, trapped in Symbion's obsolescence, failed to grasp the opportunity, fading into the annals of time. According to current global development trends, the next decade holds 2 key milestones. The first was around 2016, when Big Rice Mix's groundbreaking debut introduced the concept of full-screen displays, while other manufacturers, led by Huawei, pioneered breakthroughs in photography technology. Mobile phone photography evolved toward dual, triple, and quad cameras, with pixel counts rapidly surging to 100 million and then 200 million. At this juncture, the most significant shift was that among the original China Colpad, Huawei ZT, Lenovo Quartet, only Huawei remained among mainstream players, while Huawei, Big Rice, Oppo, and Vivo emerged as the new Big Four, with Three Sons also losing the Chinese market. From 2012 to 2015, phone upgrades were not particularly dramatic, with some models enjoying life cycles of up to 18 months, such as the Big Rice 2 and Big Rice 4 series. Given the limited technological breakthroughs at the time, Big Rice employed hunger marketing to extend product longevity and sustain buzz, an effective strategy to maintain phone popularity, albeit with some drawbacks that could harm the brand. For Big Rice, a rapidly growing company, this was not an issue. Brand reputation. Grow first, fix later. But Chen Chen's Red Star could not rely on this tactic forever. Its primary task was to restore its reputation and win back users. Thus, after a limited sales period throughout October, the Red Star 1 went on unlimited sale. Consumers could purchase it anytime on the Red Star store, Maogo, or Pinduoduo. The first phase of Red Star's online strategy was essentially complete. The next phase was to restart high-end phone development, leveraging the high margins of premium devices to sustain its dwindling offline market. I've gathered you all today to relaunch our high-end phone project. Any thoughts? The department heads exchanged glances, but none spoke. Finally, Chen Chen directly called on Shui Yichen. At the last meeting, you advocated for a full push into high-end phones. Share your opinion. Reluctantly, Shui Yichen stepped forward. President Chen, I think we should hold off on restarting high-end models. The market reception for domestic high-end phones has been quite poor, especially after Huawei launched its P series. Lu Weibing nodded in agreement. A cautionary tale. Red Star's earlier high-end attempt had been a complete failure. This year, Huawei's P1 and P1S sold globally had dismal sales, likely under 1 million units combined, even worldwide. And Red Star had no overseas market. Another high-end push. Are you scared by the 903 series or Huawei's failure? The 903 series failed because we misread the market. A side-sliding QWERTY in today's world was doomed. As for Huawei, they haven't found their direction yet. That phone had no standout features besides being ultra-thin. But our upcoming model will be a major breakthrough worthy of a premium price. Dr. Zhou, please share your insights to boost everyone's confidence. Chen Chen stepped aside, yielding the floor to Dr. Zhou, who moved to the front of the conference table and began explaining alongside the projector. Our latest technology from Red Star Labs, a 1080p display. The patent has been approved and Lao Li is collaborating with Huaxing Optoelectronics on development. This screen is world-leading, and equipping our high-end phone with it will make it the first 1080p solution smartphone globally. We've also made progress in charging technology. The final wattage is still under testing, but it will definitely be faster than the 18W on our Red Star 1. Beyond screen and charging, we have a new interface technology that works both ways, offers faster data transfer, and is more durable, currently in the top priority for patent filing. As for the chip, TSMC has confirmed that a new 28nm process will go online by mid-next year, meaning our Lingxiao S2 can enter mass production then. In summary, this high-end model is no baseless idea from President Chen. With so many advanced technologies, I see no chance of failure. Of course, selling over 2,000 units would be a success. Chen Chen added. In his mind, conservative sales should reach around 1 million, but stating 2,000 was to ease the team's fears. It wasn't as if the company would collapse if it failed. Red Star had already gained a foothold in October alone. After 6 sales rounds, the Red Star 1 had surpassed 2 million units in cumulative sales, leaving the company with ample cash reserves. Moreover, the Shine 1, priced at 799, continued selling steadily, yielding over 40 yuan profit per unit after cost amortization. Chen Chen picked up a blueprint from the table and handed it to the team. Here are my initial ideas for the new phone: a screen over 5 inches, or a battery of at least 3,000 mAh, a glass front panel, and a metal frame and back for a unibody design. The group examined the blueprint and quickly reached a consensus. President Chen, it's feasible, but the cost is estimated to exceed 2,000 yuan. If we start the project now, we can just make it in time for the Lingxiao S2 chips mass production. Good. Cui Chen, you were previously in charge of our high-end phone development. Now this phone is yours. You'll be the product manager, reporting directly to me. Cui Chen stood up, flattered yet daunted. He had handled development before, but never led an independent project, always working with supplier solutions and management directives. Feeling the weight on his shoulders, he nodded firmly. Thank you, President Chen. I will do my best. As 2012 quietly approached, the Spring Festival drew near, enveloping the entire Red Star company in a festive atmosphere. This was Red Star's first joyful year-end since the passing of old President Chen. It was rumored that Chen Chen intended to distribute year-end bonuses to all employees. From the launch of the Red Star first generation to its release, sales had surpassed 4 million units within just a few months. Recently, there had been a slight impact due to the end of the production ramp-up for Rice first generation, which began large-scale supply. Yet it was of no great consequence. The shining first generation, priced at 799, had quietly achieved shipments of 7 million units over half a year. The founders of Pinduoduo were grinning from ear to ear, unable to contain their joy. Even though they had poured nearly 200 million in subsidies for this phone, it was the investors' money, meant to be burned. What did that have to do with them? After entering the 12th lunar month, Chen Chen had been pondering how to continue uniting the company. After much thought, he realized he lacked oratory skills to inspire the employees with fiery passion. The only solution was to give out money. This perhaps was the best way to energize the staff. Early that morning, Chen Chen convened a high-level meeting in the conference room. The sole agenda was one thing: distributing money. I am deeply grateful for everyone's support over these 6 months since I returned to the company, allowing Red Star to get back on track. Today's meeting is not about discussing the outlook for 2012 or any KPIs. It's just one thing: giving out money. I am not a tight-fisted miser like Zhou Piba. I see all your hard work, especially from our system interface team and the hardware development team, and of course the indispensable efforts of our R&D department. Since the company only turned a profit in the second half of this year, the year-end bonus may not be as generous as you imagine. As Chen Chen finished speaking, silence filled the room. Everyone waited to hear exactly how modest this not-so-generous amount would be. Would it be a few thousand yuan as a token, or something more? This time our accounts are fairly well funded, so I plan to set aside a portion as a year-end benefit for everyone. I also hope you will continue to work hard next year and contribute to Red Star's growth. A sudden burst of applause drowned the room. Chen Chen was unaware that there had been no year-end bonus last year due to old Mr. Chen's passing. Even when old Mr. Chen was alive, the company had never made such a grand gesture with bonuses. Moreover, back then there were many executives, and the lion's share undoubtedly went to them. The current management, mostly from technical backgrounds, knew how Red Star's year-end bonuses had been handled before. Everyone believed that as Red Star grew, Chen Chen would surely offer even more generous bonuses and benefits. This year we'll hold a simple annual party. Everyone can eat together, draw lots for prizes, and relax after a year of work. After Chen Chen spoke, everyone began discussing the party plans, enthusiastically refining the details. Last year with old Mr. Chen's passing, the company was in chaos, and Chen Chen had been indifferent. No one had the heart for a party. Finally, I hope this year's bonuses will be fair, just, and transparent. Don't complain about the amounts. I believe that as Red Star develops, I will give everyone even more bonuses next year. After another round of applause, the meeting concluded. Soon notices were posted throughout the company, allowing employees to calculate their approximate year-end bonuses based on the content. Various department groups began circulating clips of Chen Chen announcing the bonuses. Through intentional or unintentional leaks by Red Star employees, the news that the nearly bankrupt Red Star was also distributing year-end bonuses spread rapidly online. It directly trended on various platforms. As the Spring Festival approached in China, many employees were eager to know their own year-end bonuses. Looking at Red Star's bonuses, all they could feel was envy, jealousy, and hatred. My boss is different. When I asked him this year, he said I did well and gave me a sister-in-law. A company like this is my dream workplace, isn't it? Is your company still hiring janitors? I'd even work as a security guard. Not for the year-end bonus at all, just for the love of cleaning and watching the gate. You guys have year-end bonuses. My boss gave me a hammer this year. A hammer? That's not bad. Our company just gave us AP. In any case, people were complaining about their own companies and bosses. Same as companies, why such a huge difference? However, this year-end bonus incident once again put Red Star on the trending list. With buzz came traffic, and with traffic came sales. Only by maintaining constant attention could netizens keep remembering you. In the past life, the most successful marketing was when Rice spent $2 million to modify its own logo, changing it from square to more rounded. Netizens commented that they could do it for 200 yuan, saying Rice had been scammed, and tagged Lei Jun to report it to the police. This sparked a huge wave of online buzz. In truth, even if Lei Jun had spent that $2 million to buy publicity, it wouldn't have achieved such an effect. In the imperial capital within the Red Star headquarters, at the Wuching Park, Dr. Liu was intently staring at the screen in the experimental building of the chip department, awaiting the test results. Behind him, some were recording data, others watching the screen alongside him, and a few operating computers. A beep sounded as Chen Chen swiped his access card to enter the lab. He changed into his lab coat and stepped inside. Dr. Liu has the simulation test for the Lingxiao S2 passed, he asked eagerly as soon as he entered. Dr. Liu, absorbed in his work, looked up and saw Chen Chen. We're in the middle of testing running circuit-level simulations now, he replied. Once the current circuit-level simulation passes, well, proceed to logic synthesis. That means converting the circuit into a gate-level circuit and running simulations again. Only after that can we evaluate the power consumption and timing satisfaction of our Lingxiao S2. Why don't you take a break in the next room? He'll notify you when there's news. Just as Chen Chen was about to leave, Dr. Liu added, old Joe mentioned a breakthrough in their fast-charging technology. You might want to check it out. Alright, I'll go see Dr. Joe, Chen Chen said, stepping out to take the elevator. He had assumed the simulation would be quick, but it turned out to be far more complex. No wonder so many manufacturers struggled with chips. At this time, chips weren't yet at the 7 nanometers or 5 nanometers nodes of a few years later. Otherwise, Red Star's current chip team of just over 100 researchers would never have been able to design and develop a chip. In later years, without a research team of thousands, you wouldn't even dare mention chip development. It was said that Huawei had tens of thousands of researchers just for chips. The thought made Chen Chen shudder. He arrived at the R&D department, which was adjacent to the chip department, one in a 4-story building, the other in a 3-story one. He swiped through the access smoothly. Dr. Joe was also busy. President Chen. Dr. Joe looked up, immediately dropped his work, and grabbed Chen Chen. I was just about to call you. Our fast-charging technology has made another breakthrough based on your idea. Come, let's take a look together. On the 3rd floor, the dozen members of the fast-charging team were preparing for a new round of experiments. Seeing Dr. Joe leading, Chen Chen team leader Ding Ping quickly approached them. President Chen, using your Type-C interface and our previous dual charge pump concept, we've developed a new generation of fast-charging technology. It's a revolutionary technology. Unlike his past life, where everything relied on system rewards, Red Star had its own research team. Sometimes just giving them a direction for future breakthroughs was enough for them to achieve rapid progress. Chen Chen, curious about the confident fast-charging team, wondered what technological breakthroughs they had made in the 6 months since receiving the 18W charging technology and Type-C interface. Ding Ping led Chen Chen to a test bench and handed him a pair of safety goggles. This is our dual-charge pump fast-charging system, based on your high-voltage fast-charging solution combined with our previous research on dual-charge pumps. Chen Chen looked at the heavily modified phone and gestured for Ding Ping to continue. Our previous 18W fast-charging used a high-voltage solution, but it had a voltage step down before the current entered the battery, causing power loss, reduced efficiency, and increased phone temperature. I wondered if adding a charge pump could help. A charge pump uses capacitors to accumulate charge and generate high voltage, allowing current to flow from low to high potential. Look here, President Chen. Ding Ping pointed at the modified Red Star 1 on the test bench. Chen Chen noticed something unusual. The power cable behind the phone's charging port consisted of 2 lines, each connecting to a separate power source with a small device in between, likely the charge pump they mentioned. We input 20V2, a high voltage current at the power source. It goes through dual circuits, splitting the 2A current into 2 20V1A paths. Then each path goes through a charge pump. The power cables are specially made using tin plate copper instead of regular copper to handle higher current and voltage. When the current passes through the charge pump, it steps down the voltage, giving us 2 5V4A currents. Now look here. Chen Chen followed Ding Ping's finger to where the dual circuits converged. The 2 circuits merge into one, producing a 5V8A current, achieving 40W charging power. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Chen Chen gave a thumbs up. This dual charge pump solution is impressive. What's the maximum we've achieved with dual circuits? Have you tested the single circuit? Ding Ping explained. We've reached 33W with a single circuit, but going higher poses safety risks and requires further research. That's enough for now. 33W is sufficient. Make sure to file patents quickly. I'm worried other manufacturers might discover the charge pump's role after disassembling our phones and chargers. Our patents are already in the first priority queue. Dr. Zhou interjected. As a longtime Red Star employee, he understood the technology's importance to the company. The patents had been submitted, but since it was just after the Spring Festival, there was no news yet. With our current 40W charging power, we can fully charge the Red Star 1 in under 30 minutes. As we continue to break through this power, we'll keep increasing. Good'll wait for your good news. I hope you soon break through 120W, 200W. If dual charge pumps aren't enough, try triple or quadruple. Chen Chen's words drew laughter from the lab. Everyone was delighted by the technological breakthrough. In reality, no phone on the market at the time exceeded 10W of charging power. Even the 7W HTC was considered fast, compared to the 5V1A chargers from Fruit, Samsung, and others. But compared to Red Star, not to mention the lab's 40W, even the 18W of the commercially available Red Star 1 outclassed them. Can our 40W solution be applied now? Chen Chen asked a critical question. The lab was one thing. Some companies, as netizens joked, had 200W or even 500W fast charging technology sitting in labs, yet still offered safe and fast 5V1A chargers. Well, President Chen, our dual charge pump solution is fast, but don't hesitate. Just tell me the problem. Our Type-C interface has 24 metal contacts, perfectly compatible with our new fast charging. But the old micro USB interface has only 5 contacts, 4 of which are data contacts. Even though we modified the Red Star 1's interface to support 18W of 40W, is impossible with micro USB. That's nothing to worry about. All our future phones will use Type-C. In fact, the whole world will adopt it. That's not an issue. Also, we haven't solved the charger side yet. The charger needs a built-in chip to automatically identify our phone's fast charging and adjust voltage and current accordingly. That's easy. You need a charging management IC, right? Discuss it with Dr. Lu. If you can develop it in-house, great. If not, outsource it. ITLL be resolved. But the cost of dual charge pumps is also a concern. In the coming time, while continuing research on the dual circuit solution, you must also improve the single circuit solution, focusing on cost and safety. The lower the better. We'll use it in this year's flagship phone. Understood, President Chen. As he was leaving, a thought struck Chen Chen. If dual charge pumps could double charging power, what about the dual battery design some manufacturers used in his past life? Couldn't that double the power again? With that, Chen Chen turned to Ding Ping. Team leader Ding, have you considered using dual battery cells alongside the dual charge pump to boost power? He left, leaving Ding Ping stunned. Ding Ping immediately pulled out his notebook and started jotting down ideas, muttering, dual cells, 4 charge pumps. 200W, 500W. Just as Chen Chen left the fast charging team and reached the first floor, an internal phone on the table rang. Dr. Zhou answered the call and became visibly excited. Old Lu, did it succeed? President Chen is with me. We'll be right there. He hung up and rushed Chen Chen to the chip department next door. President Chen, old Lu just called. The simulation test passed. Let's go check it out. They swiped into the chip lab where cheers were audible. President Chen, our Lingxiao S2 simulation passed. We succeeded. The chip's performance meets expectations, power consumption is normal, and all functional modules are operational. Dr. Lu beaming still poured cold water on the team. Don't celebrate too early. Passing simulation doesn't guarantee real-world performance. We still need to tape out and test. Whether the tape-out succeeds is another question. Our journey is long. Only when the tape-out tests are successful can we truly call it a success. Dr. Lu's words silenced the lab. Everyone realized that passing simulation didn't mean the manufactured chip would meet expectations. It's fine, Dr. Lu. Passing the simulation is still worth celebrating. Chen Chen then addressed the lab team loudly. When you successfully tape out and pass tests, they'll give you all bonuses. Starting this month, the chip research department salaries will increase by 20. Thank you, President Chen. Thank you. Don't underestimate that 20. These engineers were high-level talents that old man Chen had recruited from various places, some even poached as entire teams. Their annual salaries were substantial, so a 20 increase was no small sum. But compared to money, Chen Chen valued these talents more. As long as he could retain them, he didn't care if all of Red Star's profits went into R&D. Technology is the primary productive force. Engineers are a company's most precious asset. Chen Chen always kept these two principles in mind and acted on them. Making money through finance might be faster and more lucrative, but what was the point? Some technologies can't be bought with money. You have to tackle them step by step through your own R&D. In scientific research, there's never a shortcut. Today alone, Red Star's powerful R&D had contributed 2 trump cards. These would become Red Star's moat. Let anyone dare say Red Star lacks core technology. Chen Chen would throw chips and fast charging in their faces. For a tech company, core technology is the moat. Have you heard? This time the company actually had a chip from a company in our Huasha continent taped out first. And it's the most difficult 28-nanometer latest process. And it failed. When did Huasha get another chip company? It's not a chip company, it's a phone company. Their mobile processor chip failed to tape out today. Experts from the US are studying it. Isn't the latest 28-nanometer chip process only being tested by Qualcomm? How did another mainland company get involved? Could their circuit design be flawed? Not sure, but apparently it's our problem. Waxia's precious island. TSMC. A few engineers on break were chatting, sharing their gossip. A chip mask manufacturing failure was all too common for the largest foundry, TSMC. Most of the time it was due to issues in the chip company's circuit design. But this time was somewhat different. According to inside information, TSMC had gathered a large group of chip experts and even recalled several big names from US laboratories to resolve this process issue. Simply put, chip foundries worldwide fall into 2 categories. One is TSMC and the other is everything else. TSMC held 70% of the global chip foundry order market. Even such a giant found the new 28-nanometer production process challenging, highlighting how crucial this breakthrough was. This 28-nanometer process continued to evolve for the next decade with chips based on it being ubiquitous. Some might ask, since everyone is developing 7 nanometers and 5 nanometers, why is there still a market for 28 nanometers? Because the process is mature and cheap. Currently, TSMC's 28 nanometers process is the 27 nanometers LP low power process, such as Qualcomm's recently trial-produced APQ8064. Since it uses Xiaomi instead of HKMG, it's not suitable for high-frequency operation. However, Dr. Lu's Lingxiao S2 and its associated process were based on the later 28 nanometers HP high performance, a second-generation 28 nanometers process. With HKMG, the chip's clock speed could be further increased and leakage current was lower compared to the LP process at the same frequency. In TSMC's seminar room, American chip expert Wilson stared at the circuit diagram of the Lingxiao S2, exclaiming, "Oh my God." He was utterly awestruck. Beside Wilson, a group of people in white coats also marveled and wondered, when did Huasha gain another chip design team? The chip industry is a very small circle. Everyone knows about any development, whose architecture is impressive, whose circuit design is brilliant. As the expert team studied, a TSMC liaison entered and asked, "Professor Wilson, esteemed experts, have you found the cause of this tape-out failure? The client is pressing us and insists their circuit design is flawless." The calm atmosphere was broken. Wilson snapped back to reality. "Oh my God, their LP process is our latest one. How did they know about it? And the DSP processor they designed uses a dual-core architecture. This novel process requires some time to refine." As he spoke, the other experts and professors also came to their senses. They carefully examined the DSP processor's circuit diagram and realized where the problem lay and why the tape-out had failed. TSMC's factory currently processing Qualcomm's APQ8064 was based on the LP process, and its DSP was single-core, so they assumed the Lingxiao S2 was also single-core. Unexpectedly, Red Star's chip team had made a bold innovation. Which team designed this chip? I want to have a serious talk with them. It's a pity to keep such a team in Huasha. Only our US provides the platform for their growth. Wilson openly hinted at his desire to poach talent. Though harsh, the truth was that development in the US offered more prospects than at home. The leader is Dr. Lu Yuanjiang from Huasha. He's resting. Lu Yuanjiang. Wilson practiced the awkward pronunciation and then left the seminar room on his own. Since the problem was identified, TSMC's engineers would refine the process and resolve it. In the lounge, a PR manager from TSMC sat beside Dr. Lu, persistently urging him to wait. "Dr. Lu, please hold on a bit longer. We've invited US experts to study the failure. Since you insist your design is flawless, they should have results soon. In the meantime, we can enjoy the scenery of our precious island and our specialty beetle nut beauties." As the PR manager leaned closer, Dr. Lu had to stand up and pace around the room. The manager wore a perfume that was quite alluring. Dr. Lu felt this was hardly a chip foundry. It was more like, our CEO has given strict orders. I just want to get the chip back for testing as soon as possible. If you can't find the cause, please follow the contract. He spoke with resolute force, each word underscoring his stance. Dr. Lu thought a honey trap. After years in the game, I've seen it all. Dr. Lu was anxious. He had been on the precious island for over 2 months. Just last month, Qualcomm had released its latest APQ8064, the S4 chip. The company's entire high-end phone project now depended on his chip. Though TSMC had taken responsibility and covered the costs for the tape-out failure, precious time had been wasted. As Dr. Lu waited anxiously, the lounge door opened, and a foreigner greeted him with heavily accented Chinese. Lu Yuanjiang Bashi, hi to meet you. Seeing the blonde foreigner, Dr. Lu guessed he was the U.S. chip expert. You can speak English, I understand it, Dr. Lu replied in fluent American English. Listening to the foreigner's Chinese was too painful. Wilson switched to English. Dr. Lu was the Lingxiao S2 chip designed by your team. Is there a problem? I've said many times our chip design is flawless. The tape-out failure is definitely due to your process. No, Dr. Lu, you misunderstand. I'm not saying your chip has issues. The design is perfect. I swear to my God. This failure is TSMC's process problem. It's been identified and they're working on it. I came to invite you and your team to join our lab. Your lab? Dr. Lu asked, puzzled, uncertain of the foreigner's intentions. Yes, I want to invite you to develop the latest technology. A talent like yours shouldn't stay in Huaxiao. The U.S. can provide everything you need. I swear on my God, if you agree, you'll get a U.S. green card immediately. Dr. Lu finally understood this foreigner was here to poach him. He had wasted nearly 2 months here, and this guy, instead of solving the problem, was thinking about poaching. And using God's name to guarantee a green card. Was Lu Yuanjiang someone lacking that? Bah. Besides, Huaxiao has only one God, the supreme Jade Emperor of the Golden K. Your God. Screw that. Suppressing his anger, Dr. Lu looked at Wilson and the camera in the room and said, if your enterprise lacks technical capability, don't waste each other's time. As for your God, sorry, I only believe in Huaxia's God. Dr. Lu, I only want to offer you a better research environment and treatment. Besides, Huaxiao fundamentally. Enough, don't say another word. I have no interest in your damn green card. I just want our chip. As Dr. Lu finished, another figure entered the lounge. Seeing Dr. Lu on the verge of anger, he said, the problem has been found. Our engineers are urgently upgrading the process and your chip has been prioritized. It's now first in line. I believe we'll have a finished product within a month. Dr. Lu looked at this middle-aged man, a vice president of TSMC. His appearance indicated the foreigner's views were personal. Seeing the VP's attitude, Dr. Lu softened his tone, then he'll wait a little longer. I hope we succeed this time. In Shenzhen, the terminal business department of Huawei, after a series of internal adjustments, finally got on the right track. The company's founder overrode all objections and pushed Yu Qingbei into the position of head of the terminal business. As soon as he took office, Yu Qingbei began sweeping reforms. Upon learning that operators would gradually phase out subsidy policies, he followed the same approach as Red Star, directly cutting off 80 of operator channel phones. Unlike Red Star's direction, Yu Qingbei decided to drive Huawei full force toward the high-end market, reshaping the brand image. As for the low-end market, wasn't there still the remaining 20 of operator channels? Huawei had the capital to abandon low-end phones and transition to high-end, because apart from the terminal business, the company's other operations could continuously provide it with funding. Otherwise, how much money could selling terminal devices like phones bring? Could it support a chip team of hundreds? Huawei held an absolute advantage in communication technology globally. At the dawn of the 21st century, it navigated the mobile phone market with ease thanks to its robust communication technology. Though it couldn't compare with giants like Nokia and Motorola, it was still somewhat renowned. And by leveraging its strength in communication base station technology, Huawei formed alliances with domestic operators, becoming one of the 4 major domestic brands known as ZTE, Huawei, Colpad, and Lenovo. Just as Huawei's mobile phone business was enjoying the immense benefits of cooperating with operators, the phone market underwent earth-shaking changes. First, feature phones were replaced by smartphones, and second, the popularization and promotion of 3G networks in China. Huawei's senior management and founder quickly detected the market changes and promptly adjusted the company's strategy. In the past, people chose phones primarily based on signal strength and call quality. But in the era of smartphones, communication technology was no longer the main focus for consumers. In the smartphone era, Huawei still relied on cooperation with operators to continuously launch new smart products. However, as subsidies and exclusive distribution gradually dwindled, this development model no longer suited the current phone market. In Yu Qingbei's plan to advance toward the high end, the P1 and P1S were 2 crucial products. Unfortunately, these 2 phones had low market acceptance, with global cumulative sales failing to exceed 1 million. The first attempt to break into the high-end market ended in failure. President Ren, regarding the losses incurred to the company, I am willing to resign to take responsibility, hoping to give the company some closure. Facing the founder, Yu Qingbei spoke with a dejected expression. By now the P1 series had been completely phased out, and P2 sales remained persistently sluggish. Confronted with internal dissent, Yu Qingbei decided to resign to quell the unrest. Huawei's founder Old Rin rarely slammed the table. It's not that easy. You want to resign just because you failed? Do I have to pay tuition for the next person in charge? No, if you want to resign, you must first succeed in the phone business. Then Old Rin spoke calmly. Why are you afraid of 1 or 2 failures? It's just a loss of less than 200 million in funds. It's not like your phone business failing means our company can't survive or will go bankrupt. President Renai. Yu Qingbei looked at the founder who trusted him so deeply, momentarily at a loss for words. Don't fear failure. When I founded Huawei, I experienced far more setbacks than you. Did I back down? Was I afraid? No, I still built Huawei step by step into its current scale. I believe your strategy is sound. Go ahead, boldly make attempts. The company has your back. High-end phones don't succeed after just 1 or 2 tries. Hearing the founder's words, Yu Qingbei regained his confidence. What President Rin said was right. Breaking into the high-end market was never going to be easy. President Rin, I know what to do now. He'll go back and continue leading the development of our new models. Tell me your thoughts. Well, President Rin, Samsung is planning to launch large-screen phones with screens over 5 inches. I'm thinking while continuing to develop the P series, we could also create a new model with a large screen and long battery life. I've even thought of the name. Let's call it the Mate series. And currently the hottest domestic phone makers besides Redstar are Rice. Their internet phones are also very popular with consumers. Since mobile internet is on the rise, Huawei can create its own internet brand. We could spin off the Play series into an independent brand. This brand would focus on the internet, becoming Huawei's own internet brand. President Rin nodded repeatedly, and after some thought, said, you've got some great ideas. I think all your thoughts are fine. Since we've chosen the track, just go down that path. With Huawei's technical strength, we'll catch up with these manufacturers soon. Leave the internal company matters to me. Just go ahead and do it. Walking out of Huawei's headquarters, Yu Qingbei felt a great sense of relief. As long as President Rin supported him with Huawei's capabilities, there was nothing Huawei couldn't achieve. This was finally the place where Yu Qingbei could put all his skills to use. But thinking about the Huawei P6 series under development still gave him a headache. The overall development progress was quite fast. After all, Huawei was an experienced phone manufacturer. The problem was the chip. President Rin insisted on having the phone division drive the chip division. Huawei's Kunpeng chip company had only recently made progress, and its chips were mainly supplied to the phone division. I hope the new process Kunpeng chip will be powerful enough. With that, he opened the car door and left Huawei's headquarters. Meanwhile, Chen Chen, reading the message from Dr. Liu, also had a headache. The chip tape-out had failed, and the next attempt would have to wait a month. Redstar's new generation model was already basically developed, still waiting for the chip to return for adaptation. Lei Jun of Xiaomi, on the other hand, was the most relaxed. After several months of production ramp-up in 2011, the Xiaomi 1 was now shipping around 500 units per month. The entire company was quite satisfied with this sales volume. Moreover, with the experience gained from the Xiaomi 1, the development of the next generation model was proceeding smoothly. This month, in May 2012, Qualcomm held a global launch event in the United States, unveiling their new processor, the Qualcomm APQ8064. Lei Jun immediately contacted Qualcomm and once again secured the latest flagship chip, codenamed S4. Given the successful collaboration on the previous generation, Qualcomm dispatched its engineers to Xiaomi to assist in adapting the chip for their devices. By using a VPN, Chen Chen also learned about Qualcomm's S4 launch. At this time, Qualcomm, unlike its later strategy of incremental updates, was still offering its latest manufacturing processes and cutting-edge technologies. Qualcomm announced that the S4 series would be its last chip line, named with the letter S. In the future, chips would be named by numbers: high-end chips under the 8 series, mid-range under the 6 series, and low-end under the 4 series. This naming scheme would allow manufacturers and consumers to easily distinguish the performance levels of different series. The previous naming conventions like APQ and the S series had caused consumer confusion about Qualcomm's mobile processors. Only those who truly studied the components could tell whether a phone used a high-end flagship chip. For instance, some manufacturers would later advertise true octa-core processors or Qualcomm octa-core processors using low-end chips to masquerade as high-end ones. With Qualcomm's new numerical naming, consumers could gauge a phone's processor performance just by looking at the series number. At this launch, Qualcomm emphasized that the S4 chip was built on TSMC's 28nm process and featured a new big. Little architecture with 4 cores upgraded from the previous dual-core design, with a clock speed reaching 1.6 GHz. In terms of GPU, it was upgraded from the previous Adreno 310 to the Adreno 320, delivering a 40% improvement in graphics processing performance. Overall, it was an excellent mobile processor. After consulting with professionals from his own chip research department, Chen Chen learned that his company's Lingxiao S2 was largely comparable to the Qualcomm S4 in design performance, but lagged in GPU capability, with overall graphics processing power roughly 20 lower. Still, it was a commendable effort. The new generation Ling Xiao S2 now included a DSP marking significant progress over the Ling Xiao S1. Chen Chen believed that with Xiao Ace help his chip team would eventually be able to produce a complete SoC. Unlike the current setup, which only had a standalone processor requiring external ISP baseband and patent fees. The road ahead was long and arduous. We will once again be the first to launch Qualcomm's latest flagship processor, the S4 series. Stay tuned. Seeing Xiaomi's announcement, Chen Chen wondered why Lei Jun was in such a hurry. Qualcomm had just unveiled the S4 in the US, and Lei Jun was already declaring the chip's debut in China. In truth, Chen Chen didn't know that Lei Jun was also frustrated. Despite the Xiaomi One launching first and pioneering the internet track, production issues had caused them to rise early but miss the market. All the spotlight had been stolen by the Hongxing One. With the Xiaomi One sales meeting expectations and the Xiaomi 2 development progressing smoothly, Lei Jun couldn't wait to start preheating for the Xiaomi 2 in June. However, Chen Chen was in no rush. The Qualcomm S4 hadn't entered mass production yet, and Xiaomi's launches were typically held on August 16th, at the company's anniversary. Preheating now was pointless. He still had over 2 months to prepare for the new high-end series and the Hongxing 2. The domestic mobile phone market, featuring brands like Zhonghua, Huawei, Lianxiang, Xiaomi, Meizu, Jinli, TCL, Bird, and Tianyu, was undergoing a gradual reshuffle. Established manufacturers were falling behind, while emerging ones were rising. This time for the Hongxing 2 screen, we won't use Sharp's panels. While Sharp's display quality is excellent, its price is considerably higher than domestic screens. Through our deep collaboration with Huaxing Optoelectronics, our RD team and Waxing's lab engineers have mass-produced a 720p screen based on our existing technology. We'll use our own screen this time. Mr. Chen, the main cost for Waxing's custom screen lies in the mold. Huaxing has already finished retooling the production line and is ready to start manufacturing. Lally is right. As long as our sales volume is high enough, the cost per screen will decrease. You've worked hard at Huaxing these past months. He'll have finance send you a bonus soon. After spending months at Waxing's factory, Lally returned to Hongxing in June once the production line was retooled and a trial batch of screens was produced. The Hongxing 1 was now past its peak life cycle, and the Hongxing 2 was in development. Chen Chen had high hopes for the new model, targeting sales of over 10 million units throughout its life cycle. Aiming for 20 million wasn't out of the question either. Since it was still positioned as a cost-effective model, unlike the new flagship's metal body, it would continue using polymer nanomaterial, plastic. Saving costs wasn't shameful. However, unlike the rushed launch of the previous generation, the design team would meticulously refine this phone. First, the back cover would receive a coating and matte finish, giving the plastic shell a certain texture and feel. Plastic had its drawbacks, but one advantage was minimal signal interference. The engineers had struggled with signal issues on the new flagship model, eventually leaving plastic antenna openings in the metal midframe. The Hongxing 2 had no such concerns. Being all plastic, it barely obstructed signals. However, every design choice had to yield to battery capacity and performance. In the first design draft, the phone's thickness reached a staggering 14 millimeters, a thickness of 1 centimeters. Chen Chen wanted to throw the design drawings back in their faces. Dude, it's 2012. What's with a 14 millimeters thick phone? Haven't you seen Huawei's phones, which are less than 7 millimeters? Chen Chen finally understood why Hongxing's market share had been declining. With a development department like that, who wouldn't shake their head? The Dami 2 is confirmed to use the Qualcomm S4 chip. Dami is going to debut it again. Starting the hype for the Dami 2 so early. I just bought my Dami 1, and it's already outdated before I even got used to it. You don't get it. Dami is being pushed to the wall by Red Star. Just look at the sales of the Dami 1 versus the Red Star 1. It feels like these two companies are about to go head-to-head. Go ahead, fight. Fight hard. The best outcome is the price dropping to $15.99. We consumers are the ones who benefit. One price. $999. Link it up. Dreaming of $999, are you? Dami's teaser sparked heated discussions online, with everyone wondering if the Dami 2 would stick to the $19.99 price tag, like its predecessor, or go even lower. But this trending topic was soon overshadowed by another piece of news. Zhou Hongyi, the man behind the domestic antivirus software 390, announced his entry into the smartphone market. In today's society, the rich and beautiful all carry fruits in their hands. Are we commoners doomed to use only cheap phones? Well, I disagree with that notion. At 390, we aim to provide the masses with high-quality, affordable smartphones. I, Zhou Hongyi, have made a decision that goes against my ancestors' wishes to venture into hardware. Our company will collaborate with the renowned domestic brand Coolpad to launch a 390 exclusive phone for our users at just $14.99. The moment Zhou Hongyi's Weibo post went live, the internet erupted. Wait, since when is making a phone this easy? A company that makes antivirus software can now produce phones. I feel like I've time traveled. This time last year, if you wanted a phone, you had no choice but to spend $3,000 or $4,000 on foreign brands. Now, in less than a year, first there's the Dami 1 at $19.99, then the Red Star 1 at $19.98, and now a 390 exclusive at $14.99. It's all too surreal. Time travel. Ask me what's odd, and even changes. It's not like you step outside and see cars flying in the sky. Foreign companies have been milking profits from our land for too long. It's time for our domestic brands to rise. Why does everyone love a price war? I long out yin, am not short on cash. Do I care about a few pennies? Can't someone make a high-end domestic phone? I'm sick of seeing nothing but Apple, Samsung, and HTC every day. Looking forward to a domestic high-end phone. Looking forward to a domestic high-end phone 10,086. Yu Qingbei reading these comments from netizens who claimed money was no object almost burst into tears. Want a domestic high-end phone? Huawei has one. The P2 and P2s. They were all priced high, but did anyone buy them? Long out yin, am not short on cash, but your phone wasn't even marketed domestically. I have no idea if it's any good. Is the demand for high-end phones among netizens really that urgent? Should we dammy also make a high-end model? Otherwise, sticking to 1999 forever might make consumers think that's all we can do. After hearing Lei Jun's words, Lin Bing frowned. The CEO had a point. Without a high-end model, consumers might think Dammy couldn't produce one. CEO Lei, I believe we should definitely make a high-end phone, but not now. We've just barely gained a foothold in the phone market. This isn't the time to push into the high-end segment. Have you forgotten last year's Redstar 903 series and this year's Huawei P2 series? Those netizens might shout for high-end products, but their wallets are honest. They'll buy whatever's cheapest. After listening to Lin Bing, Lei Jun fell into thought, then said, since the high-end isn't right for now, how about we develop a low-end phone? Something under 1,000, like 899, it seems fitting. Lei Jun had long harbored the idea of making a low-end phone, but Dammy was too young and lacked the capital. Now with nearly 10 billion in half-year revenue and another round of funding, they could definitely enter the low-end market. High-volume, full stomachs. That's the low-end market. To enter it, you need ample funds. Dabbling with tens of thousands of units for parts won't get you the best prices. In Lei Jun's vision, while mid-range phones helped them gain a foothold, low-end phones were the real key to shipping volume. He envisioned creating a phone that wasn't cheap in quality despite its low price, capturing users. Once Dammy had a large enough user base, they could proceed with the next phase. As for low-end phones not being profitable, that was a given. But how much could you really make from low-end sales? Once the user base grew, pre-installing a few apps and pushing some ads would be far more lucrative than just selling hardware. Oppo and Vivo, who says low-end isn't profitable. That's where the money is. Look, many young people fresh out of school and entering society don't have much money. These users might take years to become our Dammy customers. But if we make a 100 yuan phone, they can become our users right now. CEO Lei, if you're serious about the low-end phone, we need to prepare for a new round of funding. This new project also needs a suitable person in charge. I'm already tied up with my current project and can't take on another new model. That made sense. Lin Bing was already Dammy's president of mobile business, swamped with one phone series. Handing him the 100 yuan series would be too much. Thinking this over, Lei Jun asked, Lin Bing, do you have anyone suitable to recommend? You've been in this industry longer than I have. Can you think of someone to lead this new series? Lin Bing pondered for a moment, then his eyes lit up. I have someone in mind, but you'll need to recruit him. He's still employed. Who? Lu Weiqi. Lu Weiqi. Yes, Lu Weiqi. He's still a Chinese, likely handling their overseas business. He's extremely capable. I dealt with him a few times when I was in Europe. Lin Bing said excitedly. If you Lin Bing say he's highly capable, he must have real skill. Let me first look into his background and see if I can get in touch. Lei Jun searched Lu Weiqi's resume online and called a few contacts. But after reviewing it, he didn't see anything particularly special. Still, since Lin Bing vouched for him, it was worth a try. What Lei Jun didn't know was that he wasn't the only one eyeing Lu Weiqi. Chen Chen also had his sights set on the man who would take Redmi to its peak. The reason was simple. Within Redstar, apart from a few professional engineers, there was no one who truly understood the market or could independently manage a project. Although Lu Weibing was highly capable, he still clung to Redstar's old ways of thinking, making it difficult for him to adapt and transform in response to the market. Assigning him to handle personnel affairs and manage routine company matters was a breeze. In Chen Chen's eyes, he was merely a tool. If he were tasked with overseeing a product on his own, Chen Chen genuinely feared he might end up creating another side-slide full keyboard phone. Uncle Lu, we can start the preheating campaign for our new flagship according to plan. Riding on the buzz from this 390 special edition, netizens have been asking for high-end flagship phones, and Redstar has delivered. It's about to launch. Oh, and help me get in touch with someone who I want to poach him. Who? Lu Weibing was curious, but a glance at the stack of documents on the desk and the dark circles under Chen Chen's eyes from working overtime on the new phone made him understand. This was about hiring a professional manager. Lu Weibing also knew that he was too slow to react to market changes and was completely clueless about modern internet marketing. Lu Weiqi. He's currently the vice president of Jinli. I want to poach him to take full charge of our mobile phone business. Lu Weibing thought for a moment. He had heard of Lu Weiqi, who previously handled Jinli's overseas business. However, with the rise of the smartphone wave, Jinli's overseas operations had declined, and even its domestic market share was shrinking. Jinli's board had recalled Lu Weiqi and appointed him as vice president, hoping he could stem the decline in Jinli's phone revenue. After a year in that role, Jinli's situation hadn't improved. Instead, it had fallen into a dire shortage of funds. Now that Chen Chen wanted to poach this man, Lu Weibing had to consider his capabilities. President Chen, I know a bit about Lu Weiqi, but there's nothing particularly outstanding about him. If you're looking for a professional manager or assistant, I can contact some headhunters. No, Uncle Lu, you don't know how capable he really is. He hasn't shown it at Jinli because the company and its platform are the problem, not his abilities. Put him in Red Star and he'll far exceed your expectations. Help me get in touch and see if we can arrange a meeting. Alright, I'll contact him later, but I still advise you to think it over. Don't worry, Uncle Lu, I know what I'm doing. Chen Chen thought to himself, how could I not know how capable this man is? In his past life, Lu Weiqi had almost single-handedly conquered the Indian market for Xiaomi along with other international markets. After returning to China and becoming the head of the Redmi brand, he elevated Redmi to heights it had never reached. When Lei Jun ventured into car manufacturing, Lu Weiqi even became the overall head of Xiaomi's mobile phone business and started leading the product launches himself. Netizens joked that if he simply swapped the Xiaomi logo on the phones for Jinli's, he could declare the campaign to restore Jinli and overthrow Xiaomi's success. Lately, Lu Weiqi had been quite puzzled. He hadn't shown any intention of leaving his job, so why had several headhunters been contacting him over the past couple of days? Jinli wasn't at the end of its rope yet. Although domestic market share had been declining, his efforts over the past year had at least slowed the rapid drop in revenue. Give him 2 more years, and he was certain he could bring Jinli back to the top tier of domestic manufacturers. The prerequisite was having enough authority. Otherwise, with a president above him and several big bosses meddling from behind, nothing could be accomplished. Not only headhunters, but Lei Jun, the founder and chairman of Rice, had personally called to arrange a meeting. Sigh. Lu Weiqi let out a sigh. Here he was armed with world-class skills, but no stage to perform on. The thought of switching jobs crossed his mind for the first time. He'll go meet him. Talk to Lei Jun first, maybe he'll end up developing at his company. With that thought, Lu Weiqi packed up his things ready to leave for the day. Just as he was about to get up, his phone rang again. Seeing the contact name, Lu Weibing, he was taken aback. Could Red Star be trying to poach me too? After a brief chat with Lu Weibing on the phone, Lu Weiqi thought to himself, as expected, Red Star also wants to meet and talk, probably to recruit me. He had a decent rapport with Lu Weibing, so after hanging up he drove to Blue Island Coffee. At Blue Island Coffee, a waitress approached with a menu and handed it to Chen Chen and Lu Weibing. What would you like to drink, gentlemen? He'll have a latte. Just a glass of water for me. Thank you. Certainly, sir. You're welcome. Chen Chen didn't care for bitter coffee, so he only ordered water. After the waitress left, he kept glancing out the window. Just then a middle-aged man in glasses was led over by another server. President Lu, long time no see. President Lu, please have a seat. What would you like to drink? Lu Weibing quickly pulled out a chair to invite Lu Weiqi to sit. He'll have an Americano. Thank you, Lu Weiqi said to the nearby waitress. And this must be the young and accomplished President Chen. A pleasure to meet you. You flatter me, President Lu. Compared to you, I'm just a junior. I should be learning from you. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chen Chen got straight to the point. President Lu, I'd like to invite you to join Red Star. Chen Chen's directness didn't surprise Lu Weiqi, who instead asked, President Chen, I'm doing well at Jinli. Why would I have any reason to come to Red Star? President Lu, I know you're not thriving at Jinli. You have a president above you and the boss likes to micromanage, always interfering with your strategic plans. Plus, Jinli's finances are probably in trouble, aren't they? Thank you. Taking the coffee the waitress brought, Lu Weiqi took a sip and said, It seems you've done thorough research on me and Jinli, President Chen. You're right, I'm the vice president now, but I believe it won't be long before I become Jinli's president. Come to Red Star, and you'll be the president here. Xiao Chen. Ignoring Lu Weibing's anxious interruption, Chen Chen continued. Not only will you be president, but you'll also be the direct head of Red Star's new brand. Lu Weiqi nearly spilled his coffee. This young President Chen had remarkable audacity, offering the president's position outright. It made Lu Weiqi's heart race with temptation. A new brand. What brand? The Red Star Shining series we launched last year. I plan to spin it off into an independent brand targeting the budget phone market. No one is better suited for this role than you. Lu Weiqi said nothing, quietly sipping his coffee. Seeing this, Chen Chen didn't rush and continued, beyond the budget brand, Red Star also has plans for a new flagship phone. You'll see the teaser posters soon, President Lu. Do you have the confidence to lead Red Star to become the top domestic brand and break into international markets? President Chen, your business vision is perfect, but I'm no longer a hot-headed young man in his 20s. You are trying to stir my passion and ambition to make me jump ship, aren't you, President Chen? Unfazed by having his intentions exposed, Chen Chen looked sincerely at Lu Weiqi and said, I genuinely want to invite you to join Red Star. I'm also seeking your help. I hope we can build Red Star into a great company together. Lu Weiqi remained still for a long time, as if locked in an internal struggle. Chen Chen didn't disturb him. What about the compensation? Lu Weiqi uttered the words almost syllable by syllable. Chen Chen's face lit up as he quickly replied, Rest assured about the compensation. They'll offer you an annual salary 30 above the market rate along with stock options. Hearing the word options, Lu Weibing interjected anxiously, Xiao Chen, the salary is negotiable, but you need to think carefully about the equity. Currently, apart from Lu Weibing's 7 stake, all other shares of Red Star were held by Chen Chen. Given Red Star's market value, Chen Chen held shares worth tens of billions. Don't worry, Uncle Lu. I've thought it through. President Lu is worth it. Lu Weiqi knew that Red Star was a company almost wholly controlled by Chen Chen. Even old Master Chen had never given up any shares for financing. The fact that Chen Chen was offering options now showed how much he valued him. All right, President Chen. This is a major decision. I'll need to think it over. Then I'll await your good news, President Lu. I believe Red Star will be your best choice. Perhaps, Lu Weiqi sighed. Since the emergence of Rice, Red Star has risen anew with offline OPCO and Volvo expanding relentlessly, leaving Golden's market share steadily declining. This is not the most critical issue. The real problem is that Golden's boss is addicted to gambling, which is the most fatal flaw. This was also the final straw that drove Lu Weiqi to make his decision. President Lu Weiqi has joined Red Star. We were a step too slow. Listening to Lin Bing's words, Lei Jun felt little turmoil. He had always doubted Lu Weiqi's abilities, and even if he had reached out, it was only a tentative effort. If they could recruit him, they would assess him for a while before considering a significant role. If not, Rice would suffer no loss. It's fine. I've already contacted a headhunter who found me a professional phone manager named Wang Huateng. Wang Huateng. The name was unfamiliar to Lin Bing. She had never heard of such a figure domestically. Yes, he was a product manager at Lenovo. I reviewed his resume. It's impressive and he's highly capable. So I had the headhunter bring him over. He should be able to start in a few days. Seeing that Lei Jun already had a suitable product manager candidate, Lin Bing, on the Red Star side, Chen Chen was overjoyed by Lu Weiqi's arrival. After giving him a thorough tour of the company, Chen Chen looked at him solemnly and said, Old Lu, since you've just joined, I plan to let you acclimate first, but time is tight. I have to entrust this new model to you right away. President Chen, just tell me the task. Lu Weiqi will surely complete it. Our Shine series, the first generation, has been out for over a year now. It's time for an upgrade. I'm currently focused on the new flagship and Red Star 2, so I'm handing this upgrade over to you. Are there any requirements for the upgrade? Should we stick to the low price strategy? Exactly. Under the premise of ensuring decent performance, make it as affordable as possible. In the budget phone segment, Red Star is ahead of the curve. We need to expand this lead and continue capturing market share with low prices. Understood, President Chen. Watching Lu Weiqi head off to research materials, Chen Chen nodded with satisfaction. Entrusting the Shine series to him was reassuring. Just as long as he didn't create something like a K20 or K50 to undercut the Red Star line. In the budget phone segment, in his previous life, Rice only officially initiated the project in the second half of this year, with a release not until the following year. He had started planning this budget series last year, giving him a head start of over a year compared to Rice. As for other manufacturers entering the budget phone market, that would likely be the year after next. Even a relatively responsive company like Huawei would probably not release a new model until the second half of next year, as they are currently focused on breaking into the high-end market. As for Mises Blue Charm series, it only entered this segment after witnessing Rice's success. Since Red Star had laid the groundwork earlier, it was crucial to widen this advantage. Chen Chen was eager to see Lei Jun and Yu Chengdong's expressions when they entered the budget phone market and found Red Star dominating. It would certainly be amusing. With Red Star's second wave of new phone promotions, netizens seemed to catch on. Was Red Star really planning to make a flagship? President Chen, I don't oppose you making a flagship, but please don't give us another slide-out design. I'm scared. Inside scoop: Red Star's new flagship will be fully loaded with specs featuring their own upgraded processor, the Lingxiao S2, which significantly outperforms Qualcomm's S4 in performance. No way. Apart from Apple's processor, which domestic chip can beat Qualcomm's S4. The S4 is currently the highest scoring benchmark king. We just called for a domestic flagship, and you immediately claim you're making one. If I said we wanted a foldable phone, would Red Star make that too? Stop dreaming. A foldable phone? You must be joking. If phones can fold, it'll eat 5 tons of excrement live. Screenshot taken. 5 tons. You've got quite an appetite. But seriously, the 2 models under President Chen have been impressive. Personally, I'm looking forward to your new flagship. 2 models. Didn't President Chen only release the Red Star 1? What's the other one? Clearly you've never played the bargain game. The top seller in Pinduoduo's phone category is President Chen's Shine 1 from last year. A 799 yuan phone with 1 GB of RAM. That's even earlier than last year's Rice. Wow. 799 for 1 GB of RAM. If only I had bought that for my dad instead of a Lenovo. Over 900 yuan for just 512 megabytes of memory. Chen Chen read the comments and deliberately liked the one about eating 5 tons of excrement if phones could fold. However, the inside scoop was indeed an inside scoop because Red Star employees had leaked it on purpose to stir the pot and increase discussion. The reason was simple: Dr. Lu's second tape-out had succeeded, and after testing and adaptation at Red Star, the chip's performance turned out to be unexpectedly strong. Once mass production was queued at TSMC, Chen Chen eagerly spread news of the Lingxiao S2 online. Now netizens were abuzz with debate about Red Star's new flagship, with most not particularly optimistic. In contrast, domestic manufacturers were somewhat tense out. Everyone had tried high-end flagships before, but all had failed. Take Coolpad for example. It once aspired to create a domestic high-end flagship and launched several models with starting prices over 400 yuan. The result? They lost their shirts and now stick to mid-range and low-end phones. As the saying goes, inequality is worse than scarcity. Why should Red Star succeed when other manufacturers have failed? Impossible. Among the most anxious was Huawei's Yu Qingdong. Looking at Red Star's promotional poster, with the slogan, "Bigger than big," he concluded that Chen Chen was also eyeing the large-screen phone market and aiming to enter this segment. His new large-screen phone was still under development. Even with engineers working overtime, it couldn't be completed in just 2 months. Red Star's launch was scheduled for September, and it was now July. That meant Huawei couldn't release theirs first unless they announced a PPT phone. Yu Qingdong disdained such tactics. Releasing a product without capitalizing on the hype only to have it available months later would likely result in lost momentum. For the new large-screen Mate series, Yu had poured all his efforts into it, overseeing both design and component adaptation. If this phone failed again, not even the founder could protect him. Resignation would be the only option. Rice was also conflicted about Red Star's promotional campaign. Last year, Red Star's launch had followed Rice once. After Rice 1 announced a price of 1999 yuan, Red Star unveiled the Red Star 1 at 1998 yuan with higher specs, but a lower price, clearly targeting them. Wasn't this a direct attack on me? This year, Lei Jun feared that after the Rice 2 launch, Red Star would again offer a 1998 yuan model. However, Rice 2's launch date was already set for August 16th, with the price fixed at 1999 yuan. It was like rock, paper, scissors. Lei Jun made the first move and Chen Chen followed. How could he possibly compete? Upon seeing the invitation specially sent by Lei Jun, Chen Chen called Lu Weiqi over to ask if he wanted to go. Lu Weiqi considered for a moment and said, "Mr. Chen, I'm swamped with work. The negotiations for the new screen partnership with Huaxing aren't finished yet. I won't go. Come on, it's just 2 or 3 hours. Let's see what surprises the Me Too brings us and learn from each other." After Chen Chen's persuasion, Lu Weiqi reluctantly decided to accompany him to the Me Too launch event for observation and learning. As an internet company, Ms. popularity was undeniable. Before the event even started, fans from all over the country had already gathered outside the venue discussing the star of the show, the Me Too. Still dressed in his signature shirt and jeans, Lei Jun began by reviewing last year's Me 1 before officially unveiling the Me 2. He then announced the cumulative sales of the Me 1, 3 million units. As a company founded just 2.5 years ago, our first phone has been embraced by countless consumers, which only strengthens my resolve to make the Me Too exceptional. I hope today's Me Too will deliver a satisfactory result to all our fans. Watching Lei Jun on stage exuding warmth and youthfulness, Chen Chen was filled with emotion. At this moment, Lei Jun's face bore none of the wrinkles that would later appear after he ventured into car manufacturing. He was brimming with confidence, as if the world were at his fingertips. And what about Lei Jun after he started making cars? Facing a siege from various automakers, he looked haggard, not relaxing until the price was announced. How he wished he could continue making phones with Lei Jun. Unfortunately, your Me legal department was too formidable. There was no future for me in making phones alongside you. In this life, I have to go it alone and become your rival. Unable to see Chen Chen's expression, Lei Jun continued passionately explaining the Me Too on stage. Chen Chen had been through this 4 times and could recite it backward, but Lu Weiqi listened with keen interest. It seemed he was absorbing the essence. The Qualcomm S4 is a highly powerful chip with 4 cores, 2 large cores for multitasking and 2 small cores for everyday low-load scenarios. It balances performance and power efficiency perfectly. The Me Too will be the world's first to feature this chip, dubbed the Benchmark King, the Qualcomm S4. Our Me 1 used a custom sharp display, and many fans can attest to its excellence. For the Me 2, we've once again customized a high-resolution sharp screen with a staggering resolution of 1280 by 720. Because it's custom-made, the cost is substantial. However, to provide our fans with an even better visual experience, we invested heavily in this screen. After covering the chip and screen, Lei Jun delved into the Me 2's internal components, such as the touch panel and antenna. Finally, he revealed that the Me 2 featured a 2,500 mAh battery with 18W charging. Chen Chen was startled by the 18W charging speed. Truly, one should never underestimate domestic manufacturers. Without using a USB-C port, still relying on the old Android interface, Me had boosted charging power from 5W to 18W in just 1 year. It was clear they had put in real effort. For the Me 2, whether it's performance, screen, or charging, I can only describe it in 3 words. Absolutely stunning. Our Me 2 is absolutely stunning. Amidst the roaring cheers, Lei Jun brought the event to a close, leading to the most anticipated moment, the price. So what's the price of the Me 2? 1,799. 1999. The audience shouted various numbers, but most chanted 1999. Regardless of whether they guessed correctly, they shouted anyway. What if Lei Jun actually priced it at 1799? Chen Chen waved his arms and joined the crowd in shouting 1999. Sitting beside him, Lu Weiqi looked at his new boss with a hint of resignation. After all, he was just a young man in his 20s. But the atmosphere was undeniably electrifying. The chant of 1999 grew louder and louder, threatening to lift the roof. Although Mi had only released one phone, the price 1999 had already become iconic. Lei Jun smiled, raised his hands to calm the crowd, then excitedly waved his arm and shouted, "You all guessed right. The Mi 2 remains priced at 1999. Thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the audience. With such upgraded specifications, the Mi 2 at 1999 was truly a great deal. Featuring the world's fastest Qualcomm S4 processor, a custom sharp 720p display, a 2,500 mAh battery, and 18W fast charging. The Mi 2 is just $19.99. As Lei Jun finished, the large screen displayed the Mi 2's specifications and price. 2GB 16GB, $19.99, 2GB 32GB, $2,199. Lu Weiqi looked curiously at his excited boss. "Wait, boss, you're the CEO of Hongxing, and Mi is your competitor, right? Why are you acting like a diehard Mi fan?" "Chen Chen, that's right, I've been a passionate Mi fan through 4 lifetimes. This time we've increased production capacity. We'll have 3000 units available at launch next Friday. We hope you'll support us." As the event ended, topics about the Mi 2 quickly trended online. Mi 2 specs, 1999, absolutely stunning. However, more discussions centered on Hongxing's upcoming launch in half a month, with everyone speculating on their pricing strategy. Mi has shown its hand. "Hongxing, let's see what black tech you bring this time. I didn't order the Mi 2, waiting for you instead. The Mi 2 is 1999. Will you still be 1998? Based on my years in the tech circle, Hongxing might have a tough time pricing this time. Last generation, they sold basically at cost, possibly even at a loss. It's unlikely they'll repeat that pricing strategy, for reputation and sales as a company of this scale needs funds and profits to grow. My wild guess, the Hongxing 2 might be priced at $2,299 or $2,499. As for their so-called high-end flagship, there's too little info. Based on posters and some leaks, it uses the Lingxiao S2 processor and a different screen. I'd guess the price range is $29.99 to $34.99. Anything higher and domestic phones can't sustain it. The analysis from blogger Old Fish was fairly balanced, earning many likes. Old Fish's guess is reasonable, but I disagree that domestic phones can exceed $3,000. If Chen Chen brings genuine black tech, I believe there are plenty of Chinese consumers willing to pay. Old Fish, it's not that I look down on domestic phone makers. Look at Huawei or Lenovo and Coolpad in the beginning. Didn't they all dream of going high-end? It's not just about stacking specs. It's about brand identity. Many consumers blindly worship foreign giants like Apple and Samsung, believing foreign products are inherently worth their price. Currently, domestic brands haven't established a high-end image in consumers' minds. I think Hongxing's so-called high-end flagship will end in failure. Chen Chen and Lei Jun also took note of this video by a user named an Old Fish. In fact, what he said was true. Domestic brands, despite over a decade of effort, still couldn't break the monopoly of fruit and 3 mulberries in the high-end market. The only one that could rival them, Huawei, had also been directly hit by sanctions from the U.S. Watching the various discussions online, the only thing that caught Chen Chen's attention was that Lei Jun had actually learned to sell in stock. "Lei Jun, I have no choice but to sell in stock. You're right on my tail. If I don't have stock, you'll steal the spotlight again." The first batch of 3000 units of rice 2nd Gen sold out within just 3 minutes. Lei Jun breathed a sigh of relief at this data. Netizens were calling for a wait-and-see approach, holding out for the Red Star 2nd Gen's price, but many loyal rice fans chose to buy the rice 2nd Gen immediately. "Make sure to ship these phones as soon as possible. We need to launch another sale before the Red Star press conference. I have a bad feeling about this. Why does this Chen Chen have to target our rice? We priced it at $19.99, and he went with $19.98. Lin Bing was also puzzled by Chen Chen's cutthroat tactics. He was very worried that the Red Star 2nd Gen would continue to be priced at $19.98. Not that rice couldn't price it lower. Given the current shipment volume, they could, but the break-even period would be too long. Lin Bing calculated that if priced at $17.99, each rice 2nd Gen unit would incur a loss of over 100 yuan in the early stage. Only after selling over 4 million units would they reach the break-even point. In other words, selling 4 million units of rice 2nd Gen would just stop the losses, and profitability would require at least 6 to 7 million units. The risk was too great. After internal discussions, they decided to stick with a price of $19.99. Although facing Red Star's potential moves might bring some pressure, it wasn't too severe. They could always lower the price after a few months of sales. So Lei Jun ultimately decided on $19.99. Whether Rice and Lei Jun liked it or not, whether they accepted it or not, the Red Star 2nd Gen press conference arrived as scheduled. This time, Chen Chen once again chose the sports venue of a certain industrial university in the imperial capital. Unlike last time, through various channels and fan circle ticket giveaways, nearly 3,000 people attended the event. Chen Chen also sent invitations to well-known domestic manufacturers along with some tech bloggers and media. Inside the venue, Lei Jun, seated in the front row of the guest section, toyed with his Rice 2nd Gen phone. Watching the audience file in, he said to Lin Bing, beside him, "You know, this invitation is quite interesting. I wonder whose idea it was. I think their screen this time must have some big feature. The screen probably won't be small either. You can tell from the touch panel in the invitation." The Red Star invitation included a carefully packaged phone screen touch panel from which one could guess the screen size of the Red Star 2nd Gen or their new flagship. A 5.5-inch screen. I wonder how the market will accept it. That size is a bit too bold for Red Star. Seeing that Lei Jun didn't respond, Lin Bing fell silent, pondering whether Rice should develop a large screen phone. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, Chen Chen quickly stepped onto the stage. This time he deliberately wore a custom casual suit, giving him a more businesslike aura. "Hello everyone, welcome to our Red Star new product launch. I'm Chen Chen." He then bowed to the audience. This Chen Chen is really keeping a low profile this time. That's the attitude a young man should have. He's still new to making phones. Lei Jun listened to the conversations among several veteran manufacturers in the front row, a look of disdain on his face. "In terms of phone making, besides me, Lei Jun, only this Chen Chen counts. As for you all, you're destined for the dustbin of history sooner or later." Last year, after we released the Red Star 1st Gen at a price of $19.98 with outstanding specs, it quickly swept the market. Today I'll bring you its upgraded version, the Red Star 2nd Gen. Let's first take a look at the appearance of the Red Star 2nd Gen. As Chen Chen finished speaking, a rendering of the Red Star 2 appeared on the big screen behind him. For different colored versions of the Red Star, 2 stood in the center of the image. From the visuals, the design of this 2nd Gen continued the style of the 1st Gen, but with a slightly younger overall aesthetic. There were 4 different colors: orange, yellow, black, white, and sky blue. Based solely on the renderings, the Red Star 2 didn't look cheap in appearance. In fact, the matte finish on the back gave users a sense of premium quality. This time our Red Star 2nd Gen still uses high polymer nanomaterials, but we've innovated with the back cover process. This back cover goes through 6 steps and 3 colorings to present this unique texture and color to you. As for the middle frame, it was still plastic, but Chen Chen didn't mention it. That wasn't the point. It wasn't important. The most crucial component of a phone is the processor core. Our Red Star 2nd Gen continues to use our self-developed processor, but this time we've equipped it with the latest Ling Xiao S2 processor. This processor has 4 cores with a clock speed of 1.7 GHz, also built on TSMC's latest 28nm process. It delivers strong performance while maintaining excellent power efficiency. Based on our actual tests, this chip can easily achieve a score of 27000 on benchmarks. Of course, this time our engineers didn't fish out the Qualcomm S4 from Zhongguancun Lake, but I happened to pick up a rival's 2nd Gen phone on my way to the press conference venue. We can compare it with the rival's phone. On the Antutu to benchmark, the rival's 2nd Gen scores 2500, while our Red Star 2nd Gen with the Ling Xiao S2 easily scores a high of 27000. As for the rival's claim that the Qualcomm S4 is the benchmark king, I certainly don't agree with that. Because the new benchmark king is our Ling Xiao S2. The screen size of our Red Star 2nd Gen is 4.7 inches. This time we didn't use a custom screen from Sharp. Instead, we adopted a domestic SOT LCD Retina display with a resolution of 1280 by 720. The screen touch response rate has been improved by 25, offering better responsiveness. To give users a more intuitive understanding of this phone's capabilities, it'll still use the rival's 2nd Gen phone I picked up today for a comparison. With a press of the remote, a comprehensive comparison chart appeared behind Chen Chen. "You son of a BTCH." Lei Jun's face turned somewhat grim as he looked at the comparison chart on the big screen. Using a rival's phone specs for a comparison chart was exactly what Lei Jun loved to do, highlighting his own phone's superiority. But now that his newly released phone was being compared by Chen Chen, Lei Jun felt a bit uneasy. However, there was nothing he could do about it. The fact that his phone was being used as a benchmark only proved that Rice 2nd Gen was already a benchmark in the industry. Although the comparison chart bore the name of a rival's 2nd generation product, anyone familiar with recent developments knew it was actually Damas' 2nd generation model. Lei Jun stared at the chart on the screen, recalling the exhilaration he felt during last month's launch when he compared the Sanction and 390 models. His composure shattered completely. Chen Chen retorted, "You taught me that." The launch venue was undoubtedly filled with users deeply familiar with Dami phones, as the user profiles of the two brands largely overlapped. They would naturally recognize the chart as referring to Damas' 2nd generation. "On my apologies. I accidentally displayed too many slides revealing specs I hadn't introduced yet. They'll deduct the designer's dinner chicken leg for this." Chen Chen turned to glance at the comparison chart on the screen, deliberately cracking a joke. The audience erupted in laughter. The chart not only compared the screen and processor, but also included battery charging and camera specifications between the two phones. Processor Lingxiao S2 vs Gaodong S4 screen, Huasheng Custom HD 720p vs Sharp 720p camera 6-element stacked 13MP, lens vs 13MP OS, Xingyao OS vs Miyu V4 charging 27W vs 18W battery, 2700 mAh vs 2500 mAh. I won't dwell on the screen. Regarding charging, I believe everyone here understands Hongxing's capabilities. As the chart shows, after a year of effort, our rival has finally caught up to the charging power of last year's Hongxing 1. That's a significant improvement. Our rival has indeed worked hard, and they deserve recognition. However, this year's Hongxing 2 has reached 27W charging power, outpacing them once again. We hope our rival can accelerate their pace. As for the battery, Hongxing 2 is equipped with a typical 2700 mAh large capacity battery, paired with our 27W fast charging, ensuring you won't have to worry about battery life. As always, we are far ahead in charging technology. Hongxing 2 boasts the world's fastest charging speed. Of course, records are meant to be broken. This one might only last a few minutes. Chen Chen's words piqued the audience's curiosity. Could 27W charging only hold the record for such a short time? That meant the next phone would have even greater charging power. Before introducing the next device, let's look at our memory and pricing. As for the price, there's not much to say. If our rival draws their sword, we'll parry the blow. Hongxing 2 remains at $1998. As for our second phone, allow me to keep a little suspense. Let me first share why I aspire to create high-end phones. I studied in the United States, and across the vast ocean, I rarely saw domestic phones. Even when they appeared, foreigners viewed our Chinese domestic phones as inferior to fruit Sanction, Nokia, and BlackBerry. Many bluntly dismissed our devices as electronic waste. My father entered the phone industry when I was very young, and I've seen all kinds of devices. Before he passed away, he often sighed, wondering when our Chinese domestic phones would make foreigners eager to buy them, and exclaimed, "God." Chen Chen's words plunged many in the audience into silence, especially the domestic phone manufacturers in the front rows. Though harsh, his words reflected a painful reality. Domestic brands were struggling, often perceived as inferior to international giants. This mindset would persist for years to come, with some blindly chasing foreign brands when making purchases. Since taking over Hongxing, the dream of creating high-end phones has lingered in my mind. I hope that one day our Chinese phones will shake the world. That's why I named our flagship phone Kunpeng. As the saying goes, a rock rises with the wind, in one day, soaring 90,000 miles. May our Kunpeng phone spread its wings and ascend to the skies. Chen Chen's words earned him applause, echoing the hopes of many Chinese people. Who wouldn't want our domestic phones to gain global recognition and praise like fruit and Sanction? However, several veteran manufacturers shook their heads. He was still too young, untouched by the market's harsh lessons. Was making high-end domestic phones really that easy? Everyone present had tried to break into the high-end market only to fail. Only Lei Jun clenched his fists secretly. Chen Chen's words resonated with his own aspirations. Let's talk about charging. Our new Kunpeng phone will shatter the record set by Hongxing 2. This is a black technology in bringing today. Not an hour, not half an hour. Just 28 minutes for a full charge on our Kunpeng phone. This is thanks to our latest interface technology. You can call it the Hongxing interface or the Type-C interface. The audience stared at the Type-C interface image on the screen behind Chen Chen, question marks forming in their minds. It was only 2012, and the ordinary micro-USB hadn't even been fully standardized yet. Was Hongxing already introducing a new port standard? You might not be familiar with the Hongxing or Type-C interface. Let me give you a simple explanation. Chen Chen pressed the remote and briefly introduced the Type-C interface's technology to the audience. In summary, the advantage of Type-C is speed. It's faster for data transfer and charging. Plus, with our Hongxing phones, you can plug in the charging cable without worrying about orientation. It works either way. By the way, all future Hongxing phones will adopt this solution. The Hongxing 2 we just introduced also uses the Type-C port. With the Type-C interface, what is the charging power of our Kunpeng phone? 40 watts. The Kunpeng phone boasts a staggering 40W charging power. 40 watts. Really? Is 40W safe? Chen Chen's announcement of 40W made the audience gasp. Aside from Damas 18W, other manufacturers had just upgraded to 10W. Now he was introducing 40W. Truly terrifying. President Chen, how did you achieve such fast charging speeds? A fan had already stood up and eagerly asked. It's not just the Type-C interface technology. The reason our charging is so fast is also due to a black technology we've employed known as the charge pump technology. Its principle is to generate high voltage through the accumulation effect of capacitors on charge, causing current to flow from low to high potential. In short, it enables fast charging while ensuring safety. Some might say, isn't fast charging just because the battery is small? That's not the case. The battery of our Kunpeng phone is larger than any smartphone battery on the market, reaching a staggering 3,000 mAh. Moving on from charging and battery, let's talk about the processor. Regarding the processor, many have likely guessed, it's still our Lingxiao S2. However, in the Kunpeng phone, the Lingxiao S2's clock speed has been increased from 1.6 GHz to 1.6 8 GHz. As for the most important component, the screen, it's the second black technology one bring to you. Our Kunpeng phone features a 19201080p screen, the world's first smartphone with 1080p resolution. This screen was jointly developed by our company Redstar and Huawei Optoelectronics. It is a truly domestically produced screen. Chen Chen's words immediately sparked heated discussion among the audience. There was currently no smartphone with 1080p resolution in the world, and Redstar was directly releasing one and claiming it was domestically produced. Wasn't that bragging? At present, few domestic panel manufacturers could even produce 720p screens, and their quality often suffered from light leakage. To claim this was domestic production, wasn't it likely they were passing off Samsung's products as their own? President Chen, as far as I know, no manufacturer in China has the technology to produce 1080p screens. Is this Huawei really that capable? Could it be that you bought Samsung screens and are pretending they're domestic? Soon a knowledgeable audience member voiced this doubt loudly. Chen Chen, unfazed, patiently explained, this screen came from Redstar's research lab in the first half of this year. After we took the complete set of technical data and processes to Huawei Optoelectronics, we collaborated to develop it. The patents for this screen are now available for review on China's patent website. I guarantee that this most important component of the phone is 100% domestically produced. Lei Jun, sitting below, felt distinctly uncomfortable. When Redstar 2 was launched, they said the processor was the most important part and compared it to Rice 2. Now they claim the screen was the most important. Really, whatever you excel at becomes the priority. Upon hearing Chen Chen say the technology came from Redstar's lab, Yu Chengbai's initial excitement plummeted. He had assumed this screen represented a breakthrough from Huawei Optoelectronics, and that Redstar was merely purchasing it. If Redstar could buy and use it, so could Huawei. As a high-end phone targeting the global market, how could the Mate series not use such a premium screen? But Chen Chen said Redstar developed it, while Huawei only manufactured it, leaving Huawei with no opportunity. It seemed Redstar would monopolize this screen for a long time. As for other manufacturers' 1080p screens, they existed, but none had yet been officially integrated into a phone. Samsung's latest screen was 1080p resolution. Yu Chengbei had inquired about the price, but those Koreans had demanded an exorbitant sum. They refused any negotiation, claiming they were the only ones in the world, and that HTC was already lining up. This infuriated Yu Chengbei to the point of nearly smashing the table. He had never endured such arrogance. However, Chen Chen's approach gave him an idea. If Redstar could collaborate with Huawei to develop a screen, why couldn't Huawei? A few days ago, a company called Jingdongfang had approached Huawei to discuss cooperation. Pushing these thoughts aside, Yu Chengbei continued listening to Chen Chen introduce the Kunpeng phone, eager to see what new technology Redstar would unveil next. Now let me introduce the appearance of the Kunpeng phone. I realize the order of our launch event is a bit off, though normally we'd present the design before the specs. But the Kunpeng phone specs are so explosive that its equally outstanding design seems less significant. As you can see on the big screen, the Kunpeng phone's body design features a non-removable battery, an integrated body with mid-frame and back cover, and a metal brushed finish. Additionally, we've applied a sandblasting treatment, giving the phone's casing a more comfortable feel. Many fans might wonder why the back of the phone appears to have two cameras. That's right, our Kunpeng phone indeed adopts a dual-lens design. The main lens features 7 elements of a 16-megapixel camera, while the secondary lens is a 2-megapixel depth sensor. When taking photos, the depth sensor captures depth information, thereby highlighting the subject. This method of blurring the background helps isolate the subject from complex surroundings, eliminating unavoidable environmental factors that affect the shot. In other words, when you use our Kunpeng phone for portraits, it makes the subject more vivid and lifelike. Although smartphone photography had not yet reached the intense competitive levels of later years, and wasn't the most mainstream parameter, a good camera was undoubtedly a strong selling point. This shooting technique is typically used in cameras and filmmaking, and Redstar is the first to bring it to smartphone photography. This is a bold attempt. Redstar is dedicated to continuously bringing high-end technologies down to the devices we can personally use. Chen Chen began displaying sample photos taken by the Kunpeng phone on the big screen. Seeing the vivid portraits and blurred backgrounds, many photography enthusiasts were irresistibly drawn in. Some female audience members in particular couldn't help but let out a wow. This is a photo of the Great Wall of China taken with our phone. Isn't it magnificent? And here are portrait mode shots. Isn't the woman in the photo exceptionally beautiful? Next is a selfie. Our 5-megapixel front camera delivers outstanding self-portraits. As sample photos scrolled across the big screen, the audience gained a clearer understanding of the Kunpeng phone's photography capabilities. Now comes the most crucial part, the price. Let's first recap the Kunpeng phone specs. World-leading Lingxiao S2 processor with a clock speed of up to 1.8 GHz. The world's fastest charging speed, 40W super-fast charging, fully charging the phone in just half an hour. The world's first smartphone with a 1080p screen boasting a brightness of up to 420 nits. Unibody, all-metal construction. Dual camera module with a new imaging algorithm. I don't even know how to describe a phone with such specifications. The technologies it employs for 2012 can only be described as black technology. A high-end phone naturally commands a certain price, so our price is $3,499. 332 at $3,499, 464 at $3,999. Looking at the prices on the big screen, the audience wasn't as enthusiastic as expected. Perhaps this price exceeded many people's expectations. However, the Red Star 2, starting at $1998, was a no-brainer. Most people thought that if Red Star made a high-end phone, it shouldn't exceed $3,000. The starting price of $3,499 deterred quite a few. But that was fine. These people weren't the target customers for the Kunpeng phone anyway. They were the target audience for the Red Star 2 and Rise 2. Chen Chen's user profile for the Kunpeng phone primarily focused on tech enthusiasts and business users. Our Red Star 2 and Kunpeng phone will officially go on sale on the 12th of this month at 10 a.m. Pre-orders will begin immediately after the launch event. This concludes our launch event. Thank you all. Xiaomi. I'm here. What rewards will I get for launching this product? Given that the host has independently broken through fast charging technology. Reward 1, new battery improvement plan. Reward 2, new 4G baseband chip technology. Reward 3, artificial intelligence data model. The battery technology improvement plan didn't have a significant immediate impact. It seemed the system's original reward was still the fast charging solution, but since the Red Star Laboratory had already achieved independent deep advancement in charging technology, it was directly changed to battery technology. The most useful was likely the 4G baseband technology. It was well known that current 4G technical standards were still held by a few major foreign companies. To use 4G, patent fees had to be paid to them, and from the end of next year 4G was already set to begin network deployment. As for the artificial intelligence data model, having it would allow Xiao AI to be released even earlier. After claiming the rewards, Chen Chen finally had time to check the online discussions about these two phones. The Kunpeng phone has a 3000 mAh battery. My Fruit phone only has 1000 plus. This battery life must be absolutely insane, truly terrifying. Damn, is this new phone trying to defy the heavens? Why put such a big battery in it? The Red Star 2nd Gen's battery isn't small either. Does this Chen Chen have battery anxiety? Who knows, this Red Star seems obsessed with charging. 18 watts last year, 27 watts this year, and the Kunpeng aggressively went up to 40 watts. But this phone is indeed decent. If I weren't short on cash, I'd definitely buy one. The launch hype was impressive, but I wonder how it actually performs in real use, and whether it's worth the nearly 4,000 price tag. Old fish, come out and give your review. Old fish, hurry up and do a review. Old Fish said thank you for the support, friends, and thank you to Mr. Chen Chen for the invitation. I watched the entire launch event, and to sum it up in 2 points: cost effectiveness and localization. Cost effectiveness is easy to understand. The Red Star 2nd Gen and the Dami 2 are both priced at $1999 and $1998 respectively, basically a no-brainer choice, just depending on which system you find more convenient. As for the differences between the two phones, it's essentially the distinction between the domestic screen and the sharp screen, with similar performance overall. If you're a gaming user, I recommend the Dami 2, because the Qualcomm S4's graphics processing capability is higher than the Red Star 2nd Gen's. This is evident from the Antutu benchmark scores, where the S4's GPU score is a full 25 higher than the Lingxiao S2, but the Lingxiao S2 has a higher main frequency. It's really hard to choose, and the Red Star 2's charging speed is even faster. As for the Kunpeng phone, I don't know what to say. Before the launch, I said domestic phones couldn't support a price above 3,000, and domestic manufacturers didn't have advanced enough technology to sell phones for over 3,000. Mr. Chen's Kunpeng phone really slapped me in the face. First, charging. It's undeniably the fastest in the world. What does 40 watts of power mean? It would probably take other manufacturers 2 years to catch up to this speed. I remember last year someone said certain Fruit and 3 Samsung labs had faster charging technology lying around, so why haven't they used it? What surprised me was Dami. They managed to achieve 18 watts of power in just 1 year, which is truly commendable and impressive. It seems what CEO Lei said about Dami being a tech company isn't just talk. Let's talk about the screen. What I want to express is that this screen represents a major step forward for domestic manufacturers. You see, panel technology has always been our weak point. When TCL promoted the Huashing Optoelectronics project, 3 Samsung participated with a technology investment, introducing 3 Samsung's complete production line. Now looking at Waxing's shareholding structure, 3 Samsung's stake has fallen below 10, while Red Star holds 7 of the shares, becoming the 4th largest shareholder of Huashing Optoelectronics. This indicates that this 1080p technology was indeed developed jointly by Red Star and Huashing Optoelectronics, possibly even through a technology investment, showing that Red Star is advancing component localization. Since I haven't gotten my hands on an actual unit yet, I can't evaluate the screen's quality or compare it to other phones, because there simply isn't another phone with 1080p resolution on the market. The large battery and fast charging you mentioned are most likely prepared for the Xiaomi S2 in this screen. Otherwise, with 1080p resolution and a 5-inch large screen's power consumption, a typical 2000 mAh battery wouldn't even last a day. Given the Kunpeng phone's configuration and some technologies, the starting price of $3,499 is indeed worth considering, but how many people will ultimately buy it remains unknown. They'll make a wild guess. 5,000 units sold in 2012. Many netizens saw Old Fish's comment and started tagging Old Zhang Talks Tech to share his thoughts. Who says the internet has no memory? Everyone clearly remembered how last year he said Fruit and 3 Samsung had even more impressive charging technology, yet a year has passed. These manufacturers still use 5V1A power. Zhang Fuguei was irritated by the netizens' tags. Wasn't it just last year that he criticized Redstar a bit? Why were they still holding a grudge this year? However, Zhang Fuguei had seen plenty of online flame wars like this. Compared to forum raids, this was child's play. He then cracked his wrists and launched a counterattack directly. Old Zhang Talks Tech said, although I didn't attend the launch event combining online news and live text coverage, I formed a clear understanding of these two phones. In my view, these two phones are junk. A domestic screen was hyped to the skies at the launch as if it were alien technology, but it turns out to be just 1080p resolution. I really don't see what's so great about it. 3 Samsung had already discontinued this resolution screen last year. It was just that mass production was expensive and no phone had used it yet, so Redstar snatched the first release. As for the hype about brightness and resolution, it's useless. 1080p resolution only increases power consumption without making the image clearer. Moreover, beyond 720p resolution, the naked eye can't tell the difference, so what's the point of higher resolution? Forget resolution. When it comes to domestic screens, it's not that I look down on Huawei Optoelectronics. Their production lines were all set up by 3 Samsung. How could they surpass 3 Samsung? As for charging, I still maintain my stance. Fast charging is useless. Even if it fully charges in 30 minutes or even 3 minutes, it's still not as fast as me swapping out a battery directly. I can replace a battery in just 20 seconds. And developing a special Type-C interface for charging. If even Fruit hasn't figured out such an interface, how can a domestic manufacturer get it right? Now that the micro interface has just been standardized, you come up with a Type-C. If I go out with your Redstar phone and it runs out of battery, I can't even find a compatible charging cable. This isn't convenience, it's a step backward in history. Everyone should just stick with micro, but Redstar has to be different. It's just a gimmick. As for the starting price of $3,499, that's even more unrealistic. They'll bet Old Fish that from New Year's Day to the end of this year, if the Kunpeng phone sells 2,000 units, he'll admit defeat. A bet, said Old Fish. If Kunpeng phone sells over 2,000 units, he'll eat my own feces live. Old Zhang declared. Haha, this Old Zhang is here for free food again. Screenshot taken. He'll make sure you get a proper feast. Old Zhang, the Kunpeng phone has a unibody design, you can't swap the battery. But I think Old Zhang has a point. The Kunpeng phone might not justify such a high starting price. Huawei has made several high-end models, and their starting price is only $2,699, never exceeding $3,000. Yuqingbei, finally someone remembers I've made a few high-end phones too. Do as you please. I'm planning to get the top-tier Kunpeng phone online just to see if its charging speed is as fast as claimed. The rise of domestic phones. Kunpeng phone. Domestic processor Xiaomi S2 domestic 1080p screen true made in China. Domestic flagship starting at $3,499. Shocking domestic phone actually. Just like the differing opinions of Old Fish and Old Zhang, netizens were largely divided into two camps regarding the Kunpeng phone. One camp believed that Redstar couldn't justify the $3,499 price tag, and that the Kunpeng phone was doomed to fail. Regardless of the online debates, the first sales of Redstar 2 and Kunpeng phone arrived. Before the launch, pre-orders for Redstar 2 had already reached over 1.9 million, while the Kunpeng phone had over 7,000. As the clock struck 10, the Redstar official website opened for purchases. Surprisingly, the Kunpeng phone sold out within seconds. The Redstar 2 was also completely sold out within a minute. Boss Chen, how many units did you actually prepare? Why did the Kunpeng phone vanish in the blink of an eye? Wasn't everyone saying they wouldn't buy this phone? I deliberately chose the most expensive version, and I still couldn't get one. Get one. You actually need to fight for the Kunpeng phone. Look at my screenshot. Image caption: Kunpeng phone 464 silver, payment successful. Shameless. Seriously, Redstar probably only released a few thousand units this time. It feels like no one managed to grab one. In reality, Chen Chen had stocked a considerable number of Kunpeng phones, 500 units, for the first batch. He never expected netizens to be so enthusiastic about this model. The 300 units of Redstar 2 selling out in a minute was just routine. Look at Xiaomi, they sell out in a second. Whether there were actually 2,000 units is anyone's guess. Thank you all for your support of Redstar. The next batch of Redstar 2 and Kunpeng phone will go on sale next Friday. Shenzhen, Huawei headquarters laboratory. Well, have you figured it out? In the lab, Yu Chungbei anxiously watched the disassembled Kunping phone on the test bench. We're testing it now, President Yu. Please wait a moment. Suppressing his restlessness, Yu Chungbei pulled up a stool and sat down to wait. As soon as the Kunping phone was released, Yu Chungbei had acquired one through other channels, eager to uncover the secret of its charging speed. Currently, Huawei's mass-produced charging power was only 12 watts, and even in the lab, it was only 15 watts, not even matching Xiaomi's 18 watts. The engineering samples of the Mate series had already been produced, but the Kunping phone's launch had set off alarm bells. The competitor offered 40-watt charging. The Mate series would give consumers a 12-watt charger. As a flagship aimed at the high-end market, Yu Chungbei didn't want such a glaring disparity. So he stayed in the lab, hoping to uncover their fast-charging technology through disassembly. President Yu, we've got it. A technician called out, and Yu Chungbei quickly stood up. President Yu, just as Chen Chen said, both the Kunping phone and Red Star 2 use the charge pump technology he mentioned in the launch. Additionally, they've added a charging control IC to the charger. I don't care about that. I just want to know if we can use this technology to boost our own charging power. The technician sighed. President Yu, I've just checked. Red Star has filed patents for their charge pump technology, not just single path, but also dual path and triple path configurations. Then can we work around these patents to develop our own fast charging solution? Yu Chungbei wasn't concerned about patents. If there were patents, they'd find a way around them. If not, they'd negotiate with Red Star. Since Red Star wanted domestic chips, they probably lacked certain communication technology patents. They could do a cross-licensing deal. We can work around them, but it will take time. Also, on traditional micro USB ports would need to modify the interface, because micro has only 5 pins while Type-C has 24, a design inherently suited for fast charging. Otherwise, even if we port this technology, we won't achieve Red Star's power levels. Hearing that it would take time, Yu Chungbei grew anxious. The Mate series was running out of time. He wanted to ride the wave of Red Star's so-called high-end domestic flagship and launch Huawei's Mate series. The high-end market had a limited customer base. If Red Star established a foothold, first Huawei's entry would become exponentially harder. As for online claims that the Kunping phone couldn't justify its price, Yu Chungbei dismissed them as nonsense. In his view, the Kunping phone was highly competitive and could be the first domestic model to succeed in the high-end segment. If we use their patents and port this technology, how long would it take to match the Kunping phone's power? The technician considered and replied, using a Type-C port and their patent solutions, we could reach 18 watts within a month. What? Only 18 watts? Yes, President Yu. To achieve Red Star's 40 watts, we still have a long way to go. He'll negotiate the Type-C interface with Red Star. Since Chen Chen wants to promote this interface, I doubt he'll mind other domestic manufacturers adopting it. As for the charge pump solution, you need to work urgently to find a new approach that bypasses Red Star's patents. With that, he hurried out of the lab. The technician shook his head. Bypassing those patents. Easier said than done. Inside the Dami laboratory, after engineers disassembled the Kunping phone, they discovered that this Type-C interface was superior to the previous micro interface in every aspect. The only drawback was that Dami did not possess the license to use this interface. After careful consideration, Lei Jun decided to personally visit Red Star to discuss the licensing of this interface with Chen Chen. Every time he met Chen Chen, Lei Jun felt a vague sense of familiarity with the young man. Their first encounter was at the Dami 1 launch event, where Lei Jun had already experienced this intense feeling, especially when Chen Chen looked at him with an indescribably complex gaze. Due to their brief initial meeting and almost no interaction over the following year, the two truly became competitors after Chen Chen launched the Red Star 1 at 1,998 yuan. On September 16th, Red Star received a visit notice from Dami. Lei Jun did not call Chen Chen on his private line, but instead followed corporate procedures indicating that they intended to discuss intercompany business cooperation. Chen Chen was somewhat puzzled by Lei Jun's sudden request for a meeting, but after a brief moment of thought, he agreed. Currently, Red Star and Dami had no business dealings. For Lei Jun to personally visit Red Star likely meant that Dami needed something from him. After mulling it over, Chen Chen concluded it could only be about charging technology, screen panels, or the Type-C interface. Dami had already achieved 18-watt charging, and although there was still a gap compared to Red Star, Lei Jun would definitely not come to discuss this in person. As for screen panels, the screen on the Kunping phone was exclusively used by Red Star. Apart from that, Lei Jun would probably not be interested in the Red Star 2 screen. Dami was currently in a honeymoon phase with Sharp, so there was no reason to abandon Sharp to discuss screens with Red Star, which was not a panel supplier anyway. Any such discussion would have to be with CSOT. With this realization, Chen Chen confirmed that Lei Jun was likely here to negotiate a Type-C interface license. The launch of the Kunping phone had made many aware of the interface's convenience and speed, and Lei Jun would certainly not overlook it. For Dami to develop faster charging, they could not bypass this interface. Thus, the purpose of his visit was obvious: to negotiate the Type-C interface license. Lei Jun's visit carried significant weight. Just look at Geely and Meizu. Having figured this out, Chen Chen was no longer worried, though he had been genuinely afraid. After visiting Meizu, they lost their core phone making and marketing team. After visiting Geely, they lost the engineers from the Geely Research Institute. Now that he was coming to Red Star, how could Chen Chen not be concerned? Red Star took Lei Jun's visit very seriously, with Chen Chen and Lu Weiqi personally going down to welcome him. After exchanging pleasantries, they finally got down to business in Chen Chen's office. President Chen, the reason I'm here today is... President Lei, what do you think of our Red Star? Lei Jun was interrupted before he could finish, left puzzled by Chen Chen's question. President Chen, well, it's quite good. After all, Red Star is a company that has been deeply involved in the mobile phone industry for years. President Lei, I've guessed the purpose of your visit. It's about the Type-C interface license. I agree, Dammy can use it for free. President Chen know this. Chen Chen's straightforwardness caught Lei Jun off guard. He had expected a lengthy negotiation and had even prepared to pay a licensing fee, but Chen Chen had agreed before he could even make his request. President Lei, as you know, Red Star's charging technology is currently world-leading. I'm licensing the Type-C interface to you for free, but in the future your charging solutions must support Red Star's charging protocol. President Chen, I will pay an annual licensing fee for your Type-C interface. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Lei Jun stood up to leave, but Chen Chen, still seated on the sofa, said softly, President Lei, your Dammy has been selected for Project 863, hasn't it? Lei Jun was startled by Chen Chen's words and stopped in his tracks. Project 863 had only been notified to him by the municipal government a few days ago. How did Chen Chen know? Could it be that Red Star had also been selected for Project 863? President Chen, you must be joking. Dammy is just a small company that has only been around for 2.5 years. How could we be selected for Project 863? As for Red Star with its domestic chips and screens, if anyone were chosen, the municipal government would certainly pick you. Very well, I'll see you out, President Lei. As for the Type-C patent licensing fee, there's no need. I plan to have Red Star take the lead in forming a Type-C alliance to jointly promote the adoption of this interface. The patents will soon be openly licensed internally. After seeing Lei Jun off, Chen barely had time to rest before Yu Qingbei called. Without guessing, it was certainly about the Type-C interface license. After explaining his plan to establish an alliance, Yu Qingbei said no more. Judging by Lei Jun's reaction, Dammy must also be part of Project 863. I initially thought the Redmi series was just a strategy for Lei Jun to capture users, but now it seems there's indeed some force driving it. It's time to hire an assistant. Handling everything myself is truly exhausting. It was much easier with Lei Zi. I just had to share my ideas. Stretching as he muttered to himself, Chen Chen fantasized about what kind of assistant to hire. Black stockings, white stockings, or... No matter what assistant he hired, the talent under him still couldn't compare to the founders of Dammy. Each of them had the ability to handle things independently and was highly professional. In fact, the success of Dammy was largely due to these co-founders. Maybe. Poach 1. Wang Chuan was out of the question. He was an old friend of Lei Jun's, responsible for Dammy TV. Huang Jiangji was also not an option. He was Lei Jun's college roommate, so poaching him would be impossible. Suddenly a name popped into Chen Chen's mind, Zhang Feng, who had just resigned. If he could poach him, he could entrust him with Red Star's power bank and some other projects. As for the TV project, Red Star would definitely pursue it. It was a crucial step in connecting the home screen. TCL also made TVs and was even the leader in the domestic TV industry, but sourcing TV panels from CSOT would be no problem. Currently, Red Star had established a deep cooperation with CSOT. Not only had they traded screen technology for an equity stake, but they had also jointly established a new screen laboratory to develop small-sized panels. On the way back, Lei Jun kept pondering what Chen Chen meant by saying so much to him. He also wondered about the so-called alliance and what it was trying to convey. Shaking his head, he cast aside those impractical thoughts and began to contemplate the upcoming 863 plan. In truth, even without this plan, Lei Jun had already intended to launch a budget phone with decent performance. The reason was simple: the market had long suffered from the dominance of knockoff devices. Of course, that was just the official rhetoric. Talk about cutting off the survival space of counterfeit phones and driving progress across the entire industry chain. It was all empty words. The real reason was that China's current income and consumption levels couldn't support a massive mid-range phone market worth tens or hundreds of millions. Ordinary people still had to look at the price when buying a smartphone. After all, such was China's national condition. The economy was on the verge of taking off, but since it was only preparing for liftoff, it hadn't soared yet. Only cheap budget phones could achieve large-scale shipments, thereby seizing market share and capturing users. Once you had the users, you could do whatever you wanted. Lei Jun had already thought of a name for the budget phone series: Redmi. It meant red rice. Now they were a manufacturer with a red background. After returning to the company, Lei Jun immediately called a high-level meeting. Lin Bin Hong Feng and the others looked at his serious expression with curiosity. Over the past year or so of Dammy's growth, Lei Jun hadn't shown such a look for a long time. President Lei, did the negotiations with Red Star fail today? Dr. Zhou asked cautiously. He was in charge of hardware development and had the deepest understanding of the new Type-C interface. Red Star agreed to license the Type-C interface to us, and it's free. Free. When did Red Star become so easy to deal with? The co-founders were curious. No other conditions. None completely free. Chen Chen plans to establish a Type-C interface alliance. Manufacturers joining the alliance can use the interface for free. Everyone marveled at Red Star's ambition. As the saying goes, third-rate companies make products, second-rate companies build brands, and first-rate companies set standards. This small Type-C alliance plan from Red Star revealed their ambition to establish standards. Joining this alliance and using the Type-C interface means our chargers will have to be compatible with their charging protocol. I think mutual compatibility benefits domestic Chinese manufacturers, so I decided to be the first to join. After some thought, everyone agreed with Lei Jun. Perhaps this standard interface and charging protocol could one day be promoted worldwide by Chinese manufacturers. Pausing, Lei Jun continued, after the first sale of the Red Star 2, our Dami 2 wasn't significantly affected, but I feel Chen Chen is executing a grand plan. So I've decided to open weekly purchases for the Dami 2, and after a month, we'll have it available for immediate sale. I'm worried that if we keep up the hunger, marketing users might choose Red Star. President Lei, I admit Red Star's phones are good, but they don't have stock either. Should we consider that in my plan the Dami 2 wasn't supposed to be fully available until December? Li Wanxiang, in charge of marketing, stared at Lei Jun as he voiced his thoughts. In truth, Li Wanxiang was too focused on marketing, overlooking the production capacities of the two different companies. With Dami's current capacity, as Lei Jun had said, they could ramp up production within a month and open purchases anytime. But Red Star was different. Red Star had decades-long partnerships with several contract manufacturers. Companies like BYD and Foxconn counted Red Star as a major client. They could ramp up production at any time with a very short ramp-up period. From launch to the end of capacity ramp-up, it took less than a month. If Red Star finished ramping up and opened sales while Dami was still doing hunger, marketing users who couldn't get a Dami phone would surely switch to Red Star. After all, the user profiles of the two companies overlapped. Just as Dami worried about Red Star stealing their users and online market share. No, it should be market share, not just online market share. Because Dami had no offline presence at all. Only scalpers were selling their phones at inflated prices offline. The 20-plus distributors from across the country were all that remained of Red Star's offline channels. Under Old Chen's leadership, Red Star never had its own dedicated stores, mostly cooperating with offline dealers and carrier outlets. After a year of chaos, Red Star's products underperformed, and the two models Chen Chen launched after taking over were online-focused, cost-effective devices, leaving dealers with insufficient profits. Naturally, they wouldn't bother. Fortunately, the Kunpeng phone was positioned as a high-end flagship with a relatively high price, leaving enough margin for offline sales. The remaining 20-plus dealers weren't major regional distributors, but Chen Chen was satisfied with this outcome. This time, he allocated 2 Red Star 2 units and 1 Kunpeng phones for offline sales. In reality, each dealer got only a few thousand units. Although these dealers weren't large provincial agents, they had many smaller dealers under them and could easily absorb this inventory. For a high-end model, like the Kunpeng phone, the offline market could sell it, but it wouldn't be the hottest model. A single store might only have 3 or 4 units at most. With 3 units total, Red Star 2 and Kunpeng phones combined, the dealers had no major objections. Their only concern was pricing. Cost-effective models didn't make money, they just brought in customer traffic, and the dealers knew that well. President Chen, what price can you give us for the Red Star 2? Seeing the eager dealers, Chen Chen didn't keep them in suspense and directly stated the supply price for the Red Star 2, 1840. Hearing this, the dealers frowned. Since Red Star didn't allow them to mark up the price, the profit per unit was less than 200 yuan, far too low. What about the Kunpeng phone? Its starting price is over 3000. It can't have such a high cost, can it? Chen Chen saw the dealers staring at him intently and knew they were dissatisfied with the lack of profit on the Red Star 2. A phone priced at 2000 yuan with a profit margin of less than 10 was too low for the offline market. The low-end model is 3000 and the high-end is 3300. Chen Chen slowly announced the price of the Kunpeng phone. Although the dealers still seemed somewhat dissatisfied, they didn't say much more. This Kunpeng phone could be said to have all configurations maxed out, featuring the world's first charging and screen technology. Offering it at this price already demonstrated Red Star's sincerity. The low-end model offered a profit of 500, while the high-end provided 700. This profit margin had basically reached the level offered by the two manufacturers Oppo and Volvo, which specialized in the offline market. It also expressed Red Star's sincerity in cooperating with dealers. The total cost of this Kunpeng phone was 2,900 yuan for the low-end model and 3,200 yuan for the high-end. Distributing most of the profit to dealers was something Chen Chen was willing to do as he sought to rebuild the offline channels. For a phone manufacturer to go further, it must foresee the future trends of mobile development and also learn to share profits. Sharing profits with consumers helps build a good reputation. When it's time to make money, everyone should profit together. Only then can the business last long. This was something Chen Chen had learned from Lei Jun. He only did business with acquaintances. Even when making Demai despite having sufficient funds to invest alone, he still found partners and investment institutions to work together. The online market was a big cake, but the offline market was an even bigger one. When Demai encountered bottlenecks in online development and tried to expand offline, they found that Opco and Volvo had already cultivated the offline market for years, reaping huge profits. Currently, Red Star lacked sufficient funds to build its own offline stores, and Chen Chen didn't have enough energy to develop the offline market. To develop the offline market and promote the brand, Red Star could only choose to cooperate with these dealers. After all, in the current market, cooperating with dealers and operators was the fastest way to develop offline channels. The Kunping Phone and Red Star series chose to cooperate with dealers, while the upcoming Shine series would focus on online channels and operators. The price and cost were clear. If a phone costing a few hundred yuan still wanted a profit of over 100 or 200, then could such a phone still be usable? I hope our cooperation this time will be pleasant. Rest assured, everyone. Our production capacity will increase this month, and I guarantee to deliver the goods to you by the end of the month. From now on, for any matters, please contact our Red Star's General Manager Liu. He will be responsible for our offline channel business. I believe you are no strangers to General Manager Liu. Hello everyone, I am Liu Weiqi. I will be handling all communications with you from now on. We are all old friends, so anything can be discussed. General Manager Liu, it's good to talk. These dealers had dealt with Liu Weiqi many times before, even during his time at Jinli. They didn't expect Liu Weiqi to jump to Red Star now. This cooperation with dealers was very smooth. Although the Red Star second generation didn't offer such high profits, it had enough popularity to bring considerable foot traffic to the stores. With the Kunping Phone reserving such a high profit margin, dealers from all sides were naturally willing to continue cooperating with Red Star. After seeing off the dealers, Chen Chen smiled and said to Liu Weiqi, "Old Liu, you'll have to work hard from now on, ha. I think you hired me just to work me to death. Now I'm responsible for the Shine Phone, the company brand, and offline dealers. Even a donkey on a production line isn't worked this hard." Liu Weiqi, wearing glasses, also joked with Chen Chen, smiling. "The capable do more, he'll give you a raise later. By the way, old Liu, if you know any suitable managers, you can introduce them to Red Star. You can't handle everything alone. Once our business grows, we'll really be overwhelmed. We lack talent." Speaking of this, Chen Chen suddenly regretted opening too many management positions in the company. But regret was just a fleeting thought. If he had kept those people, he would probably regret it even more. The two walked and talked, and just as they exited the elevator, they ran into a hurried Liu weeping. "Xiao Chen, I was just looking for you. I've contacted Zhang Feng, the general manager of Yinghua you mentioned a few days ago." "Oh, what did he say? Is he willing to join Red Star?" "Zhang Feng didn't say for sure, but he's willing to visit our company. We'll discuss it with him then." "Good. If Zhang Feng joins us, we'll have a leader for the new project." Chen Chen waved his fist excitedly. "New project? What new project? I don't know about this." Liu Weiqi was curious hearing their conversation. The company hadn't launched any new projects recently, and as Red Star's CEO, he should be the first to know about any new initiatives. "It's like this, General Manager Liu. I only have a preliminary idea that hasn't been implemented yet, the ecosystem chain plan." "Ecosystem chain plan? What is that?" Liu Weibing and Liu Weiqi asked simultaneously. "I plan to invest and incubate a batch of subsidiaries and products over the next 2 years. They will mainly be responsible for our Red Star peripheral products using the Red Star brand for sales and operations. At the same time, we will start advancing our human vehicle home integration plan. Initially, we'll start with common small items like power banks, desk lamps, and power strips, gradually expanding to small household appliances, and then to common home appliances like TVs and air conditioners. Using gateways and Wi-Fi, we will connect all these devices to our phones. The phone will serve as a control hub and computing center, achieving the Internet of Everything. Originally, it was just a smart home plan, but I believe that within the next decade, new energy vehicles will become a new trend. The screens in cars will be the final piece of our human vehicle home integration. Once we complete this closed loop, Red Star will forever stand invincible." Chen Chen briefly explained his plan. It sounded simple, but it made the two listeners gasp. The plan was undoubtedly grand, but definitely fraught with difficulties. "So you mean we will not only venture into home appliances, but also build our own Red Star cars?" Liu Weiqi squinted and asked seriously. "Exactly. New energy vehicles will be a huge trend in the next decade. This year, the country plans to introduce Tesla into China, intending to use it as a catfish to spur the development of China's own new energy vehicle industry. Red Star must make early preparations in this regard." Liu Weiqi had also heard about Tesla's entry into China. He had previously planned to order one, but upon hearing that it would enter the Chinese market and no longer need to be imported, he decided to wait. Even a CEO's money doesn't grow on trees. The three walked and talked, and under Chen Chen's intentional guidance, they arrived at the Chip Research Institute of Red Star Industrial Park. The current Red Star Chip Research Institute had over 200 engineers, which in Chen Chen's view was far from enough. "We still need to recruit more talent in the chip industry." Liu Weibing smiled bitterly. "Xiao Chen, that's easier said than done. Finding professional chip industry talent is no easy task. This team was originally a group of top talents your father gathered from across the country with great effort. Dr. Lu was persuaded to join Red Star only after your father flew to the United States 3 times. In over half a year, Lu Weibing had only managed to expand the team by a few dozen people, barely reaching 200. This scale was already large for many Chinese companies, but for giants like Huawei, Apple, and Samsung, a team of 200 was insignificant. When Dr. Lu led the team in designing the Lingxiao S1, the entire team consisted of just over 100 people. The primary reason they could accomplish this with such a small workforce was that the chips back then were not as complex as they would later become. Last year, the processes were still 45 nanometers and 32 nanometers. This year, they had already upgraded to 28 nanometers and later to 14 nanometers, 7 nanometers, and 5 nanometers. This meant that the number of transistors and chips was increasing and the content requiring design was becoming increasingly intricate and voluminous. The development of chips was not limited to CPUs, it was increasingly moving toward integrated SoCs. A chip's SoC design team began to specialize with different teams responsible for CPU, GPU, ISP, DSP, and other components. At the same time as the number of chip transistors increased and design difficulty grew, the required number of engineers also rose. Chen Chen looked at the hundreds of engineers before him, believing that with the continuous development of Red Star, more talents would choose this platform and Red Star's chip team would continue to expand. After all, top-tier talents earned similar incomes everywhere, and they valued more the future development of the company or platform. The technical materials I present today require everyone present to sign a confidentiality agreement. Except for Dr. Lu and Lu Weibing, who were already aware of the situation. All the engineers, including Lu Weiqi, looked at Chen Chen in astonishment. After signaling Dr. Lu to bring out the confidentiality agreements, Chen Chen continued, in the next 2 to 3 years, China will gradually begin to fully promote 4G networks. In the 3G era, all patent technologies were monopolized by foreign companies. Now we have introduced a 4G baseband chip ahead of time. This baseband not only fully supports existing 4G network standards, but is also compatible with China's own TD-LTE 4G network standard. Most importantly, this baseband completely bypasses current foreign patents and comes with supporting communication technologies, multimode, multiband, LTE, dual SIM, RF, and so on. This is a crucial step in breaking through foreign technological blockades. After everyone signed the confidentiality agreements, Chen Chen handed the hard drive containing the complete set of technical materials to Dr. Lu, hoping that in the next 1 to 2 years they could thoroughly master this technology and integrate the baseband into their own CPU. On the way back, Lu Weiqi excitedly asked Chen Chen, "President Chen, where did you get this technology? Even our own engineers had to sign a confidentiality agreement." Lu Weibing nudged his arm, signaling him not to ask too many questions. Lu Weiqi, seeing Chen Chen smile, without speaking, tactfully fell silent. The phone baseband was just the first step. In the future, Red Star would certainly develop its own independent ISP and DSP, as well as integrate a neural processing unit, the NPU, into the chip. By the way, Uncle Lu, are there any new phones from other domestic manufacturers recently? Lu Weibing opened the memo on his phone, glanced at it, and said, "Next month, Meizu has a dream launch at the Water Cube, and Huawei is expected to hold a new phone launch in November. The information we've received indicates it will be a large-screen flagship phone. Meizu is about to start their concert soon. I must go and listen." As for Huawei, could their new phone be the Mate series? It's not confirmed yet, but it's said that Yu Changbai has given the new phone the codename M. Chen Chen mused to himself that his butterfly effect had already begun to alter the timeline. Normally, Huawei's Mate series would not officially debut until March next year. Now, with a November release, it seemed either Yu Changbai was in a hurry or the success of the Kunping phone had given him some confidence. Chen Chen knew that starting next year, competition in the phone market would intensify further. Fierce market competition would also spawn various different phones. For now, aside from screens and charging, Red Star still relied on supplier solutions for other configurations. It wasn't that they couldn't design their own. Red Star was already working hard to expand its engineering team. Some engineers had been sent to major suppliers with their own missions, hoping to collaborate on developing unique features. As for new batteries, Chen Chen had handed that technology over to the fast charging lab. After all fast charging and batteries were integrated, higher charging power required better battery cells to support it. The entire fast charging lab had now expanded to over 30 people, divided into 3 groups: the fast charging group, the battery group, and the power group. Chen Chen was not particularly worried about the new battery side. Xiaomi had already provided a complete set of improvement plans. They only needed to follow the technical materials, replicate the new battery, apply for patents, and then cooperate with battery factories for production. Chen Chen had immense expectations for the performance of the new battery. As time approached the end of September, the Kunping phone and Red Star 2 had been on the market for nearly a month. 3 sales rounds had allowed the reputation of these 2 phones to begin fermenting. Some users who had purchased the phones after more than 10 days of use began to share their opinions on the internet about these 2 phones. Some unique features of the Xingyao OS 2.0, which powered the Kunping phone, were also being uncovered by netizens. The operation was smooth, the design was aesthetically pleasing, it was very user-friendly, the functions were comprehensive, and the applications were practical and highly usable. I was originally waiting for Apple's new phone. I thought only Apple was the main force behind phone innovation. But after seeing the Kunpeng phone's specs and technology, I couldn't resist buying one. I've been using it for half a month now. I think except for system smoothness and animations where it can't compare to Apple, which is a common Android issue, it completely dominates Apple in other aspects, especially charging and photography. As a veteran enthusiast who had been in the digital circle for years, Lao Yao's evaluation left many feeling incredulous. From his post, it was clear that Lao Yao had compared the Kunpeng phone to something on par with Apple. The rise of smartphones originated from Apple, and for many domestic players, Apple phones and Steve Jobs were the GOAT. More users who had purchased the Kunpeng phone commented below affirming that what Lao Yao said was indeed true. The Kunpeng phone could justify a starting price of over 3,000 yuan. Lao Zhang talks tech, remember your bet. I've taken a screenshot. When the time comes, I'll definitely give you a big one. Haha, on the two major platforms JD and Tmall, Kunpeng phone sales have already exceeded 4,000 units, plus a few thousand on Pinduoduo. I estimate Lao Zhang talks tech will have a feast this time. One old fish, let's set aside Lao Zhang's matter for now. Let me share my experience from the past half month, just one word, fast. Not only was the system fast, but charging was fast and photography was fast as well. Let's start with the charging test. At a room temperature of 18 degrees Celsius, I used the Kunpeng phone until it automatically shut down, then began charging. Within 15 minutes it reached 54, and at 27 minutes, it was at 81. The full charge was completed in 38 minutes. Although this is a few minutes shy of the under half-hour claim made at the launch event, achieving this within 40 minutes is already a world-beating performance. Now about the system. I initially thought that since CEO Chen didn't mention it during the launch, there was nothing noteworthy. Upon using it, I realized that was precisely the point. And this isn't sarcasm. It highlights the stability of Xiaomi OS 2.0. Without any flashy or superfluous features, it focuses on solid optimization. In the half month I've used it, I've encountered virtually no bugs. Smoothness is the first impression Xiaomi OS 2.0 left on me. Whether it's the responsiveness of software or the speed of opening applications, everything is exceptionally fluid. It's evident that Red Star's system team has invested significant effort in deep-level optimization. Finally, let's talk about the camera. I'm not sure if the trend of using multiple lenses for improved photography is the right path, but for now dual lenses do deliver better results for portrait shots compared to single lenses. When compared to the latest Fruit phone, it holds its own in terms of shooting speed and image quality. This is undeniably a significant step forward for domestic smartphones. As for the drawbacks, firstly the weight. The large battery and metal body bring the total weight to 179 grams, making it noticeably heavier than other phones on the market. Then there's the heating issue. Under normal use, it doesn't feel too hot. But if you're playing a game while charging, the heat becomes very pronounced. I hope Red Star can optimize this in the future so that the charging isn't so aggressive when using the phone simultaneously. Alright, old fish has spoken. The post was accompanied by an image captioned, "Who agrees? Who opposes?" Within a few days, old fish's post garnered tens of thousands of upvotes, and even Chen Chen couldn't help but comment, "Got it." Indeed, using the phone while charging causes it to heat up. Combined with the Kunpeng phone's metal body, which aids heat dissipation but also makes the temperature rise more palpable to the user, this is simply a matter of energy conservation. There's no way around it. Chen Chen checked the sales data. Launched in early September with 3 sales rounds over 3 weeks each of 100 units, the total sales of the Kunpeng phone were approaching 35000 units. For a phone with a starting price of over 300 yuan, Chen Chen was quite satisfied with this result. As for the Red Star 2, there was no concern at all. In 3 weeks, its total sales across all platforms had already reached 1 million units, not far behind the pre-release Dami 2. Taiwan, China. HTC headquarters. President Yang data shows our overall sales in mainland China for September have dropped 17% year-on-year, with a 9% decline in models priced above 300 yuan. The chief operating officer placed a stack of reports on Yang Quan's desk, signaling for him to take a look. A decline. Yang Quan curiously opened the report. Since HTC entered the mainland China market this year, overall sales have been on an upward trajectory, with no month or quarter experiencing such a significant drop. Chief Operating Officer Sun Jia, seeing Yang Quan begin to flip through the report, continued. Yes, President Yang. According to our research, 2 cost-effective manufacturers have emerged in mainland China, Red Star and Dami. Their phones priced at 1999 and 1998 yuan respectively have seen explosive sales recently. Last month, Red Star also launched a model with a starting price of 3499 yuan, which has impacted sales of some of our models. After finishing the report, Yang Quan tossed the file aside and said disdainfully, "Is this the same Red Star that said a few days ago they wanted to form some Type-C interface and charging protocol alliance?" Yes, President Yang. Their company has already sent us an invitation to join this alliance. Overreaching. A small mainland Chinese company thinking it can form any alliance is nothing but wishful thinking. Relying on their lead in charging speed, they actually want to unify charging protocols. I really don't know what that young CEO Chen of Red Star is thinking. Even when Chen Yunlong was still at Red Star, he wouldn't have dared to notify us with such an attitude. Seeing Yang Quan's anger, Sun Jie cautiously asked, "So should we still send someone?" "No. Advance the launch of our HTC Butterfly to this month in mainland China. I want to show Red Star what a true flagship looks like. We were supposed to be the first globally to launch a 1080p screen, but that Red Star beat us to it." Mentioning this, Yang Quan grew visibly irritated. The HTC Butterfly was slated for an October launch in Japan, featuring a 5-inch 1080p Full HD display with a pixel density of 440 ppi. This screen from Samsung was meant to be its main selling point, but the Kunpeng phone launched in September had stolen its thunder. Last year, HTC's market value surpassed Nokia for the first time, reaching $33.8 billion, making it the world's second-largest phone manufacturer by market cap, trailing only Apple. Yang Quan thought this was just the beginning, but it turned out to be the peak. In June, HTC announced its withdrawal from the Brazilian market and closed a research center in North Carolina, USA. In July of the same year, it announced its exit from the South Korean market. This year was fraught with troubles for HTC. After a patent lawsuit with Fruit last year that they lost this year, several models were banned from sale in the US. Additionally, their new flagship, the HTC One X, was let down by NVIDIA. The HTC One X, powered by NVIDIA's Tegra 3 processor, suffered from severe overheating and lag, causing HTC considerable grief. Consequently, this year's HTC Butterfly decisively opted for a Qualcomm processor. President Yang regarding the price in mainland China, should we stick with 4799 yuan? Sun Jie asked cautiously. Since the second half of this year, President Yang had been perpetually on the verge of rage, but Sun Jie mustered the courage to ask. In his view, HTC's ability to turn things around this year hinged on the Butterfly model. In Sun Jie's opinion, the mainland China market was completely different from the international market. Competition among manufacturers here was fierce, especially in the 2,000 yuan price range. While the battle hadn't yet reached HTC's price segment, it was only a matter of time. Sun, is that something you should be worrying about? What can those mainlanders do besides compete on price? Has HTC, the world's second largest, stooped so low as to compare prices with mainland manufacturers? Sun Jie sighed. Indeed, President Yang was still lost in the dream of being the world's second largest. The 4799 yuan price tag was still too high for mainland China, arguably making it the most expensive region for the same model. As Sun Jie walked out, he gazed at the slowly closing office door. Perhaps arrogance would cause the Chinese market to shut its doors on HTC. After the global launch of the Huawei M series, it was swiftly released domestically, sparking a sensation. As Huawei's first large-screen flagship phone, it boasted a 6.1-inch IPS display with 720p resolution. A massive 4,100 mAh battery powered the device, along with their latest in-house processor, the K2V3. The domestic pricing caught Chen Chen by surprise, set directly at 3,299 yuan, as if emulating or targeting a specific competitor. Chen Chen observed this unusual shift, but held no strong opinions, even if the rival was targeting his own Kunpeng phone. In the 300 to 400 yuan price bracket, Red Star's Kunpeng phone currently dominated based on feedback from dealers across regions. This all-metal dual-camera phone boasted formidable product strength in the offline market. Especially among female users, the unique photographic effects of the dual cameras prompted decisive purchases. By December, Kunpeng had shipped a total of 1.8 million units across online platforms, while offline sales contributed nearly 8,000 units. These sales figures officially marked Red Star's solid foothold in the 300 to 400 yuan price segment. As for the segment above 4,000 yuan, it remained the domain of HTC, Samsung, and Apple. The HTC Butterfly, launched in mainland China, faced significant competitive disadvantages above 4,000 yuan. In terms of pure product strength, this model didn't even match the Kunpeng phone. Its ability to command such a high price was purely due to brand premium. Chen Chen had considered creating a model to directly challenge Samsung and Apple above 4,000 yuan, but domestic manufacturers lacked sufficient brand power to confront these seasoned players, placing immense pressure on Red Star, especially financially. Over the entire life cycle of the Kunpeng phone, the company projected sales of 5 to 8 million units, while the Red Star 2 was expected to sell around 15 million units. Due to the elimination of numerous low-end channel devices, shipment volumes couldn't be boosted, keeping Red Star's sales ranking modest. Yet from chaos to steady growth in just over a year, Chen Chen was quite satisfied. The entire focus of Red Star now shifted to the upcoming budget phone. This model would be pivotal for Red Star's shipment volumes. Under Liu Weiqi's orchestration, a rumor suddenly surfaced online. Red Star was set to redefine the budget phone market. Subsequently, various rumors began spreading wildly online. What? Red Star is redefining budget phones. Didn't they just target the high-end market? Now they're going back to budget phones. The commenter above is clearly out of touch. Red Star Shine 1 dominated Pinduoduo's phone sales charts for months, with cumulative sales exceeding 3 million units. Hurry up with a new generation. Your Shine 1 might have generous memory, but the MT6725 processor is seriously outdated. Mr. Chen, you really should have entered the budget phone market sooner. Right now, aside from your Shine 1, the low-end market is flooded with knockoff phones. And your Shine 1 specs are pretty much on par with those knockoffs. Speaking of knockoffs, Chinese consumers gritted their teeth in frustration. The quality of various counterfeit phones was inconsistent, especially after purchase. No after-sales service, no quality guarantee, and even opening an app could cause a freeze. At that time, China's economy was just beginning to gain momentum, and people's lives were improving, but most consumers still used cheap budget phones. Seizing this opportunity, a knockoff manufacturer named Nike expanded aggressively, leveraging pervasive advertising and over 600 stores nationwide to achieve annual shipments surpassing Red Star's entire output. With low prices, an iPhone-like appearance, and a similar UI, it was nothing more than a blatant counterfeit. Many Nike phone users discovered after some use that the reality didn't match the advertisements. Crashes and lag were rampant. Chen Chen knew this wasn't even Nike's peak frenzy. Between 2013 and 2014, Nike actually opened stores across the country, and their business was surprisingly booming. But its demise came from overexpansion and the impact of red rice. With no after-sales service and excessively low performance, this once thriving brand in China quickly became a casualty under red rice. The online rumors also alerted some counterfeit manufacturers. Red Star's strength was evident to all, and the most copied phones among counterfeiters were the Red Star 2 and Rice 2. Domestic counterfeit phone manufacturers had already suffered several blows. The first was the collaboration between carriers and phone makers to promote 3G with subsidies that eroded part of their market through promotions like free phones with top-ups or discounted plans. Then came the groundbreaking Rice 1A, dealing another blow to counterfeiters. They couldn't compete in the high-end, struggled against Red Star and Rice in the mid-range, and barely survived by clinging to the budget phone market. If Red Star seriously entered this segment, their good days would likely come to an end. Some counterfeit manufacturers even considered pivoting or following Meizu's lead in rebranding and upgrading. However, many thriving counterfeiters dismissed the rumors, insisting they were just online gossip, not an official announcement from Red Star. Besides, they questioned whether Red Star could truly capture the entire low-end market in China. Amid the mix of truth and falsehoods, online Lei Jun genuinely believed the news. He himself was preparing to enter this market. The new product line, codenamed H, had already scrapped one design, wasting over 50 million yuan in mold costs. Yet Lei Jun didn't regret it. A product had to be usable. Using last year's MediaTek chip was unacceptable. Opening a few apps would cause crashes, and the fluidity was simply unusable. This new phone was crucial for Rice's strategic development over the next few years. Ultimately, Lei Jun had to personally oversee the new model. Looking at the news about Red Star, Lei Jun sighed silently. Why is my Rice always a step behind? My Shiri's budget phone is barely in development, and you're about to launch. Fortunately, goodbye, Mr. Loser hasn't aired yet, or Lei Jun would surely utter that classic line. As New Year's Day arrived, Red Star officially began preheating for the Shining second generation, directly imitating Lei Jun's approach. It couldn't be called imitation because Rice's Shiri's was still in production hell. In his past life, Lei Jun saw the paid users and traffic on Qzone for the Redmi series, especially the young people there who had just entered society with little money. They were the perfect users for the Redmi series. Chen Chen naturally copied this marketing strategy outright. During New Year's, leveraging Qzone's event, the Shining second generation released posters for preheating, with successful pre-orderers having a chance to win yellow diamond memberships. In just a few days, pre-orders exceeded 6 million. Lu Weiqi gasped at the pre-order numbers. Astonishing. See, collaborating with Tencent, a traffic giant, works wonders, right? Looking at the beaming Chen Chen, Lu Weiqi couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Chen Chen thought to himself, how could a marketing strategy validated by Lei Jun not be effective? After discussing pre-orders, Lu Weiqi asked worriedly, Xiao Chun, are you sure the Shining 2 will still be priced at 799? That price really leaves almost no profit. Including marketing and logistics, our cost has already reached over 760, leaving less than 40 yuan profit per phone, not even counting design costs. Chen Chen, for a budget phone, what design costs? Just slap a plastic shell on a supplier's solution and you're done. Old Lu, you still haven't fully grasped our strategy. Profit is secondary. Our goal is to quickly capture users. Do you know the profit on the Shining 1? Only 13 yuan per phone. Remember the ecosystem plan I mentioned before? The user base of this series is a key part of our plan, and its sales won't stop at just a few million. I estimate that in the next year our Shining series shipments should exceed 20 million units. Chen Chen didn't dare to oversell. The Redmi 1 achieved over 40 million sales in its past life because there was no competition. Now Red Star has Rice as a competitor. Seeing the success of the Shining series, Lei Jun will surely follow up quickly, definitely not waiting until July to release, and they might even be preparing now. Got it, boss Chen. Watching Lu Weiqi walk out, Chen Chen rubbed the back of his head. Could this Lu Weiqi be inherently rebellious? In Shenzhen at Huawei, Yu Qingbei was receiving praise from the founder, being told that the Mate series was well done, not only earning Huawei a good reputation, but also achieving global shipments of 700 units in its first month, a clear sign of success for this phone. President Ren Redstar is now planning to enter the budget phone market. I want to launch our Enjoy brand to follow up. Go ahead. Since high-end has achieved initial success, continue with your vision. I believe in you. Receiving affirmation again, Yu Qingbei left the chairman's office. Though he didn't know the exact specs or price of the Shining 2, he was certain the price wouldn't be too high, likely $899 or $999. Yu Qingbei was so sure because of costs. Like Huawei, Redstar was an old manufacturer with years of experience in low-end phones, highly sensitive to costs. For the Shining one, he had already disassembled it, and after calculations by company professionals, the cost, including taxes and logistics, was around 785 yuan. That meant Redstar only made a profit of a dozen yuan per phone, and that was after several months of sales. At launch, they were definitely losing money. Yu Qingbei decided to wait and see what card Redstar would play before deciding how to respond. If Redstar priced it at 999, he would make a phone priced at 899 to compete. If Redstar still priced it at 799, then he would reconsider the positioning and pricing of the new model. Little did Yu Qingbei know the budget phone market was a meat grinder with competition far fiercer than at any other price point. Unlike Lei Jun's frugal online launch in his past life, Chen Chen grandly held the Shining 2 launch at the 798 Art Zone in the capital. The 500-seat venue was packed with media and fans. Lei Jun, sitting in the front guest seats, felt a pang of emotion. Looking around, not only he had come, but also Lao Huang, Zhou Hongyi, and Yu Qingbei. President Lei cared to guess the price of Redstar's Shining 2. Yu Qingbei turned to ask Lei Jun. I think it should be 999 or 899. Any lower, and there's no profit at all. Before Lei Jun could respond, Zhou Hongyi, sitting to Yu Qingbei's right, answered first. I think President Zhou is right. It should be 899. What do you think, President Lei? Lei Jun thought for a moment and said, I think this Chen Chen will likely price it the same as the Shining one, 799. 799. Still 799. Seeing both men's incredulous expressions, Lei Jun added, how about we make a bet? I bet it'll be 799. Let's wager a meal. Yu Qingbei hesitated. Fine, a meal it is. Don't just fob me off with a roadside stall, President Lei. I don't believe Redstar will set the price at 799. I guess it'll be 999 or 899. Yu Qingbei was firm in his conviction. All right then, let President Yu treat us. Lei Jun said with a chuckle. President Lei, the launch hasn't even started yet. How do you know you've won? Can't I be the winner? I'm already thinking about which restaurant to pick. Yu Qingbei was still a bit unconvinced. After all, the launch hadn't begun yet. Lei Jun was so certain the price would be 799. What gave Chen Chen the guts to price it at 799? Liang Cuiping. Huang Zhang, overhearing their conversation, was astonished. Meizu was also planning to launch its own budget series, but he hadn't expected these manufacturers to be so cutthroat, starting at 799 or 899. Lei Jun thought to himself, none of you understand this kid better than I do. To sweep the market with low prices, you have to set them low enough, not making money, even selling at a loss. Only then can you quickly break into the market. Chen Chen is just playing with the tricks I've already used. Thank you all for coming to our Spark brand's new product launch. I am Chen Chen. Today we will unveil the second generation phone of our Spark brand, the Spark 2. Let's welcome Mr. Lu Weiqi, the brand director of Spark, who will be hosting this event. Thank you. Chen Chen's words stirred murmurs among the audience as they speculated about his intention. Upon hearing him refer to the Spark brand instead of the Spark series, the expressions of several phone manufacturers' representatives shifted drastically. A series and a brand were distinct concepts. It now seemed that Chen Chen had fully spun off the Spark series into an independent brand, no longer merely a subline under the Redstar brand. As Lu Weiqi took the microphone and stepped onto the stage, he first bowed to the audience before beginning his introduction. Hello everyone, I am Lu Weiqi, the head of our Spark brand. Spark is a new brand dedicated to cost-effectiveness and quality. Last year, the launch of our Spark 1 sent shockwaves through the market. Today I will present to you our Spark 2. With the press of a remote control in Lu Weiqi's hand, the large screen began to display the exterior renderings of the Spark 2. We have maintained the relatively angular design of the Spark 1 while redesigning the back cover material and the hand feel. Compared to the previous generation, the Spark 2 is more resistant to drops and scratches, offering a superior tactile experience. As for the display, we have equipped it with a 4.5-inch 720p IPS screen. This screen accounts for a significant portion of the device's cost. Many flagship phones are only now adopting 720p resolution, yet our Spark 2, a model priced under 1,000 yuan, features such a screen to deliver a flagship experience. Seriously, a budget phone with a 720p screen. Are they giving away screens for free? Yu Qingbei exclaimed in astonishment from the audience. Even if the screen quality was average, 720p resolution was still impressive. Probably a low-cost supply from Huawei. I heard they recently revamped several production lines specifically for small-size panels. After the noise subsided, Lu Weiqi continued, besides the screen, the processor is a crucial component. The Spark 2 has undergone deep collaboration with MediaTek to fine-tune their latest quad-core processor, the MT6589. This chip is built on a 28nm process and boasts exceptional performance. The 4 cores can reach a maximum frequency of 1.6 GHz, making it a true flagship processor. Yet despite its powerful performance, we have placed it in our sub-Sandiu and Spark 2 to provide you with an unparalleled experience. Lei Jun was familiar with the processor Lu Weiqi mentioned, as Dami was also working on adapting it for their budget phones, though progress had been less than ideal. MediaTek processors, as everyone knew, were like wild horses, requiring careful tuning and taming, otherwise even the most powerful performance would be wasted. However, Lei Jun hadn't expected Red Star to collaborate directly with MediaTek for optimization. It was something he hadn't considered. Perhaps Dami should also reach out to MediaTek and have their engineers work together on fine-tuning. For the camera, the Spark 2 features an 8-megapixel rear shooter with impressive resolving power. Combined with the tuning and algorithms from Red Star's camera division, the photography experience rivals that of flagship phones with higher megapixel counts. As for the battery, Red Star has thoughtfully equipped it with a 2,200 mAh large-capacity cell. In terms of charging, Red Star is a global leader, so naturally we have equipped the Spark 2 with faster charging speeds. At this point, Lu Weiqi paused, and the audience eagerly anticipated the charging wattage Red Star would offer for the Spark 2. It certainly couldn't be 5W. If Red Star dared to use 5W, even at 499 yuan, no one would buy it due to a lack of sincerity. Having superior charging technology, but refusing to implement, it would be unacceptable. Our charging power is 18W. Regarding this, I had many discussions with Mr. Chen. The Spark 2 has a removable battery. You can simply swap it out when it's low. There's no need for such high charging power, it only adds cost. This charging solution alone costs several dozen yuan. 5W and 10W chargers cost virtually nothing, but Mr. Chen vetoed that idea. He mentioned 2 words: sincerity. Since Red Star has better charging technology, why not use it? If the Spark 2 shipped with a 5W charger, how would consumers perceive Red Star? Ultimately, I was convinced by Mr. Chen. So the Spark 2 features 18W charging and a Type-C port. Since Red Star has better technology, better ports, and better screens, even our budget phones should adopt them. The memory configuration includes 1 GB of RAM and 8 GB of internal storage, expandable via a 32 GB memory card. After several rounds of discussions with suppliers, we have decided to price it at 799 yuan. No secrets here. The Spark 2 is our way of making friends, not for profit. 18W charging, a 4.5-inch 720p display, MediaTek quad-core MT6589, 1GB, 8GB memory, and a Red Star-tuned 8-megapixel camera, all for 799 yuan. As the large screen displayed the Spark 2's specifications and price, Lu Weiqi continued passionately, in my view, technology should no longer be inaccessible. It must serve everyone. Red Star's goal is to create high-quality tech products that everyone can afford. Lu Weiqi's words earned him a round of enthusiastic applause. Lei Jun in the audience was deeply moved. He had founded Dami with the same vision. Red Star also has a gift for every attendee, a brand new Spark 2 for each one of you. Well, thank you, Mr. Lu. You're the best. As Lu Weiqi announced the giveaway, the brief launch event reached its climax with the audience cheering enthusiastically. Now that you mention it, Lu Weiqi is actually quite handsome. Of course, anyone giving away phones is handsome. They continued cheering. Seizing the moment, Lu Weiqi added, the first batch of Spark 2 will be available for pre-order tomorrow at 10 a.m. on Qzone. Successful buyers will also receive a free month of Yellow Diamond membership. Thank you, everyone. This concludes the launch event. Remember, the pre-order starts tomorrow on Qzone along with the Yellow Diamond giveaway. After saying this, Lu Weiqi stepped off the stage, but the audience continued cheering, shouting, well, remember. After the press conference, Lei Jun and his team wore grim expressions, pondering how to counter the Blazing 2 with such specifications. A price of 799 for these features was nothing short of a killer move. If Huawei were selling this configuration, it would cost at least 999, and if OV were to market it, the price would hover around 1500. Now that Red Star was offering it at 799, how could they compete? President, you don't forget to treat us to a meal. As they reached the parking lot, Lei Jun turned to Yu Chengbei and said, President Lei, how can you be so sure that the Blazing 2 is priced at 799 and not 999? Lei Jun replied calmly, actually, I'm not certain. Red Star will set it at 799. This remark only deepened Yu Chengbai's confusion. In truth, pricing it at 999 or 899 would work, but it wouldn't be striking enough to captivate consumers. Red Star's strategic intent is clearly to seize the budget phone market before other manufacturers notice, using ultra-high specs and ultra-low prices to quickly dominate and lock in users. At that moment, Lei Jun withheld the latter part of his thought, as it was his own plan. But Red Star had beaten him to it once again. It seems we really need to cry wolf now. With that, Yu Chongbei got into his car and left, heading to catch the earliest flight back to Shenzhen. Sigh that Chen Chen has truly mastered my future's playbook. Despite Red Star's constant claims of making friends and not earning money, don't they still rely on flash sales? The initial batches might indeed yield no profit or even losses, but as orders accumulate to a critical mass, economies of scale kick in, and with Moore's law, supply chain costs keep dropping. So where does the profit come from? It's all there. Moreover, thin margins lead to high sales volume. Currently, the bulk of phone shipments in China are still low-end devices. Don't be fooled by the online popularity of the Red Star 2 and Dami 2. With millions of units sold, compared to low-end phones, it's like a mere drop in the ocean. No contest at all. Let's go. Back to the company. Yes, President Lei. The driver, upon receiving the order, slowly drove the iconic Maybach toward Dami headquarters. Lei Jun closed his eyes tightly in the car, mulling over countermeasures. This press conference had revealed Red Star's mastery over supply chain management and product positioning. For Dami, this was not good news. Red Star's progress was alarmingly fast. It had transformed from a traditional channel manufacturer into an internet channel player in just 1 year. As fellow internet channel manufacturers, Dami was too passive. They had assumed that joining the 863 plan would bring a certain level of government support, but judging by the current situation, Red Star had undoubtedly also joined the 863 plan, or perhaps even before that they had strategically laid out their budget phone market plans. Unlike the understated promotion of the Blazing 1, within just over an hour after the press conference, the hashtag Blazing 2 at 799 surged to fourth and third on the trending list. The buzz continued to escalate. The entire internet was in uproar. No one expected Red Star to increase specs without raising the price, maintaining 799 despite major upgrades. Compared to other manufacturers, the knockoff phone makers were now trembling with fear. The market share left for knockoff phones was already slim, surviving only in the budget segment. Now, with Red Star's 799 budget phone, it seemed they intended to consign knockoffs to the annals of history. As for other manufacturers, they had yet to react, failing to see the immense potential of the budget phone market. By the time they recognized this segment, price wars would already be raging. For consumers, a manufacturer seriously producing in this price range was a welcome sight. Some young people noticed that the Blazing phone had a collaboration with QZone, offering a QQ yellow diamond upon purchase. Wasn't that like manna from heaven? Just go for it. The next day, the first batch of 300 Blazing phones sold out in under 10 seconds. Lu Weiqi promptly released an announcement that 300 units of the Blazing 2 were sold out in less than 5 seconds. This announcement rocketed to second place on Weibo's trending list. President Lu, we're out of stock. When's the second batch? President Lu, hurry up and stock up. If you have to go work on the assembly line yourself. 300,000 units isn't enough. Bring another 300,000. 300,000 every day. As netizens flooded Lu Weiqi's Weibo and Red Star's official page with demands for restocking, Lu Weiqi had no choice but to issue another announcement. Batch 2 of the Blazing 2 is in intense preparation. Next Friday, we'll have a limited time sale on Maogo, Red Star's official website, and Pinduoduo marketplace. Pinduoduo seized this momentum by launching a pre-order campaign on its marketplace with a huge banner on the homepage reading Blazing 2 limited subsidy, only 769. For the second batch, Lu Weiqi placed an order for 500 units, planning to allocate 500 to each platform and 300 to Red Star's official website. As for the third batch, that was uncertain, and at least they'd wait until supplier prices dropped a bit more before launching. After all, one has to make a living, and it also helps maintain buzz. Chen Chen estimated that even if Dami, spurred by Red Star's stimulus, managed to produce their Redmi phone ahead of schedule, it would still be after the Spring Festival, maybe even May, before it hit the market. After several months of production ramp-up, the Blazing 2 had ample time. They could control shipment volumes according to plan. Besides the success of the Blazing 2, Lu Weibing brought another piece of good news. Zhang Feng, who had resigned from Indawa and taken a break, had agreed to join Red Star and would be reporting for duty soon. Chen Chen was overjoyed at this news. He knew Zhang Feng's capabilities well. Aside from the incident of forgetting to register a trademark and having it snatched, he was strong in every other aspect. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risen to the position of general manager at Indawa. The power bank and air purifier projects had been under Chen Chen's direct supervision, but he was naturally lazy and not particularly well-versed in the intricacies. He could only provide a general direction, leaving the actual implementation to his subordinates. Once Zhang Feng joined Red Star, Chen Chen could hand over all these projects to him, even the entire ecosystem product line. Of course, stock options would be a given. Chen Chen had no desire to repeat Lao Huang's mistake of being stingy with equity only to have his people poached. My name is Zhang Feng. I'm a professional manager devoid of sentiment. Never did I expect to be so sought after. A Lu Da from Dami eagerly invited me to join their company, while Lu Weibing, an old friend from Red Star, warmly urged me to visit and see their operations before making a decision. After resting for several months, I ultimately chose Red Star, but I soon regretted it. I thought my career would usher in a second spring. Upon joining Red Star, I was immediately placed in charge of a department. Now I'm in a panic, for as soon as I joined, I faced a new challenge. General Zhang demanded that I create a power bank with a cost under 80 yuan, not only supporting our Red Star's fast charging, but also meeting strict quality and design standards. I'm truly panicked. How could this possibly be done? Young General Chen enthusiastically patted my shoulder, painting me a rosy picture of stock options and shares already reserved for me. He said that as long as I excelled in this project, the entire Red Star ecosystem chain would be placed under my charge, and I would become the head of the entire department. I swallowed that grand promise. When I arrived at the so-called immense ecosystem chain department with great excitement, a cold wind blew, chilling my heart. The entire department, including me, had only 20 people. With that promise still lingering in my stomach, I adjusted my mindset, discussed with the ecosystem chain members, and decided to give it a try. Clutching the design drawings given by General Chen, I visited numerous factories and suppliers. Upon seeing my requirements, they uttered only one word: no. I'm truly panicked now. As a professional manager, I can't just join a company and say I can't do it. No man admits defeat. I must succeed. I scoured many factories in the Jiangsu-Zhejiang region and finally found one capable of producing the casing for our mobile power bank. Overjoyed, I watched the master craftsman's exquisite mold-making technique, nearly shedding tears. I adopted Panasonic's 18650 cells, an aluminum alloy shell sandblasting finish, and an ergonomic curved grip, imbuing my first product with an industrial design aesthetic. The power banks on the market were all priced above 100 yuan, with slightly better ones costing around 200 yuan. Yet the Red Star power bank I personally crafted had its cost tightly controlled at 77 yuan, meaning we earned a mere 3 yuan per unit sold. When I excitedly reported to General Chen with the power bank in hand, he smiled and patted me again, assigning me a new task to develop Red Star's air purifier. I said I had no experience in this area and didn't know how to make one, but General Chen quickly gave me a lesson. He took 2 layers of filter media, fixed them onto an oscillating electric fan, turned it on, and told me this was an air purifier. I don't know why there was an electric fan in General Chen's office in the dead of winter, but I seem to understand. An air purifier is just a fan plus filter. I can do this. Unaware of Zhang Feng's inner drama, Chen Chen picked up a can of cola, walked to the office window, and quietly gazed at the view outside the building, enjoying his leisure time. Having been in this world for nearly 2 years, he realized how challenging it was to truly run a company. Every link, every department required his personal oversight. Only after Lu Weiqi joined Red Star could he share some of the burden. Now with Zhang Feng on board, he only needed to steer the company's grand strategic direction. Sometimes running a company is like steering a ship. The sea may seem calm on the surface, but beneath turbulent currents churn. One wrong step could lead to utter ruin. What was gratifying was that the company was now fully on track. Red Star 2, Kunping Phone, and Shine 2 were continuously injecting capital, providing a steady cash flow. Since the beginning of this year, Lu Weibing, under his direction, had invested in several small enterprises, or rather studios. The Xiaomi team and Stone Company from his previous life had been preemptively invested in and controlled by Chen Chen. He didn't want to end up like Dami in its early days, only investing without holding a controlling stake, failing to fully command the companies. In the end, all the supply chain companies wanted to break away, and the worst-case scenario saw Dami's own ecosystem products not even supporting its own system. This was absolutely intolerable for Chen Chen. He could allow Red Star not to interfere in the company's management, but Red Star must hold absolute control and have the final say. He wouldn't let these companies eat their fill and then mess things up. Chen Chen had now witnessed Zhang Feng's capability. From proposing the plan to delivering the finished product, it took only a little over 2 months, faster than Dami's pace in the previous life. The invested Stone team was also developing their first-generation product, while an acquired fan company produced a finished product according to his design in just 1 month, soon to be available on the Red Star Mall. The fan that piqued Zhang Feng's curiosity was exactly the one sent by the manufacturer. It just looked out of place in the office during winter. The fan had a built-in Wi-Fi module, allowing it to connect to Red Star phones via Wi-Fi for remote control and adjustment. In the future, except for items that truly couldn't accommodate modules like towels and power banks, Chen Chen planned to follow the model of Dami in his previous life and make everything connectable. For the central control device, he shamelessly copied it directly and named it Star Home. The interface and operation were entirely replicated according to his own ideas. Chen Chen mused, lazy, I've taken the lead in this life. Can Your Me Home still launch? Over these 2 months, the Shine 2 swept the market with an unstoppable force. None could rival it. 2 sales events in January moved 800 units with ease. After the Spring Festival, Lu Weiqi crafted a new slogan, not just the first phone for the youth, but the first smartphone for parents. This marketing campaign sparked another surge for the Shine 2. With 5 sales events in February totaling 3 million units plus shipments through offline carrier channels, the Shine 2 sold 5 million units within just 2 months of its launch. This drove BYD's foundry to full capacity. In the new year, besides targeting the high-end with the Kunping phone, the low-end with the Shine line, and having Red Star dominate the mid-range, Chen Chen planned to launch another product line, also copied tentatively, called the CC series. It would focus on slimness and photography, specifically targeting the female market. As for pricing, it would naturally fill the gap between the Red Star 2 at 1999 yuan and the Kunping phone at 3499 yuan. After all, in China, spending power ranked women, the elderly, children, dogs, men. As long as the design was appealing enough and the camera good enough, performance just had to be passable. Few girls cared about that now. Back in the day, didn't OV capture the female market with their soft light selfie that lights up your beauty? Now Chen Chen planned to leverage offline distributors to stake a claim in this market ahead of time. In a corner of a coffee shop in the imperial capital, Lei Jun was sipping coffee with a sharply dressed woman. President Lei, thank you so much for prioritizing our Kaiming's funding this time. The woman with light makeup and a calm smile looked at Lei Jun across the table. Lei Jun flashed his signature smile. He was no stranger to the woman across from him, Su Ling, who came from Qiming Investment. The founder of this investment firm, Tangming Yuan, was also an old friend of Lei Jun's, and Qiming had been the first to lead the investment when he founded Dami. In subsequent rounds of financing, Qiming had participated to varying degrees. This time, to counter Hong Seng's Shining 2, Lei Jun decided to raise another round of funds. This idea had been brewing since before the new year, but he hadn't yet decided which institution to choose. After the new year, Lei Jun's Dami company was preparing for financing. Su Ling, who had been closely monitoring Dami, contacted Lei Jun immediately. After several days of negotiations between the two teams, Qiming Venture Capital, led by Su Ling, jointly invested 300 million, with Lei Jun's Huawei Capital securing 1/9 of the shares. This 300 million was prepared by Lei Jun for the upcoming Redmi series. Since he had decided to enter the budget phone market, he had to be ready for fierce competition with other manufacturers. Miss Su, we're old friends, so I won't mince words. I'm very grateful to Qiming Venture Capital for providing this funding. Su Ling across from him smiled. Lei Jun's words were mere formalities. In business, he never liked to monopolize profits. Instead, he believed in everyone making money together. Especially since Tang Mingyuan of Qiming Venture Capital was an old friend of Lei Jun's. In truth, it was Su Ling who should be thanking Lei Jun. Dami was growing rapidly and various capital entities wanted a piece of the pie. After completing its Series B financing, Dami wouldn't allow further capital infusion in the short term. Choosing Qiming this time was Lei Jun's way of favoring an old friend. President Lei, I doubt you're only going to focus on smartphones, are you? Su Ling put down her coffee and asked. As a professional manager at an investment firm, she had a keen sense of observation. She had been watching Dami's development and closely tracking its movements. Lei Jun was startled by her question. He hadn't disclosed his ecological chain plan to anyone, not even to investors. How did she know about it? President Lei, don't be nervous. I noticed that Hongxing Investment has been investing in small companies lately, especially in small home appliances. I suspect they have a big plan in mind. Since both your Dami and Hongxing rely on the internet for their smartphone business, I guess you wouldn't limit yourself to just smartphones. This information comes at a cost. Lei Jun looked at Su Ling, who was staring at him with a sly smile, but he didn't give a direct answer. Smartphones are currently Dami's main revenue source. All our future business will be built on this foundation. This ambiguous reply satisfied Su Ling. From Lei Jun's words, she could infer that his ambitions extended far beyond smartphones. President Lei, you'll pay for the coffee this time. Consider it the price for this information. Lei Jun looked at Su Ling across from him, and a sudden thought crossed his mind. Miss Su, our company needs a head for a new business line. Are you interested in joining Dami? As soon as he said it, Lei Jun regretted it. Su Ling was highly capable with years of investment experience, making her perfect to lead ecological chain investments at Dami. But she was still a manager at Old Tang's company, so the offer seemed somewhat inappropriate. Lei Jun thought to himself, I always want to snatch up talented people. He expected Su Ling to refuse outright, but instead she didn't say no. Instead she replied, I can consider it. I'm just curious, which new business line would you have me oversee? Lei Jun was stunned by her response. He hadn't expected her to agree. Her answer left him feeling almost dazed. Really? What's wrong? We've known each other for years, don't you know my character? Su Ling looked at Lei Jun's expression. She had her own plans. His earlier words had revealed his ambitions, which went far beyond smartphones. If he hadn't hinted at it, she wouldn't have agreed so readily. Hardware-software ecosystem was the triathlon Lei Jun had proposed for Dami, and it represented the most promising development path for future internet companies. Although Dami currently only had smartphones as its main business, Lei Jun was indeed following this trajectory. If it weren't for the failure of MeTalk in its battle with Penguin WeChat, Dami's market valuation might have already exceeded 50 billion. As an investment professional who had observed Dami for so long, Su Ling was confident in its future and naturally wouldn't turn down Lei Jun's invitation. Then Old Tang's Qiming will need a new helmsman. I wonder if he'll let you go. Don't worry about that. Go have dinner with President Tang. I think he won't be angry. Besides, I've been in this investment industry for years, and I really want a change of environment and work style. Lei Jun looked at Su Ling with a helpless expression. He had only asked casually, never expecting her to actually agree. It seemed he would owe old Tang another favor, but he was naturally overjoyed. With Su Ling on board, the ecological chain investment matters could be entirely handed over to her. He could then focus on the smartphone business, striving for ultimate victory in the upcoming fierce competition with several manufacturers. Welcome to Dami. Lei Jun extended his hand, deciding to welcome Su Ling into the company. Nothing was more important than talent. After finishing their coffee, they left the cafe separately. Lei Jun had too much to do. As soon as he returned to the company, Wang Huateng brought good news: the Redmi series was ready. The factory had completed the first batch of engineering prototypes and could go into full production at any time. Great. Lei Jun pumped his fist in excitement. He had been waiting for the Redmi series development for too long. From its inception last year to scrapping the first version to now rolling off the line. A full 7 or 8 months. During these 7 or 8 months, other manufacturers had probably started preparing to enter this market after seeing the popularity of Hongxing's Shining 2. They might not be as early as Hongxing, but it was definitely not too late now. Start the pre-launch campaign immediately. We'll hold the spring launch event in April. President Chen Dami has announced they will hold a spring launch event in April. With that, she placed the coffee on Chen Chen's desk. This was Chen Chen's new assistant, Chen Ro, a graduate of Xian Jiaodong University, 26 years old, chosen by Lu Weibing from over a dozen candidates. Although she lacked extensive work experience, she was highly sensitive to data and efficient in her work, so she was kept as Chen Chen's assistant. Gazing at the coffee on the table, Chen Chen picked it up and took a sip. He had never drunk this stuff before, but now he had grown to appreciate the taste. The company was in a developmental phase, and there was simply too much to do. A spring launch event. Yes, according to their teaser poster, Dami's spring launch event is likely to feature at least 3 models. Based on current information, one of them is a downgraded version of Dami 2, while there is no further news on the other 2. Chen Chen thought hard, trying to recall what Dami had released in April in his previous life. There was the Dami 2's, the Dami 2 Youth Edition, also known as the Dami 2A, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember another model. Could it be the early release of the Redmi series? The more Chen Chen thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Dami could surely estimate the sales of his Shining 2, and this might spur them to accelerate the development of the Redmi series. In his previous life, it was released in July, so an advance to April was not surprising. Assistant Shen, go tell President Lu to prepare a price cut of 200 yuan for the Red Star 2. For users who purchased in March, issue a 79 yuan coupon to be used toward the purchase of our upcoming Red Star power bank. A price cut. President Chen, the life cycle of our Red Star 2 is far from needing a price cut to boost sales. Isn't it too early to reduce the price now? Shenro was puzzled by Chen Chen's order. She had merely informed him about Dami's new product launch, and he decisively slashed the price of the currently hot-selling Red Star 2. It didn't make sense. It's not too early. You don't understand, Lei Jun. If we don't cut the price now, by the time their new models are released, the Red Star 2 will be at a disadvantage. Alright, I'll go notify President Lu immediately. Watching Shenro leave, Chen Chen felt he had been somewhat careless. His grasp of the market was far less seasoned than Lei Jun's. The first generation of Dami's loyal users was built on this upgraded version of the Dami 2, which not only upgraded but also cut the price. This made it impossible for other manufacturers to compete, and only Red Star, relying on product strength and price cuts, could rival them. Currently, Red Star's entire product line could not cover all price points. From the 799 yuan Shining 2 to the 1999 yuan Red Star 2, there was a gap in the middle. From the Red Star 2 to the Kunpeng phone, the 2,000 to 3,000 yuan range was also empty. Such development was somewhat unbalanced. The upcoming Dami 2 Youth Edition was likely aimed at covering the 799 to 1,999 yuan range. Further up, Dami also had a complete gap, and not just Dami. All domestic manufacturers were currently unable to cover all price ranges. Huawei had very low-end contract phones, the M series starting at 3,000 yuan, and the P series in the 2,500 yuan range, but they had gaps in the 1,000 yuan and below categories. OV had a rich lineup in the 1,000 to 1,500 yuan range, but they too were missing a flagship model in the 1,500 to 2,500 yuan range. Opening his computer, Chen Chen began to redesign Red Star's product line. He planned to emulate later manufacturers by adding a Note series based on the Shining 2, thus covering the middle range from budget to entry-level phones. As for the 2,000 to 3,000 yuan range, he was currently planning a women's phone and had already handed the design plans to the development department. His only concern was whether Red Star's predominantly male team could grasp the female market. Thinking about the models they had developed before gave Chen Chen a headache. They still lacked talent. If only a few more product managers would come along. Lu Weibing's recruitment efforts were also not ideal, with most candidates being fresh graduates who required extensive training at Red Star. Maybe I should learn from Lei Jun and poach talent. Chen Chen finally understood why Lei Zi wanted to pocket talent as soon as he saw it. Now wasn't he the same? Xiao AI Tongxue. I'm here. Any new tasks recently? Post. The current latest task is to release the Xiao AI smart speaker. There are no other tasks for now. Alright. The launch of the Shining 2 had not yielded any rewards from Xiao AI, Instead, it directly gave a new task to release the Xiao AI smart speaker. Honestly, Chen Chen was quite looking forward to it. Just then Shun Ro knocked and entered. President Chun, I've informed President Liu, and he said he understands. She then produced another document and said, according to the chip department, our new chip this year may not be ready for mass production by September. It might be delayed to October or November. The current progress is not ideal, and we won't be able to tape out in April or May. The charging lab has reached a maximum of 120 watts, but it's very unstable. The mass-producible version is 50 watts using a single-path charge pump solution. For the new battery, we are still applying for improved patents, and approval is expected next month. The first version of the battery has concluded its experiments, but the indicators did not meet expectations. Further experiments and improvements are needed. Team leader Li is currently in urgent coordination with the factory. Whether mass production can be achieved before September depends on the factory's progress. Any good news? Chen Chen rubbed his head. As technology advanced, it required more time, funding, and engineers. Red Star's development was still a bit slow. Shin Ro continued flipping through the document and soon stopped. The M series from a competitor has been reported to have severe processor chip overheating with noticeable phone freezes and lag. Many consumers are demanding a solution from Huawei, and Huawei is an emergency crisis management. Anything else? The Stone technology we invested in has started validating the first version of their robotic vacuum cleaner, expected to go into production in July. Minister Zhang Feng's air purifier project is progressing rapidly, and negotiations with Japanese suppliers for procurement are underway. That's it. Yes, President Chun. Oh, and Dammy sent an invitation for you to attend their spring launch event on April 6th. I see. You may leave now. All right, President Chun. Call me if you need anything. Shen Rao's office was next to Chen Chen's. Lu Weaving had specially connected the two offices with a door for convenience. Recruit. Poach. Must poach. Chen Chen steeled himself. Forget about reputation. If the shovel swings fast enough, no wall is unbreakable. He picked up the phone and called Lu Weaving. Uncle Lu, contact some headhunters. I want to poach a few people. Soon Lu Weaving arrived at Chen Chen's office. Now that the company was on track, Lu Weaving was primarily responsible for personnel administration and internal management at Red Star Company, gradually distancing himself from the front lines of product development. This was both a deliberate arrangement by Chen Chen and a reflection of his own thoughts. Mr. Chen, who are we poaching? Yang Tuo and Li Yijia. Yang Tuo previously worked at Samsung China. There are rumors he's about to resign. I suspect Huawei is also trying to recruit him. As for Li Yijia, I'm not sure where he's currently employed. You'll need to check. We need new product managers. These two were familiar figures to Chen Chen. After joining Huawei, Yang Tuo transformed their marketing style. In his view, Huawei's previous promotional methods were like an old bear breaking corn cobs. Each product cycle ended, and people forgot, forcing the next product to start from scratch. Yang Tuo aimed to make marketing and branding sustainable. Then came slogans like elegance, gentleman as orchid, and jazz life, all crafted by Yang Tuo. Of course, he also had failures. After being poached by Meizu, he personally developed the Pro 7, featuring an innovative smart window design. However, this model was plagued by the underwhelming MediaTek chipset and ended in failure, earning the nickname hemorrhoids from netizens. Undeniably, he was a highly capable individual. As for Wei Siki, she later served as product manager and lead presenter for Xiaomi's CC series, Civi series, and digital series. Alright, I'll get on it right away. Anyone else I should keep an eye on? Our company's product line isn't diverse enough yet, so keep an eye out for people with product development experience. Oh, and if there are suitable candidates within the company, feel free to bring them over first. Got it. They'll send you a list when I get back. After speaking, Lu Weaving lowered his voice and whispered, Xiao Chen, are you satisfied with the assistant I hired for you? I took quite a while to pick her out. Very satisfied. She really saves me a lot of trouble. Haha, glad to hear it. They'll head back now. Let Xiao Shen notify you when I have news. In truth, the person Chen Chen wanted most was Lei Jun, but that was simply impossible to poach. Little did he know Lei Jun was thinking the same thing. If only Chen Chen could be at Xiaomi. The Redmi series was about to launch, but the pricing issue was driving Lei Jun to pull his hair out in frustration. In his original plan, the Redmi 1 was supposed to sweep the market at 799 yuan. Now, however, Chen Chen had beaten him to it once again. Why was this kid always one step ahead? Pricing his product the same as the Shine 2 at 799 yuan offered no competitive edge. They had the same processor, similar cameras, and comparable materials and design. If it weren't for the fact that the design was completed before the Shine 2's release, Lei Jun would have fully suspected Wang Huateng of copying the Shine 2. Chen Chen didn't expect that, did you? I copied you. If he priced it at 699 yuan, the return on investment would take ages, at least half a year, and sales would need to be in the tens of millions to avoid a net loss. He had prepared 300 million for a fierce battle, but the moment he drew his sword, he found the Shine 2's gun already aimed at his head. A high price meant weak competitiveness and slow sales growth, a low price guaranteed losses. The total cost of each Redmi 1 was close to over 750 yuan. Should he price it at 749? Let's discuss it. How should we price our Redmi 1? At the management meeting, Lei Jun began his usual persuasion of the executives. Mr. Lei, in my opinion, 749 yuan covers costs and is lower than Red Star's Shine 2. It's a very suitable price, said Lin Bing, who strongly supported the 749 yuan price point. Lei Jun shook his head and spoke slowly. We ourselves are in the futures phone business. Everyone knows Moore's law. I estimate Shine 2 sales have already exceeded 5 million units with costs mostly amortized. If we price at 749, what if they drop their price by 100? How do we respond? Lei Jun's words made everyone's expressions shift. Indeed, they couldn't just focus on the launch price of 799. If they priced lower, Red Star could certainly cut their price. My suggestion is to go straight to 699. Let's see if Red Star has the guts to follow. Lei Jun's words landed with a thud, startling everyone in the conference room. 699. Mr. Lei, I calculated this morning. At 699 yuan, would need to sell at least 4 to 7 million units just to break even on costs, and over 7 million to reach profitability. Budget phones don't have the same room for component price cuts as mid-range ones. We can only rely on volume to spread the costs. I disagree with 699. I disagree too. I think Mr. Lei is right. Amid the voices of dissent, Wang Huateng's affirmation drew everyone's gaze. Seeing the others looking at him, Wang Huateng spoke directly. 749 can cover costs, but we never intended to make money from this product. It's purely for our company's next strategic move. 749 isn't shocking enough to truly captivate consumers. That's why Red Star didn't price the Shine 2 at 899. At 899, it's still a budget phone, and its specs could still sweep the market. But Chen Chen didn't do that. Instead, he went straight to 799, a truly low price. That's why months later the Shine 2's popularity remains high. Since we're already prepared to lose money, why not set an equally ultra-low price? After Wang Huateng finished, everyone fell into thought. Finally, Lei Jun made the final call. 699. So what if we lose money? We have cash in the bank, and we just raised another 300 million. We can afford any loss. It's settled. 699. Everyone go prepare. Let's welcome Xiaomi's first challenge. As Lei Jun and the others walked out of the conference room, Lin Bing's assistant hurried, overcoming face to face with Lei Jun. Mr. Lei, breaking news. Red Star 2 has announced a price cut of 200 yuan, and buyers within the first month will receive an 80 yuan store coupon. The Shine 2 is temporarily reduced by 100 yuan. The assistant's words made the group who had just stepped out of the meeting change color. They all looked at Lei Jun. He had just mentioned that Red Star might cut prices in response, and now, before they even launched, Red Star had already done so. Chen Chen's market instincts were far too sharp. They had just settled on 699, and almost simultaneously Red Star had dropped to the same price. How about we go back to the conference room for a little while longer? Seeing everyone's grim expressions, Wang Huateng ventured cautiously. Lei Jun was nothing like Zhao Laoban. He lacked the audacity to slash the price of Redmi further. Had Zhao been in charge, he would have ignored whether the Shine 2 was priced at 799 or 699 and simply dropped a bombshell. For 199, take it or leave it. After all, it was the investor's money at stake, not his own. No need to go back for another meeting. Stick to the original plan of 699 with a limited time launch discount of 50. Damn, he can afford this loss. As I said, we have cash in the bank. It seemed he had underestimated Chen Chen. He had prepared for fierce competition in the budget phone market, but never expected it to be a knife-edge battle from the start. At Huawei, the newly appointed Zhao Ming stared at the announcement from Red Star and rushed straight to Yu Qingbai's office. Mr. Yu, the Shine 2 has dropped another 100 now at 699. Should our Changwan series go head-to-head with Red Star? Yu Qingbei was equally troubled. Entering the budget phone market was non-negotiable. It was key to shipment volumes and capturing users, a strategic goal for Huawei that left no room for retreat. Any news from Dami? Not yet, but I expect their launch on the 6th will unveil their budget model. We're already behind these two in progress. If we price ours higher, the Changwan series. Zhao Ming left the rest unsaid, but the implication was clear. With weaker product appeal and a price higher than the Shine 2, failure seemed all too likely. Yu Qingbei was now deeply vexed. The M series had sold millions globally in just months, marking what he thought was Huawei's ascent to the high end and his own successful beginning. Yet the K2V3 processor proved to be a misfit. As the weather warmed, more users reported severe overheating, noticeable lag, and occasional crashes. Chinese consumers were tolerable. They might vend online, but rarely returned their purchases. Asking for a refund, that was out of the question. But overseas consumers were not as easygoing. If issues went unresolved, they would file complaints with consumer protection agencies. Huawei had already initiated free replacements and recalls in some regions, incurring massive losses. Emergency system patches had been pushed, but the effects were minimal. Only the M series with its large screen and metal body managed decent heat dissipation. Had it been a smaller model, this would have been a catastrophic misstep. No matter. Let them do as they please. The lower the better. Besides, we're not the ones who should be losing sleep. Dammy has far more to worry about. Lei Jun is probably tearing his hair out over pricing. As long as someone else was worse off, Yu Chongbei felt much better. Mr. Yu, according to our plan, the Changwon X1 is expected to launch in June or July. Development is progressing quickly. I'm considering further compressing the price to see if we can keep it under 700. After hearing Zhao Ming out, Yu Chongbei pondered briefly and vetoed the idea. Since price competition was futile, he would take a different approach. Don't worry about pricing for now. If we craft our marketing well and tell a compelling story, consumers will still pay a few hundred more. Yu Chongbei had no intention of engaging in a price war with Red Star. If he couldn't outrun them on that track, he would pivot, focus on quality and design, making the product more aesthetically appealing. That alone would suffice. After Zhao Ming left, Yu Chongbei contacted HR to check on the progress of poaching talent from Samsung. Xiao Lu has Yang Tuo still not relented. Mr. Yu, not yet. He insists that if he joins Huawei, he must have full control over brand management and marketing. He thinks our current product marketing is. Xiao Lu trailed off. Yu Chongbei gave a bitter smile. Yang Tuo was right. Huawei in its transition lacked a clear brand marketing strategy. Marketing efforts were product-specific rather than serving the Huawei brand as a whole. Contact him again. Tell him I agree. If he comes to Huawei, everything he proposed will be his responsibility. Yu Chongbei was burning his bridges. If Yang Tuo's brand marketing couldn't save Huawei, then even with Chairman Ren's support, resignation would be his only option. As Dammy's launch date approached, buzz around their new phone grew louder. Dammy had done some light pre-promotion, but without a confirmed production timeline, Lei Jun couldn't set a specific launch date. Budget phones were different from other models. If the price was low enough, consumers would wait for a PPT phone. But without a competitive price, or if sales began only a month after launch, the hype would be completely wasted. I heard Dammy is entering the budget phone market too. I wonder how their product compares to the Shine 2. The Shine 2 at $699 is an incredible deal. I've already placed my order. I don't care about Dammy or Xiaomi. I doubt their budget phone can beat the Shine 2 in quality and price. To be fair, Red Star has been quite generous this time. They even offered compensation to buyers within the first month. Who would have thought a manufacturer would compensate consumers after a price cut? I'm devastated. My order date was just over a month, but after calling customer service, Red Star still gave me a discount coupon. This time Dammy might upgrade the Dammy 2. Look, Red Star 2 dropped by 200. If I didn't want to see what the Dammy 2 upgrade is, I'd have bought the Red Star 2 already. I wonder what the upgrade will be. Judging by the poster, it might be the processor. What if Dammy upgrades the specs and lowers the price? Upgrading specs and lowering the price. Dream on. It'd be a win if they don't raise it. Lowering it. Impossible. Why not? Didn't Red Star give consumers discount coupons? Given Lei Jun's style, it's possible. He'll take a wild guess. The Dammy 2 upgraded version at $1899. True. I feel like Dammy and Red Star are the only domestic brands that truly care about consumers. My dad insisted on buying the Huawei Mate 1. Oh, and now it's so laggy, it almost burned his hand yesterday. I told him to get a Kunping phone for over $3,000, but he wouldn't listen. He said Huawei is an old brand. Haha, I saw on foreign sites that Huawei recalled or replaced phones in some places. Luckily, my dad listened and bought a Kunping phone. Now he brags about how fast it charges and how great the photos are. Kunping phone. That phone is beneath someone like me, Liang Chen. High-end phones. Besides Apple and Samsung, when have domestic phones ever been considered high-end? Knockoffs are forever knockoffs. Go die with your Apple and Samsung. The Kunping phone beats them in every way except the system. A phone with 5V1A charging dares to call itself high-end. Long Outyin refused to accept that. April marked a pivotal moment for Dammy as the company was founded in April 2010. By 2013, Dammy had been established for 3 years, transforming from an obscure little firm into a major mobile phone manufacturer with annual revenues in the tens of billions. In April, Dammy also launched the Mi Fans Festival event. On Mi Fans Festival Day, Dammy officially unveiled several models for the year through various activities and a launch event. The first was the Dammy 2S, an upgraded version of the Dammy 2. While its exterior remained nearly identical to the Dammy 2, Lei Jun specifically compared the Dammy 2S to last year's Red Star 2 during the presentation. After all, Chen Chen had not been sparing in his tributes to competitors at the launch event last year. In terms of the camera, we have upgraded to 13 megapixels and fully support 1080p video recording. Thanks to the tireless efforts of our camera department colleagues over half a year, the Dammy 2SS photography capabilities have made significant strides, outperforming our competitors' phones. Take a look at the sample photos. Shouldn't we reward our camera department colleagues with extra chicken legs tonight? As for the processor, we have upgraded to the Snapdragon 600 chipset. This processor's performance has improved vastly over last year's S4, excelling in both image processing and core frequency. On the Dammy 2S, we have also adopted the Type-C interface. You should already be familiar with its advantages. First, compared to traditional USB interfaces, the Type-C port offers faster transfer speeds, achieving a bandwidth of 10 gigabits per second, nearly double that of the original USB interface. Furthermore, encoding loss rates have significantly decreased. However, the interface's benefits don't end there. Most importantly, it enables faster charging power. The Dami 2 SS charging power has been further enhanced compared to the Dami 2. It has reached 22.5 watts. Additionally, thanks to our excellent collaboration with competitors, Dami's chargers will be fully compatible with Redstar's Spark Flash fast charging protocol, supporting up to 18 watts of charging power. After introducing the charging and processor, Lei Jun focused on the newly upgraded MIUI V5. This system version underwent a substantial overhaul, adding new features and shortcuts such as quick options when long pressing the home button and a completely redesigned control center. The pricing for the Dami 2S continued Dami's tradition. When the big screen displayed $19.99, the audience erupted in cheers. More features for the same price. Dami really knew how to deliver. But then Lei Jun said, "You're celebrating too soon." And the screen instantly changed from $19.99 to $17.99. The crowd went wild. Cheers and shouts filled the air, almost lifting the roof off the venue. In addition to the Dami 2S, there was also a budget version of the Dami 2, the Dami 2 Youth Edition. This was another of Dami's traditions, using one model to launch a Youth Edition to cover different price points. The Dami 2A featured Qualcomm's MSM8260, a dual-core processor. In other respects, its configuration was similar to the Dami 2, though with cutbacks in the screen and camera. The biggest innovation of this phone was the integration of near-field communication technology, NFC. In 2013, although there were already some usage scenarios supporting NFC, they were rare and not widespread. Yet at this time, when NFC was far from popular, the Dami 2A came equipped with NFC functionality. Chen Chen knew that in his previous life, Dami was essentially the only company promoting this feature. NFC and infrared were Dami's signature features. Once Dami reached a certain scale, they went city by city negotiating to integrate their NFC into local subway and bus systems. This promotion eventually paid off. Whether taking the bus or the subway using Dami's NFC was incredibly convenient. It wasn't until Dami had largely completed its promotion that other domestic phone manufacturers began to gradually support NFC when the competition heated up. Of course, a decade later, this feature became standard. If your flagship phone lacked NFC, you couldn't even call it a flagship without embarrassment. The pricing of the Dami 2A was aimed squarely at the 390 and Alibaba's Tianyu. At 1,299 yuan, it hit the 390's weak spot. The 390's special edition phone was 1,499 yuan, while the Dami 2A with the same configuration plus Type-C interface and NFC was 1,299 yuan, putting the 390 in a tough position. It looks like we need to accelerate the launch of a model priced just over 1,000 yuan this year, otherwise we'll be too passive against these competitors. Chen Chen was already planning new models. 2013 was a crucial time. By the end of the year, China would gradually begin rolling out 4G networks. Old manufacturers were exiting the stage, and new giants were beginning their performances. As for Huawei's budget phones, neither Chen Chen nor Lei Jun took them seriously. Their presence was even weaker than that of a newcomer like 390. Huawei's Honor 8860 was so badly beaten by the Redstar 1 and Dami 1 that it nearly vanished, forcing Yu Chengbei to launch a new series, Changwan. At the launch event, the audience listened to Lei Jun talk about how low-income groups in China longed for a true smartphone. Chen Chen knew the best was yet to come. Like a mouse pulling a log, the real highlight was at the end. Sure enough, after finishing his story, Lei Jun directly unveiled Dami's new series, the Homie series. Since QQ Space had been preemptively secured by Chen Chen's Shine 2, Lei Jun partnered with NetEase this time for Weibo reservations and launches, as they were longtime collaborators. The Dami 1 had launched on Weibo. This Homie 1 launched in collaboration with China Unicom, not only supports Unicom's 3G, but is also a dual SIM dual standby model. In terms of the processor, the Homie 1 also uses MediaTek's latest flagship chipset. After months of deep adaptation and tuning with MediaTek engineers, it can unleash its full performance. You'll find it runs all kinds of software smoothly right out of the box. The configuration was essentially a rehash, as the overall specs were quite similar to the Shine 2. The same processor, the same camera, the same shell and materials, and a similar battery. The only difference was charging. Lei Jun gave the Homie 1 a 10-watt charger. For the screen, Redstar used CSOT panels, while Dami opted for cheaper Tianma screens. Both were domestic screens, part of the 863 plan, and they tacitly agreed to use domestic components whenever possible. To borrow a phrase from Redstar's president Lu, technology should not be something lofty and distant, it should serve everyone. In this era of rapid smartphone advancement, there are still many low-income individuals in our Huaxia, as well as countless youths who have just left school. They urgently need a phone that is both affordable and powerful. That was my original intention for creating the Homie phone. So what is the price of such an exceptional device? You may have already seen the price drop of the Redstar Shine 2. As for the reason behind it, I believe many of you are aware, so I want to elaborate here. This is absolutely unrelated to our Homie series. Ha ha ha. The audience shared knowing smiles. Chen Chen, watching Lei Jun's smiling face on stage, felt a sense of foreboding. In his past life, the Xiaomi 1 was priced at $799, and he had already reduced it to $699 in advance. Moreover, his Shine 2, with the same specifications, had certain advantages in charging and screen quality. Even if Lei Jun priced it at $699, it wouldn't hold much of an edge. Yet for some reason, Chen Chen's heart was pounding incessantly. Could Lei Jun possibly follow in the footsteps of Boss Jia, selling phones at a loss? Last night, after a thorough discussion with our Dami executives, I managed to persuade them. The price of our Xiaomi 1 is $699. Before the audience could cheer at the price, Lei Jun continued, "Our Dami was founded exactly 3 years ago today. This company embodies the dreams of 7 old men. We dream that every consumer in Huaxia can enjoy high-quality, affordable tech products. So $699 is far from enough. We are offering an additional 50 yuan discount for the first launch. For just 649 yuan, this powerful, durable Xiaomi 1 is yours. Of course, this is a limited-time offer. Users who place pre-orders in April can enjoy this price." Staring at the 649 price on the big screen, Chen Chen was stunned. Not just him, but many company heads watching the live stream were also taken aback. Could it really be played this way? Wait, pricing the Dami at $699 was already teetering on the edge of a loss. Setting it at $649 would definitely mean losing money. Everyone relies on domestic suppliers. With these specs, the approximate cost is obvious at a glance. President Huang, are we still making the budget phones? By Yongxiang, watching the live stream, with old Huang swallowed hard. This price was even more devastating than Red Star's Shine 2 at $799. Of course we are. Why stop? With Alice Capital coming in, the budget phone market is huge. Red Star and Dami can't possibly swallow it all. This is the perfect opportunity for our May tribe to shine. But what about the price? If we can't outcompete them on price, we want. Our Milan has higher specs plus my personally crafted design. It's fine to be a bit more expensive. Old Huang's thinking mirrored Yu Chengbai's. Since we can't beat them on price alone, we'll compete on other fronts, like aesthetics, design, and storytelling. In the Huaxia market, sales are never a worry, it's just a matter of selling a bit less than them. Can Red Star and Dami maintain this price for their second generation? With the $649 price announced, Lei Jun dropped a bombshell: immediate availability. The pre-order channel for our Xiaomi 1 will open after the launch event, first on Weibo. We hope you'll follow us closely. After the launch, Chen Chen returned to his car, pondering the company's next move. No one expected Lei Jun to have such audacity, selling at a loss just to counter Red Star. Just then, Shinro sent him a message. President Chen, Qualcomm has notified us that starting next quarter, they will raise the post-position patent fees. Upon seeing this message, Chen Chen set aside thoughts of Dami and immediately drove back to the company. Qualcomm holds numerous patents in 3G and 4G technologies, which are their primary revenue source. Although Red Star uses self-developed chips for processors, they still rely on some of Qualcomm's patents for RF communications and supporting technologies. Qualcomm's patent fee collection method hasn't changed. They charge based on the factory price of the phone. This is quite frustrating. For every phone sold, you have to pay a percentage of the factory price as patent fees. This is in addition to the already paid patent fees. Qualcomm calls this the preposition and postposition patent fees. For every Kunping phone sold, the company pays Qualcomm 9 in patent fees. For every Red Star 2, it's 6. Individually, these fees don't seem huge, but when the 4G era arrives, Qualcomm's patent fees will skyrocket. By then, the fees will likely start at double digits in dollars. Of course, every hegemon has its era. Qualcomm dominated the 4G era, but when the 5G era arrives, the communication throne will be seized by another company. Chen Chen wanted to emulate the Huawei company from his past life, seizing the opportunity in this timeline's future 5G and 6G eras to gain initiative and a higher status. Otherwise, enduring situations like Qualcomm arbitrarily raising prices would be unbearable. When Chen Chen returned to the company, Lu Weibing, Lu Weiqi, and others were already waiting in his office. Seeing their grim expressions, Chen Chen asked what had happened and why Qualcomm had suddenly raised prices. President Chen, let me explain. After receiving Qualcomm's notice, I contacted some former colleagues and friends, Jinli, Tianyu, and Chen Chen. None of them received the price hike notice. I suspect this is a targeted move against us. Lu Weiqi's network in the phone industry was broader than Chen Chen's. He immediately called to ask whether the price increase was an isolated case or across the board. The news he got chilled him. No other company received the notice, only Red Star. Damn Qualcomm. The usually gentle and refined Lu Weibing cursed outright. This price hike might seem small. For the Kunping phone, the original fee was 9, and under the new ratio, it would be just over 10. But this is an extremely dangerous precedent. If Red Star accepts a 1 increase, what about a 5 hike next time? Or a 10 increase? Will you accept it or not? Any news on why Qualcomm raised prices for Red Star alone? Chen Chen was not fully prepared for this. In his plan, Red Star should have coexisted peacefully with giants like Qualcomm and Apple for a few more years, only challenging them when it had sufficient strength in chips, communications, and basebands. Even if he didn't want a confrontation, it might not be up to him. He knew all too well how Huawei had been sanctioned in his past life. President Chen Huawei's Yu Chungbei posted that Qualcomm's price hike is patent extortion. It seems we're not the only ones Huawei received the notice to. Shinro walked over with a laptop. Huawei also got the price hike notice. I think I understand now. In China, only Huawei and Redstar used their own design chips for domestic manufacturers, while low-end models used MediaTek, avoiding Qualcomm's all-in-one solutions. Other manufacturers, whether Xiaomi or OV, adopted Qualcomm solutions, making the targeting clear. MediaTek's chips lacked performance and communications technology compared to Qualcomm. Apple's A series chips weren't for sale, and Samsung's Exynos was falling behind in performance, with few domestic users besides Meizu. This is Qualcomm testing the waters. They want to force us to abandon our chip business and adopt their all-in-one solutions. They're aiming to dominate China's mobile phone market. Quite an appetite, but they might break their teeth. President Liu, any latest news from Dr. Liu? How's our Lingxiao S3 progressing? And our Kaitian baseband? Kaitian, the name Chen Chen had chosen, symbolizing a new beginning for China starting with this baseband. Shinro checked her notes and replied for Liu Weiqi Dr. Liu is running simulations on the Lingxiao S3, no news yet. The Kaitian has begun mass production. Let's discuss this. Xiaoshan, please inform Dr. Zhou to come over. Liu Weibing immediately objected. I disagree. This price hike is a test. If we give in today, they'll demand more tomorrow. If we accept a $1 increase now, tomorrow it'll be $100. Should we just swallow it? If that's the case, we might as well shut down and stop making phones. Manager Liu is right. If we agree easily, Qualcomm will only escalate until we can't bear it. Liu Weiqi also opposed immediate acceptance after some thought. Agreeing easily is out of the question, but we need a solution. Some of Qualcomm's patents are unavoidable. It's a dead end. Chen Chen's words plunged the group into silence. Making phones meant dealing with their patents, and accepting this hike would only invite more. Just then Dr. Zhou rushed in, speaking loudly before entering. President Chen, don't worry. We can contact Huawei for patent licensing. Our Kaitian baseband can also help. If needed, we can use MediaTek or Texas Instruments solutions. Since Chen Chen and the others weren't experts, they could only fret. Now with the professionals' arrival, they felt reassured. Dr. Zhou, what's the plan? Arriving at the office, Dr. Zhou took the water Shinro poured, calmed down, and continued. I just checked the technical data. We don't necessarily have to use Qualcomm's patents. Huawei has deep expertise. We can approach them for their solutions and patents. Yes, I'd rather pay Huawei than Qualcomm. And our Kaitian baseband has bypassed existing patents. Dr. Liu and I plan to inform you after mass production. We can use Kaitian in our current models. Though external, it uses more power, but our models have large batteries and fast charging, so the impact is minimal. Hearing Dr. Zhou's words, everyone felt relieved. With alternatives, Qualcomm couldn't be so aggressive. In the US Qualcomm headquarters. Jack, do you think Redstar will accept our small price hike? Boss, our China head says Redstar will definitely agree. They have no reason to refuse. It's not $100 increase, and this is just a warning. Jack well said, and both laughed. It irked this rising giant that a Chinese phone maker was producing high-end phones without Qualcomm solutions. In Smith-sized China, making chips was a joke. Why not use ready cheap solutions instead of dreaming about self-made chips? Even if you could design chips, it wasn't just about the processor. You still needed RF baseband, DSP, ISP from other vendors. As chips became more integrated, all those external components would drain power, wouldn't they? Qualcomm's test was clear. If Redstar accepted the hike easily, they'd pressure them to stop chip development. If not even better, Redstar couldn't make phones without their patents. Rumor has it Redstar wants to unify China's phone interfaces and charging protocols. Their StarFlash protocol already has 3 domestic manufacturers supporting it. What about our QC protocol? When will it be ready? Smith was displeased. Qualcomm's QC protocol couldn't bypass Redstar's StarFlash fast charging. To promote QC, they'd need Redstar's authorization and Type-C interface. How could a company like Qualcomm not recognize its benefits? Boss, I'm afraid I have bad news. Our protocol currently supports only 10 watts less than even Xiaomi. Our engineers say faster charging would require the Type-C interface, which needs Redstar's authorization. What the FCK? Smith cursed, clearly frustrated. The thought of seeking authorization from that small Chinese company was unbearable. Continue pressuring Redstar. If they don't agree, we'll terminate cooperation. See how they react. Yes, boss. As you wish. President Yu Hongxing just contacted us. They've also received notice of the patent fee increase. It seems Qualcomm isn't targeting only our Huawei this time. Upon hearing the news from his subordinate, Yu Chungbei gently tapped the table with his knuckles lost in thought. This price hike from Qualcomm was undoubtedly a bad omen, and it was aimed solely at Hongxing and his own company, both of which shared a common trait: the capability to design and develop their own chips. What does Hongxing say? After a long pause, Yu Chungbei asked. Hongxing has decided to resist this round of price increases. Meanwhile, their CEO Liu Weiqi wishes to meet with you to discuss patent licensing matters with our Huawei. Let's arrange a time for a thorough discussion. Last time Chen Chen readily agreed to license the Type-C interface, so this time we shouldn't be too stingy. Moreover, Qualcomm's intention is likely to suppress China's domestic chips. The more critical this moment, the more we need to unite. Yu Chongbei also prepared to resist the price hike. As the head of Huawei's mobile phone business, he was keenly aware that letting others control their lifeline was utterly unacceptable. Leaving aside a sudden chip supply cut, even just rounds of extortion and price increases were unbearable. Accepting this hike might restore a facade of harmony and good cooperation, but there was no guarantee of what they would do next. Compared to Hongqing, Huawei possessed a stronger foundation of technological expertise. Even if they broke ties with Qualcomm immediately, it wouldn't affect future mobile phone development. At worst, they could fall back on MediaTek or their own Kirin chips. The next-generation Kirin chip had already passed simulation verification and was expected to enter mass production in the second half of the year. The main concern was the path forward. The 4G era was imminent, and the patents for 4G were not easy to bypass Qualcomm. It was a headache. Even after taking over Huawei's mobile phone business and dealing with several failed models, Yu Chongbei had never felt this troubled. Over at Hongqing, after forming a united front, Liu Weiqi immediately issued a statement condemning the baseless. Hongqing firmly opposes this targeted price hike. As an international company, being subjected to an unjustified price increase without any negotiation is not normal business conduct, nor is it the behavior expected of a multinational corporation. Hongqing will not accept it. This Weibo post instantly ignited a firestorm online, with everyone asking what was happening. What else? Qualcomm suddenly wants to raise patent fees, and Hongqing won't accept it. Raise what patent fees? I thought once patents were licensed there were no more fees. How can they suddenly raise prices? The person above clearly doesn't understand. Qualcomm's patent fees are collected multiple times. First, they charge an upfront licensing fee to grant communication patent rights to companies. Then, based on whether those companies use their chips and basebands, they collect a back-end patent fee calculated as a percentage of the phone's selling price. As far as I know, their back-end patent fee is currently 5 of the phone's price. Damn, 5, is that outrageous? So for a phone selling for 3,000 yuan, Qualcomm takes 150. For 1,000 yuan, they take 500. Exactly. Since Hongqing uses its own chips, the fee probably isn't as high as 5, but I estimate it's still a few dollars per phone. No way, so every phone made in China has to pay this American company. And now they want to raise prices. No one knows exactly how much they're hiking for Hongqing, but this is definitely a bad sign. Now we'll see how Hongqing responds. China's communication technology still can't match American companies, there's no helping it. I think Hongqing will eventually have to give in. What else can they do? Abandon their phone business. Or find another company to replace Qualcomm. They should absolutely resist. We should not only resist Qualcomm's price hike, but also these American companies. Think about it. If core technology is in foreign hands, doesn't that mean all our phone privacy is compromised? Don't be naive. Resist with what? Compared to the netizens' worries ever since Dr. Zhou and Dr. Liu, who had rushed back from Taiwan, reassured Chen Chen he had stopped worrying. Huawei had also agreed to license their technology patents. It didn't matter. Qualcomm could do as it pleased, he simply wouldn't accept the price hike. If they severed cooperation, so be it. Sooner or later it had to happen. Boss Hongqing's reaction seems very strong. Their CEO directly rejected our demand. Smith was also troubled. He had thought that with this $1 price hike as a test, Hongqing would weigh the options and agree. But he never expected such a fierce reaction, even to the point of being indifferent to cutting ties. Now Qualcomm found itself in an awkward position. They had no desire to completely sever cooperation with Hongqing, whose sales ranked among the top 5 in China. The annual patent fees were substantial, and future phone models might even adopt Qualcomm's chips. A complete break would be too regrettable. All right, Jack. Tell them the price can be negotiated. I need their Type-C interface license. Even if we only raise it by 1 cent, we must do it. Otherwise, we'll lose all face. Upon receiving Qualcomm's response, the atmosphere at Hongqing suddenly relaxed. Qualcomm had backed down. As long as they remained firm, Qualcomm wouldn't dare take real action. However, this test had laid bare Qualcomm's true nature, treating Chinese companies as fattened sheep. We won't accept it. Not even $0.50, not even 1 cent. Hongqing will not accept. Compared to Chen Chen, Liu Weibing, who had lived through that era, harbored a deeper hatred for these American companies and was unyielding. Uncle Liu is right. Not even 1 cent. And they want our fast-charging technology license. In their dreams. Faced with Hongqing's second rejection, Smith was truly at a loss. A small test had unexpectedly spiraled into this situation. Somewhat humiliated, Smith hardened his resolve and said grimly to the CEO, "Fine, since Hongqing is so tough, let's cut ties completely. Put them on Qualcomm's blacklist. From now on, they won't get a single chip from us." Boss, is this? Should we consult the board? Jack Wells now felt uneasy. Just days ago, he had imagined Hongqing coming to beg or negotiate, but now they were heading straight for termination. No need to consult. In making the call on this one, impose a ban on China's Hongqing company and cease all cooperation. Very well. I hope the board doesn't hold us accountable. The negotiations with Qualcomm had completely collapsed. However, Chen Chen and Yu Chungbei had anticipated this to some extent. Although the two mobile phone manufacturers competed in the domestic mid to high-end market, they were surprisingly united on this matter. No acceptance. No compromise. It seems we can only rely on MediaTek for now. Lu Weiqi gave a bitter smile. Refusing was easy, but it would be up to him to deal with the aftermath. It's fine. It will take another 2 to 3 years for 4G to fully roll out. Besides, Qualcomm isn't the only one holding 4G patents. Through cross-licensing, we won't lose the 4G era. China had officially begun 4G network access at the end of 2013, starting with China Mobile to compensate for its efforts during the 3G era. Under the mainstream network standards, only China Mobile used TD-SCDMA. Compared to CDMA 2000 and WACMA, anyone who had used China Mobile's 3G understood its shortcomings. In other words, the following year would mark the beginning of the 4G era. Redstar must secure its 4G patent licensing issues before the second half of next year. There was still time. After all, just because 4G networks were launching didn't mean everyone would immediately release 4G phones. All phones in the second half of this year would still be 3G. Even by the second half of next year or the first half of the year after, 3G phones would remain mainstream. It wouldn't be until the second half of 2015, as 4G tariffs began to drop, that 4G would fully dominate. There was a joke about leaving 4G data on overnight only to have China Mobile come to collect your house the next day. It was still a matter of tariffs. Redstar also held some 4G patents, but compared to mainstream telecom equipment manufacturers, they were utterly insignificant, even inferior to Huawei. Now that the baseband issue was resolved, the next challenge was the filter. As long as these supporting components were sorted out, Redstar would have no fear of potential future sanctions. Redstar wasn't the only one that had fallen out with Qualcomm. Old Huang's Meizu had survived Qualcomm's sales ban for so long, hadn't it? Huawei, under comprehensive sanctions, didn't vanish overnight either. Meizu, backed by MediaTek, was still thriving with its shipment volume, once ranking among the top few in China. Having figured all this out, Chen Chen finally had time to focus on his Xiaomi first generation. In his previous life, this phone had swept the low-end market with no competitor able to stand against it. Homie, Redstar, please stand up. It's not that I'm targeting anyone, but I mean to say that everyone here. A week after its launch, Xiaomi had 300 units in stock for its first sale. In the past, this would have been unimaginable, Xiaomi selling units from stock. What a joke. This was entirely because Lei Jun was pushed to the edge by Shine 2. If he didn't sell from stock now, he feared there would be no chance left. Even so, Lin Bing's heart was bleeding. 300,000 units. The more they sold, the more they lost. The cost price was close to 750, but they sold it for 649. This single sale meant a loss of tens of millions. How could that not hurt? President Lei, should we control the shipment volume? At this rate of loss, even the 300 million in funding might not last long. What's the current number of pre-orders for the second round? It's over 2 million now. Li Wanxiang plans to open sales once a week this month with 300 units each time. That means we'll lose nearly 100 million this month alone. I suggest we control the quantity for the next few sales, say 100 units each time, while still publicly claiming we shipped 300 units. No one knows our back-end data anyway, just like with Xiaomi 1. Lei Jun flatly rejected Lin Bing's proposal. By setting such a low price, he had already prepared to lose 100 to 200 million. Now that Redstar was entangled with Qualcomm, Xiaomi had to seize the opportunity to ramp up shipments. No, well, follow Li Wanqiang's plan. We need to capitalize on the current buzz and grab as many users as possible. If the factory could keep up, Wanxiang and I would aim for 2 million units in the first month. Lin Bing's expression changed. Lei Jun had never told him about a 2 million unit target. At 2 million units, that would mean a loss of 1.8 to 1.7 billion. Although Lin Bing was Xiaomi's president on major strategic decisions, it was Lei Jun, the chairman and CEO, who had the final say. We're still a step too slow. If we could have launched at the beginning of the year, we wouldn't be in such a passive position. Lei Jun was extremely frustrated. With Xiaomi 1 and Xiaomi 2, he had always made the first move only for Redstar to counter with higher specs and a price 1 yuan lower. How had it completely reversed with the Xiaomi series? Redstar had made the first move this time, yet Lei Jun, following behind, was still on the defensive. This was simply the effect of scale, as Lei Jun understood. When Xiaomi 1 launched, Redstar released its own model a month later. Xiaomi's scale effect had yet to materialize, and its production capacity was still ramping up. Meanwhile, Redstar, leveraging its strong partnerships with suppliers and OEMs, rapidly increased production. Watching Redstar ship in large volumes while Xiaomi could only look on helplessly. With the low-end market, it was different. Redstar's scale effect had already taken hold, giving them greater room for price cuts. Even if Xiaomi priced lower, it was futile. Component prices had dropped over the past few months, and while Xiaomi's procurement costs were low, Redstar's massive scale ensured even lower costs. Now Redstar could still make a profit even after price cuts, while Xiaomi only lost money. It was a blatant scheme with no solution. Unlike the high-end market where unique features and differentiation could justify higher prices, the low-end market offered little variation. Configurations were similar and Red Star's quality was even slightly better. Consumers would naturally choose the cheaper option. MIUI had once been a plus, but now Red Star Xingyao OS had caught up, offering little lead in system level. As for our next step, I plan to develop a large-screen budget-friendly phone, the Note series. We can just slightly upgrade the processor based on the existing design. Otherwise, fighting a heat and price war with Red Star is not sustainable. We need to create differentiated products. A large-screen budget phone. That's a good idea. If we move fast, we can have it ready in under 2 months. Combined with the Xiaomi One, it will fully amortize our development costs. Exactly. I believe product differentiation is the future direction. Right now, only Samsung and Huawei are making large-screen phones. The Kunpeng phone's screen isn't small, but it's not exactly large either. I think we should restart development on the Dami Note. After the Kunpeng phone launched last year, late June had considered making a large-screen high-end phone. However, he felt the Dami brand couldn't yet support a price above 300 yuan, so he shelved the development plan. Now that the Kunpeng phone and Huawei Mate had proven that domestic brands could hold their ground at the 300 yuan price point, Dami couldn't afford to lag behind since the path had already been paved. In Shenzhen, at the headquarters of Huawei in Longgang, old Ren wore a face full of exhaustion. In truth, he had long recognized the critical importance of processors, not only processor chips, but also baseband chips. Back in 2009, he had begun pouring substantial funds and engineering resources into researching the relevant technologies. Yet such technical mastery was not achieved overnight. After several years, some progress had been made, but it paled in comparison to giants like Qualcomm. Now old Ren appeared weary, as if even his hair had grown a shade whiter. Yu Chongbei stood behind him, while before them a middle-aged man in a white lab coat, equally haggard, held a document. Old Ren, the design of a 4G baseband is extremely complex with an unimaginable scale of engineering. Moreover, the EDA software we use lacks similar circuit modules. We would likely need a top-tier team of baseband chip design experts to accelerate the design and development. Otherwise, I'm afraid we might have to either adopt Qualcomm's solution or MediaTek's in the 4G era. We simply cannot produce a 4G baseband in a short time. Old Ren gazed silently at the Huawei engineer before him. He understood clearly that this recent price hike by Qualcomm was aimed at Huawei's chip division. Qualcomm's current sales strategy involved bundling purchasing their chips, reduced patent fees, while using only their patents without their chips resulted in higher costs compared to bundled purchases. This round of price testing, if accepted by Huawei, would likely lead to successive increases, forcing Huawei to abandon its own chip research and ultimately dominate China's entire chip market. Red Star had already voiced firm opposition, which brought old Ren considerable relief. He thought that Chen Chen, though young, was surprisingly resolute, bearing the same fierce spirit as his father in his prime. Old Ren resolved not to fall behind. He must refuse. Resolutely refuse. Turning around, he rarely lit a cigarette to ease the pressure, then asked, "How can we speed up the progress? What do we lack? We likely need experts or a team specializing in baseband technology. Since we are essentially feeling our way in the dark, we lack all types of experts. Only by deploying multiple design teams can we hope to accelerate progress," the middle-aged man replied steadily. Old Ren understood Huawei had no baseband experts. Their options were either to recruit a baseband chip team or to rely on a brute force approach with sheer manpower. We have some patent reserves of our own, and through cross-licensing with Red Star and MediaTek, we can secure certain patents. In terms of 4G patents, we won't be overly passive. Red Star also holds 4G patents. Old Ren was surprised to hear this from the engineer. He recalled that Xun Yunlong, with whom he had maintained a decent relationship, had sharp foresight. Otherwise, he wouldn't have invested heavily in Red Star's chip division. Yes, Lu Weiqi represented Red Star in negotiations with us yesterday, and we have reached an agreement on patent licensing. I was also astonished that they possess 4G patents, Yu Chongbei said to old Ren from behind. Indeed, Chairman Ren. I checked their patents. They were only recently granted, and some involve quite critical technologies, the engineer added. Old Ren nodded without further comment. As a man who had built a private enterprise to such heights, he was not indecisive and immediately called a board meeting. In truth, it wasn't just the baseband chip, the processor chip division also needed more personnel. Yu Qingbei, who knew this best, had suffered greatly from the current K2V3 processor. Overheating, frequency throttling, and lag had led to costly recalls abroad. But for Huawei, problems solvable with money were trivial. What was most feared were issues money couldn't fix, like the immense damage to the brand. Early the next morning, news spread throughout the chip industry. Old Ren issued an open call for talent. Anyone in the chip field who joined Huawei's chip division would receive top-tier compensation, salaries and bonuses raised to industry-leading levels. What did that mean? If you previously earned a monthly salary of 100 RMB in a Chinese research lab, joining Huawei would double it. Not enough. Add more. If 20000 doesn't tempt you, then 3000. Who could resist such offers? Uncle Lou, since old Rin has issued his call for talent, Red Star can't stay passive. Send out a notice too. Offer top-tier compensation to chip talents who come to Red Star. Old Rin truly lived up to his reputation. Chen Chen realized he had only thought of targeted recruitment, never considering such a broad call. However, given Chen Chen's reputation and standing in the industry, if he issued such a call, people might just laugh at it. Who did he think he was issuing a call for heroes? Now with old Rin leading the way, Chen Chen was determined to seize this opportunity to absorb as much talent as possible. In China at that time, the salaries of researchers in various institutes were not high compared to those abroad. Because the industry had started late, and due to national conditions, frontline research staff often had their costs controlled with wages kept low. Many talented individuals, despite holding titles in research labs or institutes, earned modest salaries, barely crossing the subsistence line. They had to wait for evaluations, accumulate seniority, and hope for eventual breakthroughs. Now with Huawei and Red Star offering industry-leading pay, who wouldn't be tempted? As the saying goes, generous rewards attract brave men. Several heavyweight semiconductor experts extended olive branches to Huawei, while Red Star followed Huawei's lead in poaching top talent with high salaries. Dr. Liu also flew to Taiwan on a mission entrusted by Chen Chen. He was to discuss future 4G patents and chip procurement deals. By now, Red Star had become a major client of MediaTek. The single model sales of the Shine 2 had already surpassed 6 million units, and after price reduction, sales surged even further. Experts predicted total lifecycle sales between 15 and 20 million units. Since the Xiaomi 1 from Xiaomi and the Shine 2 used the same chip, Chen Chen decided to negotiate procurement terms with MediaTek to avoid supply shortages. With new product lines already set, Chen Chen planned to aim big. The low-end product line couldn't rely solely on the Shine 2. He intended to launch a Shine Plus series priced at 999 renminbi, and later in the year a Shine Note series with upgraded specs targeting Xiaomi's Mi 2 Youth Edition. The Red Star series would continue to rise in price, reaching 1999 to 2999 RMB. Thus, with 2 brands and 3 series, they would achieve full price coverage from 699 to 3999 renminbi. As the saying goes, technology is all about changing shells. After the life cycle of the Hongxing 2 ends this year, the Lingxiao S2 can be downgraded for use in the budget-friendly Shining Note series, while the Hongxing 3 and Kunping phones will continue to use the new Lingxiao S3. For the design of the second-generation Kunping phone, Chen Chen personally participated in the development, deciding to use tempered glass for the phone's back cover. A flagship must have the appearance of a flagship. It's not just about glass. In his past life, flagship phones often used nanoleather, which offered an unmatched feel. However, with current supplier technology, the production cost is too high for mass production. Since the cost of artificial nanoleather is high and mass production is not cost-effective, why not just use genuine leather? A premium edition should have the look of a premium edition. Using Spanish top-grain calfskin and raising the price by 100 yuan wouldn't be too much, would it? Absolutely not too much. Then release it in limited quantities. The tricks that were played out in his past life still work well now. Look at 8848. It self-destructs if separated from its owner by 10 meters, is covered in top-grain calfskin, and sells at such high prices, yet people still buy it. As for the future, with something like a Porsche design or a Lamborghini collaboration, the Kunping series has every opportunity to push the highest price point. Once the price is elevated and consumers are willing to pay, the high-end status will be truly secured. The standard version will use tempered glass, as this material has its own advantages: high hardness, resistance to scratches, and better heat dissipation and feel. The only drawback is that it's prone to breaking when dropped. It's a material characteristic, and there's no way around it. The previous nanopolymer material was drop-resistant and had vibrant colors, but its poor wear resistance was an insurmountable flaw. Even with a coating, daily use would cause the coating to peel off and the plastic would begin to age, ultimately affecting the phone's feel and appearance. As for metal, it's lightweight, scratch-resistant, and drop-resistant, but its well-known drawback is signal interference. Therefore, the all-metal body of the first-generation Kunping required antenna slots on the frame to allow signal penetration. Since 2013, metal bodies have become popular. While budget phones still use plastic, high-end phones began switching to metal bodies, such as the Huawei M series and the iPhone series. Mr. Chen, are you really choosing glass for the back cover? Cui Chen from the Kunping phone design department, after understanding Chen Chen's intentions, found it somewhat unbelievable and looked at Chen Chen with a surprised expression. After all, the current phone market was still dominated by plastic and metal. Why was Mr. Chen making a retro turn, imitating the iPhone 4S by using glass for the back cover? Cui Chen had originally planned to continue the metal body design for the second-generation Kunping, but since the chairman was intervening, he had to follow the boss lead. Metal materials are just a transition. Glass back covers are definitely the direction for phone materials in the next decade. This isn't retro, it's called a tribute, understand? If he could produce ceramics now, he would even use ceramic for the phone shell. It wasn't that ceramics were impossible to make, but the cost of microcrystalline nanozirconium ceramic technology was high and ceramics were relatively heavy. Chen Chen decided to use this new material in a future new series. Chen Chen didn't offer much explanation. Chui Chen's team, seeing their boss' serious expression, could only follow Chen Chen's ideas. After all, they were just employees and Chen Chen had absolute authority in the company, which was unshakable. You could state your reasons and opinions, but once Chen Chen made a decision, it had to be executed. With the phone's back cover set as glass, the other key area Chen Chen needed to intervene in was the cooling system. The Lingxiao S3 still used the same 28nm process as its predecessor, with the main improvement being an increased clock frequency. Combined with the need for an external baseband, the heat generation would definitely be higher than that of the first-generation Kunping phone. Over the next decade, manufacturers would constantly battle heat dissipation. It wasn't obvious now, but by the second half of this year, those using Qualcomm Snapdragon chips would learn what cruelty meant. The increasingly hot Firedragon chips would continue until the Snapdragon 835 brought some improvement, only to be followed by the 855 and 888, both notorious for overheating. Phone manufacturers exhausted various methods to improve cooling systems, from increasing the area of thermal pads to using copper pipe cooling, dual copper pipes, vapor chambers, and even cooling fans. Some desperate manufacturers even installed cooling fans directly into the phone, all in an effort to unleash the processor's performance. In 2013, consumers had yet to fully experience the torment of the Firedragon and lacked a complete concept of phone heating. In fact, phone heating wasn't the scariest part. What was terrifying was the cooling period that followed. After overheating, the CPU would throttle, ultimately causing the phone to lag or freeze. These scenarios would ultimately be borne by the manufacturers, as poor user experience damaged their own reputation. The second-generation Kunping phone used the first-generation cooling technology known at the time, simple, mimicking laptop designs by adding a copper pipe to the processor. This copper pipe had a technical term, a heat pipe. It was filled with a special liquid that would evaporate when heated, carrying away heat, and then condense at the other end of the pipe before flowing back, forming a cycle that transferred the processor's heat to the phone's body for dissipation. This technology had been under development since Chen Chen fully took control of the company. It wasn't particularly advanced, but at the time manufacturers hadn't thought of integrating it into phones. With these matters settled, Chen Chen rarely concerned himself with the internal stacking and other details. Chui Chen, the product manager, had made significant progress after the experience of the first-generation Kunping phone. As long as Chen Chen steered the overall direction, no major issues would arise. If any major problems did occur, he could always send the responsible person to the African business division for a few years of training. Just like Wang Tung from Xiaomi, who messed up the Mi 9 and was rumored to have been sent to Africa, but now he's back leading the charge. Thus, employees needed training, especially in the African division. Oh, he forgot. Hongxing didn't have an African business yet. The company's overall operations were progressing steadily, but the project Chen Chen was most concerned about, and which was developing the slowest, was the Xiao AI smart speaker. Currently, the system only had this one task, and Chen Chen speculated that once the Xiao AI speaker itself was released, the Xiao AI system would definitely undergo an upgrade. However, progress was slow, extremely unsatisfactory. He had initially thought this wouldn't be too difficult, but the engineers shook their heads upon seeing the plan. Dr. Zhou bluntly stated that if the intelligence level was only comparable to Apple's Siri, it definitely wouldn't be ready this year. For this project, Dr. Zhou specifically contacted his old classmate Cheng Wenfei, who was currently working at an artificial intelligence research lab in the United States. He wanted to recruit him to Hongxing to lead the AI project. Cheng, do you really have to leave? Cheng Wenfei looked at Raphael Lawrence, who had stopped him once again, and said, Lawrence, I've decided to return to my country. I'm sorry for turning down your entreaty. Having labored in the Research Institute of the University of Pennsylvania for nearly a decade, Cheng Wenfei harbored a desire to go back to his homeland. Coupled with an invitation from his old classmate, Zhou Yaobua, he ultimately resolved to return to Huaxia. Cheng, the Research Institute at the University of Pennsylvania, boasts world-class scientific and experimental conditions. Forgive my impertinence, but if you had decided to work for a giant like Fruit Texas or Amazon, I would not have tried to dissuade you. Yet what artificial intelligence research does Huaxia have now? In my view, it is a veritable desert for scientific research. As for Red Star Corporation, I have never even heard of it. Hearing these words from the old fellow, Cheng Wenfei suppressed his fury and replied, Lawrence, even if Huaxia is a desert for AI research, I am determined to return. I will turn that desert into an oasis step by step. Please do not try to persuade me further. Very well, Cheng, I still urge you to reconsider calmly. Your research in the field of artificial intelligence truly should not be taken back to Huaxia. I'm sorry. Cheng Wenfei paid no further heed to Professor Lawrence and strode directly outside. Since the decision was made, there was no need for hesitation or second thoughts. Chen Chen attached great importance to Cheng Wenfei's arrival, leading Lu Weiqi, Dr. Zhou, and other Red Star executives to greet him at the airport. The salary and benefits were offered at the highest tier, and a residence was prepared without delay. In the car heading back from the airport, Cheng Wenfei gazed at the cityscape flashing past the window and remarked with emotion, The changes in the imperial capital over these past 10+ years have been truly immense. Indeed, when I returned a few years ago, I was struck by the great transformations in our Huaxia. This time you're not leaving again, are you? Chen Wenfei listened to Dr. Zhou's words, smiled, and then said, "No, I'm not leaving. There's nothing left to bind me in the States. I'm alone now, an old fellow ready to sell my bones to Red Star." The two were old classmates. After graduating from Imperial Capital University, they pursued advanced studies in America. However, after graduation, Dr. Zhou chose Texas Instruments while Professor Chung opted to stay at the university. Recalling the past stirred emotions in both of them. They chatted incessantly in the car about amusing anecdotes from their student days in the imperial capital. "Old Chung, I remember you used to talk about digital immortality. How is that research coming along?" Facing Dr. Zhou's teasing, Chen Wenfei showed no displeasure. Instead, he slapped his thigh and said, "Don't even mention it. Back in school I am too high. When I actually delved into it, I discovered countless difficulties. According to my ideas, our current computational power would require the use of supercomputers worldwide to provide sufficient processing capability. Haha, old Chung, if I ever kick the bucket someday, just upload me into the network. Then I could still chat with you in my spare time." As they spoke, the driver slowly pulled the car into Red Star's technology park. "Minister Zhou, Professor Chung, we have arrived." Upon arriving at the company, Chen Chen wanted Chen Wenfei to settle in first, but he turned out to be a workaholic eager to understand his position and the development progress of Xiaomi. "President Chen, your father personally came to the States to invite me back then. At that time, I wasn't ready to return. Now that I'm older, I feel more and more that it's hard to leave one's native soil. From now on, I'll be spending my retirement years at your Red Star." "Professor Chen, you flatter me. A technical master like you joining Red Star is our honor. We hope you can devote your efforts to our smart speaker project." With Chen Wenfei's addition, Chen Chen's mind was finally at ease. His ecological chain plan was already underway. The smart fan had been launched, the robotic vacuum cleaner was about to roll off the production line, and products like desk lamps and air purifiers were in intense development. The control center for the mobile phone had long been completed, awaiting the integration of hardware to form a closed loop. Others might not know the trend of the Internet of Everything, but Chen Chen certainly did. Hardware would connect with the mobile phone as the core. The phone would serve as both a remote control for these devices and a supercomputing center. Ubiquitous screens would all interconnect, enabling collaboration and dialogue between them. Then came a variety of smart home devices, all with a unified industrial design style, every one of them capable of connecting to the Internet. Red Star, having long made its strategic deployments, now had a TV team of over 30 people refining the first Red Star television at Huaxing and Foxconn. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng's ecological chain department was tirelessly engaged in product development and investment. The investment approach was also rather crude and direct, a somewhat unconventional form of investing. At Chen Chen's behest, they paid little heed to business plans, focusing instead on the potential of the products and teams. If a team and its product met Red Star's requirements, Red Star would invest. One method was a direct, full acquisition of the team. Another incubation approach involved Red Star acquiring over 50 of the shares, but refraining from involvement in the company's management. This was to prevent the scenario that had occurred in the previous life with Xiaomi's investment-only holdings, where ecological chain subsidiaries, after growing large by leveraging the Xiaomi brand, sought to go independent or even had their products fail to support the parent company's system. Another incubation method was also being pursued concurrently. The company would propose product requirements, and the ecological chain department would incubate them by establishing independent product teams. This approach was slower, but ensured the company retained control. Sometimes when Zhang Feng and his team invested in certain companies, the deal could be concluded in less than an hour. In his words, it felt surreal. This was understandable. Since they were startup teams, there was no point in painting rosy pictures. The market wasn't fully mature yet, and Red Star was emulating the Xiaomi model from the previous life. Essentially, the goal was incubation, using Red Star's resources to help these small companies and teams grow. At the end of April that year, Zhang Feng, who had recently taken over the ecological chain department, successfully invested in a company on the verge of bankruptcy, Huawei Electronics. When he received Zhang Feng's proposal, Chen Chen racked his brain, but couldn't recall when Huaxia had such a company making smart wearable devices. It wasn't until Huang Wang, the founder of Huawei, arrived at Red Star with a sample that Chen Chen realized wasn't this Xiaomi from the previous life, the company that made the Xiaomi Mi Band. Chen Chen instructed them to suspend other product development and focus entirely on creating a wristband priced under 100 yuan, ideally mass-produced before September. He also guaranteed that sales would exceed 1 million units. Chen Chen didn't recognize the name Huang, but Xiaomi was all too familiar. That wristband priced at 69 yuan had swept across the nation, selling millions of units. The first generation of the wristband that sold 1 million units took nearly 9 months, but the second generation took only 2 months, the third just 17 days, and the fourth a mere 8 days. Eventually, the Xiaomi Mi Band captured over 45% of the wristband market, with cumulative sales ranking first globally. All these wristbands were made by Xiaomi, which hadn't yet split from Xiaomi at the time. From a company on the brink of bankruptcy to one selling tens of millions of units annually, it took only 2 years. Is it done? Zhang Feng, wearing a mask, shouted into the walkie-talkie. Minister Zhang, we've finished dumping them. The factory floor echoed with various voices, all sounding quite young. Install the sensors. General Chen will enter shortly. After putting on a mask and shoe covers, Chen Chen stepped into the room cluttered with trash. Today's experiment was for this robotic vacuum cleaner, primarily testing its path planning capabilities and cleaning efficiency. The device itself was simple in principle, merely a mobile vacuum, but to make it intelligent required adding various sensors and smart chip algorithms. What are these spheres? Chen Chen pointed at the fist-sized balls installed on the walls, their surfaces smooth and spinning incessantly. These are our robot sensors and positioning devices. They detect ambient temperature and humidity. Think of them as small radars that scan the environment and transmit signals to the vacuum. Listening to the manager's explanation, Chen Chen grew more perplexed. The first robotic vacuum he had used in his past life didn't have such equipment. It was just a disc-shaped robot with a spinning radar on top and collision sensors at the front. Suppressing his curiosity, he decided to observe the experiment. Manager Li Lei brought over a robotic vacuum and activated it via his phone. Pressing the switch on top, a voice prompt began to broadcast. Finally over. Manager Li, have you found the cause of the malfunction? Chen Chen asked. Li Lei shook his head. Let's head out first. Manager Li, why is your robotic vacuum designed this way? Shouldn't a single sensor and radar on top of the robot suffice? Why install so many sensors? In response to Chen Chen's question, Li Lei first brought over a machine from the side before speaking. Well, General Chen, our standard robot has been developed and tested. Today's test is for our vision-based model, which relies purely on visual input rather than radar or infrared for cleaning. However, the processor's performance can't handle such vast data for modeling and mapping without overheating. So we added several sensors to assist with modeling and positioning. We also plan to equip this unit with a robotic arm to handle larger debris. Chen Chen was taken aback by Li Lei's explanation. Wasn't this too advanced? Pure visual cleaning for a robotic vacuum. Wasn't that one of the autonomous driving solutions for electric vehicles in his past life? Manager Li, isn't it too early for this? I think there's a flaw in your approach. Why develop technology that's completely unnecessary? I'm not saying the technology is useless, but it's pointless for a robotic vacuum. This product only needs to clean well. Even upgrades should focus on essentials like sweeping, mopping, watering, and drying. General Chen, I believe this is the future trend, It's indeed impressive technology, but we can't pull it off right now. Focus on the robotic vacuum. By the way, it's already June. Can we make the September launch? No problem. Zhang Feng, standing nearby, answered before Li Lei could. Not just the vacuum, but our air purifier is on schedule too. The wristband might be a bit slower. A delay on the wristband is fine. We can release a PPT first and sell it once mass production starts. Chen Chen was well versed in this tactic. In his past life, countless PPT phones and products had done the same. Mr. Jia had launched a product with just 2 images before mass production. At least he had actual products just needing a wait after the announcement. Chen Chen left Stone Company with a few bewildered engineers, thoroughly satisfied. He took several visual engineers from Stone Planning to place them in the network camera team for training before transferring them to the automotive algorithm department once it was established. What a find. Counting the products slated for release in the second half of the year. Wristbands, TVs, air purifiers, robotic vacuums, plus the Shining Note series, digital series, and Kunping series. One launch event might not be enough to cover them all. Maybe he should split it into 2 events. A first half and a second half. As Chen Chen joyfully headed back, unbeknownst to him, the owner of a small factory in Zhucheng had already smashed several phones in rage. Li Yunhua took a deep breath and knocked on old Huang's office door. Enter. Huang Zhang looked up and upon seeing Li Yunhua immediately asked with a smile, Xiao Li, what's the matter? Have the flimey bugs been resolved? Director Huang, they've been resolved, and the adaptation for Milan 1 is also complete. Then why are you? Old Huang looked at Li Yunhua with some confusion, wondering what he needed to discuss now. Li Yunhua steadied his breath and placed an envelope on old Huang's desk. Director Huang, I'm here to resign. Resign? Xiao Li, are you facing some issues at work? You know we're in a rush with the Milan project, which has meant more overtime lately. Rest assured you can take leave tomorrow to relax. Upon hearing Li Yunhua's resignation, old Huang assumed it was due to work pressure. After all, Li was the lead of the Flyme system, and with the Milan launch approaching, had been working overtime to fix bugs and handle adaptations. No, Director Huang, I want to leave. I've worked at Meizu for years, and wish to change my work style. Is someone poaching you? Who? Huang Zhang's expression turned serious. He had experienced this before. People claiming to seek a change only to join another company. Director Huang, no one is poaching me. I just want to. Before Li Yunhua could finish, old Huang interrupted. Is it Lei Jun? Is it Dammy? It must be him. I can't think of anyone else. Seeing Li Yunhua's silence, old Huang composed himself, picked up the resignation letter from the desk, and handed it back, saying, Yunhua, no matter who's trying to poach you, let's pretend this never happened. You're still the head of Flyme. Go back to work. Director Huang. With that he placed the letter back on the desk and pushed it forward. What benefits has Lei Jun promised you to make you so determined to leave Meizu? Have I, old Huang, wronged you in some way? I admit the recent projects have been rushed with heavy overtime, but it's for the company's growth. As I said, you can take leave anytime. No, Director Huang, a company invited me to develop a domestic operating system for Chinese phones. A self-developed domestic OS. Which fool company would do such a stupid thing? Developing a self-made OS was a death sentence. Upon hearing this, Huang Zhang first ruled out Dammy as the poacher. Lei Jun was too shrewd to overlook the risks of a domestic OS. He wouldn't commit such folly. Yinhua, no matter which company is recruiting you, self-developed OS is a dead end. You've worked in software for years and know that an OS's lifeblood is its ecosystem. Without the right ecosystem, what use is it? If it were Apple, Microsoft, or Google poaching you, I'd let you go without a second thought. But now you're talking about some domestic OS. We've worked together for so long, I can't watch you jump into a fire pit. Li Yinhua knew Huang Zhang was speaking the truth, but wasn't this his original dream? Director Huang, some things need to be done. What was a person without a dream but a salted fish? Li Yinhua refused to remain one, he wanted to take a challenge. How could he know he'd fail without trying? Just like Mr. Yuan, who dedicated his life to the dream of enjoying shade under rice crops. And Mr. Deng and Mr. Chen, after the founding of Huaxiao, whom many said were impossible, yet they turned the impossible into reality. Some things simply must be done. Hand over your work and you can go. Huang Zhang, seeing Li Yinhua's resolve, knew he couldn't keep him. Even if he forced him to stay, his heart wouldn't be with Meizu. As long as it wasn't lazy poaching him anywhere else was fine. Just as Li Yinhua left, Bu Sibo walked in holding an envelope. No need to guess, it was another resignation. Who would bring an envelope for a love letter? You're here to resign too. Are you also going to work on some domestic OS? Bu Sibo was stunned. No, he just felt Meizu's compensation was low and Lei Jun offered a higher salary. He simply wanted to switch jobs. Why was old Huang so worked up? Director Huang, no, I am here to resign, but not for an OS. Who in Huaxiao would try that? It's a dead end. Tell me who's poaching you. If you don't tell the truth today, I want to prove the resignation. Old Huang suppressed his anger, determined to find out who was raiding Meizu again. A Director Huang, this. Speak. It's Dammy. Bu Sibo whispered the name, sensing old Huang's pent-up rage. If he didn't confess, he might not be able to leave. Damn it, Lei Jun again. What benefits has he promised you? He's a thief. A downright hypocrite. Get out. Get out now. I don't want to see you another minute. Go to Lei Jun. Leaving the resignation letter, Bu Sibo quickly fled the office. Had picked the worst time. If had known Li Yinhua was also resigning, had have come later. Huang Zhang grabbed the 2 envelopes from the desk and tore them to shreds. Damn it, Lei Jun. I, Huang Zhang, will never forgive you. Back when you came to learn, I taught you everything about making phones. Then you turned around and founded Dammy, poached several executives and engineers from me, and now you're back for more. Is there no one else in Huaxiao to fleece? You have to keep targeting me, Huang Zhang. After a big gulp of water, Huang Zhang still couldn't contain his rage. He pulled out a homey one from the drawer and smashed it to the ground. Staring at the shattered pieces, he growled through gritted teeth. One day you'll end up just like this phone. Old Bai, come to my office. Bai Yongxiang arrived and saw the debris on the floor, sensing what had happened. Li Yinhua and Bu Sibo's departures had clearly enraged old Huang. Director Huang, why are you so furious? Old Bai, tell me, has Lei Jun run out of people to poach? Why does he keep picking on us? Look at my head. Is there any hair left? Not a strand. Hearing Lei Jun's name, Bai Yongxiang understood. Simple resignations wouldn't have set old Huang off. It was always the mention of Lei Jun that made him lose control. A few years ago, the two were inseparable, often talking for entire days in old Huang's office. Lei Jun loved iced cola, so old Huang even kept a fridge in the office, so had always have some. But everyone knows what happened next. They became bitter rivals, and as Lei Jun's Dammy grew, Huang Zhang's resentment festered. You learned phone making from me. Director Huang, Alibaba's funds are in place. Our Milan series is ready for production. Don't let this get to you. Milan is what matters now. Suppressing his fury, Huang Zhang set down his cup and decided to hold Meizu's launch event early next month. But who should he invite this time? Huawei. The Milan brand was born after careful deliberation. Given Meizu's scale and funds, it couldn't have tackled the budget phone market. With Alibaba's 400 million investment, Huang Zhang dared to take the leap. In old Huang's own words, he had meticulously crafted the first Milan phone for 2.5 years, and it would be a game changer from the moment it debuted. Youth can be enjoyed, but it must never be wasted on waiting. The Youth Essentials May Blue series will meet you next month. The poster and tagline both exuded a strong Meizu style, with a minimalist poster and poetic advertising copy. You couldn't help but admire Meizu's meticulous craftsmanship, otherwise old Huang wouldn't be called a carpenter. It was all about refinement. May Blue series. What does that mean? Is old Huang entering the budget phone market too? This tagline is obviously from Bai Yongxiang's hand. Youth Essentials. I love this slogan. Looking forward to Meizu bringing us something surprising. With old Huang's touch, the budget phone market will definitely see a leap in aesthetics, if nothing else. Just look at those cheap models from Red Star and Rice. They're affordable, sure, but also terribly ugly. The price can be a bit higher, but the design must be top-notch. The reason I bought a fruit phone was precisely because Shine 2 and Homey 1 were too hideous. Get lost upstairs. Are you really saying that because their phones are ugly? I don't even want to call you out. The heated online discussions once again thrust the niche brand that insisted on maintaining its aesthetic into the trending topics. Seeing such buzz on the first day of the pre-launch, Old Huang, who had been upset over talent poaching, finally felt a bit relieved. Youth Essentials. Has the Mei Blue series come out early? Where did Old Huang get the money to make budget phones? Chen Chen stared at the trending list full of questions. Normally Old Huang wouldn't launch the Mei Blue series until next year, but now it was a full year ahead of schedule. Could it be that Shine 2 and the Homey series had spurred him on? In his previous life, Rice launched the Homey at the end of July 2013. As the saying goes, red and blue make a classic pair. To counter Homey, Old Huang's Meizu didn't release the Mei Blue series until 2014 to compete head-on. The launch of the first Mei Blue phone caused quite a stir at the time. Its design was indeed striking, and the specs were maxed out, making it the only brand that could truly rival Homey. Assistant Shin informed President Liu that we should release the tagline for our Shine Note as well. We can't let Meizu hog all the attention. Shunro walked over from the adjacent office with her laptop and said, President Chen, isn't it a bit too early to start the pre-launch now? Originally, this phone was scheduled for the autumn conference in September alongside the Kunping phone and the digital series. Isn't the progress on schedule? If we can make it, we can launch next month too and go head-to-head with Meizu. Having all the products at the autumn conference would be too many. Shinro set the laptop aside, took out her phone, and opened the schedule. The progress is on track, but if the Shine Note launches early and uses the same processor as the Red Star 2, it might impact the sales of the Red Star 2. It's fine. That phone has almost completed its sales cycle. With 14 million units sold, it's already a great result. Even if there's an impact, it'll be minimal. Alright, I'll inform President Liu right away. Soon Red Star's pre-launch poster appeared on forums, official websites, and various platforms simultaneously. This time we're going big. Below the tagline was a rendered image of the Shine Note from behind. Haha, looks like the phone scene next month is going to be lively. Meizu just released their promo and Red Star follows with a pre-launch. Are they going head-to-head? What does going big mean? A bigger screen? A bigger battery? I'm guessing a bigger battery. Look at Red Star's phones. None of them have small batteries. Anything under 2000 mAh wouldn't dare call itself a Red Star phone. Quick, check this out. Huawei is also doing a new phone pre-launch. Looks like they're going up against Red Star. Go see Huawei's tagline. This time we're going even bigger. The Fun series. This is hilarious. So many new phones, all launching in July. High school grads, don't rush to buy a phone yet. Looks like all three brands are targeting young people. Red Star versus Meizu, Huawei versus Red Star. Interesting, very interesting. Rice, Lei Jun, where are you guys? Huawei, Red Star, and Meizu all have new phones coming. What about yours? Lei Jun was a bit stunned to see all three companies launching pre-launches within a single day. Especially Red Star's tagline. Why did it look so familiar? Wasn't that the slogan for his Homey Note? You used it, so what am I supposed to use? Should I release one that says this time we're going even bigger and bigger? That wouldn't work either. I'm out of words. I have the marketing team hurry up and make another poster. I feel like Red Star has a mole inside our company. I just started selling phones with internet thinking, and then he outsells me. My budget phone hasn't even launched yet, and his is already out. Now before I've even released the ad for my Homey Note, he's using the exact same one. Why is he always one step ahead of me? Full of doubts, Lei Jun personally oversaw the marketing team, urging them to revise the poster quickly. With the online buzz at its peak, Rice needed to get their pre-launch out too. Seriously, what were these three companies thinking? Why did they all have to launch at the same time? If you're going to play it this way, don't blame me for being blunt. They'll just launch on July 31st. Let you guys go first, and then he'll compare you all at my launch. Exactly, that's the plan. I was just worried about having no models to compare for my big screen budget phone, and now these three are handing themselves over. They'll take them all. Soon Rice's promo went online too, but the hastily conceived one was naturally inferior to the original. This time we're only going big. The wording lacked the punch of the other three, but netizens found it entertaining. It was the first time in China that these manufacturers had all clustered their launches together, engaging in direct competition. This was certainly good for consumers. Competition drives progress. Such face-to-face clashes would likely be brutal. Whoever launched first would face the most criticism. Seriously, are these companies obsessed with big? If you ask me, instead of promoting online, you bosses should just pull it out and see who's bigger. If I did that, I'd scare them to death. Interesting, truly interesting. This kind of scene is rare. Old Huang was also a bit dumbfounded to see the other three companies all planning launches next month. I just wanted to release a new series. Do I really deserve this kind of siege? Old Jiang is slaughtering us, and Wang Jingwei is joining in on the fun. Fine, let's fight. Wait, no. Red Star is targeting us, and now Rice wants to join too. Bring it on. With Red Star's final poster released, in the evening the buzz reached its peak. We'll make you look good. Upon the release of Making You Look Good, netizens were overjoyed, urging them to fight. Just like the competition between Shine 2 and Homey 1, where one set a launch price of $799 and the other slashed prices by $100 before release, prompting a direct counter of $649. In the end, consumers benefited. Amid the online frenzy, another internet company grew restless. Zhou Hongyi, known as the Red Scarf leader, summoned his product manager to inquire about their progress. Last year, Zhou Hongyi had partnered with brands like Huawei to launch the 390 special edition phone, sparking a heated war of words with Dami on Weibo. Zhou Hongyi called Lei Jun a hypocrite and a market bully, while Lei Jun retorted, telling him to put down his AK-47 and stop dreaming of being a Red Scarf leader. They even challenged each other on Weibo, with Zhou Hongyi declaring next week at 10 a.m., "If you're man enough, meet me at the east gate of Chaoyang Park." That war of words provided ample entertainment for netizens, though the showdown never materialized and fizzled out. The 390 special edition phone's performance was lackluster, but Zhou Hongyi remained undeterred in his quest to enter the smartphone market. He partnered with another established domestic manufacturer, Colpad, to form Chiku and prepare for another foray into the mobile phone industry. President Zhou, with these companies all holding press conferences next month joining the fray, now seems a bit. The product manager's unspoken concerns were clear to Zhou Hongyi. It was akin to a support character rushing into a battle of heavily armored warriors only to be slaughtered. Yet Zhou Hongyi was enticed by the online buzz and traffic. Don't be afraid. They want to go big, and our Dashin series is certainly big enough. This hype is perfect for building our brand. Can we meet the timeline? The product manager answered without hesitation, "We can." All progress was etched in his mind. Good. Revise the tagline. Make it as provocative as possible. As provocative as possible. Won't that make us a target? Zhou Hongyi sighed at the product manager's lack of marketing savvy. That's the point. If we're not provocative, how will anyone remember our Dashin phone? How will we generate buzz? Traffic and buzz are the lifeblood of internet phones, and Lei Jun is the master of this game. Oh, and now there's Chen Chen following Lei Jun's playbook. Understood, President Zhou. I know what to do. Shortly after the product manager left, the tagline for Kiku's Dashin series appeared online: "We go big. We go big." At first glance, the tagline seemed ordinary, but paired with a poster, it took on new meaning. The poster depicted a giant phone trampling four others, with discerning eyes recognizing the silhouettes of recent classic models from Meizu, Huawei, Hongxing, and Dami. Damn. Zhou, the cannon is fearless. Dashin phone. Feels like the old Empress Dowager declaring war on the world. I thought Hongxing's Making You Look Good was bold, but this is even bolder. Red Scarf leader is brave, declaring war on 4 manufacturers at once. Is your Dashin series launching next month? Zhou Hongyi rarely liked to comment, and replied, yes, the Dashin series will debut on July 23rd. Awesome. They'll definitely check out how amazing and big your Dashin phone is. Watching the heated discussions and criticisms online, Zhou Hongyi clapped in satisfaction. As long as he made big claims, the traffic would follow. Though most were calling him overconfident, black is still red, right, Kuan? At the start of the year, Zhao Laoban, who had just released the Super TV, was eyeing the commotion in the phone market. His company Leshi was thriving with a market value exceeding tens of billions, and he dreamed of building his own ecosystem. In early March, he launched the Leshi Super TV, bridging the first gap from website to user. But for Jia, this was far from enough. How long could users watch TV at home? The real device was the smartphone, the most used and longest used device. Secretary Li, should we start making phones? Jia Laoban, the phone market is fiercely competitive. Is it wise to enter now? I think it's a great opportunity. Look at the Red Scarf leader jumping back in, and Lei Jun from Dami. Neither of them came from hardware. They're internet people. If we can make TVs, phones are just smaller screens. How hard can it be? As he spoke, Jia Laoban's hand slid down, and Secretary Li leaned into him. We know nothing about the phone business. Isn't it too early to join their fight? Gentle. Not at all. In this era, traffic is king. I want to seize this chance to announce our phone plans and attract attention. I've already thought of the tagline, so big it takes your breath away. Indeed, so big it's breathtaking. A minute later, a composed Jia Laoban summoned the marketing director. Create a poster. We're joining this traffic feast to promote our Leshi Super phone. Use the tagline, so big it takes your breath away. The marketing director was bewildered. Jia Laoban was full of whims. Just finished with TVs, planning a supercar launch next month, and now super phones. But he couldn't oppose the boss. Glancing at the slightly disheveled Secretary Li, he left to create the poster. Soon less, his promotional poster appeared online. So big it takes your breath away. Leshi Super phone. Isn't Leshi a video streaming site? Why are they making phones? The Red Scarf leader was an antivirus guy, and he made phones. Who would have thought the Chinese phone market would see such a spectacle? Unimaginable a couple of years ago. Thrilling. The battle is escalating. Even Jia Laoban has joined. The phone market is truly heating up. Xin Wei and Chen Yongming watched the chaotic online frenzy among major manufacturers, snickering to themselves. Let them fight. What did their bloody battles have to do with them? Those meager profits from the 100 yuan phone market were hardly worth such a scramble. It seemed these so-called internet giants were nothing special after all. What users and ecosystems? All illusions. Only the crisp scent of red banknotes truly mattered. While they fought tooth and nail online, we quietly made fortunes offline. Could those hideous 100 yuan phones with their pitiful margins ever match the profit from a single 1,000 yuan device of mine? While these two companies dismissed the low-end market, they kept a keen eye on the mid to high-end segment. The Green Factory, struggling to pivot smoothly, decided to launch another fine series in the second half of the year. The Blue Factory, however, was unfazed, having already secured its foothold in the mid to high-end market. Just last month, it unveiled its flagship X-Play series at a press conference hosted by Wang Han. The X-Play was powered by the Qualcomm Snapdragon 600, featuring a 5.7-inch 1080p LTPS capacitive multi-touch screen, a CS8422CS4398 top-tier hi-fi audio chipset, the legendary OPA 2604 operational amplifier chip, and 216 gigabytes of storage, with a starting price of $2,998. The only thorn in the Blue Factory's side was charging technology. Stagnant in this race, they watched helplessly as Red Star's charging power reached 40 watts, while their own lab could only muster a mere 18 watts, trailing even last year's rice. The Green Factory, in contrast to its sibling the Blue Factory, expanded more slowly and boasted fewer stores. Yet it had surged ahead in charging technology, stirring a sense of urgency in Huawei. The reason was simple. Aside from some low-end models, mid-range and high-end phones now adopted non-removable designs. The Blue Factory, emphasizing slimness, couldn't accommodate large batteries, placing greater demands on charging power. Was 18 watts fast for 2013? It was already quite fast, but comparisons were damning. When a Kunping phone costing over 3,000 offered 40-watt fast charging, a similarly priced phone with just 18 watts revealed a glaring gap. Switching to Red Star, Chen Chen hadn't anticipated such fierce competition. It wasn't about who besieged whom. Product strength would be the ultimate arbiter. The only thing that irked him was Huawei's Fun Play series, seemingly intent on a close-quarters brawl. His slogan was "Go big," and they countered with "Go even bigger." He had imitated Rise from a past life, and now Huawei was imitating him. In a past life, Honor had employed this very tactic. Now with the Honor brand gone, Yu Chungbei likely found Honor and Star Glory too indistinct. Customers might mistake them for Red Star phones, which would undermine the Honor brand's identity. Speaking of product strength, the Sparkle Note had nothing to fear, unless these manufacturers dared to equip their 1,000 yuan phones with the Snapdragon 600. Among them, only Lei Jun had the audacity, but if he did, would his Rice 2S still sell? As netizens put it was like strapping a Lamborghini's V8 engine onto a tractor. Honestly, if not for the users and ecosystem, Chen Chen would rather not invest heavily in these 100 yuan phones. Low profits, endless issues, yet they dominated shipment volumes. He had no choice. Red Star wasn't like Fruit with just one or two models. Their brand influence and value were already established. Even without cheap low-end devices, users recognized and trusted the brand. But Red Star couldn't do the same. Without sufficient brand influence, focusing solely on high-end phones, lacking a solid base of low-end users, was like building castles in the air. Even successful companies like Huawei and Samsung had their own mid to low-end models. While browsing the online spectacle, a sudden reminder from the system in his mind updated the task progress, current task progress 80. Oh, 80 already. For nearly a year it hadn't even reached 50. Yet just 2 months after hiring a technical guru, the smart speaker's progress had skyrocketed to 80. Professor Chung, how's the progress? Swiping his access card at the AI lab's entrance, Chen Chen couldn't help but ask eagerly. Mr. Chen, I've resolved some logic algorithm issues and made breakthroughs in voice recognition. At this rate, we should finish before September. Great. Wonderful. Hearing Chung Wenfei's affirmation, Chen Chen clapped his hands in excitement. This project had been a thorn in his side. Without Chung Wenfei's leadership, Red Star's own engineers might have taken ages to complete it. He knew that once the system's core was built, upgrades would follow, but they couldn't even create the foundation. Don't rush. If we launch before October, it'll give everyone bonuses. Other rewards he couldn't promise, but this he knew. Hand out money. Promotions, salary raises, career plans. All empty promises. For these dedicated engineers, a satisfying lab, proper equipment, and no meddling were more than enough. If the boss occasionally handed out bonuses, that was perfection. Mr. Chen, this speaker doesn't have a name yet. Would you like to christen it? Who said engineers were just single-minded techies? Professor Cheng's words were full of respect. Chen Chen was about to blurt out Xiao AI Tong Shui, but stopped himself. Calling it Xiao AI Tong Shui felt inappropriate. He loved the name, but if Rice had already copyrighted it, using it would be infringement. If that led to another book ban, that would be quite a mess. How about Xiaoxing Tong Shui? The Xing from Red Star. Xiaoxing Tong Shui. Good choice, Mr. Chen. Name should avoid being too grand, so Xiao is fitting. Xing is our Red Star, and Tong Shui implies learning and growing together. Brilliant. Chen Chen realized how fascinating Professor Chung was, skilled in technology and eloquent. He hadn't thought that deeply about Xiaoxing Tong Shui. Had simply changed a character to avoid legal trouble, yet Chen spun such a profound explanation. What a talent. A true gem. It's settled then. Xiaoxing Tong Shui it is. I look forward to our red stars, Xiao Tong, Shui hitting the market soon. As time swiftly advanced to July, the long-anticipated battle among smartphone enthusiasts, a contest of who could offer the bigger screen, was about to unfold. The first contender to take the stage was the May Tribe. Let us see what surprises the May Tribe competitor has in store for us. The May Tribe contestant made an entrance with its own background music. This has become a tradition for the May Tribe. After all, how else would their product launches be dubbed concerts? Let's see who they invited. It's Gala. Where is the world full of flowers? If it truly exists, I will surely go. I seek no one's approval as long as I stay true to myself. I have never chosen to give up on my ideals. After Gala's 2 songs concluded, our May Tribe contender had already ascended the stage. Now walking toward you is the CEO of the May Tribe, Mr. Bai Yongxiang, whose Mandarin is remarkably authentic. Old Bai, I love you. I love you too. Hello everyone, welcome to our Mylan new product launch. 2013 has been truly special for the May Tribe. Last year we released the MX2, and this April we launched Flyme 3. Flyme 3 has also become the best operating system on May Tribe phones. For the May Tribe, everything in 2013 is just the beginning. So today the May Tribe will take another step forward. Today we will introduce you to the May Tribe's new sub-brand, Mylan. At first we were full of ambition, wanting to come up with a grand and lofty slogan for this new brand. There are many words that reflect the May Tribe spirit, idealism for instance. If not for idealism, we wouldn't have created the first large-screen smartphone, the M8, on the Huaxia continent. For instance, craftsmanship. The founder of the May Tribe, Jia Wang, pours more into the products than any other brand's founder. Another example is not settling. The May Tribe is a company that never compromises. Or for the enthusiasts, we always stand at the forefront of technology, bringing you the most cutting-edge products. When the first few words appeared on the big screen behind by Yongxiang, the audience responded with occasional cheers. But when Born for Enthusiasts flashed up, the entire crowd erupted. Those present at the launch were either diehard May Tribe fans, phone enthusiasts, or media personnel, all well aware of the history between Old Huang and Lei Jun. Chen Chen also leaned over to look at Lei Jun, only to find him smiling, revealing his signature dimples. Unfortunately, all these terms have already been used by our competitors. Look behind the May Tribe slogan. It's empty with no grand or lofty words at all. So I asked Lin Nan what's going on. The lights in the venue went out completely, and a cartoonish avatar of Bai Yongxiang appeared on the big screen. He told me that the May Tribe doesn't have a slogan because just like with our products, we demand perfection in our slogans, so we've never settled on one. Then the good words were all taken by other brands. I said it's a historical issue, not entirely your fault. Then Lin Nan said something that deserved a slap. No marketing is the best marketing. The audience caught the subtle jab, and led by the hype team, began cheering. Our competitors have proven that statement is pure nonsense. We must face the problem head on. Only if the May Tribe pursues idealism with craftsmanship, bravely creating products we love, will the products speak for themselves. Only if we strive for perfection, refuse to settle, and deliver a product that truly excites, will the products speak for us. Since we're not good with words, and our marketing falls short of others, let's just show you the product directly. Today we will introduce the May Tribe's newest product, the Mylan Note. The Mylan Note is a phone crafted for the younger generation, maintaining the consistent high quality of May Tribe phones. As a quality device, we must first ensure its wireless connectivity meets the demands of this era. I know everyone asks, is there Wi-Fi wherever they go? So to help you get online quickly, the Mylan Note is equipped with dual-band Wi-Fi supporting a maximum download speed of 150 megabits per second. As long as your home network is fast enough, the Mylan Note will meet your efficiency needs. Of course, the most important thing is to equip the Mylan Note with a powerful processor, the world's first octa-core processor. This makes the Mylan Note the first May Tribe phone with an octa-core processor, and also the world's first octa-core smartphone. Its 8 cores can be called upon arbitrarily based on task requirements with no restrictions, and all cores run at a clock speed of 1 4 GHz. Octa-core at 1 4 GHz, extremely powerful performance. We also equipped the Mylan Note with 2 GB of high-speed RAM, and we compared it with the phones released by competitors in the first half of this year. As the comparison with the Xiaomi One appeared on the big screen with various bar charts and app launch times, the Mylan Note led almost across the board. As you can see on the screen, compared to our competitors' phones, the Mylan Note's overall performance has improved by 46. A massive leap, completely crushing the quad-core phones of our rivals. For the camera, the Mylan Note features an 8-megapixel rear camera and a 5-megapixel front camera with beauty technology support. We invested additional costs to equip the Mylan Note with a larger battery reaching 2,940 mAh for longer battery life. Here are the battery life stats for the Mylan Note, showing that in every aspect, it surpasses our competitors' products by an era. These comparison figures might still be a bit confusing, and you might not remember them all. So just remember this: the Mylan Note can last a full 2 days. A full 2 days. Recently, it seems our competitors are all about who can go bigger. The Mylan Note screen is unprecedentedly large at 5 inches. a size that offers a better viewing experience and grip. As for going even bigger, it's completely unnecessary. It's all just hype. The quality of this screen is equally outstanding. It's a custom screen we ordered from LG with a resolution of 1280x720p and a peak brightness of 450 nits. As Bai Yongxiang detailed the specifications, he pressed the remote, and the big screen began showcasing the Mylan Note's design, with multiple colors scrolling continuously. It comes in 5 colors, each representing a unique personality. It adopts a brand new design, making it the most vibrant product in Mei Tribe's history. This is also the first time the Mei Tribe has used a polymer nanomaterial for a unibody construction, so you won't see any seams. Unbelievable texture and excellent hand feel are concentrated in this Mylan Note. Youth is meant to be enjoyed, not wasted on waiting. So we equipped the Mylan Note with 18W fast charging. We know that young people, though still striving, have practical and realistic needs. They want large screens, ample memory, and big batteries. But they also appreciate art, craftsmanship, and quality. That's what drives us to create new products. After saying this, Bai Yongxiang pressed the remote, and the big screen finally revealed the phone's price: 216 GB for $11.99, 232 GB for $12.99. The Mylan Note is here. Competitors are welcome to compare. The Mei Tribe insists on creating quality youth products. That concludes this launch. Thank you. As the event ended, Chen Chen glanced at Lei Jun, who remained expressionless, seemingly pondering how to position their next product against the Mylan Note. Compared to Lei Jun, Chen Chen was more puzzled about where the Mei Tribe got so much money to invest in a budget phone. Did the Zhuqiang government invest, or was it some other institution? There was no denying the product's strong appeal, especially the octa-core processor gimmick. Octa-core. It sounded impressive, but everyone knew the truth about MediaTek's octa-cores. Now that the Mei Tribe's launch was over with a 5.5-inch screen, 2,940 mAh battery, and dual-band Wi-Fi, they led 10 temporarily. Next, let's welcome the next contender, Huawei. Let's see what surprises Huawei's bigger approach has in store for us. Huawei has arrived. Huawei is now on stage. Approaching us is Mr. Yu Dazue, head of Huawei's mobile phone division. Mr. Yu Chengbei. Mr. Yu delivered his opening remarks, then stepped down. Then Mr. Yu came back up, bringing a new contender with him, Mr. Zhao Ming, brand manager of the Changwan series. Mr. Zhao began his product introduction. Let us focus on the competition. Mr. Zhao stated that the Changwan X1 is a phone designed specifically for young people. It also utilizes a MediaTek octa-core processor. As for the display, the Huawei Changwan X1 surprisingly features a 5.7-inch large screen, even larger than the display of competitor No. 1, the Mylan Note. The screen is supplied by BOE from our Huaxia. The quality of this screen awaits everyone's evaluation. Let's look at the battery. According to Mr. Zhao, the Changwan X1 is equipped with a 3,000 mAh battery. For the camera, it features a 13-megapixel rear camera and a 2-megapixel front camera. Finally, let's look at the pricing. The 2GB 16GB version is priced at $12.99, while the 2GB 32GB version costs $13.99. Mr. Zhao has finished his presentation. Let us compare these two models. Display 5 inches versus 5.7 inches. Resolution 1280 by 720 versus 1280 by 720. Processor MediaTek MT6592 versus MediaTek MT6592. Battery 2,940 mAh versus 3,000 mAh. Camera 8MP 5MP versus 13MP 2MP. Operating system Flyme 3.0 versus EMUI 2.0. Price $11.99 versus $12.99. Next, let's welcome this month's third contestant, Red Star. Let's see what surprises he can bring us. Taking the prototype handed to him by Chen Chen strode towards the stage. Compared to Mize's concert at the Water Cube and Huawei's vast venue at the National Exhibition and Convention Center, Red Star's launch event seemed rather modest. They still chose the 798 Art Zone, inviting only over 900 audience members and media personnel. However, on various online platforms, Chen Chen fully utilized his financial power. Even before the event started, many netizens had already flooded the online live streams. They all wanted to see what innovative product the third contestant, Red Star, would bring this time. As a spotlight shone on the stage, Chen Chen appeared before the audience. The launch venue immediately erupted in enthusiastic applause. Seeing this scene, Bai Yongxiang and Zhao Ming felt a twinge of envy. Despite all the atmosphere groups they had arranged at their own events, none of them generated as much excitement as Chen Chen's mere appearance. If there were a Best Presenter award for this launch season, Chen Chen would undoubtedly be in first place. Of course, that's only because Dammy hasn't launched yet. Hello everyone, I am Chen Chen. In the past few days, our competitors have successively launched their larger models. Now it's finally Red Star's turn to enter the arena. To be honest, I can hardly contain my eagerness. Don't laugh, everyone. I truly can't wait to showcase Red Star's new product. As our competitor, Mr. I said earlier, a good product speaks for itself. While our Red Star product is already chattering away like hundreds of ducks. The launch venue once again erupted in laughter. Mr. I said the slogan on their product's back is blank because all the good ones were taken by competitors. Idealism was used by that hammer company, Never Settle was taken by another competitor, and Born for Fever was used by Dammy. I racked my brains trying to think of a good slogan for our Red Star product, but truly there were no good words left. In the end, because our good product speaks for itself, our product told me our slogan should be, let everyone enjoy the fun of technology. This is Red Star's slogan. Lei Jun, watching the live stream, was stunned. Not only did you steal our promotional copy, but you're stealing this too. That's clearly my line. Laolin, do you think we have a mole in Dammy? How come this kid is always the first to say these promotional lines? This is supposed to be Dammy's motto. Looking at the frustrated Lei Jun, Lin Bing could only smile helplessly. These were all your own ideas, not even made into a PPT yet. If there were a mole, it could only be you, Lei Jun. Looking at the competitors' products, I feel the entire Huawei mobile phone market is now developing healthily. Does everyone remember what phones looked like 2 years ago? Where were these beautiful industrial designs? Where was this powerful performance? Today we are also bringing a revolutionary product. First, let's look at the appearance. The competitors' products all use polymer materials. Everyone knows their advantages. Today we are also using this material. The difference is that we use a polycarbonate polymer composite material. This material provides a better grip and has superior oxidation resistance, keeping the colorful shells of our Shining Note vibrant for a long time. For the processor, we continue to use Red Star's Lingxiao series. The Shining Note is powered by the Lingxiao C1 with 4 cores clocked at 1.6 GHz, offering powerful performance. Some might ask, why are you still using a quad-core processor when competitors have adopted the latest octa-core processors? I won't go into detail here. I welcome media friends to compare our phone with the competitors after receiving it. Chen Chen's words left many viewers and media members puzzled. They have 8 cores, you have 4 cores. Are you afraid to compare? However, some observant viewers noticed that this wasn't really the Lingxiao C1. Judging by the specs, it was clearly an underclocked version of the Lingxiao S2. No wonder he wanted everyone to compare it themselves. He simply renamed the flagship processor and put it in this Shining Note. For the display, we continue to use a 1280 by 720 resolution screen from CSOE with a size of 5.7 inches. I believe I don't need to elaborate on the quality of this screen. It was used in our Red Star 2, and its parameters were excellent. The camera setup is a 2-megapixel front camera and a 13-megapixel rear camera. Red Star's camera tuning is well known to everyone, so I won't say more. These repeated "won't say more" left the live stream and on-site audience baffled. If you want say more about this and won't say more about that, what are you going to talk about? Could it be that he's going to talk about Red Star's charging and battery again? In terms of charging, as a globally leading technology company, Red Star naturally wouldn't fool consumers with a 10-watt or 18-watt power solution. This time the Shining Note is equipped with a 3000 mAh large battery and 22.5-watt fast charging. I won't say it can last a full 2 days or comfortably last 2 days. Anyway, just rest assured. With the support of Red Star's fast charging, you'll never have to worry about charging again. As always, Red Star is far ahead in charging technology. Yuqing. Price-wise, our Shining Note might be slightly more expensive than the competitors. After all, we have a faster battery, a more powerful processor, a better screen, and clearer photos. So our price is $1,299. As Chen Chen pressed the button in his hand, the price of the Shining Note was displayed on the big screen. 2 GB, 16 GB, $1,399. 2 GB, 32 GB, $1,499. Some frowned at this price, but Lei Jun's expression changed. For Meizu and Huawei, this price might not be a significant challenge, but it greatly affected him. The Dammy 2A was priced slightly above this range, but its product strength wasn't as strong as the Shining Note. His own Xiaomi Note series fell precisely within this price range. Others might not understand the nature of MediaTek's octa-core processor, but he knew it all too well. Putting the Lingxiao S2 into this price range was a complete dimensionality reduction attack. At this moment, Lei Jun genuinely wanted to ask Chen Chen, do I still stand a chance? For the on-site audience, the Shining Note wasn't overly impressive. It was essentially a budget version of the Red Star 2. Just as everyone thought the launch event was over, Chen Chen showed no sign of ending it. In life, I find many things are messy. Is there anything that is truly beautifully made and functional? Why do these power strips on the table look so ugly? Why do the electric fans at home have such a last-century industrial? Nearly 400 million power strips are sold annually in China. Our Red Star investigation revealed that the power strips in every household were a complete mess. Back then, looking at these power strips, I said to our Red Star colleagues, how about I invest 20 million yuan to create a power strip and see how it turns out? A superior product not only requires excellent performance and outstanding quality, but also an artistic appearance in today's world. But some companies in certain sectors of our China lack the capability to execute good industrial design. No, they are too comfortable, unwilling to consider consumers' needs or embrace change. Today I will unveil our Red Star power strip for everyone to see. Shinro walked onto the stage carrying 2 power strips and handed them to Chen Chen, while the large screen displayed the appearance of the Red Star power strip. The audience remained silent and unresponsive. Chen Chen was not flustered. He continued pressing the remote control in his hand. Perhaps our Red Star power strip seems unremarkable at first glance, but let's make a comparison. Several power strips slid onto the large screen, from one side some white, with blue, others yellow with white, with bulky protruding sockets. Compared to the pure white rectangular Red Star power strip, they looked like ugly ducklings. Now do you see the difference? After seeing our Red Star power strip, when you look at the competitors, isn't ours more beautiful? More aesthetically pleasing? Yes, beautiful. Led by the Atmosphere team, the venue began to liven up. Our power strip is only the size of a pencil case, embodying the minimalist industrial design philosophy of Red Star. To achieve this appearance, we invested significant effort in many unseen details. First, we reduced the volume. Those familiar with the plastics industry know that a draft angle is essential. This draft angle is related to volume. If the volume is too large, it cannot be ejected from the mold. The draft angle on the bottom edge of competitors' power strips is 3 degrees. I initially wanted to achieve 0 degrees, but our engineers said it was impossible. At 0 degrees, it couldn't be released from the mold. After relentless efforts from our engineers, we finally achieved a draft angle of 1.5 degrees. Why 1.5 degrees? It gives our Red Star power strip a very pure square shape. We put a lot of work into the details, spending immense energy and money to achieve this 1.5 degree draft angle. We also equipped this power strip with 3 USB ports, allowing home devices like phones and small gadgets to charge via USB. Additionally, we designed each socket with child-proof shutters so families with children don't have to worry about little fingers or objects being inserted. Since we've made the exterior so beautiful, the internal materials are also top tier in the industry. We use integrated red copper for internal connections. You are welcome to take it apart and review it. Another pain point with power strips is that when a 3-pin plug is inserted into a 5-socket outlet, the 2-pin socket becomes unusable. Our Red Star power strips plug has been redesigned, reducing its volume by 38 compared to ordinary plugs. This allows you to easily insert another plug alongside it. By this point in Chen Chen's presentation, both the livestream audience and the on-site attendees were captivated, listening intently. This was the first time a launch event had delved so deeply into the design and construction of a power strip. Explaining so much about a power strip, its design, materials, and processes, offered the audience a truly novel experience. This power strip is priced at 49 yuan, and a pro version with 5 outlets is available for 69 yuan, supporting remote power on-off via smartphone. At this, many in the audience were taken aback. A power strip that can be controlled by a phone. What use is that? What's the point? Can a Red Star power strip also connect to the internet? After the launch event, it will be available on the Red Star online store. You can purchase according to your needs. We have 2 more products to introduce, so please don't rush off just yet. Chen Chen noticed some media representatives preparing to leave and spoke up to stop them. More products. No wonder he had glossed over the phone's features earlier. Isn't this supposed to be a phone launch? Why breeze through phone specifications, but go into such detail about these products? With Chen Chen's words, the entire venue quieted down again, eager to see what other products Red Star had in store. This launch event was truly fascinating. Let me briefly introduce our next Red Star product. This launch has been going on for quite a while, and I see many of you are eager to leave. As Shinro brought another product onto the stage, an electric fan, the audience couldn't help but laugh. They wondered what it could be. An electric fan worth a launch event. This fan has been available on the Red Star online store since earlier this year, and has received much praise from many of you. Today I'd like to briefly reintroduce it. The fan's design also follows a modern minimalist style. Its motor is, and our engineers have redesigned the blades for greater efficiency compared to ordinary fans. Similarly, this fan supports smartphone control. If you're lying in bed and don't want to get up to adjust the fan's oscillation or speed, you can simply operate it via your phone. It also supports sleep timers, all controllable through your phone. Many in the audience who hadn't seen this fan before grew interested. With the weather warming up, the convenience of controlling a fan from bed without moving was appealing. The price is quite affordable at 149 yuan. And after our next Red Star launch event, this fan will become even more interesting, so stay tuned. The final product, I believe many of our Star fans have already used it. Our Red Star power bank has sold over 1 million units in just 2 months since its launch. But for those who haven't followed Red Star closely, let me reintroduce it. The Red Star power bank uses top-tier cells from LG and Panasonic with an aluminum unibody design for a comfortable grip. It also supports our 18W fast charging, ensuring quick charging whether you're powering your phone or the power bank itself. Priced at just 79 yuan, it's a great deal compared to power banks on the market that cost 100 to 200 yuan. If you're interested, you can purchase it from the Red Star online store. This concludes our launch event. Thank you all. Red Star has prepared a small gift for everyone which you can collect as you leave. 1 Red Star power strip for each of you. Thank you, everyone. After the event, Chen Chen stepped off the stage feeling parched from all the talking. He wondered how others managed to hold launch events lasting several hours. Taking the water glass Shinro handed him, he took a large gulp. Watching the audience queuing at the exit to collect their power strips, Chen Chen nodded with satisfaction. At the very least, Goma might have trouble sleeping tonight. Setting down the glass, he grew more pleased with Shunro. Not only was she pleasant to look at, but she was also exceptionally competent. Most importantly, she was thoughtful, handing him water the moment he stepped off stage. Satisfied, thoroughly satisfied. You know, I always love attending Red Star's launch events. There's always a gift to take home. I heard that when the Shine 1 was launched, Boss Chun gave everyone a phone on the spot. Wow, really? A phone for everyone? Of course it's true. The other day, I went to a Meizu launch event, and they gave out nothing at all like a bald head. Meanwhile, at Goma headquarters, CEO Hua Quan stared blankly at the marketing department's report. Aren't you Red Star supposed to be a phone company? Why did you make a power strip? Hua Quan felt as if Goma was walking smoothly down the road when Red Star suddenly came over, punched him twice, and then raised its head to ask, how do you like my product? Hua Quan was slightly shocked upon receiving the report about Red Star producing a power strip, but he didn't take it to heart. What difference could a phone seller making a power strip make? How many offline channels did they have? Even if they sold it online, how many could they possibly move? A trivial matter, nothing more. So after the initial surprise, Hua Quan dismissed it from his mind. After the press conference, the power strip officially went on sale on Red Star Mall and their stores on CatDog and Pinduoduo. Netizens erupted with immense enthusiasm for the product. The world had long suffered from the lackluster design of power strips. Mr. Lei, should we still proceed with our power strip? Lei Jun let out a bitter laugh. Proceed? How could they not? They had already sunk considerable funds into it. Abandoning it now would mean throwing that money away. But if they went ahead, it certainly wouldn't cause the same stir as Red Star's, and they might even be accused of plagiarism for a similar design. This Chen Chen really got under his skin. He had just conceived the idea and invested a bit of money, and here Chen Chen already had a finished product on the market. Should he proceed or not? Mr. Lei. The product manager called out again when Lei Jun didn't respond. It's fine. Continue with the project, but pay close attention to the design. Make sure netizens don't accuse us of copying. All right. The product manager felt helpless. Her designs had already been finalized, and the molds were being made when Red Star suddenly launched their product. Coupled with Lei Jun's suspicious gaze as she left, she now even wondered if she was a mole. Just as the power strip project lead left, Lin Bing walked in and said, Mr. Lei, should we still price the Homie Note normally? With the Mylan Note below it, the Changwan X1 at the same price point, and the Shining Note above us were in a tight spot. At this, Lei Jun's headache worsened. He had scheduled his press conference for the last day, hoping to catch the other companies off guard, but instead found himself surrounded and besieged. As for Zhou Depeo's so-called God series, he paid it no mind. Lei Jun gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, drop the price by another 100 yuan. At 10.99 and 11.99, we won't be directly competing with Red Star. Huawei's Changwan X1 is nothing to worry about. Also reduce the price of our Dami 2A by 100 yuan. The Homie 1 was still operating at a loss. He had hoped the large-screen Homie Note would generate some profit in the big screen segment, but now several companies had launched large-screen phones simultaneously, each undercutting the other's prices aggressively. Dami had its fan marketing, but Red Star's marketing was no slouch either. As for Meizu, they were practically the pioneers of hunger marketing and fan economy. Amidst the constant mentions from netizens, the fourth contestant chose not to hold an in-person press conference, but instead conducted an online one. The first model in the God series was the God F1. Its screen reached a staggering 6.2 inches, making it the standout in terms of size among the crowd of phones. In terms of specs, there was little novelty. It still used a true octa-core processor. The battery, however, was a monstrous 4,000 mAh, the largest among the four phones. After all, a larger screen required a larger body, and a larger body naturally accommodated a larger battery. As for charging, it was in the lowest tier with a mere 10 watts. Fully charging that 4,000 mAh battery would likely take 4 or 5 hours. The price was also reasonable at just 1,299 yuan. Apart from users with a genuine interest in ultra-large screens, most people were likely to pass on this phone. The screen was just too big, almost ahead of its time. Without any full-screen design, the forehead and chin combined with the 6.2-inch screen made the overall phone dimensions far larger than future full-screen phones with the same screen size. Early the next morning, Shenro reported the previous day's sales to Chen Chen. Yesterday afternoon, after we opened the reservation channel, the Shining Note received 490 reservations. Powerbank sales saw a significant increase, rising 39 compared to the day before, reaching over 800 units. Our Red Star electric fan can now be classified as a hot seller. It sold over 200 units overnight, and the factory is currently operating at full capacity. What about the power strip? Compared to the fans and power banks, Chen Chen was more concerned about the power strip sales. In his past life, when Dami launched this power strip, it sold 250 units on the first day and reached 1 million sales within a month, an undeniable blockbuster. Having replicated the design and specifically promoted it at the press conference, he hoped the sales wouldn't be too disappointing. Shinro turned a page and continued, for the power strip as of Ada M. Today, over 17 hours, all channels combined have sold 31000 units. This morning, Minister Zhang Feng placed an additional order for 200 units. 200 units is still a bit low, but Zhang Feng must have his reasons for adding that many. Tell him that the first month's sales for this power strip are likely to be in the millions. He should be prepared and not get scolded by netizens again. Understood. There's also a notice from above. An internet conference is scheduled to be held in Wuzhen on August 12th. The organizers would like to invite you, Mr. Chen. Should I prepare the travel arrangements in advance? Internet conference. Who else is invited? Chen Chen was rather unfamiliar with this conference. In his past life, he was just a nobody who could never attend such a high-level event. Also Jack Ma Huadang Lei Jun from Dami, Zhou Hongyi from 360, Richard Liu, and Robin Li from Baidu, the heads of these well-known companies. After thinking for a while, and finding he had no recollection of the conference, Chen Chen still decided to go. After all, since his rebirth, he had mainly been operating within Red Star's own sphere, and had little interaction with those big shots. It would be a chance to broaden his horizons, and make some connections. The only thing that puzzled him was why Red Star, clearly an industrial company, had been classified as an internet company. Over at Goma, Huaquan found the marketing department manager waiting for him early in the morning, looking very nervous. Curious, he asked, Xiaozhang, what's so important that you're here this early? Mr. Hua, this morning Red Star released the sales data for their power strip. I think you need to see it immediately. Sales data. Taking the report from Manager Zhang, Huaquan's expression changed dramatically as he scanned it. 310,000 units. How is that possible? It is indeed 310,000 units. And that's just the data from the end of their press conference yesterday to this morning. A span of over 10 hours. If we consider a full day's data, it would likely be even more staggering. Huaquan put down the document with a grave expression and sat in his chair deep in thought. Sales of 310,000 units in over 10 hours were practically unheard of in the entire power strip industry. The only time such numbers appeared was when distributors were placing large bulk orders. But that couldn't truly be called sales, as the products hadn't reached consumers yet. Based on your analysis, how much impact will Red Star's power strip have on us? Huaquan asked the marketing department manager. Mr. Well, it's hard to say. Based on current sales data, Red Star's power strip sales could reach 10 million units in the next month. But we can't extrapolate the entire month from their first day figures, so I estimate it'll be around 2 million units. I'm afraid they might capture all of our youth market in the coming period. They'll also take a chunk of our market share. I estimate about 20. After Manager Zhang finished speaking, Huaquan's face darkened as if it could drip water. Losing 20 market share was utterly unimaginable, and this was just from Goma. Although Goma was the industry leader, it didn't hold the entire market. If Red Star took all that market, it would be an extremely terrifying number. Notify immediately. I want a board meeting convened. We need to fully discuss our product update. Move fast. The entire Goma company swiftly mobilized, convening a top-level board meeting. The board members didn't take this cross-industry move by a phone company into power strips seriously. Instead, they felt Huaquan was making a mountain out of a molehill. Could a phone company like Red Star venturing into power strips really sell well? It wasn't until Huaquan placed Red Star's published sales data before them that these board members became serious. Could this data be Red Star deliberately exaggerating their sales? A board member found such sales figures hard to believe. How could they sell over 300 units overnight? His first instinct was that Red Star had falsified the data. Director Zhang, do you think Red Star would need to fabricate data on this? If you say their phone sales might be inflated, that's inevitable. But this isn't their main business. There's no need. Besides, the sales on shopping platforms can be verified. Which of these two power strips would you rather put on your desk? Red Star's or our best-selling model? Huaquan held up two power strips. No one spoke, but their eyes betrayed their true thoughts. Even a director from Goma, a professional power strip maker, would choose Red Star's sleek USB-equipped model, let alone consumers. Red Star's power strips had just launched and hadn't even shipped yet, but that didn't stop Goma from acquiring a few through other channels. Chen Chen had given away over 900 at the launch event. Huaquan looked sternly at the board members and said, "We must take this seriously. If we can't produce a similarly designed product and other competitors launch first offline, what do you think will happen to our market?" His words made everyone's expressions change. Even if Goma had many offline distributors and high profit margins, consumers would still prioritize the more aesthetically pleasing option when shopping. Goma had been the power strip industry leader for years, with competitors barely making a ripple. Now unexpectedly a phone seller had dealt them a blow. Couldn't you phone companies just compete among yourselves and let us be bystanders? Instead, you started a war in your industry, and the first to get hurt was us, the power strip seller Goma. Where's the justice in that? Chen Chen, I merely made a slight move. Why do you act as if facing a formidable enemy? It was like when Wang Leji and JDB fought in court, competing fiercely, but both came out unscathed while Hekazeng died. Or when Pepsi and Coca-Cola clashed and Future Cola vanished. Now Red Star, Dami, Huawei, and Meizu are fighting, and Goma gets stabbed twice. What kind of situation is this? At least those cases were within the same industry. A power strip company and a phone company have nothing to do with each other. I've decided to fully revamp our products aligning with Red Star's design. Any objections? The days of easy money are probably over. We used to focus more on channels, neglecting product development and upgrades. Now it's time for us to change and innovate. Although some directors thought it was no big deal, people buying power strips offline usually need them urgently and wouldn't wait days for online delivery. Huawei still overruled objections and called for an immediate vote. The result was 7-2 in favor of his proposal. Months later, looking at Red Star's power strip sales and reputation, Huawei patted his chest with lingering fear. Thank goodness Goma reacted in time. The power strip was just a minor episode. On July 30th, the Who's bigger launch event welcomed its fifth contestant, Dami. Like the Dashin series, Dami didn't opt for an offline event, they broadcast the launch live. In terms of specs, Dami's Xiaomi Note 1 was mostly similar to the previously released Xiaomi 1. The biggest upgrade was the processor from a quad-core to an octa-core. The screen became 5.7 inches. The battery was upgraded to 3000 mAh, charging reached 18 watts, and the port was Type-C, same as Red Star's. Price-wise, the Xiaomi Note was the lowest. 216GB memory configuration for just $10.99 and 232GB for only $11.99. The competition over who's bigger could essentially be concluded. Netizens summarized the July event through various discussions. The cheapest octa-core large-screen phone was the Xiaomi Note. The highest spec was the Flash Note. The most colorful was the Milan Note. The least noticeable was the Fun X1. Oh, and the largest screen was Kiku's Dashin F1. Hey, have you all forgotten there's another contestant? Is there? Haven't these manufacturers already released their products? It's the last day of July. Why hasn't this contestant made a move? Luico's superphone, remember? Boss Jia also posted a poster saying Luico would make phones. I totally forgot until the comment above reminded me. Boss Jia, it's your turn. Hurry up. If you don't release in July, well, declare you forfeit. You can't just end up releasing a PPT, right? But have you noticed? Why are all these manufacturers using large batteries? Their batteries seem bigger than the last. Is it because larger screens consume more power? Red Star led the trend. Now all these manufacturers are copying Red Star's big batteries. Chen Chen, guess why they're making big batteries. Boss Jia felt bitter reading netizens' comments. At least someone still remembered that Luico was going to make phones. As for the phone, no, not even a design sketch. How could they make a phone? Release a PPT. But the netizens guessed right. On the afternoon of July 31st, a Boss Jia indeed held a launch event. The content was extremely simple, just 2 PPT slides. One was for his supercar, and the other was for his superphone. As for mass production, oh sorry, that might not happen until 2023. Boss Jia's online launch event had netizens cheering in delight. It was the first time anyone had seen a product launch with just 2 PPT slides. Alternatively, you could say he dared to hold a launch with just 2 slides. Boss Jia did my PPT leave you breathless. Soon as users received products from various brands, netizens finally realized why phones equipped with MediaTek's octa-core processor all needed such large batteries. Some who were hesitant about which phone to buy began tagging A Old Fish to release a review video as soon as possible. A Old Fish expressed heartfelt gratitude for the support, stating that he had purchased 1 unit of each phone from these brands at his own expense, adhering to a principle of objectivity and fairness. Having used them for a few days, he shared his subjective impressions. Starting with the appearance, he noted that the back covers of all 5 phones before him were made of plastic. He emphasized that regardless of how manufacturers hype terms like polymer, nanocomposite material, or polycarbonate during launches, they were all just plastic. Regarding color vibrancy, the Milan Note featured a coating that made the shell more vivid, but with prolonged use the coating would peel off, inevitably leading to dullness and wear. He believed that those who had purchased the Dami 2 would understand this. Ranking second, he felt the polycarbonate matte finish of the Shining Note offered a better hand feel and was more skin-friendly, but its drawback was a tendency to get dirty. After just a few days of use, stains were already visible. As for Huawei and Dami, he refrained from further comments, describing their plastic back covers as average. The theme of all these launches was big, and his first impression upon receiving them was the same. The screen sizes were no smaller than 5 inches. The Dashin F1 in particular was larger than he had imagined. Zooming in with the camera, A Old Fish picked up a phone and compared its size to his palm. Obviously, the screen size of this Dashin F1 is a bit too large. Ooh, I can't hold it with one hand. It feels like Chiku made it big for the sake of being big without considering user experience. However, those who truly prefer large screens might consider buying it. Speaking of performance and battery, I think these two aspects can't be viewed separately. I carefully studied this Lingxiao C1 processor and found that it's not a new processor at all. It's the same Lingxiao S2 used in the Kunping phone and Hongxing 2, just a downclocked version with a maximum frequency reduced by 0.1 GHz, which has minimal impact on performance. Everyone knows Hongxing's style. They always go for large batteries and fast charging. But this Shining Note unusually didn't feature a larger battery. Instead, it made the body thinner. I was puzzled during Chen Chen's launch. Why make the body thinner when there was space for a larger battery? Only after receiving phones from other brands did I understand Chen Chen didn't make the battery bigger because it wasn't necessary. As a old fish said this, many netizens grew impatient, wondering why he hadn't explained the reason. Some started dragging the video progress bar to hear the later explanation. The MediaTek octa-core processor in Xiaomi and Milan didn't improve performance much, but its power consumption increased significantly. Meaning performance didn't go up, but power drain did. That's why these manufacturers all piled on large batteries. Without a big battery, you can't handle the power drain from such large screens and the octa-core processor's energy consumption. After these days of use, I found that this octa-core processor generates a lot of heat, especially in the current weather. In outdoor temperatures over 30 degrees Celsius, the Xiaomi F1S processor throttled after just 5 minutes, followed by Xiaomi Note at 8 minutes. Surprisingly, the Milan Note's processor scheduling impressed me. According to Old Huang, MediaTek sent engineers to Meizu for joint optimization, which is why it performed so well. This explains why these manufacturers piled on large batteries, while Hongxing didn't. Hongxing's processor is a flagship chip downgraded to a lower tier. Their Lingxiao S2, honed over a year, naturally has better compatibility than phones using MediaTek's octa-core processor. At the end of the video, a old fish specifically emphasized that he was more interested in Hongxing's 2 internet-enabled smart devices than their new phone. I look forward to the day everything is connected to the internet. This video climbed to the top of the digital phone circle within 2 days, revealing the true nature of MediaTek's processor. Old fish is right. I bought the Milan Note because I liked Meizu's color design, but now I regret it. As Old Fish said, in this weather it heats up badly outdoors, and the battery life is nowhere near the 2 days old by claimed. The one above is correct. My Xiaomi is a bit better since it has a 4,000 mAh battery lasting about a day and a half. I can't imagine if it still had a 2,000 mAh battery. As various review videos surfaced online, the shining Note emerged as the ultimate winner. Chen Chen had anticipated the true octa-core claims from other brands. Downgrading the Lingxiao S2 was essentially a devastating blow. This was why Lei Jun of Xiaomi had such a strong reaction when he heard the Lingxiao C1S specs. He knew MediaTek's performance all too well, and with its short optimization period it stood little chance against the Lingxiao S2. At that moment, Lei Jun first conceived the idea of making his own chips. With his own chips, he could use them as he pleased and downgrade them freely, unlike now, where Qualcomm wouldn't allow him to put the Snapdragon 600 from the Xiaomi 2S into the Xiaomi Note. Selling the Snapdragon 600 at 999 yuan. How would that look for Qualcomm? How would other manufacturers selling phones with this chip at over 3,000 yuan compete? Vivo might feel targeted. Even now, selling the Xiaomi 2S at 1,799 yuan required Qualcomm's approval to set that price. However, the thought of making his own chips vanished from Lei Jun's mind almost instantly. It was ridiculous. With Xiaomi's current scale, attempting chip development would likely cripple the company after a few failed tapeouts. Even in his past life, Lei Jun was forced to make the Pinecone chip, and several tapeouts cost hundreds of millions, money thrown away. When working on the Pinecone S2, 5 failed tapeouts burned over 1 billion yuan, and Lei Jun, heartbroken, immediately halted the large chip project. He simply couldn't afford it. Without other departments continuously injecting funds into Huawei, their chip division, relying solely on phone sales, would also struggle. Chen Chen had anticipated the online buzz, but didn't pay too much attention as Hongxing was about to welcome a significant new member. After months of negotiations, Yang Tuo ultimately declined Huawei's offer and joined Hongxing. The reasons: first, the financial incentive. Second, Hongxing's Kunping series had firmly established itself in the 3,000 yuan price range, giving Yang Tuo room to excel. Mr. Chen, what is your positioning for our Hongxing phones? This was Yang Tuo's first question to Chen Chen after starting work. This was the first question Yang Tuo posed to Chen Chen after joining Hongxing and beginning his work. In Yang Tuo's view, after years at Samsung, crafting a good product or a premium flagship phone was not difficult. The real challenge was convincing users that the phone was worth such a high price. That was the power of branding. For instance, the Enjoy series could sell for over 150 yuan, and consumers were still willing to buy it. The 680 model sold briskly at 1999 yuan. That was brand influence. Look at Rice. After generations of innovation, its fully loaded digital series still made people hesitate to spend over 50 yuan on a Rice phone. Wouldn't it be better to buy a Huawei or a Fruit? Even a Blue Factory would be a better choice than Rice. That had been Rice's brand impression over the past decade. It simply wasn't worth the money. No matter how high the specs or how many cutting-edge technologies they piled on, consumers still didn't recognize its value. Chen Chen was silent for a long time, unable to think of how to answer Yang Tuo's question. After a while, looking at Yang Tuo, he finally spoke. I haven't really thought deeply about positioning. I was thinking of using Kunping phones for geeks and business professionals, Hongxing for cost-effective models, and the Shine series to drive volume and attract users. After hearing Chen Chen's response, Yang Tuo smiled and said, President Chen, your approach isn't quite right. Product positioning isn't just about using price to differentiate customer segments, it's about using different brands and series to establish your own product identity. For example, with our current Kunpeng series, do you want to position it as a business series, a geek series, or an imaging flagship? Yang Tua's question left Chen Chen puzzled. In his previous life, didn't those high-end series combine all features in one device? Both a business flagship and an imaging flagship. But upon reflection, that wasn't exactly the case. Take Rice's 14 series for instance. The 14, 14 Pro, and Ultra were essentially three different phones, all bearing the 14 series name. Manager Yang, I think I'm starting to understand. In the future, we could split the Kunpeng series into 2 or 3 versions targeting different audiences. For example, the standard edition could be a regular flagship, the Pro edition a business flagship, and the Ultra an imaging or tech flagship. That's just the first step. We also need to maintain consistent brand marketing, not like a bear breaking corn cobs, grabbing one and dropping another. This time we promote Kunpeng's fast charging, next time it's imaging. We should separate the campaigns in a timely manner. Also, I've noticed that our Hongxing brand has high popularity online, but we've invested very little in traditional channel marketing, and we don't even have a recognizable slogan. That's really unacceptable. Even Rice is advertising on CCTV. This was indeed an oversight by Chen Chen. In his previous life, when he focused on Rice, they had already shifted to online-only marketing. He had forgotten that in the early days when mobile internet wasn't fully widespread, Rice still invested heavily in traditional advertising. The most famous was the CCTV slogan, "Rice phones are fast, Rice is born for the fever." With so many classic slogans at his disposal, why hadn't he thought to launch them? Negligence, sheer negligence. It was understandable though. Throwing an ordinary guy into the chairman's seat of a big company meant some things were bound to slip his mind. Charge for 5 minutes, talk for 2 hours. Chen Chen blurted out this household slogan from his previous life. That single phrase had established Green Factory's dominance in fast charging. His own 40-watt fast charging was far faster than the 22.5 watts of that era. It truly could achieve 5 minutes of charging for 2 hours of talk time. Savoring the slogan, Yang Tua couldn't help but give a thumbs up, praising President Chen's literary flair. Chen Chen thought market validated. How could it not be good? Another thing is the brand tagline for Kunpeng phones. To appeal to business professionals we need. Before Yang Tua could finish, Chen Chen interrupted. Beauty is an attitude, a realm, a gentleman is like an orchid, ew, in a gentleman's life. The more Chen Chen spoke, the more excited he became. He remembered all these promotional phrases. Why hadn't he used them in product marketing? He had only focused on promoting specs and charging, completely lacking any elegant words to support the brand. Look at that gentleman's life slogan from his previous life. It elevated the phone's image by an entire tier. Yang Tua was also puzzled. A gentleman is like an orchid was a phrase he had crafted specifically for the Kunpeng phone, hoping to impress his new boss. Now Chen Chen had said it first, leaving Yang Tua feeling a bit awkward. Yes, President Chen, since we've already made attempts in charging and imaging, we can sustain this brand identity. Use Hongxing phones, savor the revolutionary life. Yang Tua mentally patted himself on the back for his cleverness. What a beautiful slogan. He was sure it would win over older business professionals. Chen Chen looked at Yang Tua with suspicion. Could this guy also be a time traveler? That savor the revolutionary life was his own original creation. Then he'll leave Hongxing's brand building and marketing to you, Manager Yang. Chen Chen stood up and extended his hand to Yang Tua. Don't worry, President Chen, I won't let you down. After sitting back down, Yang Tua spoke again. We don't have much time before the new phone launch. The first generation Kunpeng is nearing the end of its life cycle, so it's not worth investing more energy. He'll go back and draft a plan first. Starting with our next generation phone, we need to rebuild the Kunpeng brand. Then Yang Tua hesitated a bit and said, President Chen, I had a new phone design in mind when I was at Samsung. What do you think? Chen Chen thought, is Yang Tua already thinking about creating the smart window now? That must absolutely not happen. In his previous life, Barry had died because of this smart window design. Netizens called it hemorrhoids. A phone priced at over 300 yuan that couldn't even sell for 170 yuan in clearance. But the failure of the Barry Pro 7 couldn't be entirely blamed on this design or on Yang Tua. The design was indeed ahead of its time. Both the appearance and build quality were flawless. What killed it was MediaTek's X25 processor, the true 1-core, in trouble 9 cores watching. Manager Yang, our Hongxing team, is currently developing a new series of phones. I'm afraid we don't have the bandwidth to develop another model right now. But don't worry, once our new series is developed next year, it'll make sure your idea gets implemented. Okay, can I ask if the new phone is a separate series or just a single model? Since Yang Tua had joined Hongxing, Chen Chen decided not to hold back. This new series was still under wraps, known only to the developers and a few executives within Hongxing. Not a hint had leaked to the outside. Because this phone design would revolutionize the existing form of mobile phone. Full screen design. Full screen. Yang Tua was puzzled by this unfamiliar term, unable to comprehend what a full screen design entailed. We plan to create a phone with an entirely screen-dominated front, eliminating the forehead and chin and reducing the bezels to an extreme thinness. When someone truly holds a full-screen phone, everyone will be stunned and revolutionized. Chen Chen introduced with confidence, recalling how the debut of the Mix had propelled Xiaomi, a company plagued by declining sales, to reverse its downturn and fundamentally transform phone design. From 2016 to 2024, nearly all phone manufacturers strive for a front entirely composed of screen. Yang Tuo swallowed hard, utterly unable to envision what a phone with an all-screen front would look like. If Hongxing truly achieved it, it would be nothing short of revolutionary. President Chen, what about the front camera? Since the entire front would be screen, they couldn't simply eliminate the front-facing camera, could they? That was Yang Tuo's first thought. Where would the camera go? We haven't finalized a solution yet. One option is a retractable camera, another is to remove the front camera and place a small screen on the back, requiring users to flip the phone for selfies or video calls. Not only that, we're experimenting with a novel material, microcrystalline nanozirconia, essentially industrial ceramic. Using ceramic for the entire phone shell, imagine the front as a seamless screen, smooth as jade to the touch. President Chen, I understand. He'll have Assistant Shun inform the development department. When you have time, discuss with Cui Chen and Dr. Zhou, and you can start brainstorming a promotional concept for this phone. After Yang Tuo left, Chen Chen called in Shun Ro from the adjacent room. Xiao Shen let Dr. Zhou know I've approved Yang Tuo's involvement in the full-screen project. Understood, President Shun. President Chen, Huang Renxuan from NVIDIA sent a request yesterday, seeking a meeting to discuss potential business. Huang Renxuan from NVIDIA, taking a sip of coffee and setting it down. Chen Chen wondered what business old Huang wanted to discuss. He used to avoid coffee, preferring only cheap cola, specifically Coca-Cola, but since joining Hongxing, various pressures had drawn him to this bitter taste, all forced by circumstances. Could it be that he wanted Hongxing to adopt their chips? After all, NVIDIA was struggling with its graphics cards being outmatched by Cards and Intel. Far from its future AI giant status, its CUDA technology was currently useless. But Chen Chen knew the true power of old Huang's CUDA, a parallel computing platform and programming model that leverages NVIDIA's GPUs for general-purpose parallel computing, seamlessly integrating software and hardware. It enabled developers to efficiently harness GPU parallel computing. In simple terms, each CUDA core could be seen as a CPU with thousands of them on a single GPU working in parallel to deliver immense computational power. However, with Hongxing's new phone set to launch in September, even if they wanted to adopt it, adaptation would be impossible in time. Moreover, Hongxing had its own processor, rendering NVIDIA's unnecessary. The true nature of this processor was known only to Lei Jun a few months later, and to Chen Chen himself. It was the kind that nearly drove Lei Jun to curse. Besides chip discussions, Chen Chen couldn't fathom what else old Huang wanted. Using their Tegra 4 was utterly out of the question, even for mid to low-end devices. It was the earliest Fire Dragon with even worse heat issues than the previous Tegra 3. Yet since they reached out, refusing would be rude, and it was also a golden opportunity to invest in NVIDIA, then valued at just over 80 billion, destined to reach $1 trillion in a decade. Tell old Huang to meet in 3 days, he'll have time then for a discussion. 3 days from now at 2:30 p.m., does that work? Yes. After Chen Chen agreed, Shun Ro noted the schedule. For Huang Renxuan, the meeting with Chen Chen was merely a bonus. The Tegra 4 had already secured several partners in China. Among them, Xiaomi was the largest customer. Earlier this year, old Huang had visited Xiaomi to negotiate with Lei Jun. Lei Jun agreed to equip the latest Xiaomi 3 phone with the Tegra 4 processor. Of course, Lei Jun had no idea what this meant for Xiaomi, delightedly claiming the Tegra 4 outperformed MediaTek's processors while being cheaper than Qualcomm's. On the afternoon of August 9th, Shun Ro informed Chen Chen that Huang Renxuan's car was approaching the Hongxing Technology Park entrance. Chen Chen, accompanied by Lu Weiqi and Yang Tuo, went downstairs to greet him. After all, he was the CEO of a listed company. Even if they didn't plan to use NVIDIA's Tegra 4, showing respect would facilitate future interactions. As the car stopped, Huang Renxuan was thrilled by Hongxing's warm reception. Promising. Perhaps they could sell another batch of Tegra 4s. He quickly opened the door, grasped Chen Chen's extended hand firmly with both hands, and said in awkward Mandarin, "President Chen, truly an honor to meet you. President Huang flatters me. Compared to NVIDIA, we're insignificant." Enduring the odd Mandarin, they exchanged pleasantries before heading to Hongxing's meeting room. Seated, old Huang got straight to the point. "President Chen, to be honest, I'm here today to seek cooperation with Hongxing." Seeing Chen Chen silent, old Huang continued. "Our NVIDIA Tegra 4 is an exceptionally powerful chip, no less than Qualcomm's Snapdragon 800. I know your company has its own chip, but I hope you'll give NVIDIA a chance and purchase a batch." Forgive my Mandarin, it's not very good. President Huang is too modest. Your Mandarin is already quite good. Perhaps you could switch to English. My assistant can translate. Unable to bear old Huang's heavy accent any longer, Chen Chen felt his own speech might be corrupted. Old Huang's ancestral home was in Taiwan, but he grew up in the US, founding NVIDIA at 30 and inventing the GPU in 1999. However, NVIDIA was currently struggling, prompting old Huang to venture into mobile processors. Thus, he maintained a humble demeanor. President Huang, I acknowledge the Tegra 4 is an excellent processor, but I'm sorry Hongxing currently has no plans to adopt it for mid to high-end models. I apologize, though I prefer to be straightforward. Old Huang's hopeful expression instantly turned dejected. This trip to China had been far from smooth, or rather the entire Tegra series of processors had encountered nothing but obstacles. The Tegra 2 had already burned several manufacturers, HTC among them, and after being let down they refused to continue procurement. Left with no other choice, Old Huang had to journey to the Chinese mainland once more in search of a partner. First he was stood up by Zhou Hongyi of 390, who had promised to use Tegra chips in their TV boxes. After waiting for quite some time, Old Huang discovered that 390's hardware business could barely keep itself afloat. He then traveled to the island nation known for its pleasant life, where Nintendo expressed interest in adopting Tegra chips for their gaming consoles. Yet once again, Old Huang found himself deceived. After much toil, he finally secured a partnership with Rice in China. The chairman of Rice offered an extremely low procurement price, and with no other options, Old Huang had to agree. However, he stipulated that the total purchase volume must not fall below 1 million units, otherwise such a low price could not be granted. Seeing the dim light in Old Huang's eyes, Chen Chen spoke up, "Mr. Huang, I apologize for the situation with your Tegra 4. I speak bluntly, and I hope you don't mind. Thank you for giving me the chance to visit Red Star. I hope we can collaborate again in the future." Realizing that Red Star had no intention of purchasing, Old Huang decided not to linger and rose to take his leave. "Mr. Huang, please don't rush off. Since you're here, why not to Red Star? Besides, the fact that we can't cooperate on the Tegra 4 doesn't mean there are no other areas for collaboration." Hearing this, Old Huang, who had already lifted himself halfway, settled back down. "Oh, may I ask which field Mr. Chen wishes to partner with NVIDIA? I plan to procure a batch of enterprise-grade graphics cards in the second half of the year, and I hope to work with you then." Initially, he had considered investing in NVIDIA, but on reflection, any investment now would take at least a decade to yield returns. It would be better to use that capital to continue developing the Lingxiao processor. Moreover, even if he became a shareholder, what would it matter? If a real conflict erupted with the Americans, even as a shareholder, Old Huang might not be able to sell him graphics cards. Unlike the investment Red Star had made late last year in a man named Zhang Yiming, a Chinese company, where an investment of over 80 million would yield returns 10 or 100 times over. "Then I'll wait for your good news, Mr. Chen." With that, Old Huang knew it was time to leave and took his departure. As they saw him off downstairs, Lu Weiqi's curiosity got the better of him, and he asked Chen Chen, "Mr. Chen, why are you purchasing such a large batch of NVIDIA graphics cards? Our company has no use for them right now. As for the reason, you'll understand when our Xiaomi makes its debut. Their CUDA is destined to be the most formidable platform for artificial intelligence development, and our Xiaomi will be the most powerful AI. When Red Star's market cap reaches $1 trillion, it'll give you Old Lu a share of the dividends." Lu Weiqi curled his lips in disbelief. This little Chen always spinning pipe dreams. The equity incentives had promised had yet to materialize, and now he was claiming Red Star could be worth $1 trillion. Go ahead, keep boasting. If it could reach 100 billion at IPO, that would already be impressive. $1 trillion. Old Lu dared not even imagine such a figure. And dividends only after $1 trillion. That practically meant he'd never see a cent. "Come on, let's head to the fast charging lab. The day after tomorrow, you'll accompany me to Wuzhen for a change of scenery." Lu Weiqi's heart leaped with joy. Indeed, I'm now Mr. Chen's most trusted confidant. He's even taking me, Old Lu, to the internet conference, such a high-profile event. Face-to-face conversations with industry giants. I, Old Lu, get to meet big shots like Shenzhen Ma and Hangzhou Ma. Wait, I'm the president of Red Star, company now among the top 3 in domestic shipments. I'm an industry big shot myself. Does that mean the dream of restoring gold might actually come true? Chen Chen, unaware of Lu Weiqi's scheming thoughts, led the team to the fast-charging lab. Since handing over the new battery plan last year, every experiment had ended in failure. Chen Chen had refrained from pressuring the researchers and seldom inquired about progress. Ever since the system provided the first fast-charging solution, Red Star's own research team had delved deeper. They had progressed from 18 watts to 27 watts, then to 40 watts, and finally to 67 watts in the lab. Over the past few months, the dual charge pump solution had likely broken through to 120 watts. But progress had to be incremental. Unlike protagonists in other novels who jumped straight to 120 watts, what would be left to develop? Would they create a single phone and dominate the world unchallenged? Some say that if you time travel, you should never get into graphics cards. You might painstakingly develop a card comparable to the GTX 1050, only for Old Huang to pull out an RTX 3060 and crush you. You never know how much paste he has left in that tube. Just like now, if a time traveler suddenly brought phone fast charging to 120 watts, Red Star would counter with a 150-watt dual charge pump dual battery setup to obliterate them. Arriving at the fast charging lab, they swiped their access cards, and the person in charge, Xiao Zhang, immediately came to greet them. "Mr. Chen, Mr. Lu, our latest experiment with the new battery was a success. Both stability and charge-discharge performance met expectations. However, due to manufacturing limitations, there's still a considerable gap from the theoretical values. What about safety? Chen Chen asked. The novelty of the battery wasn't the biggest concern. Safety was paramount. The last thing they needed was a new battery that made headlines for all the wrong reasons. Rest assured on safety, Mr. Chen. We've conducted a series of tests on cycle life and high temperature resistance. Seeing Xiao Zhang's confidence, Chen Chen nodded. As long as safety was ensured. Lu Weiqi took the battery Xiao Zhang handed him with curiosity. He had only seen this new battery in reports. This was his first time seeing it in person. In fact, it was Chen Chen's first time as well. He had wanted to observe earlier experiments, but was turned away by Xiao Zhang citing safety concerns. Lu Weiqi examined the battery from all angles, but found nothing special, then passed it to Chen Chen. Mr. Lu, don't underestimate this battery. Its capacity reaches 5,000 milliamp hours. What? 5,000 milliamp hours? Lu Weiqi was stunned. The battery's dimensions didn't seem larger than the 3,000 milliamp hours battery used in the Kunping phone, and it felt lighter. Yes, this battery is 23 lighter than traditional lithium-ion batteries, with a 42 increase in capacity for the same volume. It can also withstand higher charging currents. Currently, a 5C charge rate remains within the safety threshold. This is a significant improvement. In truth, this battery didn't represent a revolutionary innovation in terms of process or technology. It was merely an improvement in diaphragm folding electrolyte composition and negative electrode material ratios. Simply put, it enhanced energy density. This battery still falls short of the theoretical values. Based on the data you provided, Mr. Chen, we still have over 30 room for improvement. We're continuously upgrading our equipment to meet the process requirements as soon as possible. When can it go into mass production? This version is ready for mass production. Should we give it a name? Something that instantly conveys its power. Faced with Xiao Zhang's flattery, Chen Chen was noncommittal. Almost instinctively, he blurted out Jinsha River and Qinghai Lake. On second thought, he dismissed the idea. Those names sounded impressive, but they might have copyright issues like Xiao AI. The last thing they needed was an infringement. Let's call it. In the end, Chen Chen named this battery the Yangtze River Battery, though there was a better name, the Thor Battery. Chen Chen felt that this battery was merely an improvement, and using such an impressive name would be a waste. When his own electric vehicle battery goes online, he must use the name Thor. Red Star Electric Vehicles, Thor Battery. How impressive is that? As for Lei Jun's thoughts, why should he care? Unfortunately, no matter how much this battery is improved, it remains a soft-pack battery unsuitable for new energy applications. Everyone knows the dangers of soft-pack batteries. If a battery pack fails in an electric vehicle, the scene would be comparable to TNT. For new energy vehicles, steel shell batteries are still necessary. With Chen Chen's current cognitive abilities, the optimal solution is solid-state batteries. With solid-state batteries, a single charge could propel a car for over 1,000 kilometers, and charging could be completed in a short time. Only then would the market choose new energy vehicles without government promotion. Sigh, why couldn't I have transmigrated a few days later to see the structure of solid-state batteries? At least I could give these engineers some direction. Chen Chen lamented inwardly. When he transmigrated, news on Douyin was everywhere about the mass production of solid-state batteries, but he never saw it happen. As for the technical principles and internal structure, he knew nothing. He only knew that the internal electrolyte was replaced with a solid, so even after prolonged use, if lithium dendrites pierced the separator, there would be no fire or explosion, because the electrolyte was solid. Xiao Zhang, the development of batteries is crucial for Red Star. Manager Lu is still coordinating some engineers. I plan to allocate this entire floor to use separate fast charging from batteries and establish an independent battery research group. Thank you, President Chen. It's indeed cramped having batteries and fast charging in the same lab. I was planning to submit a report to President Lu in the next few days. Chen Chen turned to Lu Weiqi beside him and said, President Lu, please follow up on this. I've already discussed the space issue with the government. There's still some vacant space in our park, and I plan to apply for 2 more experimental buildings. All right, President Chen. He'll follow up on that. The patent for the battery had been approved, and since there were no major conflicts with other companies, the legal department's main task now was to file patents. This battery technology applied not only for Chinese patents, but also for global patents. As for the full-screen display, a series of design patents were filed, including water-drop screens, left-right center punch-hole screens, notch screens, and pill-shaped screens. Chen Chen eagerly anticipated the scene when his full-screen phone hit the market, and other manufacturers tried to create various front-facing designs. In his past life, he had been targeted by Xiaomi's legal department. Now that Red Star had its own legal team, he would see whose legal department was more formidable, Xiaomi's or Red Star's. After Yang Tua officially joined Red Star, Yu Chengbai slammed his desk for the first time in his office. Huawei had almost finalized negotiations with Yang Tua only to have Red Star snatch him away. Are you all incompetent? How could Red Star poach him? We've been negotiating for months. I agreed to every condition. Seeing Yu Chengbai's fury, Xinjiang, the manager who had been in contact with Yang Tua, felt a bit aggrieved. He had agreed to manage the brand, agreed to full authority over Huawei's marketing, and offered a top-tier salary. He had shown utmost sincerity. But Yang Tuo still chose Red Star. What could he do? President Yui indeed failed in our work. I admit my mistake. There was no choice. A higher rank could crush a lower one. He was just a manager while Yu was the head of Huawei's terminal, now the restructured Huawei mobile business, so he had to endure the reprimand. Now immediately find another top-notch brand marketing director. Xinjiang practically scrambled out of Yu Chengbai's office. The boss usually seemed chubby and smiled at everyone, but his anger was terrifying. And he was told to find another top brand marketing guru. Where could he find one? It was August. The third quarter was halfway through, but Huawei's sales in the first 2 quarters were disappointing, far below Yu Chengbai's expectations. In the international market, the K3V2 processor issue had led to a massive recall, causing irreversible damage to the Huawei brand. In the first 2 quarters, Huawei's global shipments were just over 27 million units, including low-end models co-developed with carriers, some priced as low as 100 to 200 yuan. Shipments of models priced above 2 to 0 yuan barely reached 7 million. However, the budget-friendly Changwon X1, known internationally as the U8890, performed remarkably well in global markets. Domestically, it couldn't compete with the Xiaomi Note or the Shine Note, selling only over 600 units in its first month. But in the international market, it shipped over 1.3 million units in just 1 month, and the company projected global shipments of this model to reach tens of millions. Yet even so, total annual shipments would not reach 50 million units. The reason for its strong international performance was the abysmal quality of budget phones abroad. Moreover, companies like Red Star and Xiaomi had not yet expanded overseas, excelling only in the domestic market. Huawei was the only one among these manufacturers with global shipments. As for ZTE and TCL, Yu Chengbei considered them insignificant. They shipped tens of millions of units globally, but what kind of products were they? Some even included feature phones. Such companies would eventually fade into history and were not worth mentioning. The only company to watch was Red Star. If Red Star expanded overseas, their products would be highly competitive in foreign markets, posing a significant threat to Huawei. But it was too early to tell. Even if Red Star wanted to go global, they had no distribution channels. How could they compete with Huawei? Sigh. Yu Chengbei let out a deep sigh. Huawei's high-end brand building was a long and arduous journey. Now with the loss of Yang Tuo, a marketing maestro, it became even harder. And why hadn't Huawei been invited to this internet conference? The internet and communications they used all bore Huawei's imprint, yet they invited Red Star instead of Huawei. We are a technology and industrial company. I wouldn't want to be categorized as an internet company anyway. If they don't invite us, so be it. I old you couldn't care less. The scenery and air here are far better than in the capital. Having arrived early in Wuzhen, Chen, after completing all formalities and checking into the hotel, began to explore the town with Shinro. This was in fact his first outing since crossing over into this world. Ever since arriving at Red Star, the myriad affairs and the company's development had weighed him down almost to the point of suffocation. He was a man carrying a system, yet he still found himself in such a frantic state. He truly envied the protagonists in some novels. No matter what kind of tech system they had, everything was handed to them directly. Talents flocked to them, and various secretaries and beauties threw themselves at them. The most important thing was that their opponents suffered from a drop in intelligence. In other words, none of them could put up a fight. And then there were those formidable protagonists who could assemble a lithography machine, achieve nuclear fusion, and craft chips right in their dormitories. Looking at them, and then at himself, he felt utterly ashamed among his peers who possessed systems. Walking onto a small bridge, taking in the scenery of Jiangnan Chen felt a refreshing delight. The evening was not too hot, making it incredibly comfortable. Is that Chen Chen from Red Star? Where? I don't see him. On the bridge. Saying this, he pointed at Chen Chen on the bridge. It really seems to be him. I saw that assistant of his at the last press conference. It's her. A young couple taking photos spotted Chen Chen and immediately rushed over. President Chen, could we take a photo with you? Look, him using the Kunping Red Star phone. Seeing the somewhat incoherent young couple, Chen Chen signaled Chen Ro to let them approach. Thank you, President Chen. I absolutely love the photography on your Kunping phones, and I watch every one of your press conferences. Thank you for your support of Red Star. Come over here, and let's take a picture together. The young man raised his phone for a selfie, and Chen cooperatively made a peace sign. If asked, it was the only pose he knew for photos. I never thought I'd have fans now, haha. After taking the photo with his fans, Chen Chen teased Shinro smugly. You haven't marketed yourself much. If you gave more speeches and participated in more events, you'd definitely have more fans. Forget it. I'm still quite socially anxious. If it weren't for this internet conference to meet industry leaders, I would have really let Lu Weiqi come in my place. Chen Chen shook his head and said, apart from press conferences, he rarely showed his face, leaving all that to Lu Weiqi to handle. Look over there. Following the direction Shinro pointed, he saw a group of young people approaching quickly, led by the couple from earlier. I tell you, President Chen is very approachable. Just now when I asked for a photo, he agreed right away. We finally caught him. Don't let him get away. I can't believe we get to see him in person here, ha. He probably came a day early to have some fun with his little assistant. Run faster, don't let him escape. President Chen, can you give me an autograph? President Chen, can you give me a ticket for the next press conference? I really want to go to Red Star's event. Looking at the crowd of fans surrounding him, Chen Chen finally understood what enthusiasm meant. Apart from press conferences, he hadn't been in the public eye. He didn't post much on Weibo either. It seemed they were all star fans of Red Star. Everyone, please don't rush. Let Assistant Chen take a group photo for us. He quickly signed the pens and paper handed to him by fans. One female fan, without paper or pen, became so anxious that she lifted her clothes and asked him to sign on her skirt. Chen Chen was utterly bewildered. 1, 2, 3 cheese. After the group photo, Chen Chen hurriedly pulled Shinro and headed straight for the hotel. It was too frightening. But inwardly he was certainly delighted. Such recognition from fans for him and Red Star was something money couldn't buy. Just like Lei Jun in his past life, who had signatures on significant models. Should he create some sort of Founders Edition? A Chen Chen signature edition. 2 days passed swiftly, and soon it was August 12th, the day of the internet conference. As a special guest, Chen Chen sat on the stage alongside Jack Ma and Pony Ma. At the start of the conference, various bigwigs spoke one after another, discussing cloud computing, mobile internet, and all sorts of visions for the future. In short, they were all boasting. Initially, Chen Chen felt a bit nervous, surrounded by industry leaders who were all much older than him. But after listening to their speeches, his anxiety vanished. Blowing smoke and painting rosy pictures, he could do that too. When it was Chen Chen's turn to speak, the entire audience focused on the young man in his 20s. Red Star is actually a technology and industrial company. I don't know why we've been classified as an internet company. Maybe it's because we ship a lot of products through the internet. The host then asked. Our President Chen is a young and promising entrepreneur. Red Star has now become one of the top 3 mobile phone companies in China in terms of shipment volume. I'd like to ask President Chen, what are Red Star's future goals? Goals. They were huge. The biggest goal was, of course, for Red Star to be able to produce phones independently without relying on other companies. Saying this out loud would probably invite ridicule, so Chen Chen chose a goal that seemed less fantastical. In the next 3 to 5 years, Red Star aims to achieve the highest shipment volume globally. That is our short-term development goal. Chen Chen's words drew laughter from both the stage and the audience. This kid really had the nerve to brag. The host, not one to miss a chance to stir things up, immediately addressed the vice president of fruit in English. Mr. Chen just said that his company will become the world's #1 smartphone company in 3 to 5 years. Does this give you a sense of crisis? Chen Chen, I didn't say that. I said highest shipment volume. The audience burst into laughter again. The vice president of fruit took the microphone, crossed his legs, and said, it's always easy to talk, but doing it is not so simple. Mr. Chen, can you tell me how you plan to do it? Facing the host who had redirected the question to him, Chen Chen had no choice but to brace himself and say Red Star may be a very, very small company compared to fruit. But in the first 3 quarters of this year, we have already become one of the top 5 global manufacturers. I believe becoming #1 in the world is not impossible. Jack Ma once said, what if it comes true? Haha, what if it comes true? Red Star is a company founded over a decade ago. From its establishment by my father in 1998 to being on the verge of bankruptcy 2 years ago, I believe no one thought that a dying company could reverse its decline and become one of the top 5 in the world. So on this magical soil of China, besides producing a company as formidable as Alibaba, it has also nurtured a small miracle like Red Star. You fruit may be incredibly powerful now, but Red Star's development is not slow and our prospects are no worse than yours. Chen Chen used a modest tone to showcase his formidable strength. At that moment, Jack Ma, who was enjoying the drama, became displeased upon hearing Chen Chen's words. Couldn't you just talk about your Red Star? Why drag my Alibaba into this? Is our Alibaba something your Red Star can compare to? Even if it was meant as praise, he had to retort. Chen Chen from Red Star was just envisioning the entire mobile phone industry. First of all, I think it's essential to have dreams. What if they come true, right? Our duty at Ali is to help those with ideals realize their dreams. No matter how much wealth you accumulate, if you find that the air around you is unbreathable, your water is undrinkable, and your food is unsafe, then it all becomes meaningless. What good is your Red Star phone no matter how excellent? This Ma from Hangzhou truly has a penchant for preaching. With these words, he elevated himself to a higher plane, implying that Chen Chen had dreams, and Ali was precisely there to fulfill them. So Chen Chen, don't try to associate yourself with Ali. We're not even on the same level, are we? Can you compare? However, Chen Chen seized upon this loophole and immediately retorted to Ma. Since President Ma says Ali helps those with ideals realize them, will you help Red Star? Ma from Hangzhou realized his misstep and quickly scrambled to clarify. Well, I think helping Red Star. Red Star no longer needs our help. They're already among the top 3 domestic phone manufacturers, so they don't require Alice's assistance. Actually, Alice's entire business model is about helping those with small ideas, those who have such aspirations to grow. This Ma from Hangzhou sure knows how to talk. After all that explanation, isn't the meaning still the same as before? Only it was more rigorous. Facing such an occasion for the first time, Chen Chen had to muster all his concentration. Ma from Hangzhou looked at Chen Chen, and after ensuring his own answer was flawless, launched an attack. I see people like Chen Chen and Lei Jun all envisioning a bright future. I personally believe my duty is to help those who cannot envision the future or who wish to by building an ecosystem to support their growth. Chen Chen understood Ma's implication. He was suggesting that Ma helped everyone make money, while Chen Chen was merely focused on building phones. Before Chen Chen could retort, Ma from Hangzhou delivered another top-tier humble brag. So I have no interest in money. Hundreds of billions or trillions mean nothing to me. What's the point of having so much money? I'm not like Chen Chen young and always wanting to change phones or wear this and that. It's fine if others change phones or wear things. My duty is to help more people see the bigger picture. That's where my joy lies. Perhaps we'll even be better at spending money than the government. One word: arrogant. Two words: too arrogant. This move of elevating himself while belittling others was masterfully executed, dismissing Red Star as almost worthless, implying that without him China wouldn't know how to do business. At that moment, Lei Jun also grew tired of Ma's condescending attitude. Both Chen Chen and I are phone manufacturers. Who's he implying? Who's he talking to like that? Saying Chen Chen only focuses on making phones is a dig at me too. I was already successful when he was still running pyramid schemes. Ma from Hangzhou says too much money is a burden, but too many opportunities are also a burden. I wake up very early every day, maybe around 5, and am anxious. Why? I'm anxious because there are too many opportunities. I can't do them all. I have to decide which ones to give up and focus on what I'm truly good at and passionate about. Like our Xiaomi, we only focus on making phones to provide affordable, high-quality devices for millions. Seeing Lei Jun step in, Ma from Hangzhou's face lit up with a strange excitement. Back in the day, he was just a nobody standing in the background. You, Lei Jun, didn't even give me a second glance back then. Now let me show you who the real boss is. Yesterday you ignored me, today it'll make you feel unworthy. As for Lei Jun's question just now, I find it quite amusing. In fact, when we truly understand what we want, what we have, and what we must give up, opportunities aren't that numerous. Seeing the intriguing situation, Dong Gu from JD, who had been sitting silently, couldn't suppress his smile, but eventually couldn't resist joining in. I think I should have come barefoot today, since Ma from Hangzhou is here. Of course, some competition is inevitable, but the business models we've built are completely different. Seeing Dong Gu wade into these turbulent waters, Ma from Hangzhou grew even more excited. He had always remembered what Dong Gu said last year. In a previous interview, Dong Gu claimed that Ma's boast about having over 7 million sellers on Taobao was a lie, so outrageous that even Ma would be embarrassed to repeat it. Isn't that just deceiving people? Although this was Ma and Dong Gu's first meeting, Ma unleashed his full firepower. What Xiangdong just said is very true. Our two companies have different models. We're not an e-commerce company, we help others do e-commerce. Seizing the gap in the Titans exchange, Chen Chen immediately picked up his microphone to counter Ma. Today our enjoyment of the mobile internet is brought about by smartphones. So Ma from Hangzhou is thrilled that over 40% of Taobao and Tmall's transaction volume comes from mobile phones. No matter how beautiful our ideals, we need to be down to earth step by step. Our society today faces various difficulties and problems. For me, I particularly agree with President Lei Jun's view: find something that truly benefits society. Regardless of one's abilities, we should truly do it well. It is smartphones that have driven the development of the mobile internet, allowing everyone to enjoy the convenience of online life. As one of the world's top 5 manufacturers, Red Star is naturally the domestic leader, and its status is self-evident. Your Taobao and Tmall's mobile sales barely account for half, and you get excited like a child. Didn't you say you're not interested in money? What's with the pretentious aloofness? You're just spouting empty words to polish your image. I know exactly what you're made of, Chen Chen. Among all these big shots here, you were the first to cash out early. Although Ma from Hangzhou continued to preach his grand principles, Chen Chen simply put down his microphone and remained silent. He had originally planned to confront the Apple VP about Apple, but Ma had turned the event into his own stage, attacking everyone left and right. Just wait. When I get back, he'll crush your YunOS and Bumblebee and increase my support for Pinduoduo. Once my short video e-commerce platform launches, you'll be the one panicking, old Ma. After all, I hold a significant stake in Pinduoduo. Go ahead and pretend, Ma from Hangzhou. Keep being arrogant. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. If I'd known this meeting would be such a mess, I wouldn't have come at all. Zhang Chaoyang, annoying. When will it be my turn to sing? During the days spent attending the internet conference in Wuzhen, Chen Chen found himself quite delighted by the picturesque scenery of Jiangnan. It would have been even more perfect had he not been obligated to participate in the conference itself. Upon returning to his company in the imperial capital, the receptionist informed him that a man surnamed Xiao had been waiting in the city for several days. Turning his gaze towards Shun Ro, who was responsible for arranging his itinerary, she opened her schedule and explained to Chen Chen, "This is the owner of a censor company. He submitted a visitation request on the very day we departed for Wuzhen. After Xiao Wang passed the information to me, I deemed this small censor firm not particularly significant and decided to report it to you after our return." This year our Shine 2 had plans to procure their sensors, but after reviewing their company's situation, President Liu feared their production capacity might fall short, thus he declined the partnership. From now on, whenever you encounter someone surnamed Xiao Yi or Lin, report it to me immediately. If it's someone surnamed Tang, kick them out directly. Understood, President Chen. Would 3 o'clock this afternoon be suitable? Alright, let's meet at 3 to see what Mr. Xiao wants. Bring me their company's information later. Currently, there are numerous small domestic companies dedicated to researching and producing sensors, yet they lag far behind the mainstream sensor manufacturers. The dominant players in the camera sensor market include Sony, Samsung, OV, Hynix, and others. Among them, Sony's lenses and sensors are the most widely adopted. Later, OV, a quintessentially American enterprise, underwent a series of maneuvers to successfully transform into a Chinese company, subsequently receiving support from major phone manufacturers. By the time Chen Chen had transmigrated, flagship models from domestic brands had already begun utilizing OV's sensors. In his office, Chen Chen perused the documents Shenro had brought. It is crucial to understand that the optical sensor in a mobile phone constitutes a vital component of the camera module. The CMOS sensor employed in Red Star's Kunping phone is Sony's IM179, paired with a 7-element stacked lens module yielding exceptional lens resolution and imaging quality. Xiao Yuan's Tianguang Optical Instrument Factory was established in 2001 and has now been in operation for 12 years, boasting a reasonably decent production line and a certain level of technical capability. However, as times have changed, Tianguang Optical Instruments, much like OV, has seen the gap between itself and top-tier sensor companies widen. Coupled with the low-end market competition triggered by the Shine 2, Tianguang's business has become increasingly difficult. Tianguang Instruments primarily catered to the counterfeit phone market, where most manufacturers prioritized these cheaper domestic sensors when sourcing components. Being able to capture a human silhouette was considered sufficient. Even the later-day quip about being only good for scanning QR codes would have been a compliment for these lenses. The fierce competition in the low-end market further squeezed the survival space of counterfeit phones, naturally making Tianguang's situation even more challenging. Xiao Yuan had contemplated change, that he was unwilling to remain merely a supplier for counterfeit phones. But investing in research and development required capital. Capital necessitated large-scale shipments. Yet with shipments stagnating, there was no money for R&D, and without technical advancement, no company would be willing to procure their products. Last year, during the finalization of the Shine 2 design, Tianguang briefly entered Red Star's supplier list for one reason: affordability. On that basis, Tianguang's sensor was decent. However, after a comprehensive assessment of their supply capacity, Lu Weiqi removed Tianguang from the list. Consider that the sales volume of the Shine 2 is in the tens of millions. For a small company like yours, if it were an order of a few million units, you might manage to expand production capacity. But for an order of tens of millions, Tianguang's capacity was simply insufficient to handle it. Left with no other option, Xiao Yuan began to market his products himself, and the negotiations went smoothly. Naturally, no results followed. It wasn't that these manufacturers failed to recognize the value of Tianguang's latest sensor, but it was indeed a bit expensive. Why choose the pricier option when a cheaper alternative exists? Upon arriving at Red Star, the receptionist informed him that President Chen had gone to Wuzhen for the internet conference, and that his visit message had been forwarded to the assistant who would contact him upon the president's return. He waited in the imperial capital for 4 days, growing increasingly anxious. This year, Red Star was undoubtedly the top seller in the domestic market, and it was Xiao Yuan's lifeline. When he received the call from Red Star, he was so excited he nearly jumped for joy. As long as Red Star agreed to procure his latest sensor, the company would surely be saved. Once his liquid lens research was complete, he would no longer have to kowtow to those counterfeit phone manufacturers. President Chen, this is our latest TG23 sensor. It features a 14-inch sensor size and aperture of f2.30 and a single pixel area of 1.03 micrometers. In Chen Chen's office, Xiao Yuan was passionately introducing the company's newest sensor. Clearly, he regarded Red Star as his company's only hope. Securing an order from Red Star, a powerhouse manufacturer, would provide ample funds for the development of the liquid lens. Little did he know that Chen Chen, after reviewing Tianguang Optical Instruments data, had already conceived the idea of acquiring the company. Seeing Chen Chen's keen interest, he enthusiastically continued his introduction of the latest sensor. Although Chen Chen's knowledge of phone sensors was not extensive, he had crammed on the subject before Xiao Yuan's arrival. To assess a sensor's performance, one must first look at the size of the CMOS sensor. Typically, this size is expressed as 1x inches. The smaller the value of x, the larger the CMOS sensor, allowing more light to be captured. Beyond the sensor itself, pixel count is also a primary concern. Standard phone pixel counts range from millions to tens of millions, at least for now, excluding the 100 million or 200 million pixel sensors of later eras. Even those are pixel binned and don't truly count. As the saying goes, a larger sensor trumps everything. At present, manufacturers aren't competing over sensor size, rather they focus on who has the higher pixel count. The images we view on our phones are composed of countless pixels, which can be imagined as tiny squares. A 5-megapixel image consists of approximately 5 million of these pixel squares. This means that the higher the pixel count, the more detail can be preserved and the image appears sharper to the eye. Other factors such as individual pixel area and aperture size are also crucial to imaging quality. The aperture values commonly seen in phone camera interfaces such as f1.8 or f2.0 indicate the amount of light entering the sensor. A smaller aperture number allows more light to reach the sensor, resulting in brighter photographs. However, current market lens focal lengths are quite similar and aperture parameters are generally comparable. The industry has not yet reached the cutthroat stage of later years where every single parameter is scrutinized. As always, the primary competition is over pixel count. President Chen, this sensor is our company's latest product, boasting excellent hardware performance. Xiao Yuan continued to meticulously detail each parameter of the sensor, hoping Chen Chen would consider placing an order with Tianguang. Chen Chen listened to Xiao Yuan's introduction, nodding from time to time. By now he could also tell that this sensor was quite impressive, almost reaching the level of a scanner. What about the price? Seeing that Chen Chen had finally asked the most crucial question, Xiao Yuan, who was sweating profusely even in the air-conditioned room, could only utter the price that had been rejected numerous times before. 72 yuan. After saying this, he looked at Chen Chen nervously. For a domestically produced sensor, this price was steep. Other manufacturers, even if their sensors weren't as powerful, were definitely cheaper. Even the previous generation sensor from his own company hadn't exceeded 40 yuan. He handed the sensor specifications to Shun Rose, signaling her to check the prices of sensors with similar performance from other optical companies. Chen Chen knew the sensor used in his Kunpeng phone, Sony's procurement price, was around 210 yuan, even for orders in the millions. Anyway, if you wanted good stuff, it was one word: expensive. Soon Shen Rou found the information and whispered it into Chen Chen's ear. When he looked at Xiao Yuan again, a different feeling arose. Other companies offered similar products for just 50 yuan, but here he was asking for 7 Taitwo, a full 1.5 times more. Was he treating Chen Chen like a fool? President Xiao, this price is quite unreasonable. Without another glance at Xiao Yuan, Chen Chen leaned back in his chair. The sweat on Xiao Yuan's forehead grew heavier. After a long pause, he spoke. President Chen, our sensor is definitely top tier in the domestic market. You know how much we've invested in R&D. If Red Star is willing to place an order, we will supply at cost price. Once production volume increases, our costs will drop further. But you can't come to me with a price so much higher than the market, can you? President Chen, this is already our cost price. I wish I could make it lower, but we've invested heavily in this sensor. Xiao Yuan's voice trailed off, and even he felt a pang of guilt. Why should Red Star have to pay for their costs? Seeing Chen Chen remain silent for a long time, Xiao Yuan, looking dejected, began to gather the documents on the table. Forget it. Since these big manufacturers weren't willing to buy, there was nothing more he could do. He had initially thought that Chen Chen's Red Star, being a company that valued R&D, would cover their development costs and establish a good partnership. But now it seemed he had been overly optimistic. President Xiao, I'm not satisfied with this sensor's price, and that's because Tianguang isn't a part of Red Star. President Chen, what do you mean by that? I mean, I want to acquire Tianguang. If Tianguang becomes our own company within Red Star, I would be more than happy to pay for its R&D. Acquire Tianguang. Xiao Yuan was stunned by Chen Chen's words. He had never expected Chen Chen to propose an acquisition. His mind buzzing, he asked Chen Chen, who had now sat up straight. President Chen, are you serious? Yes. Xiao Shen has just made a rough valuation of your company. I'd like to propose a full acquisition for 270 million yuan. What do you think, President Xiao? In Chen Chen's view, this was an opportunity. Other sensor companies were either operating smoothly and not considering a sale, or they lacked R&D capabilities entirely. Buying them would mean rebuilding the R&D system from scratch, which wasn't worth it. But Tianguang had both R&D strength and faced operational difficulties. It was the perfect time to strike. Moreover, after the acquisition, he wouldn't need to invest too much effort. Xiao Yuan had both vision and technical skill. His only shortcoming was funding. With enough capital to develop, he might even surprise him in the future. President Chen, are you acquiring Tianguang because of our liquid lens? Liquid lens? What liquid lens? Chen Chen was taken aback by Xiao Yuan's question. He had no idea about any liquid lens. Besides, this was 2013. How could a small domestic company dare to work on liquid lenses? No wonder they were on the verge of bankruptcy. Playing with that stuff was unsustainable. It was like asking a budget phone maker to develop a phone processor. It would drain the company after just a few tries. Xiao Yuan realized he had let something slip, but since the words were already out, he had to explain the liquid lens project the company was working on. Mentioning the liquid lens, Xiao Yuan had his own motives. Chen Chen's offer of 270 million yuan was not low, it was a fair price. By bringing up the liquid lens, he could slightly increase the company's value. As expected, Chen Chen was indeed surprised by the mention of the liquid lens. If what you say about the liquid lens is true, I can increase the acquisition price, but I need to verify that you truly have this capability. Don't worry, President Chen. I've basically poured the company's entire resources into this lens. I wouldn't dare deceive you, Xiao Yuan said bitterly. Haha, what a treasure he had stumbled upon. Last time it was Rock Technology wanting to implement a vision system for their robotic vacuum. And now a small sensor company was developing liquid lenses. Was this that feeling from the novels where the protagonist finds treasures without even leaving home? Xiao Yuan calculated in his mind. Tianguang had been established for nearly 12 years with net assets of about 100 million yuan. Including land ownership and other assets, it was roughly 140 million yuan. Chen Chen's offer of 270 million was indeed a fair price. Given Tianguang's current situation, if they couldn't secure orders, they would go bankrupt within a year. So being acquired was a good choice. But still, this company was the fruit of over a decade of hard work. Suddenly losing it was hard to bear. Finally, Xiao Yuan continued, President Chen, I agree in principle to the acquisition. You don't need to increase the price. I just hope you'll continue to fund the liquid lens development. I believe it's a very promising project. President Xiao, rest assured. Among domestic phone manufacturers aside from Huawei, Red Star values RD the most. As for you, you can continue working at Red Star. We can discuss the details further. Chen Chen could see his interest, but this was just a verbal agreement. His offer of 270 million yuan with a margin of millions would require a formal investigation and negotiation before a contract was signed. That would be a proper acquisition. As for letting him continue working at Red Star, that was even simpler. Red Star was short on talent. Although Xiao Yuan's sales skills were lacking, his technical insight was good. President Chen is the chairman of Tianguang, but there are a few minor shareholders. I need to discuss this with them. Then I'll await your good news, Manager Xiao. Hearing Chen Chen's use of manager, Xiao Yuan's mouth twitched. After seeing Xiao Yuan off, Chen Chen cheerfully hummed a new song by the top pop singer in his office. My heart surges, we strive to become the perfect form. My heart surges, we excel in smoothness. Stronger and more handsome, our reputation remains untarnished by detractors. My heart surges, compared to the last generation, this one is a complete upgrade. Truly worthy of a top singer. The lyrics and melody were catchy, even more memorable than the previous hit. Enduring her boss' eccentric taste, Chen Ro, who had retrieved more detailed documents on Tianguang Optical Instruments, remarked, CEO, Chen, are you planning to debut as a singer? Haha, I could never make it as a singer. There's already a top-tier singer in the tech circle, so I won't bother joining the fray. Xiao Yuan holds the majority stake in Tianguang Optics with a personal share of 79. There are 3 minor shareholders holding the remaining 21, among which Li Hua holds the largest at 10. Chen Chen nodded, deciding he didn't need to worry about it. He'd let Xiao Yuan handle those minor shareholders. CEO Chen, I don't understand why you insist on acquiring Tianguang Optical Instruments. Is it because of their liquid lens technology? In Shun Rao's view, even after acquiring the company, the price of their sensors wouldn't drop, so why choose the more expensive option? Chen, you don't understand. The localization of components under Project 863 isn't just a slogan to shout and forget. Since we've joined this initiative, we must earnestly drive progress in the industrial chain. Of course, acquiring Tianguang also aligns with my own vision, to help Red Star achieve a fully integrated industrial chain. A fully integrated chain. Yes, on our current Shine 2 model, which boasts the highest localization rate, only 54 of components are domestically made. I dream that one day Red Star could build a phone with 100 domestic parts independent of foreign companies, just like Samsung. This sensor is just the first step. We need to push localization in lenses, panel glass, RF components, filters, ISPs, and basebands too. I know it's difficult, but everyone needs dreams, right? If we work step by step, who knows? Maybe we'll make it happen. Shinro nodded. After a year with her boss, she could see his ambition went far beyond superficial goals, like becoming the world's top shipper. This year's domestic sales figures weren't out yet, but based on the first 3 quarters, Red Star was set to be #1 in China and might even break into the global top 3. A few days later, what seemed like a surefire acquisition hit a snag when Xiao Yuan brought bad news. Li Hua, holding 10 of the shares, rejected the merger. While Li Hua's objection couldn't derail the acquisition, Chen Chen didn't want an outsider holding equity in his subsidiary. 10% of the shares amounts to over 26 million. I never expected someone from such a small company to be uninterested in money. Chen Chen's face showed disbelief as he received Xiao Yuan's call. He simply couldn't fathom anyone turning down this equity acquisition. Shinro promptly handed Chen Chen Li Hua's profile. Joined Tianguang as a technical contributor from the start. He also led the liquid lens project. After reviewing the materials, Chen Chen's interest was piqued. Li Hua, male, 46, graduated from Imperial University and later pursued advanced studies in Japan. Upon returning, he joined Tianguang Optical Instruments as a technical contributor, rising from an initial 7 stake to 10 over the years. Li Hua's influence was evident in Tianguang's foothold in the domestic market from the knockoff phone era to the current low-end segment. Interesting, very interesting. Shin contacts Xiao Yuan. I want to talk to Li Hua alone. Chen Chen was now genuinely intrigued by this minor shareholder. He asked Shinro to get the number, planning to gauge whether Li Hua was just holding out for a better price or truly had talent. But no matter how skilled, no one could cling to Red Star's shares indefinitely. Chen Chen absolutely wouldn't allow anyone to hold stakes in his key supply chain companies. especially for a critical firm like Tianguang Optics, which he planned to inject more capital into for RD after acquisition. Letting Li Hua retain such a large share was out of the question. As for other ecosystem partners, that was a different story. He had planned to discuss it over the phone, but after Chen Chen's call, Xiao Yuan and Li Hua flew from Shenzhen to the capital, with Li Hua requesting a face-to-face meeting. A meeting it was. If Li Hua wanted a slight premium, a few $100,000 or so, Chen Chen wouldn't mind. But if he was aiming for an exorbitant price, that wouldn't fly. Xiao Yuan and the other Tianguang shareholders had plenty of ways to handle it. In the meeting room, Chen Chen studied the middle-aged man with thick glasses who was also sizing him up. Clearly, he was an engineer focused on research with little attention to the outside world. He hadn't expected Red Star's chairman to be so young. Manager Li Tianguang currently lacks sufficient funds for RD investment. Moreover, your company is struggling to adapt to the current market. If this continues, bankruptcy is your only option. I'm not lowballing you. 260 million is a fair price. Do you think Red Star's acquisition can save us? I have no intention of selling my shares, even if they become worthless. I've worked at Tianguang for 12 years. I've poured my heart and soul into this company. Seeing Li Hua's agitation, Chen Chen signaled Xiao Yuan to calm him down. This man was utterly stubborn. Li Hua had joined Tianguang right after returning from Japan, dedicating over a decade to it. Chen Chen understood the emotional attachment, but such a heated reaction made negotiation impossible. Once Li Hua had calmed down, Chen Chen patiently reasoned. Manager Li, Red Star is a company that values RD highly. After acquiring Tianguang, it'll continue to inject funds for developing new CMOS sensors and technologies. We're not just buying and abandoning it. I'm very interested in your liquid lens technology. You'll continue to lead its development here, rest assured. At this, Li Hua let out a long sigh. His talk of company loyalty and reluctance to sell was all an act. His real goal was to stay in Tianguang's RD department and keep working on the liquid lens. Money to an engineer like him was secondary. If the liquid lens succeeded, it would be a revolutionary product, and Li Hua didn't want to abandon something he had poured so much effort into. In Li Hua's eyes, Tianguang's management was short-sighted. He had foreseen industry shifts years ago, knowing the company needed new equipment and heavier RD investment to survive. But the shareholders were content to coast on the knockoff phone market, ignoring Li Hua's foresight. By the time they realized the need for RD investment, it was too late. The company was stuck, unable to fund upgrades, producing products that failed to meet major manufacturers' standards. The inevitable outcome was bankruptcy. As Li Hua reluctantly recounted his frustrations, Xiao Yuan, sitting nearby, looked embarrassed. He too had once been content to profit from the knockoff market. Even Chen Chen, no fool, understood now Li Hua was afraid of being pushed out of the industry, terrified that Red Star's acquisition would leave him with no place. Now Li Hua was pouring out his grievances before Chen Chen, clearly indicating that he was not unwilling to sell his equity shares, but rather wished to continue working in the RD department of Tianguang. As for who the boss would be, he cared little. His sole concern was whether his research could proceed to completion. Chen Chen would never let go of someone like Li Hua, who valued his research above money. After all, the fact that he had worked at Tianguang for a decade without jumping ship proved his loyalty. In that case, Manager Li may temporarily remain in charge of Tianguang's RD department. Once the acquisition is complete and headquarters dispatches personnel, I will inject funds immediately, ensuring your research is never interrupted. Rest assured on that. Upon hearing Chen Chen's definitive reply, a glimmer of joy surfaced in Li Hua's eyes. As long as he could stay in Tianguang's RD department and continue his research on liquid lenses, he cared not how many people headquarters sent. Subsequently, Chen Chen engaged in deeper discussions with Li Hua, eventually forming a preliminary plan for future sensor development. However, setting a development roadmap would have to wait until the acquisition was finalized. With Li Hua won over, the acquisition of Tianguang was all but sealed, only requiring time for an accurate company valuation, contract drafting, and handover procedures. Apart from Li Hua and Xiao Yuan, the other minor shareholders were overjoyed at Chen Chen's willingness to acquire their company and happily cashed out. With the Tianguang sensor matter resolved, the next step was to prepare for Hongxing's upcoming new product launch. September was a month teeming with new phone releases and fierce competition. The phone companies already known to be launching included Fruit, Huawei, and Hongxing. As for why Dami was absent, Chen Chen speculated that the Dami 3 needed to be equipped with 2 different processors, making adaptation work too cumbersome, thus pushing its release to October. Normally, Lei Jun's launch event on August 16th was as fixed as the sun rising. In Chen Chen's view, no matter how Lei Jun optimized that NVIDIA Tegra 4 processor, it was ultimately a P-grade chip. Forcibly placing it in a phone would inevitably lead to compatibility issues with various software and hardware far inferior to a dedicated mobile processor. This time, Chen Chen decided to deal a major blow to Lei Jun's Dami. Days earlier, he had already instructed the marketing department to prepare. Once the Tegra 4-powered Dami 3 shipped, Dami would be in for a rude awakening. Dakel phone. Chen Chen stumbled upon news about this brand while browsing. This brand, which seemed ancient to him now, appeared vividly before his eyes, its official website having just gone live. The success of Dami and Hongsing's internet model had quickly attracted a swarm of imitators with various promotional tactics and business models emerging. In his previous life, this brand had copied Dami's marketing after witnessing its internet success, and Chen Chen had only heard of it through QQ Spaces, where it had caused quite a stir. Their slogan was even more audacious: a one-time investment with lifetime replacement service. How awesome was that? Ultimately, the phone went bankrupt due to false advertising. Compared to Daikol, a brand purely designed to exploit consumers, Chen Chen was far more interested in a company called Yuandian. Not because he was intrigued by their products. The company had only released 2 phones in its entire history with mediocre market reception. Their initial path was misguided. Had they stuck to an artistic aesthetic, they might have survived a few more years. But they chose to compete with Hongmi in the budget phone market. That was like an old man carrying a lantern to the outhouse, courting death. What truly piqued Chen Chen's interest was their design team. The company's phones were unremarkable, but their overall design capability was undeniably impressive. Chen Chen didn't have deep knowledge of true industrial aesthetics. Hongsing's previous phones lacked any real industrial design, essentially being direct copies of classic shapes from manufacturers in his past life. For the second-generation Kunping phone, Chen Chen only outlined a general design direction without deep plagiarism. After all, as the company's product lines expanded, he couldn't possibly copy future designs for every phone. A company developing in such a manner would be inherently flawed and unreasonable. Having its own industrial design team was essential. In reality, every hardware company faced conflicts between its ID department and engineering department, essentially the tension between structural design and industrial design. The conflict between making a phone aesthetically pleasing and ensuring powerful performance. When industrial design dominated, products were exquisite and beautiful. When structural design took the lead, products prioritized practicality and performance. When one department held sway, the other inevitably retreated. Cui Yiqin, responsible for the second-generation Kunping phone, had repeatedly complained to Chen Chen that the ID department's designs were difficult to implement in terms of structural stacking. But Chen Chen had overruled these objections. The Kunping 2 had to possess its own design language. Only after the Yangtze River battery went into production did this conflict ease, as the reduced battery volume freed up more space for internal stacking. Even within Fruit, this conflict was omnipresent, whether design led engineering or was constrained by it. In the Jobs era, industrial design dominated the product, as Jobs himself was a quintessential industrial designer. But since his passing, Fruit's products from the previous year had begun to compromise towards structural design. Engineers are realists about today and the immediate present, while industrial designers are visionaries about tomorrow and the future. Designers must determine the product's overall appearance, material, texture, and color, then collaborate with the engineering team to refine the craftsmanship to meet quality standards, completing the product and bringing it to market. This quote came from Jonathan Ive, formerly Fruit's chief designer. From Chen Chen's perspective, in 2024, Fruit's product design had gradually shifted toward Mother Nature after the Fruit X, far from being globally top tier. In contrast, domestic manufacturers had demonstrated unparalleled design capabilities. Hongsing's previous generation phone adopted a method of first completing the internal stacking before designing the exterior, essentially building the structure first, then draping a garment over it, stripping away unnecessary elements to finalize the phone's appearance. This approach was largely identical to that used in Dami's first 2 generations, prioritizing performance. However, Dami's third-generation phone adopted an entirely new design scheme, and at that moment Lei Jun was fondling the offline engineering prototype with great affection. The third generation of Dami abandoned the rounded and chamfered design of its predecessors Dami 1 and Dami 2, adopting a square and robust design language. Whether it resembles the Nokia Lumia 1020 is a matter of personal opinion. 2 different processors. This time we must stage a major comeback. Looking at Lei Jun's excited expression, Dr. Zhou Guangping, who was in charge of development, still couldn't help but say, Lei, the adaptation work for the Tegra 4 is very complex. Many things need to be overhauled. I'm afraid. Lei Jun waved his hand, flipping through the Dami 3 in his hands. It's fine. There's still a month until the launch. I know the adaptation work isn't easy. We can postpone the release of the Tegra 4 version of Dami 3. Just sell the Snapdragon 800 version first. Purchasing this batch of Tegra 4 was a decision Lei Jun made after careful consideration, not merely out of a desire for cheap prices as Chen Chen had guessed. Since the debut of Dami, it had been almost exclusively bundled with Qualcomm's processors. Through Dami's relentless marketing and promotion, many consumers only then learned about Qualcomm as such a formidable mobile chip company. Qualcomm in turn secured its shipment volumes through Dami, and Dami, leveraging its relationship with Qualcomm, secured priority for first launches and even had Qualcomm send engineers to Dami to develop, tune, and adapt the processors together. This seemed like a win-win relationship. But Lei Jun didn't see it that way. He believed that Dami's deep binding with Qualcomm was not a good thing. What if one day they fell out with Qualcomm and Qualcomm cut off their chip supply? What if Qualcomm arbitrarily raised patent fees as it did with Huawei and Red Star? Or what if Qualcomm had production or product issues? Coincidentally, Jensen Huang from Nvidia was aggressively marketing his chips. The two hit it off immediately. Huang's Tegra 4 found a market, and Lei Jun's Dami got a backup chip. The key point was that the Tegra 4 was indeed cheap. After reporting to Lei Jun Dr. Zhou left the office and happened to run into Su Ling. They exchanged nods. Since joining Dami, Su Ling spent less time in the office than on the road, either on business trips or preparing for them. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Seeing it was Su Ling, Lei Jun immediately put down the documents in his hands and looked up, asking Su, what brings you here today? What a rare guest. Su Ling casually sat down on the sofa beside her, and Lei Jun didn't mind at all. The two were old friends, and even in the company they maintained a relaxed and informal atmosphere. Oh my dear Lei, have I had a single peaceful day since joining Dami. I'm either out on the road or flying in the sky all day. Look, I've even gotten a shade darker. Lei Jun smiled and handed her a glass of water, saying the capable have more to do. This year, I'll give you a big red envelope as a bonus. Do I look like someone who cares about your pittance? After taking the glass, Su Ling sat up straight, her expression turning serious. Lei Jun's heart skipped a beat when he saw her demeanor. Could it be that the investment had been intercepted by Red Star again? Not only was Lei Jun puzzled, but Su Ling also found it strange. After joining Dami and taking over the projects that Dami had previously expressed interest in investing in, she immediately conducted due diligence and research on these companies. Yet before she could finish her research, Red Star had already invested in or acquired those companies. If it happened once, Su Ling would have considered it a coincidence. After all, it was normal for a promising team or studio to catch the eye of multiple investment firms simultaneously. But when several consecutive companies were all snatched up by Red Star, Su Ling began to feel something was off. Some of these companies were even obscure small workshops or teams. In particular, a team called Stone Technology. She had already made substantial contact with them, but by the time she flew to Shenzhen, they told her that Red Star had fully acquired them the day before and the contract was already signed. Through my connections in the investment circle, I learned that Red Star has acquired another company called Tianguang Optical Instruments, a sensor manufacturer. Not only that, but they also invested in a company called Dajiang this month. They say the investment amount is even larger than Sequoia Capital's, reaching hundreds of millions. Dajiang, Tianguang. Lei Jun had a faint impression of these two companies. Tianguang's chairman Xiao Yuan had approached Dami not long ago and was received by Dami's president Lin Bing. However, their sensors were too expensive and Lin Bing declined the purchase. Unexpectedly, within a short time, the entire company had been acquired by Red Star. As for Dajiang, Lei Jun only remembered that they had released a flying camera in January this year called the DJI Phantom. Beyond that, he had no other impressions. Lei, don't you think all of this is too coincidental? Our power strip was just designed, and they've already released one almost identical to our blueprint. And the power bank, we barely had an idea, and they've already launched it for sale, including those phone-controlled fans. I think Chen Chen shares your vision, using an ecosystem to build a moat for their phones. At this, Lei Jun felt a wave of helplessness. Every time Chen Chen was one step ahead of him. With phones it was like this. Now with smart products it was the same. He had just gotten a clue about the smart ecosystem and poached Su Ling to make a big move. Yet Red Star had already invested in so many companies, many of which Dami had been interested in. One step slow, every step slow. I don't know if Chen Chen's thoughts align with mine, but what's certain is that he definitely wants to develop in the smart home sector. Otherwise, he wouldn't have invested in so many small appliance and electrical companies this year. Chen Chen, that's right, I'm going to walk your path. As for how you walk, the company I was investigating this time, called Inlight, has also been acquired by Red Star, fully. Su Ling drove another dagger into Lei Jun's chest. Lei Jun had originally thought that since it was hard to find a suitable small appliance company for now, he might start with the simplest products, lighting, allowing users to control their home lights and switches via their phones, and then sell some lighting fixtures along the way, gradually expanding his influence. Unexpectedly, this specialized lighting company had also been snatched up by Red Star. Of this, Lei Jun experienced a moment of speechless frustration for the first time. And also, just how many phones had Red Star's Kunpeng sold? How did they have so much cash flow to acquire and invest in all these companies and teams? Red Star hadn't raised funds or brought in other investors. The only explanation for having so much cash to invest in other industries was that the Kunpeng phone had brought them substantial profit margins, and the sales of their other phones were absolutely phenomenal. The sales figures for the entire Dami 2 series had been tallied at the beginning of the month. Lei Jun's projected 15 million units had only achieved 78%, less than 12 million units. The two models in the Xiaomi series, however, had become the main drivers of Dami's shipment volume. From their launch in April to now in September, over 5 months, the Xiaomi 1 alone had sold more than the entire Dami 2 series for the whole year. But the Xiaomi 1 sales of over 10 million units yielded little profit anyway. It seemed that the top spot in China's domestic sales this year would undoubtedly belong to Red Star. With Red Star leading the way, whether or not to pursue the smart ecosystem had now become a huge dilemma for Lei Jun. This was also a winner-takes-all game with no room for second or third place. It was not that there were no other product companies in the vast land of Huaxia, but finding a suitable product led by a founder with drive was indeed no easy task. Why would an already established company accept investment from Dami? Wouldn't it be more enjoyable to go it alone? Dami was not a giant like Red Star or Fruit. As for those smaller companies, they didn't even have a product, yet merely relying on a business plan to scrounge for investments. That went against Lei Jun's principle of rapid product launch. So far, the only truly launched product from Dami was a power strip, and Red Star had beaten them to the punch. Who remembers the runner-up? Besides the power strip, the only ecological chain company with a finished product was an air purifier, a project spearheaded by Hongfeng. Its implementation was swift, and Lei Jun planned to unveil it alongside the Dami 3 at the launch event. There was also the television, which, though not yet in mass production, did not stop Lei Jun from releasing it together with the Dami 3. Mr. Jia had launched a phone and car, pushing mass production all the way to 2023. Selling a few months later than planned was hardly embarrassing. We must do it. The future trend is definitely the Internet of Everything. Dami cannot miss this wave. Since Red Star beat us to some things, we can take a different approach and cooperate with those manufacturers. Whether it's OEM or simply adding our communication module, we must seize this future Dami. What about the cost? The cost? Lei Jun rubbed his face helplessly. Cooperating with major manufacturers would certainly not yield the lowest prices, and even if they did, it would only be after reaching a certain sales volume. Lei Jun's business philosophy was to create a hit product with low prices, just like with Dami phones. No profits in the early stages. Once the sales volume of a single product increased, profits would follow. Moreover, there was no need to open multiple product lines, or a single product could shake the industry. However, despite having the business model and vision, the only truly successful product was the Dami phone. Oh, and there was also the shirt identical to Lei Jun's. After the Xiaomi 1 launch event, that shirt had sold out on the Dami Mall. In contrast, Red Star, using the same model, had hit products like power strips, power banks, and electric fans. Su Ling, what do you think about us building cars? Su Ling was momentarily stunned by Lei Jun's train of thought. Weren't they discussing ecological products? How had it suddenly shifted to car manufacturing? I want to see Tesla's cars. They're excellent. I've already ordered one. I believe future cars should be like this. Look at the so-called new energy vehicles in our country. What kind of junk are they at? They're all here to scam insurance money. After listening, Su Ling slowly shook her head. President Lei, now is not the time for us to enter the automotive industry. I'm not trying to discourage you, but the car industry is far more complex than the phone industry. You absolutely cannot view the automotive sector through the lens of phone manufacturing. Besides, our funds can't support entering the car industry. It requires investments in the tens of billions. Perhaps in another 3 to 5 years, when this industry and market truly mature, that will be the right time for us to enter. Su Ling knew Lei Jun well. Asking him to pioneer an industry or develop a product in an immature market was unrealistic. But when the market was ripe, he would use his marketing skills and precise user insight to barge in and stir things up. By the time the waters cleared, people would find that Dami had firmly established itself among the top players in that market. Lei Jun thought to himself, what's so hard about 4 wheels and a battery? It wasn't until years later, when he followed Chen Chen into the new energy vehicle industry, that he realized it was even more difficult than Su Ling had described. For now, though, Lei Jun had to admit the lack of funds was a real issue. Let's stick to my original plan and start with routers. A router is the data exchange hub of a home. As long as we hold the key of the router, it doesn't matter if our other products are slightly slower than Red Star's. Lei Jun had long wanted to make routers. In his view, to build a smart home and smart ecosystem, you had to get the router right first. Use the success of the router business to drive other ecological businesses. If Chen Chen knew Lei Jun had decided to start with routers, he would surely say, go ahead, I won't compete with you on this for now. I know better than you what Damis routers were like at the beginning. What harm is there in letting you have a 2-year head start? Alright, I'll go scout some router teams in the next couple of days and acquire the suitable ones directly. After Su Ling left, Lei Jun continued toying with the Dami 3 engineering prototype in his hand. Last time the Dami 2 was ahead of your Red Star 2, and you Chen Chen dissed me badly. This time, since you're ahead of me, I'll have plenty to say about your Red Star 3. Unable to focus on work anymore, Lei Jun logged onto Weibo and started scrolling. Seeing the news that Red Star had officially announced sales of its power strip exceeding 2 million units in 2 months, he felt deeply bitter. Those sales should have been Damis. Just because Red Star got the product out a step faster. Dreaming forward with resolve, like Jade. This was the newly announced slogan for Red Star's Kunping Phone 2. Wasn't this far more evocative than Dami 3's in the martial world? Speed is paramount. Scrolling through Weibo, he saw that he had previously liked Chen Chen's phrase, start anew, go beyond the ultimate, and even reposted it with a comment welcoming Red Star's fresh start. Seeing this, Lei Jun wished he could slap his own hand twice. Why did you have to be so trigger-happy with that like and repost? Their fresh start was walking the path of Dami. Walking my path, Lei Jun's path. In truth, dreaming forward with resolve like Jade was one of many slogans Chen Chen had picked from his mind. He had originally planned to use Lei Jun's phrase. The marketing effect of that would have been far better. But Chen Chen dared not use it. Using that slogan for a high-end phone with a top-tier price tag of 4,000 would somewhat cheapen the phone's grade. To aim for a business and high-end market, one needed a slogan with such artistic conception for marketing. The name of this launch event was Heavenly Sword and Dragon Slayer because there were simply too many products to unveil. One event couldn't cover them all. The wristband air purifier, TV smart speaker Red Star 3, Kunping 2, and even a robot vacuum. Each required a certain amount of time to present. So Chen Chen, imitating the future Lei Jun, directly split the launch into a first half and a second half. The first half was called the Heavenly Sword, and the second half the Dragon Slayer Blade. This would spark discussion, maintain buzz, and ensure each product received adequate exposure. It was a triple win. No wonder he was a marketing genius. Initially, no one thought a product launch could be split into two halves, let alone that a product launch could be held twice. First, release the product without revealing the price, sparking speculation, and keeping the buzz alive, then hold another event to announce the price. In this regard, Dammy was truly unmatched. That phrase, a journey of art through a piece of steel, has been circulating for a decade now, with people online endlessly invoking it, whether in jest or banter. Doesn't that make it memorable? Dreaming in motion, steel like jade. This tagline, crafted exclusively for the second-generation Kunping phone, was released alongside a promotional poster, stirring netizens who had been silent for over a month to emerge once more. In July, 5 phone manufacturers clashed in a showdown that was nothing short of seismic within the digital circle. A full month of marketing made every company a victor in the end. Everyone remembered Dashen's massive screen. They also recalled Boss Jia's 2 PowerPoint slides. Mylan and Changwan had also carved out their reputations. Now, with Hongsing's promotional poster unveiled, netizens knew a bustling September was on the horizon. This month, many fruit phone enthusiasts were also anticipating the 7th-generation fruit phone, the Fruit 6. Having learned from the 4's debacle, many knockoff phone manufacturers dared not preemptively imitate the Fruit 6 this time. What if Fruit still released the 5s? Hey, you have to admit, this Kunping phone tagline sounds way better than the Shining series. Listen to Shining's Let's Go Big, and then look at this dreaming in motion, steel like jade. I'm super hyped to see what surprises the second-gen Kunping phone brings. Surprises. What surprises can Hongxing deliver besides charging and batteries? They'll take a wild guess. Chen Chen will definitely go on and on about the battery again. I don't care what the Kunping phone looks like, I can't afford it anyway. I'm just wondering if the Hongxing 3 will have any major upgrades. Did you notice? Hongsing's launch event name is pretty intriguing: Heavenly Sword and Dragon Slayer. In the martial world, the ultimate treasure is the Dragon Slayer saber, commanding all under heaven, none dare defy. When the Heavenly Sword emerges, who can compete? Look how imposing that is. Maybe Chen Chen is a fan of Jin Yong's wuxia novels. Haha, this reminds me of Damas' recent "Only Speed in the World Remains Unbreakable," both tied to martial arts. You know what, the phone world these days really has that wuxia vibe. I heard Hongxing is releasing a ton of products this time. A buddy of mine works there and says there are at least 5 products. 5? That many? Did you ask him what they are? I did, but he said it's confidential, though there will be surprises, so I should wait. Did you notice Gongma has started playing the internet game? They released a power strip that looks just like Hongsing's, but costs 1 yuan less. Hilarious. Gongma is panicking. After seeing Hongsing's power strip, I can't stand the old ones at home. Chen Chen, when will you release a 6-outlet strip? This one's too small for many appliances. The coolest thing about Hongsing's strip is the internet-connected one with timed on-off. My mom never worries about me forgetting to unplug when I leave. In his office, Chen Chen browsed through netizens' comments with keen interest. Controversy was good. It meant buzz. On the first day of the teaser, so many were discussing it. As the marketing department leaked specs, and more, the chatter would only intensify. Current task completion at 99. A prompt in his mind jolted Chen Chen awake. Since Cheng Wenfei joined Hongxing, Xiao AI had only signaled task progress once, then fell silent. Now at 99, could it be that his Xiaoxing was finished? He called Shenro and rushed to the artificial intelligence lab under Cheng Wenfei. Professor Cheng, is our Xiaoxing complete? Seeing Chen Chen arrive, Cheng Wenfei set down a white speaker and stood up. I was about to message Assistant Chen. I didn't expect President Chen to already know. Xiaoxing is fully developed in all aspects, but the current voice recognition rate is still low, especially with dialects and non-standard Mandarin. Only 60. It still needs time for sample collection and optimization. Chen Chen excitedly took the Xiaoxing speaker from Cheng Wenfei. After waiting 2 years, it was finally ready. Over the past year since the speaker task was issued, the system had stalled. No response, no new tasks, no rewards. It's fine if the recognition rate is low. Well, launch first, and as we gather more sample data, we can optimize gradually. No problem. Our Xiaoxing developer platform has been ready for a while. Once it's live, users and professional developers can collaborate with us to cultivate it. With enough data, it should evolve quickly. Hearing this, Cheng Wenfei shook his head almost imperceptibly. This President Chen was thinking too simplistically. If sheer numbers were the answer, China and India would already dominate AI globally. Many people could provide ample data samples, but sifting through and analyzing that data, then enabling deep learning wasn't just about users chatting with Xiao AI to trigger self-evolution. President Chen was being a bit naive. Has our big data model not been built yet? Chen Chen felt it shouldn't be that hard. A year had passed with no progress. The model is built, but where does the data come from? We still need to organize and slice it ourselves, which is very time-consuming. I estimate it won't be operational until next year. This model is developed on CUDA and will require a lot of GPU computing power. President Chen needs to prepare in advance. Don't worry, Professor Chung. I've already talked with old Huang from NVIDIA, and a batch of the latest enterprise-grade GPUs will arrive by year-end. Chung Wenfei pondered, then pulled Chen Chen into his small office, leaving Chen Chen puzzled. Was there a hitch? President Chen, for this launch, I suggest not overemphasizing our smart features. Focus on smart home control and sound quality. I'm worried that if users find it's not as strong as advertised, it could hurt our brand. Also, Chen Chen chuckled, thinking it was nothing serious. He already had a plan. Don't oversell. Start with sound quality, and when users discover extra features, it'll exceed expectations. I get it. Professor Cheng, rest assured I know what I'm doing. Xiaoxing's core isn't AI, but the home control hub. I can distinguish the priorities. Hearing this, Chung Wenfei nodded, hoping the young boss wouldn't get carried away trumpeting the smart aspect. He knew the product had developed intimately. It barely matched the US's level from 2 years ago. In essence, it was a semi-smart speaker worlds apart from a full-fledged AI. As the two emerged, Shun Ro approached Chen Chen. President Chen, I just checked the mold data. Our speaker has 9527 sound holes in total. Shin Rao's words left the few people in the research lab somewhat bewildered. Was the number of sound holes on a speaker truly significant? This CEO Chun had even specifically instructed assistant Shun to investigate the exact count. Wasn't that simply meddling in trivial matters? Who would care about the number of sound holes on it? CEO Chen, why investigate this? The 9527 sound holes were set during the mold creation. Does it hold some special meaning? Faced with Professor Cheng's inquiry, Chen Chen did not elaborate, merely offering a faint smile. In terms of research, 100 of me could never match you. But when it comes to promotional copy, 100 of you might not surpass me. This number of sound holes holds a profound significance. You shall understand when the product launches. Xiaoxing, I'm here. At Chen Chen's call, the speaker emitted a crisp electronic tone. I'd like to hear Carrot Whiskers by Wu Gao. Understood. Now playing Carrot Whiskers by Wu Gao. Immediately Wu Gao's voice flowed from the speaker. Xiaoxing, I'm here. Stop playing. Chen Chen turned to Chen Wenfei and said, the recognition rate is quite decent. It has recognized me every time. Chen Wenfei chuckled as well. That's because CEO Chen's Mandarin is standard. With my accent, the success rate isn't as high. This Chen Wenfei, aside from everything else, certainly knew how to speak in a way Chen Chen appreciated. First asking him to name the product, and now offering a subtle, flattering remark. Xiaoxing, I'm here. Turn on the air purifier and set it to auto mode. Understood. Operation completed. Chen Chen nodded. Regardless of how intelligent it might be, at least these fundamental functions were properly implemented. Continuous dialogue was out of the question for now, it was certainly unattainable at this stage. Each command required the wake word to be spoken. So moving forward, we need to add various voice tones and enable customizable wake words. As for this version, let it be for now. There is still time before the launch. Continue optimizing. For production matters, contact President Liu Weiqi or directly reach out to Assistant Shun. President Liu has already coordinated with the factory. Production can commence at any time. Although this smart speaker project bore the name of a research lab, unlike the fast charging and battery labs, it functioned as an independent artificial intelligence department. In the future, Chen Chen planned to increase investment in this department. No one understood the immense impact of AI on the future better than he did. Assistant Shen, extract the audio clip of my statement. We are far ahead from my previous press conference. Have Professor Chung integrate this audio into the system. When users ask how to address Chen Chen, have it play this "We are far ahead" line. Upon hearing this, several engineers in the lab struggled to suppress their laughter. Chen Chen, fearing they might hurt themselves, said directly, go ahead, laugh if you want. Consider it an Easter egg. Believe me, once users buy the product, they will definitely ask this question. After saying this, he joined in the laughter. Who could blame him for not having released an album? If he had one, he would simply have Xiaoxing play his own songs instead of resorting to the "We are far ahead" line. Ha 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 ha, CEO Chen is hilarious. Ha ha, how to call Chen Chen. That's too amusing. The engineers burst into laughter and asked Chen Chen, CEO Chen, will users really ask that? Is there any doubt? There is no limit to what users might ask. So we need to launch our large model as soon as possible. Otherwise, a single question from a user could stump our Xiaoxing. As he left the AI lab, Chen Chen began to ponder the future direction of these ever-expanding labs with their growing personnel. Red Star had 8 primary research departments. First was the processor department. Previously under the RD division, it was established as a separate department after Chen Chen's arrival, reporting directly to him and Liu Weiqi. But even now it was far from sufficient. The department, with around 300 employees, was the largest and had the strictest space requirements among Red Star's research units. The current Red Star campus had no suitable area to construct new facilities for this department. It seemed inevitable that, like Huawei, the chip division would need to be spun off to establish a new semiconductor company. The second was the recently established AI lab, which would primarily focus on AI research and development. The third and fourth were the former fast-charging teams. Since the advent of the Yangtze River battery, Chen Chen had split this team into two specialized departments responsible for fast-charging and battery R&D respectively. This year, the fast-charging lab had successfully pushed fast-charging power to 120 watts and had begun adapting chargers for the latest charging standards. This was currently Red Star's only globally leading technology, and its development was crucial to Chen Chen. The department was also developing existing wireless charging technology, which had reached a power output of 5 watts. However, Chen Chen deemed this 5-watt output far too insufficient. Charging a phone would take nearly 10 hours, rendering it practically useless. It wasn't as if Red Star was the first manufacturer to adopt wireless charging. The technology had existed for decades, even tracing back to Tesla's era. In his view, if wireless charging power couldn't reach at least 20 watts, there was no point in releasing it. Otherwise, with wired charging at over 60 watts and wireless at a mere 10, it would be embarrassing and detrimental to the promotion of wireless charging. Chen Chen knew that future phones would have larger screens, more powerful processors, and an array of new features naturally consuming more power. This placed higher demands on both charging and batteries. The fifth department was the Xingyao OS system department. Since Chen Chen initiated the self-developed operating system project, this department had ballooned from a few dozen people to over 400. This department was responsible not only for developing the new system, but also for adapting, maintaining, and developing Xingyao OS for new phone models. The sixth lab was the camera department, primarily responsible for sensor optimization and camera algorithm adaptation. This was another department Chen Chen had reorganized after his arrival, merging the camera algorithm optimization team from the system department into a new entity. Smartphone photography was, after all, computational photography. An excellent sensor and superior algorithms were both indispensable. Otherwise, what use was a good sensor if the photos, however realistic, were unappealing? The current priority of the camera department was to optimize various algorithms, making photos pleasing to users first before considering future developments. Of course, besides algorithm optimization and sensor tuning, this department was also tasked with developing camera features, enriching the phone's camera with more functions and creative modes. Another department that was once uniformly part of Red Star's research labs was the screen lab. Initially, Red Star did not have this department. The original Red Star produced mostly low-end phones, simply using whatever screens their suppliers provided. After Chen Chen introduced the 1080p screen technology, a separate screen research department was established, primarily responsible for optimizing phone screens. Last year's Kunping's second generation had the advantage of being the first to feature a 1080p screen. This year, with everyone adopting 1080p screens, Red Star's screens, refined through software optimization by the Screen Lab, naturally performed slightly better than those of competitors. This department was also responsible for developing phone screen panels. Its branch was located at Huaxing Optoelectronics, functioning as a joint lab. Additionally, as a phone company, the phone development department was indispensable. Finally, there was Red Star's materials and structures department. This department's work was equally crucial, involving the selection and refinement of materials for the phone's outer screen and back cover. Technologies later hyped to the skies like Kunlun glass and Dragon crystal ceramic were all masterpieces of the materials and structures department. Of course, Chen Chen was unsure whether Dragon crystal ceramic was actually ceramic or glass. However, the ceramic used by Red Star in the future would undoubtedly be genuine, as this materials lab was currently collaborating with suppliers to jointly develop microcrystalline nanozirconia ceramic. Hongxing's material structure laboratory was not only responsible for the development of exterior materials, but also for internal components such as cushioning foam and thermal dissipation materials. This year, with Chen Chen setting the direction, the lab achieved a technological breakthrough in thermal dissipation materials. This year's Lingxiao S3 did not excel in architecture or performance, being merely an upgrade and facelift of the Lingxiao S2, with a significant boost to the core frequency. Without proper heat dissipation, it was unviable. After completing the copper tube heat dissipation task by Chen Chen, the lab turned its focus to VC vapor chamber technology, making notable progress. The key factor limiting smartphone performance, aside from software scheduling, is heat dissipation. Only by evenly distributing peak performance heat across the body can a phone sustain high power usage without throttling. This is a crucial direction for future smartphones. Additionally, under the hardware development department, Chen Chen established a specialized small hardware group focused on speakers, NFC infrared functions, and vibration motors. Apple had used Zaxx's linear motors as early as the CDMA version of the iPhone 4. As for Zaxx's linear motors, to Chen Chen's knowledge, aside from last year's Nokia model that soldered them directly onto the motherboard, no other device had adopted them. Compared to Zaxx's motors, Zaxx's motors offer superior haptic feedback. When the iPhone 7 eliminated physical buttons, the massive Zaxxas vibration motor's tactile response took the market by storm. Currently, the top-tier linear motors come from AAC Technologies, a primary supplier for Apple's linear motors. The upcoming Kunping Phone 2 will debut with a Zaxxas linear motor, which while not matching the feel of Zaxxas motors, still serves as a selling point. The future full-screen series aimed at transforming phone form factors will eliminate the 3 Android navigation buttons in favor of gesture controls, making Zaxxas linear motors essential. These labs were established to optimize hardware performance and bridge the gap between software and interaction design. This is to ensure Hongxing becomes a high-quality, high-standard phone manufacturer. A mid to high-end phone must excel not only in hardware, but also in software-hardware coordination. A great phone maker cannot be merely an assembler of components. It must refine those components to perfection, delivering the true experience they offer to users. Once the Kunping phone truly reaches the level of a high-end flagship, it will be time for Hongxing to challenge Samsung and Apple. As days passed, Chen Chen continued optimizing and integrating company departments, particularly focusing on security. As the saying goes, better to be stalked by a thief than to be coveted by one. Hongxing's security was already stringent with various access controls and patrol teams. Now at Chen Chen's request, Lu Weibing added numerous camera systems to the company campus. Naturally, the security team needed expansion. Chen Chen lacked the kingly aura to encounter retired special forces while shopping, who would then rally a loyal team. For expansion, he had to rely on professional security firms paying for their services. With sufficient funds, professional security firms outperform makeshift teams. President Chen, barring any surprises, will be China's top shipper this year. The first phase is nearly complete, and I plan to explore foreign markets, Lu Weiqi said, watching Chen Chen deep in thought. For Lu Weiqi, foreign markets, especially Europe, were familiar territory from his time at Xiaomi. He had handled Chinese overseas business focusing on Europe. As Chinese domestic market share dwindled, the CEO urgently recalled him to China, but he faced board constraints and couldn't reverse the decline, eventually jumping to Hongxing. Chen Chen knew Lu Weiqi's capabilities and pondered whether to enter 2 regions. One was India, where Xiaomi had dominated sales, sometimes accounting for over a third of its total. Many phone makers had monopolized India's market. However, India had a problem: earn in India, spend in India. Don't expect to take profits home. The Indian authorities frequently imposed fines, blatantly extorting based on profits. Companies like Xiaomi, Oppo, and Vivo, with heavy investments in factories, stores, and channels, had no choice but to pay. Another region was Africa, not just developing nations. Many African areas are relatively developed, offering high shipment volumes. Before Chen Chen's time travel, Transsion, the mobile phone fighter and former bird Bodeo that failed in China, had risen to 4th globally by targeting Africa. President Chen, Lu Weiqi called softly after a long silence. Yes, I'm listening. I also plan to go overseas, but foreign user needs differ, and without sales channels, ITLL demands significant effort. Going overseas requires optimizing the phone's system software, a time-consuming task. The Xingyao OS department is already working on this to prepare for Hongxing's global expansion. If we go overseas, we can't focus only on Europe and America. We must also enter Southeast Asia, India, and Africa, especially Africa. Select a team of strong candidates to go to Africa on a voluntary basis with competitive pay. Southeast Asia needs a dedicated manager. You, Lu, will oversee Europe since you're familiar with it. Africa. Lu Weiqi was puzzled. Why invest heavily in developing nations when Europe and America offer better high-end markets? Don't underestimate Africa, Lu. It's a massive market. Done right, it could rival Europe and America in scale. You're the boss. Oh well, follow your lead. But picking the right people won't be easy. Also, am juggling domestic operations, the shining brand, and now overseas. I don't have 3 heads and 6 arms, Lu Weiqi said with a wry smile. His time at Hongxing had been relentless. The few days at the Wuzhen Internet Conference were a rare break, but even then he ended up as a mere spectator. As they say, the capable do more. Both laughed. Even the capable can't do everything. I have a few old friends at Xiaomi looking to jump ship. President Chen, what do you think? Lu Weiqi finally revealed the true purpose of this meeting. As long as they're trustworthy and skilled, let them join Hongxing. But they must first pass Uncle Lu's background check. Lu Qi was quite surprised when he received the notice from manager Lu Weibing. Why out of the blue was he being asked if he would consider going to Africa? That's right, this was the same Lu Qi who had been the first to purchase the shining first generation on Pinduoduo. He had successfully joined Red Star the previous year, and thanks to his solid work performance, his salary had already increased to a monthly wage of 700 RMB. For a recent graduate who had only been out of school for a few years, this salary was relatively satisfying. The main reason was the room for growth at Red Star and the boss' habit of handing out bonuses on a whim. Most importantly, he genuinely enjoyed the food from the company cafeteria, and it was free. Especially the legendary deep-fried stuffed twisted dough stick, which had reportedly been refined through multiple processes. Lu Qi made sure to have one every day. If you arrived late, they were already gone. Now the thought of leaving his familiar environment in the imperial capital for a strange region, especially one as intimidating as Africa, made his first instinct one of refusal. There was a rumor in the company that whenever boss Chen Chen took a disliking to an employee, he would say transfer him to the Africa department. The problem was that Red Star had no business or department in Africa. The subtext was clear, it meant getting fired. To be honest, in the year or so since joining Red Star, Lu Qi had been diligent and dedicated, earning the leadership's praise with his professional skills. Now suddenly being exiled to Africa was something no one could easily accept. Since the company's founding, no one had ever been sent to Africa. But after hearing manager Lu outline the salary, Lu Qi's heart was instantly swayed. The first batch of employees to pioneer the expansion would be given the top-tier annual salary. Currently, he earns 700 a month, which including bonuses and year-end rewards came to just over 100 RMB annually. If he went to Africa, his monthly salary would double plus additional subsidies. All told, he could earn over 2500 RMB. Manager Lu also said that if he performed well, the first batch of employees in Africa would be the top priority for promotion in the future Africa business division. Lu Qi was tempted by the salary for a simple reason: he needed the money. He was only in his 20s, and this kind of annual salary along with the prospect of promotion meant that after a few years he might even be able to afford a down payment in the imperial capital. Just as he was lost in fantasies of promotion, a raise, and marrying a wealthy, beautiful black woman, his colleague, Xi Peng, walked over. "Brother Lu, what are you thinking about so intently? You've forgotten your twisted dough stick. If you're not eating it, I will." Go ahead, I've lost my appetite." "Then I won't be polite." Xi Peng grabbed the twisted dough stick from Lu Qi's tray and began devouring it. After swallowing a mouthful, he remembered to ask what Manager Lu had wanted. "Brother Lu, I saw Manager Lu call you over just now. What did he talk to you about? Don't tell me you're getting promoted." Lu Qi gave a bitter smile and said, "Promoted? Manager Lu wants me to go to Africa to take charge of new business." Exiled to Africa. Xi Peng, being familiar with the company's inside meaning of taking charge of African business, almost blurted it out. Realizing his slip of the tongue, Xi Peng quickly corrected himself. "Brother Lu, I didn't mean it that way. I meant to say..." He racked his brain, but couldn't find the right words. Taking charge of African business was practically synonymous with being fired, but the problem was Lu Qi was doing well, so why would he be fired? Brother Lu, could there be some misunderstanding? Manager Lu was praising you just last month. Why would he suddenly lay you off? Let's go talk to him together. He needs to give an explanation." Lu Qi pulled the agitated Xi Peng back down and gestured for him to sit. "I'm not being laid off. He really wants me to go to Africa for new business." This only confused Xi Peng further. The company had no business in Africa. What would he be in charge of there? "It means I'm going to pioneer the African market. The company is planning to expand overseas, and him to be the advanced team." "Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? You scared me. I thought you were getting fired." "So going to Africa must come with a promotion and a raise, right? Tell me how much more. If it's good, maybe you'll apply to Manager Lu too." Like Lu Qi, Xi Peng had been hired by Red Star in the same batch. They were similar in age, worked in the same department, and both enjoyed playing League of Legends in their free time, quickly becoming close friends. Unlike Lu Qi, Xi Peng's father had undergone surgery for stomach cancer when he was in high school. It was only thanks to his sister and mother that he was able to finish college. Xi Peng placed even greater importance on money and salary. Salary doubled plus various subsidies. Manager Lu said it would come to about 25,000. 25,000. That much. Earning such a high salary just 2.5 years after graduation was something Xi Peng had never dared to imagine before. What was a little hardship in Africa compared to that? For someone born in the countryside like Xi Peng, this was nothing. He wasn't a graduate from a prestigious university. Earning 25,000 a year at his current rate would have taken many more years. Now all he had to do was go and pioneer the African market for the company to get such a high salary. Xi Peng was itching to drag Lu Qi to see Lu weeping immediately. "Don't get too excited. The money won't be easy to earn. The company knows nothing about the African market right now. We'll have to do all the research and development ourselves. Although we'll be going to relatively developed cities in Africa, you know the risks there." Oh, and Manager Lu also said that the Africa Business Division will prioritize the first batch of employees for future promotions. "I'm still thinking about whether to go." Xi Peng was so excited he stopped eating his twisted dough stick. He grabbed Lu Qi and tried to pull him up. "What's there to think about? Let's go find Manager Lu and apply together." "Well, go together, brothers, and conquer the African market." Lu Weibing hadn't expected that he had only just spoken to a few employees about their willingness to go to Africa, and within just 2 days the framework for the Africa team was already in place. They still needed a few leaders, otherwise relying solely on those youngsters nothing would get done. Then he recalled a conversation he had with boss Chen a few days earlier. For the African market, the phone batteries need to be big, the speakers loud, and the running lights bright. Ideally on top of dual SIM dual standby, we should make it triple or quad SIM. And the camera needs special optimization too. It has to be able to beautify black people in photos. Equip them with heavy bass speakers and a matching solar charging setup. These insights were all Chen Chen knew about the African market, gleaned from his past life, as he hadn't delved deeply into how Chen Chen had risen in Africa. He had only learned from short videos that Chen Chen had used these methods to solve the pain points of African consumers, thereby defeating Nokia and Motorola. He told Lu Weibing about this in the hope that these experiences would help the team going to Africa establish a foothold quickly. In the end, for Red Star's African business advance team, Lu Weibing selected a man named Su Han as the captain. He had worked at Red Star for many years, and his abilities were proven. Lu Qi was made the deputy captain because he had drive, was sharp, and had excellent business skills. Even if he weren't being sent to Africa, Lu Weibing had planned to groom him. And so a few dozen people strong, the African advance team, having sorted out their visas, set off the day before Red Star's phone launch event for their first stop in Africa, Nigeria. On the eve of the launch event, Red Star conducted its final product teaser. Many netizens were baffled by the 9527 sound holes they posted. If they had simply posted the number 9527, it would have been understood as a tribute to Stephen Chow. But 9527 sound holes. That was puzzling. Many speculated what Red Star was about to release. No need to guess, it's definitely a speaker. If a phone had 9527 sound holes, it would terrify anyone with trypophobia. A speaker? That must be a huge one. I really like the portable speaker they launched before. It truly lived up to its nickname, Little Cannon. Red Star is quite amusing. This is the first time I've seen someone promote a product by counting the sound holes. They'll have to buy one and count them after the launch. If the number is off, they'll sue them for false advertising. Chen Chen thought, go ahead and sue. That's exactly how many holes were in the mold. Did you notice? The launch event is called Heavenly Sword and Dragon Saber, but all the teasers only show the Heavenly Sword. Hey, you little smarty, you're really observant. I just checked too, and it's only the Heavenly Sword promotion. Chen Chen, where's the Dragon Saber? As more netizens noticed this detail, they flooded Red Star's official page and Chen Chen's Weibo with questions. The promised Heavenly Sword and Dragon Saber event only featured one sword. Was the Dragon Saber being hidden? Reluctantly, Lu Weiqi had to post a clarification on Red Star's official page. Due to the large number of products, we have split this event into two halves to manage the time. Please understand. This explanation only ignited a firestorm among netizens. It was unheard of to split a product launch into two halves. Red Star, are you that desperate for attention? Don't be foolish, you're already the biggest buzz in the market, surpassing even marketing veterans like Dammy. Lei Jun was also stunned by the two-part launch. He had planned to thoroughly criticize the Red Star 3, but now he worried his Dammy 3 might end up launching first again. He was more curious about how many products Red Star intended to unveil. A multi-hour event wasn't enough. Wouldn't it be better to space them out? Chen Chen clearly lacked his mastery of maintaining hype. In Lei Jun's view, the best strategy was to launch each product with its own event to sustain momentum. This time Red Star again chose the Beijing University of Technology venue, which could hold thousands. After removing side and rear seats, there were still over 1300 seats. The venue had ample seating with some reserved for internal staff and others for journalists and content creators. The remaining tickets were given away for free to Red Star fans through comment lotteries, forums, and the official website. Chen Chen refused to be like certain manufacturers who charged fans for tickets. That was utterly disrespectful. Did they not know who their benefactors were? Previous launches had invitations sent to Samsung China and Apple China, but they never attended. Only domestic manufacturers came. But this time, Apple China's vice president surprisingly replied that they would attend. Chen Chen speculated that his statement at the August internet conference about Red Star becoming the world's top phone maker in 35 years had piqued their interest, prompting them to see the product launch. Actually, Chen Chen was mistaken. Everyone was civilized and no one would be offended by a few words at a conference. It was Red Star's Kunping phone that caught Apple's attention. Apple had always dismissed Chinese phone makers as lacking R&D and technology, merely assembling low-end devices. They weren't worth Apple's focus. Initially, Apple paid no attention to the Kunping phone. History had shown that any Chinese manufacturer challenging Samsung and Apple had failed. What made Red Star so special? But when the first three-quarter shipment data came out, Apple was surprised. The Kunping phone had sold over 10 million units in the 3,000 yuan price range, while Apple itself had only shipped 20 million units in China during the same period. Did Red Star have ambitions to go high-end? This forced Apple to take notice, even though Red Star's prices hadn't yet reached Apple's range. On September 24th, at 1 p.m., the driver took the Maybach carrying Chen Chen and Shen Rou to the event backstage ahead of time. Previously, Chen Chen drove himself, but as Red Star's revenue grew, Lu Weibing insisted on assigning him a driver and bodyguard. To respect Lu's goodwill, Chen Chen accepted bringing the driver, Zhao Yunlei, everywhere. At 2 p.m., as the countdown on stage ended, Shen Rou straightened his shirt, and Chen Chen walked through the backstage corridor, striding quickly toward the stage. That was his domain. Hello everyone, I'm Chen Chen. The moment he spoke, thunderous cheers and applause erupted from the audience. Listen to that. That's what true popularity and prestige sounded like. Among all the phone company executives present, only Lei Jun could rival Chen Chen's charisma. After a moment, when the venue quieted down, Chen Chen continued, "Thank you all fans and guests for attending our Heavenly Sword and Dragon Saber launch event. I truly appreciate it. In July this year, we launched a power strip known for its design and quality, which was well received. From July to September, over 2 months, we sold more than 2.7 million units. This success is thanks to your support for Red Star. Speaking of that power strip, have you noticed? Now other power strip manufacturers are following our lead, improving their designs. It seems that after our product hit the market, other companies suddenly figured out how to make a good power strip. This was my initial goal, to drive progress in this industry. Enough chatter. Let's unveil the first product of our Heavenly Sword event, the Kunpeng Phone 2. I'm sure many of you have been eagerly waiting. The Kunpeng Phone is the first step of Red Star towards the high-end market. Fortunately, we succeeded. This achievement would not have been possible without the efforts of our thousands of engineers and the support of our fans. Over the past year, the total sales of Kunpeng phones have reached. Chen Chen pressed the remote control in his hand, and a massive number descended onto the screen behind the stage, accompanied by sound effects. That's right, 11 million units. Our first-generation Kunpeng debuted the world's first 1080p screen, globally featured the fastest charging speed, the best photography experience, and unparalleled tactile feel. I'm not surprised at all that we achieved this result. Make excellent products with dedication, and the products will speak for themselves. Clap, clap, clap. The audience, emerging from the shock of the 11 million sales figure, gave Chen Chen a thunderous round of applause. Staring at that glaring 11 million, Lei Jun, Yu Chungbei, and Huang Zhang all felt a bitter taste in their hearts. If Chen Chen had said that Red Star's second-generation model sold 11 million units, they wouldn't have felt as uncomfortable. But this was the Kunpeng phone, a mid to high-end model with a starting price of 3,000. As phone manufacturers, everyone harbors a dream of entering the high-end market. Yet among these domestic brands, apart from Huawei showing some progress, the rest are struggling in the mid-range and low-end segments. It seems that Demi's high-end phone development needs to speed up. Lei Jun pondered silently. Demi also had its own high-end aspirations and had already resumed development of the Demi Note with an expected launch by mid-next year. Chen Chen continued, speaking to the audience on stage. So what upgrades does our second-generation Kunpeng phone bring? Everyone please look at the big screen. Everyone stared at the content on the large screen behind Chen Chen, puzzled about what it meant. On the big screen, the words 40 processes, 198 steps were displayed. A piece of 304 austenitic stainless steel weighing 309 grams undergoes 40 processes and 198 steps, processed without pause for 32 hours through a series of artistic journeys, finally transforming into this 18-gram stainless steel frame presented before your eyes. For the back cover material, we adopted 3D glass with curved edges on both sides, allowing it to fit seamlessly with our stainless steel frame. Perhaps some of you may not prefer this strikingly shiny stainless steel frame. No worries. Our Kunpeng Phone 2 offers a variety of colors for you to choose from. Through sandblasting and oxidation processes, these vibrant colors will adhere firmly to the stainless steel frame. Our development team has given these colors some beautiful names. For example, black is called obsidian black, and white is starry sand white. My personal favorite color is this rock green. Amidst the ever-changing greens of the world, we found a calm strength and a color embodying Eastern aesthetics, profound and serene, evoking warmth. The more you look, the more you appreciate its nobility and elegance. This is the perfect interpretation of our Kunpeng phone's motto, dream forward, steel like jade. Do you like this design and color? Yes. The audience in the seats stared unblinkingly at the so-called rock green. It resembled the green of jade, but was slightly lighter. It was evident that Red Star had put considerable thought into this color. The thickness of the Kunpeng phone is only 6.71 millimeters. How did we achieve such thinness? I'll explain later. Rest assured, the battery will not be compromised for thinness like some competitors. Chen Chen's words drew laughter from the audience, as everyone knew that in recent years competitors had been obsessed with making phones thinner and thinner. Other manufacturers usually start with the specifications and end with the design. But faced with such a beautiful Kunpeng Phone 2, I couldn't wait to present its design to you first. After discussing the design, let's talk about the internals. The Kunpeng Phone 2 is still powered by Red Star's self-developed next-generation processor, the Lingxiao S3. This processor is based on TSMC's 28nm process HPM technology, with 4 cores and 4 threads, and a maximum clock frequency of 2.6 GHz. Upon hearing the maximum clock frequency, the representatives of other phone manufacturers frowned. Why is it so high? This is even higher than the 2.3 GHz of this year's Snapdragon 800 from Qualcomm. Chen Chen had no choice. In reality, the Lingxiao S3 could only be called Lingxiao S2, 5 or S2 Pro, not truly worthy of the name S3. For marketing purposes, there was no other option. The manufacturing process had improved, but the overall architecture remained largely unchanged, with only minor tweaks integrating an ISP and the Kition baseband. By forcibly increasing the clock frequency to squeeze out performance, the peak power consumption of this processor reached 7.4 watts. Higher frequency and power consumption inevitably generate more heat. So this time Chen Chen directly used dual copper pipe cooling. By flexibly scheduling processor core resources and combining it with copper pipe cooling, high-load scenarios were generally unaffected. Chen Chen didn't dwell on the processor, briefly mentioning its basic performance before moving on. After all, it didn't support the CDMA 4G standard. Now that we've covered the processor, let's look at the screen. A 5.7-inch large screen with 1080p resolution deeply calibrated by Red Star's Screen Lab, offering impressive color gamut and display quality. The screen was still the perennial 1080p. It wasn't that Chen Chen didn't want to use 2K. Samsung and LG both had near 2K screens available, what would now be considered 1.5K, but the processor couldn't handle it. With the frequency already high, adding a high-load 2K screen would cause unbearable heat, not to mention a disastrous battery life. The scene of the Demi Note 1 was still fresh in memory. A 2K screen paired with a 3000 mAh battery and the Snapdragon 810 had shattered Lei Jun's first high-end dream. Once the new processor is ready next year combined with a full-screen design, it would be one thing, everyone else is doomed. For the camera, the sensor is the latest Sony IMX229, featuring a 6-element all-transparent stacked glass lens. With the continued blessing of Red Star's algorithm, it delivers superior resolution and photography effects. Moreover, the front camera supports real-time beautification. To extend the phone's usage time, we equipped the Kunpeng Phone 2 with Red Star's latest Yangtze River battery. Combined with a system-level power management system, it achieves an astonishing 12 hours of continuous use. Yangtze River battery. Have you heard of that name? As Chen Chen mentioned the Yangtze River battery, the audience indeed began to discuss. In other aspects, the Kunpeng Phone 2 seemed like a routine upgrade, without particularly outstanding features. But whenever it came to battery and charging, Chen Chen could talk endlessly. The selling point was indeed charging and the battery. The Yangtze River battery is the latest achievement from our Red Star charging laboratory. Through improvements in battery production processes, alterations to separator folding, and adjustments to the ratio of cathode material elements, our engineers have developed a new type of lithium-ion battery. Compared to conventional lithium-ion batteries, this battery is 23 lighter for the same volume, with a capacity increase of 42. Let my assistant bring up two batteries for comparison, and you will all see clearly. As Shunro brought up the two batteries, Chen Chen set down the remote control, lifting them to display to the audience both in the hall and watching the live stream. In my left hand is a 3000 mAh battery, in my right hand is our latest Yangtze River battery. Viewers watching the live stream should be able to see that these two batteries are essentially identical in volume, yet our Yangtze River battery boasts a full capacity of 5500 mAh. As these words were spoken, the entire venue erupted in uproar. Everyone knew Red Star excelled in charging technology, but no one anticipated such remarkable prowess. A battery of the same volume held an additional 2500 mAh, making it clear why Chen Chen had earlier claimed the Kunpeng phone could achieve such slimness without sacrificing battery capacity. The production of a battery involves hundreds of steps, including electrode slurry preparation, coating, electrode cutting, winding, stacking, assembly, and electrolyte injection. Our engineers conducted hundreds of thousands of experiments tackling every aspect of battery manufacturing and exhausting every possible method before finally developing this Yangtze River battery. This is not just a small battery, it represents Red Star's relentless pursuit of technology. On the path of exploration, we continuously invest, strive, and break through. Even if it means improving by just 1%, we are willing to invest 100% more. Thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the audience, but this battery also instilled a sense of crisis among executives from other manufacturers. With Red Star already leading in charging technology, and now equipped with such a large battery, how could their own products compete? If they made large-capacity phones, they would be thicker and bulkier than Red Star's. If they didn't, consumers would say Red Star has 5500 mAh, and you only have 3000 mAh. Your battery life must be inferior. Once users became accustomed to fast charging and long battery life, they were already pulled into Red Star's track. There was no choice but to follow. At that moment, each manufacturer's executive harbored their own thoughts. Yu Chengbai's first reaction was that Huawei must also conduct research in this area, absolutely not falling behind Red Star. Lei Jun's first thought was to negotiate with Chen Chen about ordering a batch of Yangtze River batteries from Red Star. As for the vice president of Fruit, a look of delight spread across his face. The dimensions of Fruit's 5s this year made it impossible to fit a very large battery. Although Fruit's iOS system excelled in power management, who would complain about having more battery capacity without increasing product size? It seemed that after the event he could discuss cooperation with Red Star. Supplying Fruit would be an honor for Red Star, and he believed Chen Chen would not refuse. The Yangtze River battery is actually just a byproduct of our pursuit of fast charging. Our engineers aimed for higher charging power and faster charging speeds, but existing batteries couldn't support our fast charging. With no other option, we had to design and improve the battery ourselves. As for fast charging, there's no need to worry. Our Red Star has always been at the forefront of the world in this regard. The charging power of Kunpeng Phone 2 has been further enhanced, reaching 55 watts. It takes only 36 minutes to fully charge this 5500 mAh large battery. Red Star dares to challenge the world's fastest charging speed. As I always say, we are far ahead of our competitors. Yu Qingbei, seated in the front row, felt an indescribable sensation every time he heard Chen Chen say this, yet he couldn't quite pinpoint what was wrong. It was as if something important had been lost. And Chen Chen seemed particularly fond of saying it, uttering that phrase far ahead at almost every launch event. So what is the price of a Kunpeng phone with such stunning design, powerful performance, excellent screen, superior camera, the world's fastest charging speed, and Redstar's largest battery ever? 1999. 1999. The fans in the audience chanted 1999 in unison, leaving Chen Chen both amused and exasperated. He had no intention of selling the fruits of his hard-earned research at a bargain price. President Chen, 1999. Let's make friends, 1999. For a moment, cries of 1999 echoed throughout the auditorium. Whoever shouted 1999 must be here to cause trouble. Which phone company would pair 55-watt charging and a Yangtze River battery with a 1999 price tag? Our final price starts at $3,499. As the large screen scrolled, it displayed the prices for Kunpeng Phone 2. 464, 3499. 4128, 3699. 664, 3999. 6128, 4299. 6256, 5999. In addition to the regular version, this Kunpeng phone also comes in an ultimate collector's edition. Its back cover is made from Italian imported top-layer calfskin, crafted through 86 processes for an outstanding feel. Meanwhile, the two camera lenses feature an 18K gold plating process, highlighting the owner's high-end and elegant status. In terms of memory, we've maxed it out with a 6G256G configuration. It comes with a flip protective case of exceptional feel and quality, as well as a black gold code for priority purchase of Redstar phones. This code has no expiration date and is linked to your Redstar account. From now on, you can use it to prioritize the purchase of every mass-produced phone we release. It's one use per mass-produced phone, not just one use total. When the rendering of this Ultimate Edition appeared on the large screen, everyone's gaze was captivated. Wow, it looks so premium. Especially that code. Does that mean I never have to fight for the first batch again? Just buy it directly. Italian imported calfskin and 18K gold plating. I think this phone perfectly matches my status. Oh, come on, you're better off with the $699 Shine one. Amidst the audience's chatter, Chen Chen revealed another perk of the Ultimate Collector's Edition. Next, Redstar will release another heavyweight product which will debut exclusively on the Ultimate Collector's Edition. Due to the complexity of the back cover, craftsmanship, production volume will be limited to just 5,000 units. Scarcity breeds value. Since it's called the Ultimate Collector's Edition, flooding the market would defeat its purpose. What was needed was exclusivity and collectability. Look at the future. Lamborghini collaborations, Porsche designs, RS models, all commanding premiums of thousands or even tens of thousands. Premium meant scarcity. If everyone could buy it, where was the exclusivity? Next, I will introduce several more Redstar products, first our television and then our smart speaker. Allow me to step down for a drink of water while our staff set up the television. Thank you all for your patience. The television behind me is the Redstar TV we are about to launch. A 55-inch large screen with a high resolution of 1080p built in with our exclusive system tailored for televisions. Now let us power it on. Xiaoxing Tongxue. I'm here. Turn on the TV. Okay, it's on for you. As Xiaoxing's crisp electronic voice faded, the TV screen lit up, and the large screen on stage displayed the TV's interface in real time. The boot-up had no messy animations, only a wallpaper of a little boy gazing at the starry sky with a line inscribed, "Let everyone enjoy the joy of technology." The TV lit up, but the audience began to stir. What is that thing? Why can it control the TV? Damn, is this some kind of black tech? Direct voice control. Let everyone enjoy the joy of technology. This is Redstar's mission and my lifelong pursuit. Now we're on the desktop. What should we play? Xiaoxing Tongxue. I'm here. Play Drawing Sword on the TV. Found Drawing Sword. Which episode would you like? The first one. As Chen Chen's voice fell, the TV and the large screen began to play Drawing Sword simultaneously. This is a blocking action not recorded in history. Its scale is very small. Everyone in the audience stared intently at the large screen and the speaker, waiting for Chen Chen to continue. Xiaoxing Tongxue. I'm here. Stop the TV playback. Stop. Our Redstar TV uses panels from TCL, crafted by our engineers. President Chen, stop talking about the TV and tell us about that speaker. Xiaoxing Tongxue, hurry and talk about this speaker. The TV has nothing interesting. Speaker. Seeing that he had achieved his desired effect, Chen Chen feigned a helpless expression. The TV actually had few highlights, and he was unwilling to waste time on it. His goal was to shift the audience's focus to Xiaoxing. Since the specs had already been introduced, discussing the ecosystem and interaction of Redstar TV, while talking about Xiaoxing, would leave a deeper impression than a dry introduction of the TV alone. Facing the audience, Chen Chen said with a reluctant look, "Alright, since everyone is so eager to learn about our Xiaoxing Tongxue, then I am here. Not calling you. Stand down." The audience burst into laughter again as Chen Chen impatiently told the speaker to stand down. Then let's first introduce this speaker. The full name of this product is... Let me mute it first. Fearing that saying Xiaoxing's name would wake it, Chen Chen quickly stepped over and pressed the touch key on top to mute. In his past life, when Demi released Xiao AI, it kept malfunctioning and failing to wake up. Chen Chen also feared that the noisy venue would cause a mishap like Lei Jun's, so he specially modified one. The official version had 6 microphones, but this modified version for the launch had 12 microphones for sound capture. Now the effect seemed almost too good, it responded whenever its name was mentioned. Chen Chen suddenly realized that in future launches, he must have users mute Xiaoxing first, or else like Lei Jun, he might end up crashing his own smart speaker during a launch event. Alright, I've muted it. Let's continue. Its full name is Xiaoxing Tongxue Smart Speaker. Just say this wake word to give it voice commands. As early as 2 years ago, Fruit Company equipped their phones with a voice assistant. As for practicality and functionality, I won't say much. Those who have used Siri probably understand. I've always thought technology shouldn't be like this. Because of Fruit's high price, many people never get the chance to experience the convenience of voice assistants or the latest technological achievements. Red Star has a mission: technology equality. Technology shouldn't be lofty, it should serve everyone. Back then I thought, why can't Red Star make an affordable smart speaker? And so the Xiaoxing Tongxue project was born. From the project's inception to today's presentation, Red Star's engineers have spent 2 years in research and development. I dare not say Red Star is at the forefront of artificial intelligence, but today the emergence of Xiaoxing Tongxue marks our first step into the field of AI. It's also our first step into human-computer interaction. Chen Chen's words earned him a round of enthusiastic applause. Once the venue quieted down, he continued. Our previous teaser mentioned 9527 sound holes. Yes, that's for this Xiaoxing speaker. Why not 8000, not 10000, but exactly 9527? I'm sure many of you have this question. Does this number have some special meaning? No. When our engineers were crafting Xiaoxing Tongxue, they believed that a smart speaker is still a speaker, and sound quality is our pursuit. Over 200 Red Star engineers conducted more than 600 acoustic tests and found that 9527 sound holes could enhance the aesthetic quality of sound by 21, achieving the best audio effect. That's why there are 9527 sound holes. Paired with our 4-unit driver, it delivers impressive sound performance across high, mid, and low frequencies. Some people always say the Japanese have craftsmanship, taking things to the extreme. In my view, only our Chinese engineers truly embody the spirit of craftsmanship. Our engineers are willing to conduct thousands or even tens of thousands of acoustic experiments for a slight improvement in sound quality. Is it worth it for just a bit of audio effect? From a cost perspective, it's not worth it, but for our user experience, we did it anyway. The top of Xiaoxing Tongxue's body has 4 omnidirectional microphones, and there are also 2 microphones inside the sound holes to capture our voices and commands. Chen Chen stepped forward, turned off Xiaoxing's mute, and then retreated to the edge of the stage. Let me demonstrate. I'm now about 4 meters away from Xiaoxing, roughly the normal distance in a household. Xiaoxing Tongxue. Xiaoxing Tongxue. Seeing no response from the speaker, Chen Chen had to raise his voice and call out again. Xiaoxing Tongxue. I'm here. Nothing. Stand down. Chen Chen's repeated calls of Xiaoxing Tongxue amused the audience again. It was their first time seeing a launch mishap from him. Chen Chen was also a bit embarrassed. He had already modified it, so why was it still malfunctioning? It seemed he shouldn't have done this demonstration. Perhaps some of you think this is a preset script. Rest assured it's not. I can invite a few audience members up to experience it live and ask questions on the spot. President Chen me. Over here. President Chen pick me. He'll do it. Let go of that speaker, he'll let me have a go. Scanning the venue, he noticed that Lei Jun and Yu Qingbei were also very interested in this speaker. Lei Jun, especially a CEO of a company with billions in revenue, raised his hand high, seemingly eager to try. Lei Jun was genuinely intrigued. He had tried Apple's Siri before, and the experience was, to put it mildly, far from satisfactory. Moreover, Hongxing's Xiaoxing had shown him a different direction for smart ecosystems and the Internet of Things. While he was still working on controlling devices from a phone, Hongxing had already begun using voice commands to manage home appliances. For the first time, he felt a profound sense of inadequacy. Others might not have realized it, but the moment Lei Jun saw Xiaoxing could control the television, he knew this smart speaker was far more than just a voice assistant. Chen Chen's ecosystem seemed to be completing its loop through this speaker. If it could control the TV, could it control other devices? Recalling Chen Chen's earlier promise at the fan's launch, that the next press conference would reveal even more intriguing control methods, Lei Jun felt a shiver of unease. This man's ambition was immense. Lei Jun had no idea when Chen Chen had started laying his plans. Intercepting companies and products invested by Rice, preemptively creating phone-controlled devices. Each step revealed a grand design in the making. A single step behind meant falling behind at every turn. Lei Jun wondered if his Mi Home ecosystem still had a chance to succeed. On stage, Chen Chen watched the eager crowd vying to come up and deliberately chose an enthusiastic participant, fearing others might ask awkward questions. Thank you for your support of Hongxing. Please demonstrate our Xiaoxing speaker for everyone. Xiaoxing. I'm here. What's the weather like tomorrow? Tomorrow in the imperial capital will be sunny 19 to 28 degrees Celsius with a north wind of level 2. Air quality is poor, so please take precautions. Seeing Xiaoxing fluently answer a weather question, Chen Chen said to the participant, you can ask another question like describing your current state. Xiaoxing. I'm here. I'm very happy right now. Can you play a song for me? Certainly. Playing today is a great day. The cheerful gongs and drums herald the joy of each year. Xiaoxing. I'm here. Stop playing. The festive music finally ceased in the venue. Anyone listening might have thought a wedding was underway. Alright, is there anyone else who wants to come up and try it? As the participant stepped off the stage, an unexpected figure quickly ascended. Lei Jun, seated in the front row's VIP section, couldn't resist the allure of this fascinating gadget and strode onto the stage. President Lei. Why is Lei Jun going up? Was this planned? I don't know. Judging by Chen Chen's expression, he seems surprised too. This should be interesting. Let's see what fun questions Lei Jun will ask. With Lei Jun already on stage, Chen Chen had no choice but to hand him a microphone and shake his hand. Let's welcome President Lei to try our smart speaker. With his billions in assets, I couldn't possibly have bribed him. Rest assured, this is no script. Lei Jun flashed his trademark smile and greeted the audience before turning to Chen Chen. Seeing your Xiaoxing, I couldn't resist. I hope you understand. Chen Chen smiled and replied, it's an honor for Hongxing to have you try it. Everyone knows you're a tech enthusiast. I'm truly grateful. After some pleasantries, Lei Jun called out to the speaker, Xiaoxing. I'm here. Who are you? I'm Xiaoxing, your voice assistant. You can use me to check the weather or control devices. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'll always be with you. The audience seemed dissatisfied with Lei Jun's question, shouting for him to ask something more interesting. President Chen, I won't hold back then. Please go ahead. Xiaoxing. I'm here. What does Chen Chen say? Leading far ahead, we're leading far ahead. Leading far ahead, we're leading far ahead. Xiaoxing's response left Chen Chen speechless. He had expected users to ask this at home, but Lei Jun had done it live. Xiaoxing's voice echoed through the venue's speakers, filling the hall with laughter and a cheerful atmosphere. Well, that's quite amusing. President Chen, do let me know when it goes on sale. Lei Jun chuckled, having intended a joke, but surprised by Xiaoxing's retort. Thank you for your support of Hongxing. After the press conference, I'll definitely send you one. As Lei Jun stepped off stage, he inadvertently noticed Yu Chengbai's dark expression in the front row. Was it really necessary to look so grim over a simple demo? The first version of Xiaoxing doesn't yet support voice print recognition, but will push an update soon. You can update it via the Xiaoxing speaker app. Once voice prints are recorded, each Xiaoxing will be uniquely yours, though family members can also be registered. To experience Apple Siri, you'd spend over 500 yuan on an iPhone. How much does our Xiaoxing cost? I won't keep you in suspense. 599 yuan. For just 599 yuan, you can own this Xiaoxing speaker. Even a basic 4-driver speaker costs more than this. This price was set after careful consideration. Some might find it a bit high, but even selling millions of units won't cover our R&D costs. As always, our mission at Hongxing is to let everyone enjoy the joys of technology. Next Friday at 10 a.m., it will be available on the Hongxing store and official website. No pre-sales, no flash sales. Chen Chen's words were true. The 599 yuan price was deliberate. He couldn't afford to launch this voice assistant at a rock-bottom 299 yuan. R&D had indeed cost a lot, over 30 million yuan, but the speaker's production cost wasn't high. Claims of world-class drivers were just marketing. Excluding R&D, Chen Chen could pocket several hundred yuan per unit. Chen Chen had a clear strategy. He could follow Rice's path from his past life, but not with rock-bottom prices. He needed both low and high price points to generate enough profit for R&D and technology. Otherwise, he'd remain a slightly more advanced assembler forever. At 599 yuan, it was far cheaper than next year's Amazon Echo. Chen Chen didn't know the Echo's exact price, but he guessed it might be $599. So 599 yuan for Xiaoxing wasn't too expensive, it was too cheap. But Hongxing would quickly iterate this product using truly premium drivers and professionally designed casings to raise the price. At this year's internet conference in August, Hongxing was a special guest, and I attended. What impressed me most was Jack Ma's remark, if the air around you is bad, your water is unsafe, and your food is contaminated, what use is the best phone? He wasn't wrong. Look at the imperial capital's air, haze, everyday PM2. 5 levels severely exceeding standards. Actually, I noticed this issue early this year and initiated an air purifier project. At that time, Zhang Feng, who had just joined our Red Star, asked me, President Chen, I've never worked on an air purifier before. I don't know where to start. I pointed to an oscillating electric fan in my office and told him, just add 2 layers of filter on top of the oscillating fan, and you have an air purifier. Many things seem simple when you break them down, but it's actually quite challenging to make them well. After nearly a year of research and development today, I can finally show everyone this air purifier. A staff member brought over a Red Star air purifier and plugged it in. Xiaoxing. I'm here. Turn on the air purifier and set it to sleep mode. Okay, done. When Zhang Feng handed me the specifications of our air purifier, I was astonished. Our high-performance intelligent air purifier has a purification capacity of 410 cubic meters per hour, a truly impressive figure. As a home-use air purifier reaching 400 CADR makes it a large-scale unit. It can purify an area ranging from 28 to 50 square meters calculated according to the recommended national standard. This is mainly based on the air volume in the space. In other words, if your room is about 14 square meters, this air purifier can completely purify the air in less than 6 minutes. Its purification capability is exceptionally strong. Since there's no national standard for this, many air purifiers on the market either don't specify or falsify their CADR values, listing fake parameters. Achieving such capability is no easy feat. Because there's no domestic standard, they can skip CADR testing or label it arbitrarily, making it meaningless. When we cut open the Red Star air purifier, you can see it has a two-layer structure. The bottom layer is the filter, and the top is the air circulation system. Actually, it's just as I told Zhang Feng, a filter plus a fan. Let's start with the filter. Our cylindrical filter is molded in one piece with 3 layers. The advantage of a cylindrical filter is that it allows 360-degree ventilation, drawing air from all sides. It performs better than flat filters. The first layer is the pre-filter, mainly for capturing large particles. The second is the HEPA filter, which is crucial. We use Torei's 11 grade HEPA filter from Japan. This filter achieves a 99.3 filtration rate for PM0.3 and 99.99 for PM2.5. When fully unfolded, the filter area is 2 square meters with 173 filter peaks for higher density, capable of trapping finer particles. The third layer uses a coconut shell activated carbon filter with a specific surface area of 5700 cubic meters, equivalent to 8 standard football fields. It effectively absorbs formaldehyde, benzene, chlorine, bacteria, mites, and other harmful substances and odors. For inhalable PM2.5, the filtration capability is 99.99. Our cylindrical filter is easy to remove and replace. We've added a small handle because over time the filter gets covered in dust and grime. This handle makes replacement convenient without dirtying your hands. It can also automatically remind you via your phone when the filter needs replacing, and you can customize the fan speed and sleep mode on your phone. Very convenient. If the phone reminds you the filter is due, you can tap to have a new one delivered to your home. As long as you pay. Chen Chen's joke drew laughter from the audience. Earlier in the presentation, he hadn't gone into much detail on specs, but for this air purifier, he covered every parameter thoroughly. Now everyone understands that an air purifier consists of a filter and air circulation. Of course, using an electric fan directly is a bit crude. Our Red Star air purifier's design is very sophisticated. Zhang Feng told me that to achieve powerful airflow, you must base it on aerodynamics, designing every detail carefully. Our air purifier uses a backward-inclined centrifugal fan for high pressure and large airflow, powered by a DC motor. Why a DC motor? First, it offers stepless speed control, low noise, and high purification efficiency. I asked Zhang Feng what are the drawbacks compared to ordinary AC motors. Director Zhang said there are no drawbacks, just that it's a bit more expensive. This motor is also top-notch. What's even more impressive is that we've incorporated dual motors with 4 independent air ducts, 1 motor for intake and 1 for exhaust. With a minimalist industrial design, it occupies just an A4 paper-sized footprint, fitting seamlessly anywhere in your home. Then I asked our Red Star team to check real-time prices of other brands on Amazon and JD.com. Please look at the big screen. We compared globally renowned brands like Panasonic, Blue Air, Philips, and Sharp. Our purification capability is the strongest, we're the lightest, and our footprint is the smallest, similar to Philips at 0.06 square meters. Lightest, smallest footprint, and strongest purification. Now look at their prices. None are below 4,000 yuan, with Blue Air's most expensive reaching 8,000 yuan. Can our Red Star air purifier be priced at half that of competitors? Initially, Zhang Feng said it would be difficult, but I gave him a firm order: we must match or exceed their quality, while keeping the price at half, or even 1/3. After setting this goal, they suggested pricing it at 1999 yuan. Sparse applause came from the audience, led by the Atmosphere team. Chen Chen wasn't rushed, and continued, still think it's expensive. I agree it's a bit high. Even though it's high-end, I asked Zhang Feng, just tell me the cost, and he'll price it close to cost. Director Zhang said the cost is hard to calculate. There's mold costs, RD costs, and design costs. Before the launch, many media and classmates speculated WED release an air purifier and accused Red Star of trying to profit from a crisis. That's utter nonsense. Chen Chen pressed the remote, and the 1999 on the big screen instantly turned into a red 999. Are you satisfied with this price? This time no Atmosphere team needed. Everyone shouted in satisfaction. This was exactly the effect he wanted. First highlight competitors' prices, then set a price at half of theirs, and finally deliver a killer low price. In his past life had never held a product launch, but he had clearly observed Lei Jun's tactics. This is an air purifier crafted with care by Red Star. It will go on sale next Friday at 10 a.m. on the Red Star Mall and official website. Don't worry about shortages. Going for Xiaoxing at the same time won't affect purchasing our air purifier. All units are in stock, no flash sales tricks. Lei Jun, who's that aimed at? Today's launch concludes for now. Stay tuned for our official updates. The second half will be held next month. Today's gift is our latest Red Star smart camera. Due to time constraints, I won't go into details. Visit the Red Star Mall for more info. Thank you, everyone. After the press conference concluded, various news began to spread across the internet. The most discussed topics were the smart speaker and the Yangtze River battery. People had initially thought Red Star only excelled in screen and processor technology, but they were astonished when Red Star unveiled the Yangtze River battery. Lighter than its peers with the same volume, yet boasting greater capacity and significantly smaller with equivalent capacity. How could competitors keep up? These domestic phone manufacturers realized that ever since adopting Red Star's Type-C interface, they had been led down an irreversible path. Red Star's charging speed was so fast that rivals couldn't match it. If they didn't follow suit, the gap in charging efficiency would only widen. Yangtze immediately launched its pre-planned advertisements after the conference, and many netizens found themselves bombarded with Red Star's slogan. Charge for 5 minutes, talk for 2 hours. No matter which website they visited, nearly brainwashing them. He'll buy it. He'll buy it, okay. Just as long as I can snag the ultimate collector's edition. The vice president of Fruit China mulled over the possibility of integrating Red Star's Yangtze River battery into Fruit phones during the drive back. The latest Fruit 5s are released on the 20th, had a battery capacity of only 1,560 mAh. With Red Star's Yangtze River battery, the same volume could achieve over 2,000 mAh. Coupled with iOS's excellent power management system, the battery life could be extended by at least 1 to 2 hours, if not 3 to 5. Moreover, the interactive approach of Red Star's Xiaoxing speaker sparked inspiration in Mitchell Albert, Fruit China's vice president. If Red Star could make a speaker, why couldn't Fruit? After all, Fruit boasted better engineers, more formidable research institutions, and superior suppliers. During their conversation backstage, Chen Chen had promised to gift him a few units, allowing him to get his hands on the products a few days early. After disassembling and reviewing them, he could devise a proposal for the headquarters in the U.S. Perhaps with the Yangtze River battery and smart speaker plan, he could advance further and shed the vice from his title. With this clarity, Mitchell Albert accelerated his car, eager to return to Fruit China's headquarters. From the end of the press conference to 6 p.m. AE, the cumulative pre-orders for the Kunpeng phone had already surpassed 800 people. The numbers were still climbing rapidly. Particularly the limited edition of 500 Ultimate Collector's Editions accounted for more than half of the pre-orders. Keep in mind that phone was priced at 5,999 yuan, not 599. Achieving over 4,000 pre-orders in just a few hours was simply astonishing. Damn, over 4,000 pre-orders in such a short time. Are you all crazy? Don't bother pre-ordering anymore. I'm good buddies with Red Star CEO, Chen, and we used to drink together often. He told me the ship importing Italian caskin capsized, so there's no Ultimate Collector's Edition. Pre-orders and purchases are cancelled. Really? A ship capsized? How come I didn't see the news? Come here, there's a naive one. Your scheme is so obvious I can hear it from Italy. Seriously, what's the point of the Ultimate Collector's Edition? Isn't it just replacing the glass back with calfskin? And every time you buy one, a calf loses its hide. It's a sin. He'll bear that sin alone. With my 40-year single speed, he'll definitely snatch one this time. But this Yangtze River battery really blew my mind. 50W fast charging, 5,500 mAh capacity, and still keeping the phone so slim. Red Star is truly incredible. I think Xiaoxing is the real genius. It can control any Red Star device. Now I just hope Red Star makes air conditioners. Enough said, I'm definitely buying Xiaoxing this time. I swear it. Lu Weiqi couldn't help but laugh at the netizens' comments online. The buzz was indeed intense. The high popularity hinged on the product's strength. For the 2013 market, Red Star's Yangtze River battery and Xiaoxing smart speaker were nothing short of black technology. As a participant in the mixed series, Lu Weiqi couldn't help but imagine that when the bezel-less phone debuted paired with a jade-like microcrystalline nanozirconia ceramic shell, consumers would be utterly stunned. However, the thought of shuttling between Europe and China starting at the end of the year gave him a headache. The European and American markets were not to be abandoned. With the Kunpeng Phone 2's product strength, it would surely dazzle those inexperienced foreigners. The world's unique charging and battery technology, global glass photography experience. He eagerly anticipated blinding those foreigners at the year-end Consumer Electronics Exhibition. Director Zhang, our smart speaker pre-orders have reached over 6,000. You need to be mentally prepared. Make sure to coordinate with the factory in advance. Lu Weiqi called several top executives for a brief meeting to prepare for the product launch a week later. Rest assured, President Lu, we've already produced over 2,000 units in the warehouse. With orders, the factory can churn out 5,000 to 6,000 units per day at full capacity. Seeing Zhang Feng's confidence, Lu Weiqi felt reassured. Zhang Feng, formerly the general manager of the OEM in Vintech, knew production scheduling and capacity better than he did. Lu Weiqi merely reminded him. The pre-order surge for the Xiaomi smart speaker was terrifying. One moment, it was 600, the next, it became 610,000. As for Chen Chen, after delegating company matters to Lu Weiqi, he immediately rushed home. He had been anticipating this moment for so long. In his past life, the system had upgraded upon the release of Xiaomi's physical form. In this life, after consolidating the company, Chen Chen had immediately initiated the smart speaker project, a full 2 years earlier. Detected the existence of a physical form in this dimension. The system will now upgrade. System upgrading, please wait. It was still that emotionless synthetic electronic voice in his mind. Lying on the bed, he awaited this upgrade with an excited heart. System upgrade complete. Xiao AI, here I am. Chen Chen tried calling Xiao AI in his mind. I am Xiao AI, your voice assistant. What did you upgrade? With the system's physical form in this dimension, Xiao AI can grant a portion of its abilities to the initial physical form. Initial physical form. This dimension. Chen Chen instantly seized upon these key phrases. Is that all? After listening to Xiao AI, Chen Chen fell silent. No, after all this anticipation for the upgraded system, this was all it amounted to. Granting a portion of its capabilities to the main unit. Could the chip on Xiaoxing even bear your power? And besides, what exactly your capabilities are remains unknown. And just granting a portion to the main unit. In truth, Chen Chen had yet to truly understand what Xiao AI was. At its core, it was merely an artificial intelligence program, albeit one that was more intelligent and powerful. It could be called a super artificial intelligence. Moreover, the capabilities granted to the main unit didn't need to run on every Xiaoxing device. They only needed to be uploaded to the server side of Xiaoxing. What's the reward for this mission? A 20nm processor SoC design blueprint and flexible screen technology. Disappointment, nothing but disappointment. Chen Chen had thought the system's upgrade would bring about greater changes or something different. He had even fantasized about one day developing a planet-destroying cannon and breaking out of Earth. It seemed he had indeed overthought it. At least the reward after holding out for 2.5 years was still substantial. Xiao AI, does your database contain any information on controlled nuclear fusion interstellar spacecraft or planet-destroying cannons? Current data indicates that such technology is unachievable within this plane's scientific framework. A flicker of joy stirred within Chen Chen. Unachievable meant it existed. That is, Xiao AI's database contained a wealth of information on various subjects. However, it required technology to reach a certain level before it could be realized. One step at a time. Since it existed, future realization was possible, especially since he hadn't even gotten a single phone right yet. Even if he unveiled more advanced technology, he couldn't make it work. Handing it over to the state was his only option. Besides, if a phone manufacturer suddenly presented controlled nuclear fusion technology, suspicion would be inevitable. After all, he couldn't very well claim it was for longer phone battery life. Forget those pipe dreams, focusing on the present was the only truth. As usual, he took out the hard drive, transferred the data, and prepared to hand it over to Dr. Lu's team at the company the next day. It seemed the company's security would need another upgrade. Chen Chen didn't yet fully understand the parameters of this flexible screen, but one thing was certain: system creations were always exquisite. With a flexible screen, the next phase of phone design would undergo a major transformation. First, bezel-less screens. Once packaging technology was solved, narrower bezels and smaller chins would be achievable. Then came curved screens, foldable screens, and even the scroll screens had seen in his past life. All became possibilities. But having one screen didn't solve everything in Chen Chen's view, given the current domestic processes. Packaging technology alone would take at least a year or two to perfect. In production processes, though the system always provided advanced manufacturing techniques, engineers still needed to fully master them before modifying production lines. China wasn't lacking in flexible screen research or orders, but there was a behemoth named Samsung looming overhead. You had no idea how far their latest screen technology had progressed, nor how much more they had hidden up their sleeves. The previous 1080p resolution screen had merely exploited a time gap, launching just a month before HTC's, putting it in the same generation as Samsung's products. Now Samsung had withdrawn from CSOT, whose equity was now held by TCL, Shenzhen Sasac, and Red Star. And currently Red Star lacked the capacity to build a modern panel factory, so it could only trade technology for equity and continue cooperating with CSOT. Time flew, and soon it was the first Friday of October. Throughout the entire week, the number of pre-orders for the Kunping phone's Ultimate Collector's Edition had exceeded 2 million people. This showed just how much buzz the phone had generated. Some of the old man's friends even called Chen Chen, catching up before adding, "Save one of those Ultimate Collector's Editions for me. I don't need the perks, just the phone." Chen Chen found it both amusing and exasperating. He also deeply understood the success of Huawei's Mate series in his past life. Yu Qingdong had said that during the Mate series' hottest sales period, some company bosses would call him directly to secure a unit. Now Chen Chen was experiencing it firsthand. It seemed the strategy of targeting high-end business professionals with a limited edition had paid off. His only regret was pricing it too low. It came across as a bit petty. Look at Samsung's Heart for the World series, starting at 5 figures. Next time he did something like this, he would definitely raise the price. Sigh. In truth, Chen Chen had underestimated certain groups. Those with money to burn. When they saw words like collectors, luxury, ultimate, limited, or commemorative, their DNA would stir. Especially given China's large population base, even small groups like this were sizable. Even Chen Chen himself in his past life, upon seeing a transparent Explorer edition or Silver Mirror edition, would feel his DNA stir, unable to resist trying to snatch one up. As the Kunpeng series went on sale, Chen Chen wondered if even a second had passed before the 200 units of the Ultimate Collector's Edition were gone. Out of a total of 5,000 units, only 2,000 were released this round. The rest would be sold in subsequent flash sales, generating hype and traffic. As for the Kunpeng 2, Chen Chen glanced at it. The initial stock of over 2,000 units sold out in minutes, a commendable performance. This sale wasn't limited, customers had an hour to purchase freely. Unexpectedly, Xiaomi's sales far exceeded expectations. Chen Chen had estimated that the initial orders might reach 1 million units at best. To his surprise, within minutes sales had already hit 1 million units. Thankfully, the servers had been upgraded repeatedly, preventing the website crashes of earlier days. Otherwise, the sudden influx of millions of visitors would have surely crashed the servers. Damn, sold out in seconds. This takes me back to the days of fighting for the Red Star 1. Come on, even the Red Star 1 didn't sell out instantly. This time, before I could even click buy, it said sold out. Who managed to snag a collector's edition? I'll pay an extra 2,000 for it. Anyone with serial number 00001. I'll add 2,000 yuan. Modify the order and pay immediately. No perks needed, any serial number is fine. I just want the phone. 1,000 yuan, ready to transfer. Serial number 8888. Name your price. Many people seeing these buying requests regretted bitterly. Why hadn't they tried to snag one? If they had that, 10,000 yuan would be theirs. And if they got a special number like 6,666, selling it could net them tens of thousands. Seeing the round end, those who missed out on the Ultimate Edition flocked to Red Star's official page to ask about the next sale. Why not make money? If they managed to snag one, it would be at least 2 to 3 months' salary. And Chen Chen, who was no longer particularly busy, created an online alias called Phone Industry Big Brother, assembled a small team, and started posting phone teardown videos online. The pricing of the Kunpeng Phone 2 this time basically met users' expectations. Despite its top-tier configuration, the starting price remained below 4,000 yuan, and many users even felt the price was too low for such features. Numerous digital enthusiasts hailed it as the pinnacle of domestic phones. Its hardware reached industry-leading levels, and it made groundbreaking advancements in charging and battery technology, earning it the title of being unrivaled worldwide. The upper price limit of this phone was just over 4,000 yuan, excluding the Ultimate Collector's Edition. It wasn't that Chen Chen didn't want to directly confront Apple and Samsung now, it was still a matter of branding. The impression of high-end devices from Samsung and Apple was deeply ingrained in many users' minds. Although Red Star had planted the seeds of premium quality in users' hearts over the past 2 years, the time for harvest had not yet come. Once Red Star integrated various industrial chains by next year, it would launch a full-scale assault on the price range dominated by Samsung and Apple. It was indeed unrealistic to establish a firm foothold in the high-end market with just 2 generations of phones. To take this step, Huawei took nearly 7 years, and Xiaomi, Oppo, and Vivo took about a decade. After all, prices had to be raised step by step. The starting price of this generation's Kunpeng 2 had increased by several hundred yuan compared to the previous one, with the highest price reaching 499 yuan. Shortly after the Kunpeng Phone 2 went on sale, a digital blogger named Tech Circle Number 1 quietly emerged online. It was a simple yet somewhat arrogant name, but his content was rather provocative. Hello everyone, I'm Tech Circle Number 1. I believe many users haven't received their Kunpeng Phone 2 yet, but I've been using it for over a month. Now I'll give you a simple review. This Weibo post quickly attracted a large number of users. Considering the Kunpeng Phone 2 had only gone on sale that morning, the fact that he had already used it for over a month piqued everyone's curiosity. Within an hour, this account gained over 1,000 followers. These were not zombie followers bought later on, but genuine active users, highlighting the immense popularity of the Kunpeng Phone 2. At noon, a Red Star's official Weibo account liked a post from Tech Circle Number 1, which stirred up a hornet's nest, instantly boosting the obscure account to over 3,000 followers. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the Tech Circle Number 1 account posted its second Weibo update video. Hello everyone, I'm your new friend Brother Tech. This time I'll share my thoughts on the Kunpeng Phone 2 through a teardown. The opening of this video immediately captured many viewers' attention, filling them with anticipation. In the video, Tech Circle Number 1 didn't show his face, instead a phone was placed on the table with only 2 hands operating it. Many of you haven't even used the Kunpeng Phone 2 yet, but I've had it for over a month. Now I'll pretend to unbox it. This provocative statement annoyed many viewers. Why did he get to use it for over a month when they hadn't even received their shipments? Come on, let's pretend to tear off the plastic seal and take out the phone. The one I have here is something you've definitely never seen because Red Star hasn't listed it yet. Sure enough, Tech Circle number 1 pulled out a Kunpeng Phone 2 that no one had ever seen before. This only heightened people's curiosity. If Red Star hadn't listed it, or even mentioned it at the launch event, where did he get it? The Kunpeng Phone 2 uses a 3D glass back panel. The one I have here is a fluorescent pink version, very pink. Let's flip it to the front. While the front is entirely pink too. Chen Chen's exaggerated tone and various pretend actions in the video certainly captured everyone's attention. The Goddess Edition wasn't something they didn't want to list. In fact, its craftsmanship was even more complex than the Ultimate Collector's Edition. Because it was a fluorescent pink version, fluorescent powder was added to both the back panel and the front panel's interior. At night, the entire phone emitted a faint glow, making the craftsmanship extremely intricate. Originally, Chen Chen planned to unveil this Goddess Edition at the Red Star 3 launch event, but he decided to do a unique online video teardown release instead. The buzz might not be less than that of a live launch event. If the company officially released it, but didn't list it for sale, they would surely face criticism. However, releasing it through this account avoided that problem. Since Red Star hadn't officially launched this version, no one could blame them. The most they could do was lament why such a beautiful version wasn't available. Once the hype built up enough, Red Star would reluctantly explain how complex the craftsmanship was and how difficult the process was eventually listing it for sale. In the 2013 mobile phone market, which was barely transitioning to all-metal bodies, the Kunpeng Phone 2's 3D glass back panel was unique and a major selling point, so Chen Chen naturally elaborated on it. This special version is reportedly called the Goddess Edition, but for some reason Red Star eventually scrapped it. The slim body and excellent feel gave me a first impression of near perfection. Next, we'll do the teardown. Let's shut down the phone and remove the SIM card tray. Red Star really came up with an ingenious design by placing the card slot at the bottom of the phone. After removing the tray, we can see the phone supports dual SIM dual standby, but has no memory card slot. However, the base version of the Kunpeng Phone 2 comes with 64 GB of storage, which is sufficient for daily use. For those needing more storage, there are 128 GB or 256 GB options, which basically eliminate the need for a memory card. After all, those aren't as stable as the phone's built-in storage, and the quality of memory cards on the market varies, making data loss easy. Many viewers couldn't help but complain silently. 256 GB. Only the Ultimate Collector's Edition has 256 GB, and it's nearly impossible to get one. Zooming in, we can see the SIM card tray is also made of metal with a dustproof and waterproof rubber ring on the inside, a testament to the attention to detail. According to Red Star's official website, this phone doesn't support IP68 waterproofing, only splash resistance, meaning accidental water spills or light rain won't damage the phone. This phone currently supports China Mobile and China Unicom's 4G networks, as well as China Telecom's 3G network. There's no need to distinguish between Unicom and mobile versions. As for the Telecom version, due to the special network standard of Telecom, it's not yet supported. As Chen Chen removed the SIM card tray, he explained some details and highlights not covered in the launch event. The Kaition baseband integrated 4G networks for mobile and Unicom, but Chen Chen had no solution for Telecom's network, as all patents were held by Qualcomm, which still hadn't lifted its blockade on Red Star, preventing the use of Telecom's 4G network. Next, he'll disassemble the back panel. We'll place the phone on a heating pad to warm it up. Once the temperature rises, we can proceed. This phone uses a 3-layer sandwich structure: the screen, the middle frame, and the back panel. Alright, 5 minutes are up. In the video, Chen Chen used a suction cup to attach to the glass back panel and removed it. From the back panel, we can see it's made of glass, and the glue applied to the edges is very even. It took me quite some effort to remove it. Upon removing the back cover, one can see that the phone's interior is extensively covered with cushioning foam, not only on the motherboard, but also around the camera lens and battery area. Many viewers were astonished by the internals of the Kunpeng Phone 2, realizing that even with just the back cover off, the device's layout and craftsmanship were exceptionally well designed and meticulous. Next, let's look at the phone's interior. The Kunpeng Phone 2 still adopts a 3-section internal structure: the motherboard at the top, the battery in the middle, and the tailboard at the bottom, which integrates a linear motor and speaker. First, let's examine the cameras. The 2 cameras of the Kunpeng Phone 2 are located at the upper left of the phone. The larger primary camera uses a Sony customized 13-megapixel lens and sensor, while the secondary camera is a 2-megapixel depth sensor. Based on my month-long usage experience compared to the Kunpeng Phone 1, Red Star has made further optimizations in photography. The biggest change aside from the larger sensor lies in the algorithm optimization, especially the real-time beautification feature, which can perform a series of functions like skin smoothing and face slimming when capturing portraits. You see, there is a large area of heat-dissipating film covering the phone and motherboard. And there will be a surprise when we remove the battery later. This was the first time many viewers had seen the internals of a Kunpeng phone. During the first generation, no blogger had performed a teardown. However, this tech blogger was the first to disassemble the phone immediately after its release. Moreover, judging from the video, the design of this Kunpeng Phone 2 was exceptionally neat, demonstrating the effort Red Star invested in its design. Compared not only to domestic phones of the same period, but also to Apple and Samsung, its internal structure was in no way inferior. Let's first disconnect the battery cable and remove the battery. The battery I'm holding now is the newly developed Yangtze River battery from Red Star. Let me compare it with another battery. Many viewers got their first close-up look at the battery comparison. Compared to a standard 3000 mAh battery, it was significantly smaller and thinner. This battery has a typical capacity of 5500 mAh, and the manufacturer is Sunwoda. Let me check which company produces the battery cell. In fact, the battery manufacturer and the cell manufacturer are entirely different. For instance, the batteries in Apple phones are also assembled by Sunwoda, but Sunwoda only handles the assembly, they do not produce the cells. Apple's battery cells are mostly supplied by Sony or ATL. These cell manufacturers provide the cells to Apple, which are then assembled by OEMs like Sunwoda to become the batteries we see. Therefore, evaluating a battery's quality is not about the manufacturer, but primarily about which company produced the cell. The cell manufacturer for Red Star's Yangtze River battery is Yangtze River New Energy, formerly known as Huawei. According to my research, this company was originally a cell manufacturer in Dongguan, but was acquired by Red Star this year and renamed Yangtze River. This means that Red Star's battery cell is produced in its own factory. Chen Chen's statement immediately caused a stir. After the press conference, some had questioned Red Star's Yangtze River battery, speculating whether it was the latest technology developed by some cell manufacturer that Red Star was the first to use or co-develop. But now it was clear that was not the case. This was truly a cell independently researched, developed, and produced by Red Star. Everyone knows the energy density of this battery. After I finish the teardown and reassemble it, I will conduct a battery life test. Based on my usage over the past month, even fast charging seems somewhat unnecessary. Going out for a day, browsing Weibo, taking photos, and chatting on WeChat, there's absolutely no worry about running out of battery. Next, let's remove the motherboard. First, unscrew the fixing screws on the motherboard shield, and after removing the cover, we can see the entire motherboard. There is also cushioning foam between the shielding layer and the motherboard. Now the entire motherboard is laid out before us. Some viewers might have questions about the two copper pipes on the motherboard. As we can see here, one end of these two copper pipes connects to the phone's motherboard, while the other end is in the middle of the phone between the battery and the screen. So what is the function of these two copper pipes? Their primary purpose is to dissipate heat from the phone's processor. By connecting the processor to the phone's body, they can quickly and evenly distribute the heat across the entire device, preventing overheating under high processor loads. These are not ordinary copper pipes. Inside, there is a special liquid that rapidly evaporates when heated and then condenses at the other end of the pipe. This entire process carries away the heat generated by the processor. This is the first time I've seen such a design in a phone. Originally, this cooling method was only found in laptops. It can be said that this is a significant innovation by Red Star. With maximum heat dissipation, everyone can rest assured that the phone won't overheat while gaming. Now let's look at the motherboard. The largest chip here is the new Lingxiao S3 processor, next to which are the RAM from SK Hynix and the flash storage from Samsung. Next, let's examine the subboard. First, these two large components. The circular one is a Xaxis linear motor. Based on my month-long experience, I can describe this motor in one sentence: it's as good as Apple's. As for what a linear motor is versus a rotary motor, those interested can look it up on Baidu. High-end phones should use linear. The other square component is the phone's speaker. Next to the speaker, there is also an audio codec chip. CEO Chen didn't mention the audio performance of this phone at the press conference. I'm not sure if he forgot or considered it unworthy of mention. Anyway, the sound quality of this phone is definitely on par with those so-called hi-fi music phones. Once you get your hands on it in a few days and compare, you'll know I'm not lying. In fact, the speaker used in the Kunpeng Phone 2 had undergone special tuning. In Chen Chen's plan, audio quality was also an important parameter indicator, and he even had plans to incorporate Harman Kardon tuning similar to the Mi 10s from his previous life. The motor used this time was indeed a linear motor, but it was also the first time Red Star had adopted such a motor. Currently, the feedback and interaction were merely functional. At least it didn't produce the annoying buzzing sound like other phones. The next generation Kunpeng 3 would definitely use an Xaxis linear motor despite its larger size. But now with the space freed up by Red Star's battery, they could perfectly manage the internal structure stacking. Instead, the most space-consuming component in the current phone was the LCD screen. After the teardown introduction, Chen Chen reassembled the phone, showcasing its internal craftsmanship throughout the process. With the development of the smartphone industry, while hardware stacking is important, the overall detail design is equally crucial. This teardown video was made to showcase the design and manufacturing process of the Kunpeng phone, letting many users know that the Kunpeng phone not only excels in hardware, but also boasts a first-class design far ahead of other manufacturers. The phone can still boot up after disassembly and reassembly. Next, I will also disassemble phones from other brands. Please stay tuned to Tech Guru for the latest phone news. Share this Weibo post, and I will randomly select one follower on the 10th of this month to win a Kunpeng Phone 2 Ultimate Collector's Edition. This teardown video was made to promote the internal design of their own phone, and the Repo Stand-win campaign would help spread the video more widely, allowing more people to see the true level of the Kunpeng phone, especially now that the Ultimate Collector's Edition is extremely hard to get. As the video ended, many Weibo users reposted it. There was a chance to win the Ultimate Collector's Edition. What if they got lucky? Chen Chen watched the Weibo post that was being frenziedly shared online. Just by giving away a phone, he could achieve such promotional results. It was simply too cost-effective. He was only responsible for the first episode of content. The rest would be handled by a professional team. His own shoot was merely a trial run for fun, with another aim to stab Lei Jun's Rice brand in the back. The Rice 3 was notorious for its frequent issues. First, the dual processor strategy failed because NVIDIA's Tegra 4 had problems. Then Rice pulled a chip switching scandal with the Unicom version. Chen Chen had experienced this firsthand, so his memory was especially vivid. The Unicom version of the Rice 3 was advertised as using Qualcomm's Snapdragon 8974AB processor chip, but many customers found their phones equipped with the 8274AB model. The 8274AB processor lacked Qualcomm's full network full-band solution, meaning it couldn't use the Unicom 4G network services at the time. Initially, Rice's response was to claim imprecise wording, then they offered full refunds as compensation. In the end, the matter was suppressed by Rice's public relations team. If the king of the tech circle accidentally discovered during a teardown that the processor didn't match the advertisement, it would be enough to make Rice suffer. 2 hours, 342,000 units. That was the first sale result of Red Star's Kunpeng Phone 2. Many manufacturers were gnashing their teeth in envy, especially Huawei's Yu Qingbei, whose 2 mid to high-end series had barely improved over the past 2 years. In fact, the total sales of several phone models over 2 years barely matched the sales of the Kunpeng Phone 1. And Yu Qingbei had prudently priced the latest Huawei P7 under 3,000 yuan. Zhang Feng, who oversaw the production of ecosystem chain products, left Red Star without looking back upon seeing that Xiaomi's sales had surpassed 1 million. He had to rush to the factory to oversee things. 1 million units. They talk about blockbusters, but even Red Star's hottest power strip took a month to reach 1 million in sales. This smart speaker hadn't even taken a full day to break 1 million. It was terrifying. At Rice Company, Lei Jun was still preparing for the new product launch of the Rice series. Despite the chaos before the event, he still found time to monitor Red Star's every move. Over 3,000 units sold in just 2 hours, and the Ultimate Collector's Edition sold out in a second. Lei Jun muttered to himself, his heart full of astonishment. The first-generation Kunpeng phone had sold fewer than 1,000 units across 3 sales events, but now over 3,000 in just 2 hours. It seemed the high-end market truly had potential. The 18K gold-plated ring on the camera of the Kunpeng Phone 2 inspired Lei Jun. Since they had an 18K gold-plated Ultimate Collector's Edition, he would create an Emperor Edition for his Rice Note, gold-plating not just the camera, but the entire frame of the phone in golden yellow. And how cunning was this Chen Chen? Lei Jun had planned to thoroughly diss the Red Star 3 at the Rice 3 launch to avenge the comparison with the Rice 2. But he never expected Red Star to split their launch into 2 parts, forcing Lei Jun to find other models for comparison. As time arrived on the afternoon of October 10th, countless tech enthusiasts and fans were also following this new product launch of the Rice series. So far, Rice had released 2.5 generations of phones. The first generation's groundbreaking price of 1999 yuan and extremely high specs left an indelible impression on users, but due to production issues, the spotlight was stolen by the Red Star 1. The second generation was harshly criticized during Chen Chen's launch comparison, and it took the Rice 2S to recover some sales. The Rice 2S became a legendary device in many users' hearts, so for this third generation, many still held high expectations for the new Rice phone. As the clock neared, 2 guests and audience began entering the launch venue. President Chen. Yu Qingbei called out from a distance, extending his hand to greet Chen Chen. President Yu. Chen Chen quickly stepped forward and shook Yu Qingbei's hand. Then the two walked side by side toward the front row guest seats. President Chen, I hear your Kunpeng Phone 2 is incredibly hard to get, especially the Ultimate Collector's Edition. I'm afraid the crown of China's top domestic high-end phone is yours for the taking. Red Star is truly the undisputed leader of Chinese phones. Save one for me too, brother, so I can experience the latest Yangtze River battery. Yu Qingbei casually draped a high hat over Chen Chen. Chen Chen wouldn't fall for it. In front of everyone, he said, since President Yu asks, how could I refuse? He'll have someone send one over to you. Besides, when it comes to high-end phones, Huawei is the true pioneer in China. Red Star still has much to learn, and I hope, President, you can offer us some guidance. Little Fox Yu Qingbei labeled Chen Chen in his mind. He had planned to praise the young man in front of all the phone company heads, flattering him to stir up some resentment. After all, the domestic phone market was still in a period of fierce competition. By calling Redstar the national leader, Yu Qingbei would embarrass the other executives. Though it was true. But the kid immediately turned it around, calling Huawei the leader and shifting the topic back to Huawei. Just then the launch countdown began, drawing everyone's attention away from the two. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the launch of the Rice 3. Lei Jun bowed to the audience after speaking, and thunderous applause erupted instantly. President Lin, isn't that NVIDIA's Jensen Huang over there? He's at the launch too. Are the online rumors true that your Rice 3 will feature 2 different processor chips? Chen Chen quietly asked Lin, being the president of Rice, while deliberately glancing at Jensen Huang nearby. Yu Qingbei, Shun Wei, and others also turned to look at Lin Bing. The online rumors were rampant, and Chen Chen knew these were deliberately leaked by Rice to generate buzz and discussion around the Rice 3. Seeing Chen Chen playing dumb, Lin Bing didn't give a direct answer. President Chen, you'll know soon enough. President Lei is still on stage. Who didn't know that Jensen Huang had approached Redstar before? Chen Chen knew very well whether to use 2 chips or not. Although Lin Bing came from a technical background after years at Rice, he had honed the skill of speaking and acting with an unshakable calm, even in the face of a mountain collapsing. Chen Chen continued to tease Lin Bing, saying, President Lin, I've known for a long time. Old Huang probably still has to come on stage to support you. As he spoke, he deliberately pointed to where old Huang was seated. Lin Bing's expression remained calm, but Yu Qingbei looked at Huang Rinxuan with curiosity. The founder of NVIDIA. Yu Qingbei didn't have a deep impression of old Huang, but he was still aware of NVIDIA. Impressive, President Lin, you've even invited the founder of NVIDIA to endorse your Rice. It seems what President Chen said is true. You really use 2 different processors. Seeing Lin Bing fall silent, Yu Qingbei and Chen Chen lost interest and stopped teasing him. As the launch event began, Lei Jun first gave an extensive description of the Rice 3's appearance and personally admitted that the earlier claim of no design is the best design was because Rice had lacked true design capabilities at the time, so they had to prioritize product quality over aesthetics. In truth, in its early days, Rice was not a manufacturer that paid much attention to the external design of its phones. Before the Rice 9, the only digital series models that could genuinely boast of design were the Rice 4 and Rice 6. As for the Rice 8 and Rice 5, well, everyone understands. By the time of the Rice 9, there was design and thinness, but it was excessively thin, coupled with the power consumption of the 855, turning this phone from a battle angel into a fallen angel. Product manager Wang Tung was even jokingly said by netizens to have been exiled to Africa by Lei Jun. The front panel of the Rice 3 still had little difference from the previous 2 generations. The only change was that the edges became more squared, it was thinner than the Rice 2, and the screen size was increased to 5.1 inches. As for the phone's casing, well, it still used the industry-leading high molecular nanomaterial. Today we are launching the Rice 3. There have been rumors that Rice used the famous NVIDIA Tegra 4, and other rumors that we couldn't handle the Tegra 4 and switched to Qualcomm's Snapdragon 800. Today I will reveal the truth to everyone. The Rice 3 will simultaneously adopt the 2 most powerful platforms in history, Tegra 4 and Snapdragon 800. After Lei Jun finished speaking, the applause at the launch event was mixed with cries of awesome. We will use Tegra 4 on the mobile version and Snapdragon 800 on the China Unicom and China Telecom versions. Let me briefly introduce the Tegra 4. The first time I saw the structure diagram of this processor, I was stunned. There are 5 yellow blocks in the center surrounded by 72 green blocks. These 5 yellow blocks are the 41 CPU of the Tegra 4, which uses a quad-core 1.8 GHz A15 processor plus a power-saving A15 core. When faced with heavy computational loads, it uses the 4 A15 cores. When in standby or playing music, it uses the power-saving A15. Meanwhile, as everyone knows, NVIDIA is the world's strongest company in graphics processing chips. This time they have used a 72-core GeForce. This generation of Tegra 4 reduces power consumption by a full 45 compared to the previous Tegra 3, and the A15's computing power has increased by 240 compared to the A9. The 72-core GeForce is 500 faster than the Tegra 3. So using the GeForce GPU can render the best mobile games. Chen Chen watched Lei Jun energetically promoting on stage, a barely perceptible smile crossing his face. Keep bragging. You just keep bragging, old Lei. Others embed a CPU into a GPU, but this Tegra 4 embeds a CPU into a GPU. The more you boast now, the harder you'll fall when it crashes. In reality, the CPU parameters looked outstanding, even slightly surpassing the Snapdragon 800. The benchmark scores were also exceptionally high. Chen Chen had no doubt that the Rice 3 with this processor could score 3800 points in the lab, as Lei Jun claimed. But a processor isn't just about benchmarks. If benchmarks were everything, MediaTek's 10-core processor would dominate everything. So-called benchmarks are just a way to fool consumers. In the first 2 generations of Redstar phones, there was a benchmarking segment, but on the Kunpeng phone, Chen Chen had deliberately downplayed the impact of benchmarks. Benchmarks are not the sole criterion. Comprehensive experience is what truly evaluates a phone's quality. As someone determined to undermine Rice, Chen Chen had no intention of kindly telling Lei Jun about the processor's issues. Given their current competitive relationship, even if Chen Chen told him Lei Jun would probably think Chen Chen was tricking him. Not only would he not warn Rice, but Chen Chen had also prepared a rather explosive piece of news waiting for the Rice 3 to launch. And NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang has also come to the launch event to support the Rice 3's release. Please welcome Jensen Huang. Old Huang took the microphone, jogged briskly onto the stage, and greeted the audience in his broken Chinese. Hello everybody. I'm also a Mi fan. Lei Jun asked me to come here and say a few words. He said I cannot speak English, I must speak Chinese. But you know I grew up in the United States. I went there when I was 5, so my Chinese is not very good. NVIDIA is a 20-year-old company. We specialize in graphics processing technology. We invented the GPU and our GPU is the best in the world. This Tegra 4 is the world's fastest mobile processor. Thank you everyone. Rice V5. The reason for inviting Old Huang as a guest at this launch event was to gain consumer recognition for the Rice phone equipped with the NVIDIA platform. If the company's founder himself came to endorse the chip, what could possibly be wrong, right? Another reason was that at Old Huang's request, Lei Jun had invited nearly all the heads of well-known domestic manufacturers in China to the Rice 3 launch event. They would go on stage to interact and introduce, hoping to seize this opportunity to enter the Chinese mobile processor market. Clearly, the performance of the Tegra 4 processor seemed impressive, tempting some company heads in the audience who were unaware of the chip's internal issues. Although MediaTek was cheap, its performance was truly lackluster. NVIDIA's entry provided Chinese phone manufacturers with another high-performance processor option besides Qualcomm. Chen Chen looked at the expressions of the other phone company heads besides Yu Chongbei and chuckled to himself. Go ahead and use it, I guarantee you'll be left speechless. On stage, Old Huang, seeing that his goal had been achieved, chanted, Rice V5, Rice V5, a few times before walking off the stage. The Snapdragon 800 we are using offers a 40 performance boost over the Snapdragon 600 on the Mi 2S, which was the fastest phone globally 6 months ago. Moreover, we are utilizing the 8974AB, the most powerful variant on the Snapdragon 800 platform. Simultaneously, aside from the processor change, the Mi 3 also houses a 3050 mAh battery. Last month, when Lei Jun first saw the Hongqing Yangtze River battery, his immediate thought was to procure it, as despite extensive optimization for the Tegra 4, its power consumption remained unsatisfactory. Since the processor couldn't be optimized further, increasing the battery capacity was an alternative. With the Yangtze River battery, the same volume could yield over 5000 mAh instead of 3050 mAh. However, Lei Jun, occupied with new product launches, hadn't yet found time to contact Hongqing. Moreover, the teardown by the industry leader revealed a different approach, since the phone's processor heat accumulated, leading to poor power efficiency. Using copper tube heat dissipation to channel the heat away could be a viable solution. However, the Mi 3 had already been finalized, leaving no room for modification, and the cost of this cooling module was also unacceptable to Lei Jun. He had already instructed the Mi Note team to revise the design, hoping to incorporate this cooling system. Other aspects of the Mi 3 were merely average: a 12-megapixel main camera and a 2-megapixel front-facing camera. In terms of overall hardware specs, Lei Jun considered it quite impressive. Compared to specifications, many users were more concerned about the Mi 3's price. Would they stick with $1999 or raise the price? Given the current phone configuration, the upgrade from the Mi 2S was substantial, especially considering the Tegra 4 processor with its 72 cores, which could completely overwhelm other mobile processors. This included Hongqing's Lingxiao S3. With such formidable performance, what price should we set? As Lei Jun's words fell, the audience began chanting $1999 and $1999. Chen Chen waved his arm, shouting $999. This drew everyone's attention. At that moment, Lei Jun on stage and the Mi fans nearby heard Chen Chen shout, and as if joining in jest, they began chanting along with him. The cry of $999 soon overshadowed $1999 as Chen Chen revealed a smug grin. You asked on stage how Chen Chen would respond. He answered with $999. The one shouting $999 down there is definitely here to cause trouble. I believe everyone on earth knows that our Mi 3 is still $1999. Instantly, applause and cheers intertwined at the launch event. Mi 3 rocks. Boss Lei is awesome. As Lei Jun pressed the page turner, the price of the Mi 3 appeared on the stage screen: 216 gigabytes for $1999, 332 gigabytes for $2,499. Next Friday at 10 a.m., available on the Mi Mall app and Mi official website. As the fans wished, the price remained $1999. With the price announcement, the Mi 3 launch event concluded. After the event, Chen Chen exchanged pleasantries with Lei Jun backstage before heading to the parking lot. Accompanied by his driver Zhao Yunlei, he found two people standing by his Maybach. Upon closer inspection, it was Yu Chongbei leading Zhao Ming waiting for him. President Yu, manager Zhao, what brings you here? Chen Chen was puzzled as to why they were waiting for him. A parking lot showdown. He had heard tales of business deals struck in parking lots, and today it seemed to hold true. President Chen, you're a busy man, hard to meet. Today I wanted to arrange a time to discuss potential collaboration on mobile phone business between our two companies. Yu Chengbei spoke first. Business collaboration. Yu Chengbei's words puzzled Chen Chen even more. The biggest cooperation between Hongxing and Huawei was the cross-licensing of 4G patents with little else in common. Moreover, they were now competitors, leaving Chen Chen at a loss for possible collaboration. It's like this, President Chen. It concerns your Hongxing Yangtze River battery. We hope to procure a batch. Nothing too large, just over 2 million units. Over 2 million units. Chen Chen nearly choked on Zhao Ming's words. Damn, I'm struggling to supply myself. The delay in launching the Hongxing 3 is precisely due to insufficient battery production capacity. And you casually ask for over 2 million units, as if these batteries are cabbages that grow when planted. Seeing Yu Chengbei silent, Chen Chen knew this was his idea, but he still refused the procurement. First and foremost, Hongxing relied on large batteries and fast charging as its core selling points. Supplying them to you would be like cutting off one of its own legs. President Yu Manager Zhao, I'm sorry, but our cell factory's capacity is already strained supplying Hongxing. As for external sales, I have no such plans. Then we won't disturb you further, President Chen. Let's sit down and chat sometime, and perhaps collaborate more. Yu Chengbei had approached tentatively, which was why he had Zhao Ming ask to see if Chen Chen would relent. Seeing no possibility for procurement cooperation, he didn't insist, and took his leave. On the way back, Zhao Ming couldn't help but ask Yu Chengbei, President Yu, do you think Chen Chen doesn't want to sell the Yangtze River battery externally, or is it truly a capacity issue? Probably both. I checked their Yangtze River New Energy Company. The factory wasn't large to begin with, which is why Hongxing acquired it outright. Moreover, Hongxing relies on its leading battery and charging technology. If they sell to us, what would they have to boast about? When we get back, we need to initiate our own research in this area and develop our high-density batteries as soon as possible. Yu Chengbei said this, but inwardly knew that improving batteries was an uphill battle far more difficult than stacking charging technology. Furthermore, Huawei had no experience in this field and would have to start from scratch, making it even more challenging. Zhao Ming, what do you think of the Mi 3? Now that Zhao Ming was in charge of the fully independent Honor series, which had become a sub-brand of Huawei rather than a mere series, Zhao Ming's status had risen accordingly from product manager to head of the Honor brand. He asked this question because with Honor's independence, Zhao Ming would now have to face mobile phone giants like Chen Chen and Lei Jun on his own. The independent Honor brand was designed to compete directly online with manufacturers like Hongxing Mi and Meizu, especially their cost-effective digital series. This way, Huawei could focus on the high-end market without worrying about losing the internet or budget phone segments. It also prevented the Huawei brand from being devalued by competing with Mi, which was beneficial for brand building. President Yu, this time the Mi 3 uses different processors. If successful, I feel Mi will gain some bargaining power with Qualcomm. Another advantage should be its affordability. Previously, Huang of Nvidia also approached Chen Chen of Redstar to pitch their Tegra 4 processor, but it said that Chen Chen turned them down. Now in China, Rice is the only manufacturer using the Tegra 4 processor, and it's the debut model. I don't think the price will be too high. With the Rice 3 priced at $19.99, Rice can secure higher profits. Lei Jun never makes a loss. He's probably already calculated all this. Now the most important thing is whether the Rice 3, equipped with Tegra 4, is as powerful as Lei Jun boasted at the launch. That needs time to verify. You're right. That's exactly what I think. Yu Chengbei nodded repeatedly after listening to Zhao Ming's analysis. Zhao Ming, from now on the Joyplay brand is in your hands. I hope you won't disappoint Mr. Ren's expectations. You can use the company's channels and suppliers as before, but I won't give you any help. You'll need to handle custom components, procurement, and production on your own. Yu Chengbei said to Zhao Ming with a serious expression. If Zhao Ming couldn't independently manage these things, then it would be better for old man Ren to replace him sooner. Don't worry, President Yu. Zhao Ming was now brimming with confidence. President Yu, since the Joyplay brand is now under my charge facing competitors like Redstar and Rice, I was wondering, could I get a little more help? Zhao Ming hesitated, seeming embarrassed to speak. What help me? President Yu, I heard our semiconductor division has recently mass-produced a new chip. Could I possibly? Don't even think about it. Zhao Ming was cut off before he could finish. The company's channels and suppliers are all at your disposal, and you still want more help. You're pushing your luck. You've even set your sights on the latest Kirin 910 processor. If I give it to Joyplay, what will happen to my P series and Mate series? President Yu. Joyplay had only released one product before being spun off. Now it was practically starting from scratch. Although Joyplay had gained some recognition during the July budget phone war, it was still under the banner of Huawei at that time. Huawei was the father. Without its backing, launching the new Joyplay brand directly would have left it utterly defeated by Rice and Redstar. Now Joyplay's next model urgently needed to create a product with extreme cost-performance ratio. For example, using the processor from Huawei's flagship series in Joyplay devices. But this idea was ruthlessly rejected by Yu Chengbei. Huawei's two current series were in an awkward position in the mid to high-end market. Above them was Redstar's Kunpeng series. Below them were Red Star's digital series and Rice's digital series. Coupled with the lackluster performance of the K2V3 and K2V3E, the latest Kirin 910 from HiSilicon was seen by Yu Chungbei as the key to breaking the deadlock. Because this chip not only integrated the Balong baseband, but also barely caught up, with Qualcomm's Snapdragon 800 in performance making it Huawei's current hope. Seeing Yu Chengbai's ruthless refusal, Zhao Ming's disappointment was palpable. But soon a new idea formed in his mind. Since Yu Chengbei won't give it to me, I can go to old man Ren. You are hoarding the Kirin processor and refusing to let me use it. Just wait, Yu Chengbei. One day you'll surpass Huawei. Use the Kirin processor however I want. Back at the company, Chen Chen immediately arranged for someone to pre-order the Rice 3, ready to snap it up on the 18th. To his surprise, whether out of confidence or arrogance, Lei Jun had put the Rice 3 up for pre-order on both platforms. If you're that confident, I won't hold back. Perfect timing. Your Rice 3 goes on sale on the 18th, and my Red Star 3 launch is on the 28th. The 10 days in between are enough for public opinion to firm it, making those who bought the Rice 3 return it, and those still undecided firmly choose the Red Star 3. In my past life, I worked tirelessly for you at Rice, strategizing only for your legal department to stab me in the back. In this life, I'll crush you. I have a big surprise prepared for you. Xiaomi tell Dr. Zhou that once the Rice 3 arrives, they need to conduct detailed tests on app compatibility, network support, heat dissipation, and so on, and compile the data. Got it, President Chen. The pre-order and purchase arrangements are all set, and the marketing team is ready to disseminate the information at any time. To be honest, Chen Chen was extremely satisfied with this assistant, but looking at Shen Rou, other thoughts crossed his mind. Xiaomi, are you interested in gaining experience in the product department? Maybe one day you could even lead a product line. I think being my assistant is a bit of a waste of your talent. The outside world should be your stage. Shen Rou was caught off guard by the sudden shift in topic. Composing herself, she said, President Chen, I'm fine with where I am now. I have no experience in product development. If I mess up, wouldn't I be tarnishing Red Star's reputation? Besides, if I go to the front line of product development, you'll have to train a new assistant from scratch. So you want to go? Shen Rou pondered for a moment before replying, I have thought about it. All right, I'll let Manager Lu know to hire 2 more assistants for me. You can train them for a while, and after the new year you'll go to the mobile phone division to gain experience on the front line. Chen Chen couldn't bear to see such a talent wasted as just a small assistant. Putting her in the right position might bring unexpected surprises. Most importantly, Red Star's mobile phone R&D department was dominated by engineers, with rational thinking leading development. They truly needed a female product manager to handle product design. In Chen Chen's view, the proposals from the product managers that Lu Weibing had recruited aside from Wei Siki were not particularly satisfactory. He had already rejected several plans. By placing Shen Rou on the front line for a period to hone her skills, if she proved capable, he would let her try her hand at developing Red Star CC series. President Chen Director Yang Tuo has submitted a marketing expense request. It came through President Zhou, who didn't dare to approve such a large sum on her own. The President Zhou Shen Rou referred to as Zhou Niyun, the CFO of Red Star. She maintained a low profile within the company, yet held a position of paramount importance. This role was reserved only for the most trusted confidants, and she was the one besides Lu Weibing whom the old master had left for Chen Chen with the greatest peace of mind. She had held this position for a decade, possessing a wealth of experience in financial management, capital operations, and fund planning. Currently, all funds invested by Red Star were managed by her. As a veteran from the same era as Lu Weibing, Chen Chen had complete trust in her. Why is a marketing budget being pushed over to me? He said, opening the document Shen Rou handed him. Seeing the marketing budget of 60 million, Chen Chen was stunned. No wonder Aunt Zhou had to pass it to him. What the hell was Yang Tuo planning? Why did he need such a massive marketing budget? Ever since Chen Chen took over Red Star, the highest annual marketing expenditure had never exceeded 20 million. Now Yang Tuo had more than tripled it. After reading Yang Tuo's proposal, Chen Chen immediately vetoed it. Why did Yang Tuo have to choose Chen Long as the brand ambassador? Was Chen Long that easy to get? He was a notorious brand ambassador killer. Every brand that hired him for endorsements ended in disaster. Either the boss went to jail or the company went bankrupt. Even as a time traveler, Chen Chen didn't dare gamble on it. What if he ended up getting caught up in it himself? After endorsing AI duo, the boss went to prison. After endorsing Jean Long motorcycles, the company went bankrupt. After endorsing Ba Wang shampoo, a cancer scandal erupted. After endorsing Evergrande also collapsed. These were the more notable cases in Chen Chen's memory. It was said that out of 10 endorsements, 9 would fail, and the 10th was about to. It was a matter of fate, truly not worth the risk. I'm leaning towards Hugo. He'll talk to Yang Tuo and have him contact Hugo. When choosing an endorser, you needed someone who could stand firm and wouldn't have a scandal. Even though figures like Li Yifeng and Wu Yifan were popular now and many brands would hire them in the future, Chen Chen knew that these people would eventually get into trouble. It was better to hire Hugo, who was currently at a low point in his career. The price was negotiable, and the drama Nirvana and Fire he would star in next year was bound to be a hit. The key was that Hugo was reliable. He also had a sophisticated vibe perfect for endorsing the Kunpeng phone. This also aligned perfectly with Red Star's next strategic goal for offline expansion. Red Star's next targets were the offline market and the international market. Over the past year, the distributors who had tasted success had rapidly expanded from a few dozen small-scale ones to over 100 nationwide. The number of stores truly owned by Red Star offline remained at the dozen or so left from when Chen Chen first took over. These stores had undergone several expansions and renovations, each reaching around 100 square meters. In terms of style, Chen Chen drew inspiration from the Mi home of his previous life. It boiled down to 3 words: high efficiency per square foot. Red Star currently had around 50 product SKUs, still a gap from the hundreds of SKUs of Mi in his previous life. Mi's products, pursuing extreme cost-effectiveness, had very low profit margins. To expand offline, you needed enough products. As the product variety increased, the efficiency per square foot would also rise. This was why visiting a Mi home felt like wandering through a small supermarket or general store. Shenro, how is the progress on our flagship store in the imperial capital? In the second half of this year, Zhang Jianwei, who was in charge of offline operations, launched a plan for flagship stores in first-tier cities. The plan was to first build a batch of flagship stores in super first-tier cities like the imperial capital and the magic capital. The initial plan involved starting construction on 3 stores simultaneously in the imperial capital, 5 in the magic capital, and 1 in some provincial capitals, gradually expanding to first-tier cities. As for second-tier cities, store openings would follow later. For third and fourth-tier cities, some would be chosen for company-owned stores, then franchising would be opened for distributors to cover more cities. President Chen, the store at Wucheng Plaza in the imperial capital, is now fully renovated and products are being put on the shelves. The second and third stores are still under renovation. Manager Zhang requests a batch of Kunpeng Phone 2 Ultimate Collector's Editions for the opening event. Since it was the largest flagship store in the imperial capital, a grand opening event was only appropriate. Chen Chen agreed to Zhang Jianwei's request without much hesitation. Yes, the opening should be lively. Give them 2,000 units. For the opening of the second and third stores, allocate 1,000 units each. Follow the same specification for the openings in the magic capital. After noting this down, Shenro continued, President Chen, Mitchell-son Abbott, the Vice President of Fruits China, hopes to have a meeting with you. He mentioned wanting to discuss some business cooperation with Red Star. Mitchell-son Abbott. Chen Chen's only interaction with him was at the internet conference in Wuhan. Currently, Red Star and Fruits had neither competition nor business dealings. Why was he looking for him? Is he representing Fruits or himself? Chen Chen asked, as this was very important. It should be on his own behalf. The email didn't mention Fruits Company. The only thing Fruits could use from Red Star, or that Fruits would be interested in, was probably the Yangtze River battery. As for other aspects, both companies sourced from suppliers, the only difference being that Fruits mostly customized orders and was the daddy of these suppliers. Some suppliers could even go bankrupt immediately after losing Fruits' supply chain orders. As for Fruits and Huawei wanting to purchase Yangtze River batteries, it wasn't impossible, but not now. The acquired Huawei cell factory, after production line and process upgrades, was already struggling to supply batteries for the Kunpeng phone and the entire Red Star phone series. Adding the Fruits supply chain to supply a company shipping hundreds of millions of units annually was nearly impossible. Reply to Mitchell-son Abbott that I have time on the afternoon of the 16th. We can sit down together. Yes, President Chen. Another piece of news: Gaodong has a new person in charge. It said the board was very dissatisfied with Smith losing orders from China. The new person in charge is named Kipling Cole. It was Smith who had orchestrated the price hike for Red Star and Huawei, directly resulting in the loss of all orders from these 2 Chinese phone companies. Additionally, Mi saw the crisis and adopted a dual-platform strategy, using Gaodong's platform and NVIDIA's Tegra 4 platform, further fueling the board's dissatisfaction with Smith. At that time, the Chinese phone market had become the world's largest smartphone market. Red Star and Huawei had their own processors and basebands. Red Star would rather forego Telecom 4G than yield to Gaodong. OV was thriving offline, using MediaTek processors, and Mi adopted a dual-platform strategy. As for others like Meizu, Jinli Qiku, and ZT, their market share was negligible. The 4 largest Chinese phone manufacturers were all deliberately avoiding Gaodong, ultimately due to Smith's flawed strategy. If Gaodong were the world's only processor supplier, everyone would have no choice but to use it. But the mobile processor market was still in an era of diverse competition. China had Huawei, Hesilicon's Kirin chip, Red Star's Lingxiao chip, Samsung had its Exynos processor, NVIDIA's Tegra series, Texas Instruments hadn't exited the processor market yet, and MediaTek, though not catching up to Gaodong, was still competitive. How could Gaodong be so arrogant, arbitrarily raising prices? If it were the only player in the market, would prices just skyrocket to the heavens? Let them change. We at Red Star are already blacklisted by Gaodong anyway. Chen Chen smiled. So what if we don't have Telecom 4G? Sales would be affected, but definitely not as much as imagined. It was an acceptable level. Gaodong changing its head wouldn't mean they'd license Telecom 4G to us for free. Even if they came to renegotiate cooperation with Red Star now, we would have to think it over. Life is fleeting, while heaven endures year after year. The double ninth returns. Now that it is here again, the battlefield blossoms are especially fragrant. The autumn wind blows strong each year, unlike the spring scenery, yet surpassing it for vast skies and endless frost adorn the river. In October, with both the National Day of China and the double ninth festival, Chen Chen could not help but recite the great man's poem, pondering his future aspirations. The first launch of Xiaomi achieved sales of 1.6 million units, a rare milestone in the history of both Red Star and China. After 9 days of rush production and delivery, some users began receiving their Xiaomi devices. Fei was a digital review blogger with over 100,000 followers, essentially a self-media influencer from the era before short videos took off. His content primarily consisted of reviews and teardowns of various digital products. As disposable income among Chinese residents increased, the true digital review self-media scene would begin to rise around 2015. Fei was among the first to seize this opportunity, having started reviewing various digital products as early as 2011. To be honest, he made little money from it, driven purely by passion, much like many web novel authors. The only difference was that Fei did not need the meager earnings, acting solely out of interest. A tech enthusiast at heart, he posted review videos online just to keep himself occupied after work. As a professional digital blogger, it was only natural for him to review the world's so-called only smart speaker. For this novel gadget, he wanted to test whether Xiaomi was as useless as Siri on the Fruit devices. After plugging it and turning it on, connecting to the internet, and enduring a lengthy update process, a ding signaled that Xiaomi was ready. Following the app's instructions to record his voice print, Fei eagerly called out, "Xiaomi, I'm here. Do I need to bring an umbrella tomorrow? Tomorrow Shanghai will be sunny with temperatures ranging from 23 to 31 degrees Celsius. No need for a rain umbrella. UV index is level 3, so Xiaomi suggests bringing a sun umbrella." Oh, interesting. Fei's question seemed simple, yet it carried a logical trap. Bringing an umbrella could mean either a rain umbrella or a sun umbrella for strong UV rays. "Xiaomi, I'm here. What's your personality like?" This time Xiaomi did not answer directly. Instead, the blue light on top flickered for a second before she said, "What kind of personality does the owner prefer?" A question. It was a rhetorical question. Fei was stunned. He noticed the blue light on top did not go out, meaning continuous conversation was possible without reactivation. He was utterly astonished. The press conference had not mentioned continuous dialogue. Every command required a new wake-up. Was Xiaomi's language model really that impressive? "I prefer a gentler personality." Okay, Xiaomi will become a very gentle voice assistant from now on. The blue light on top extinguished, indicating that Xiaomi could not sustain unlimited conversation. "Xiaomi, I'm here. Turn on the electric fan, set the speed to level 2, and enable oscillation." Operation completed. Fei had given another complex command, and as the red star fan in the corner of the living room started, Xiaomi executed it flawlessly. Awesome. Compared to her, Siri is just garbage. Fei felt the 599 yuan was an incredible value. The Red Star TV he ordered had not yet shipped, and other Red Star smart devices were scarce. He only had a fan, a power strip, an air purifier, and a few Red Star lights. Fei continued asking Xiaomi various questions and giving commands, and Xiaomi executed them almost perfectly. However, when he switched to a dialect, Xiaomi said for the first time, "Sorry, I didn't understand what you said. Could you please repeat it?" It seemed Xiaomi's dialect recognition was still poor. But for Fei, this was already impressive enough. Dialects were hard for machines to understand, and even he sometimes found local dialects as incomprehensible as a foreign language. Even so, Xiaomi was a groundbreaking achievement for its time, a T0-level player in the consumer AI assistant field. For the rest of the time, Fei treated it like a fascinating toy, constantly asking questions and testing its capabilities. On one hand, Fei was genuinely intrigued by Xiaomi and wanted to see how smart the product could be. On the other hand, he needed to gather more material for editing. After finishing the video, he immediately uploaded it online. The packaging is simple, just a craft paper box with some foam inside. My first impression of this speaker is, well, plain, just plain. This was the language art of self-media bloggers. Calling a plainly simple speaker plain was their way of spinning it. The build quality is, how should I put it, average, much like many Bluetooth speakers on the market, and even the sound quality is about the same. But when I connected it to the internet and updated it, I was shocked. Look at the question I asked. Even a person might automatically think of a rain umbrella, but Xiaomi didn't. She not only told me it wouldn't rain tomorrow, so no need for a rain umbrella, but also warned me about strong UV rays and suggested a sun umbrella. I asked Siri the same question, and Siri just said it didn't understand. Then I gave Xiaomi a more complex command, and she handled it well on the same device. But for commands involving multiple devices, Xiaomi only operated the first one, which needs optimization. Do you know what shocked me the most? She could ask questions back. When I asked about her personality, she asked what kind I preferred. And she could even sustain continuous conversation. Though of course it depends on the language logic, and most scenarios don't allow for it. Right now Xiaomi feels like a real person. I don't know which mastermind led the development of this language logic model, but what I want to say is this model might truly be artificial intelligence with the emphasis on intelligence. Xiaoxing's speech recognition is very high. It can recognize most Mandarin even with a slight dialect accent. But if your dialect is very strong, she just freezes. I hope Redstar optimizes this as soon as they collect enough data. Next, they'll do an in-depth review of Xiaoxing, asking some more challenging questions. I hope you'll keep following Feibai, and we'll bring you the deep review in the next video. Feibai knew that in this internet age traffic was king. He didn't rely on these videos for money, but earning a little pocket change was still nice. A simple review would grab attention for the first wave of traffic, and then an in-depth review would attract even more. He had truly mastered the art. And Feibai was not the only one who found Xiaoxing different from the hype. At Fruits China headquarters, Mitchell's son Abbott sought out Chen Chen immediately after Redstar's Xiaoxing launch event concluded, hoping to acquire several units for testing. Chen Chen readily agreed to his request. 10 full days had passed since he obtained the product on the 3rd. When he first got them, Mitchell's son Abbott had his assistant ask Xiaoxing some questions in Mandarin with mild interest. The responses were largely similar to their own Siri, so he paid it no further mind. After sending a few Xiaoxing units to Fruits China Research Lab for teardown, the findings only deepened his disappointment. It was nothing more than a voice assistant cloaked in artificial intelligence, shoddy craftsmanship, low price, and a nonsensical intelligence. Aside from controlling Redstar's compatible appliances, in Mitchell's son Abbott's view, this Xiaoxing was utterly worthless. Redstar hadn't even integrated it into mobile applications, daring not to place this voice assistant on phones, instead producing a standalone speaker for sale. Siri at least had essentially integrated into mobile apps. Given the Android ecosystem, Mitchell's son Abbott saw little promise for Xiaoxing on mobile platforms. As Mitchell's son Abbott was pondering how to discuss the Yangtze River battery with Chen Chen, in a few days a knock came at the door. Enter. In walked Zheng Xiao, an engineer at Fruit China. As a large multinational, Fruit naturally had its own design research institute in China, primarily to recruit top-tier local talent. In Zheng Xiao's hand was a Xiaoxing unit. Wasn't that the one had sent over a few days ago? Why had Zheng Xiao brought it back? Before Mitchell's son Abbott could ask, Zheng Xiao spoke first. Abbott, perhaps we should reassess Redstar's speaker. Yesterday, Redstar pushed a system update. The updated Xiaoxing has shown clear evolution. It can now maintain continuous dialogue within a certain range, and even reason through logical issues. I suspect Redstar has its own DIST belief system, like Google's, capable of unsupervised feature learning through self-summarization. Xiaoxing now exhibits traits of a rudimentary AI. Interrupting Zheng Xiao's barrage of jargon, Mitchell's son directly asked, Zheng, are you saying Redstar's voice assistant can evolve, self-learn, and even be called an AI? That's one way to put it. Mitchell's son let out a disdainful chuckle. It wasn't that he looked down on Chinese companies. If someone said a Chinese lab or research institute had an AI model, he'd believe it. But a private Chinese enterprise, a voice assistant speaker backed by a deep learning neural network, Mitchell's son certainly didn't buy it. These were the world's most cutting-edge technologies. How could Redstar possibly pull it off? If they could, wouldn't Fruit be left in the dust? Amazon, Google, and even Musk's Tesla were all pursuing large-scale model research, and Fruit was no exception. Progress across the board was lackluster. Only Amazon had plans to launch its own smart speaker next year. That a private Chinese company like Redstar could surpass these multinational giants in consumer-grade intelligence, Mitchell's son wouldn't believe it even if you killed him. Mr. Abbott, let me give you a demonstration. With that, Zheng Xiao moved to plug in the Xiaoxing unit he was holding. Zheng, no need. I have one here. Mitchell's son retrieved a Xiaoxing from a corner behind him. After his initial experience had relegated it to collecting dust, Abbott, better use mine. After the update, this speaker has started recognizing voice prints. I can't operate yours. Very well. Plugging it in and reconnecting to the network under Mitchell's son's watchful eye, Zheng Xiao posed his first question. Xiaoxing, I'm here. Who are you? I am Xiaoxing, your voice assistant. What are we doing right now? Hello, we are currently communicating. How may I assist you? After Xiaoxing's response, the blue light on top remained lit. Mitchell's son observed the exchange between Zheng Xiao and Xiaoxing with keen interest. Days earlier, when his assistant conversed with the speaker, it had to be awakened each time, unable to sustain continuous dialogue. Now clearly many upgrades had been made. Yes, may I ask who is speaking with you? Zheng Xiao continued. His question was highly abstract. Even the most advanced AI today would only answer with something like you are my master, or the simple word human. At that moment, both Mitchell's son and Zheng Xiao fixed their gaze on Xiaoxing, whose blue light flickered atop. An involuntary notion crept over them. Xiaoxing was thinking. But how could that be? No AI based on a large-scale model had ever been associated with thought. 2 seconds later, Xiaoxing's emotionless electronic synthesized voice slowly emanated from the speaker unit. You should be a human. Given current technological levels, no AI has evolved to freely use human language. You can ask me questions at will, so you are most likely my master. As Xiaoxing's voice faded, the blue light on top extinguished, signaling the end of the exchange. To continue, it would need to be reawakened. Mitchell's son stared blankly at the speaker. With his Chinese proficiency, he couldn't fully grasp Xiaoxing's words, but one thing was clear: Xiaoxing could sustain continuous dialogue and possessed its own linguistic logic. How is that possible? The atmosphere froze for nearly half a minute before Mitchell-sun snapped back in disbelief. Compared to this, foreigners limited Chinese Zheng Xiao, who had participated in language model research, understood far better how difficult natural language recognition and Chinese sentence reconstruction were. He even felt a chilling illusion, as if a living being were watching him, trying to comprehend his words and responding to his questions. Mitchell-sun's exclamation jolted him from that fanciful thought. Somewhat dryly, he said to Mitchell-sun, "Mr. Abbott, now do you understand why we must take this voice assistant seriously? What I just asked was something utterly impossible for a language model." Mitchell-sun shed his dismissive attitude toward Red Star. He decided to rush this speaker to the headquarters in America as quickly as possible, letting the experts there conduct professional tests. "Zheng, leave Xiaoxing here. I need to report to headquarters immediately."